Lu Qingjin traveled to this world and became the Empress at the start. But she quickly felt very frustrated. In a corner of the palace of earthly tranquility, a figure dressed in bright red ceremonial robes was angrily digging a hole, muttering as she worked, "Saving the world doesn't matter. Being transported here without internet or electricity doesn't matter. The emperor husband clearly doesn't care. But this royal family is just too poor." The Empress had been married for 3 days, and she had eaten the same leftover dinner and boiled cabbage with salt for 3 days straight. After digging the hole, Lu Qingjin took out her leftover fruit and snacks, an old, hard cucumber, almost dried out with no water left, perfect for planting seeds. She planted the old cucumber, covered it with soil, and watered it. Then she silently activated her spiritual energy. In a place invisible to the eye, the faint spiritual aura in the air quickly gathered here, rushing into the soil. In the next moment, a tender green sprout broke through the ground, growing over 3 inches tall in just a few breaths. Lu Qingjin grabbed a bamboo stick she had prepared earlier and skillfully set up a support for the cucumber seedling. Watching the green shoot quickly grow leaves and tendrils and soon bloom small yellow flowers, she finally relaxed and leaned on her hand, lost in thought. The Yu dynasty was once the most glorious empire in this world, but due to a sudden change in the cosmic magnetic field, it was destined to face a mini-ice age in the coming years. This unexpected long cold spell would freeze countless people, leading to the fall of the Yu dynasty. As a result, Chinese civilization in this world was cut off. This consequence was disastrous and could even cause the collapse of the entire space. The universes will foresaw this outcome and chose Lu Qingjin, who had died unexpectedly, to send her soul into this era, hoping she could turn the tide. As for why she was chosen, it was because she was a descendant of the Flame Emperor and knew a lot about farming. As long as she managed agriculture well and made sure the people of Diyu had enough food and warm clothes, surviving the mini-ice age wouldn't be just a dream. Lu Qingjin knew that the Diyu dynasty had just recently changed rulers and that the treasury was still not full after the war, but she never expected it to be this poor. After 3 days of eating leftovers and boiled cabbage with salt, she finally couldn't take it anymore. She stormed out of the palace in a mighty manner, then found a corner and started planting vegetables. "Empress? Empress?" A call from afar woke Lu Qingjin from her thoughts. Looking up, she saw that the cucumber on the shelf had already borne fruit in just a short time. She hurriedly began harvesting. Hearing the commotion nearby, the palace maid Kai Wei finally followed the sound and came over. "Your Majesty, why did you come here?" Lu Qingjin held up the cucumber she was holding and smiled, saying, "I found this cucumber by accident here. I thought I'd pick it to take to the kitchen for some food." Kai Wei hurriedly stepped closer and lowered her voice, saying, "Your Majesty, why are you even thinking about food? Shouldn't you be thinking about something else?" Lu Qingjin instantly became expressionless. "Oh, what should I be thinking? How to fight with a group of women over a man's first night." This was truly a tangled fate. The original body was from the Lu family, a famous family of empresses. Over hundreds of years, they had produced more than 20 empresses. The former emperor overthrew the corrupt previous dynasty and established the Great Yu. To stabilize the country and choose a good wife for his son, he had already contacted the Lu family early on, planning to select a crown princess from their house. This generation of the Lu family did not disappoint. They raised a remarkable daughter, Lu Yurua, who was both beautiful and talented, with looks that could topple cities. She was widely recognized as the most noble woman in the land and was considered a sure future empress. However, fate was unpredictable. The former emperor, during his military campaigns, suffered old wounds that flared up, leading to his sudden death. The current emperor Yuanyu ascended the throne somewhat hastily, leaving many hidden issues. After stabilizing the situation, he wanted to marry, but he discovered that, due to a heroic rescue, his fiancée had shared a close moment with Xiao Yunheng, the heir of the Wei king. Although nothing serious happened, Lu Yurua's reputation was damaged, and she could no longer enter the palace to become empress. The Wei king was part of the forces that fought alongside the former emperor to establish the empire. He could have been a contender for the throne, but he was impressed by the former emperor's strength and chose to withdraw from the royal contest. Because of this, Emperor Yuanyu couldn't act against the Wei family and could only swallow his anger. To calm the emperor's fury, the Lu family quickly sent the original girl, who was even more beautiful than Lu Yurua, into the palace. But the hatred of taking a wife was not so easily erased. Emperor Yuanyu couldn't punish the Wei family, so he vented his anger on the original girl. On her wedding day, he married 5 new women, 1 empress and 4 consorts, taking most of the top positions in the harem. On that day, he never entered the empress's palace of earthly tranquility. The original girl was a noble daughter from a humble family. Although she was stunningly beautiful, she was timid and weak. Frightened by Emperor Yuanyu, she was so scared she lost her soul. This was how Lu Qingjing ended up crossing over into this world. Emperor Yuanyu's wedding has been 3 days ago. Although he didn't go to the palace of earthly tranquility, he also didn't visit the other 4 consorts. Now, the entire palace is watching closely to see whom Emperor Yuanyu will choose as his first wife. To Lu Qingjing, it seems like a contest over a man's first night rights. However, these words nearly scared Kai Wei so much that her face turned pale. She hurriedly hit her feet and said, "Your Majesty, be careful with your words." Seeing her genuinely frightened, Lu Qingjing could only smile and wave her hand. "All right, I won't say more. Look at this cucumber, so fresh and juicy. Let's go and prepare it to eat." Half an hour later, in the imperial study, a secret guard knelt and reported, "Your Majesty, the Empress finally made a move today." Emperor Qin Zhao put down the memorial in his hand. His handsome face showed a hint of interest. "Oh." She has been neglected for 3 days and was also treated harshly by the Ministry of Internal Affairs for 3 days. She finally couldn't hold it anymore? Did she go bother one of the other consorts? The secret guard hesitated for a moment, then showed a complicated expression. No, the Empress didn't go to bother any other consorts. She just found the overnight leftovers and boiled cabbage too unappetizing, so she went to the imperial kitchen herself. Qin Zhao. He was speechless for a moment. Thinking about his behavior over the past few days, it was indeed a bit harsh for a woman. Feeling a rare warmth on his face, he cleared his throat and asked, what food did she ask for? If it was really impossible, he would secretly add a few dishes for her as a way to make up for the days he had withheld her rations. The secret guard replied, not much, just one dish called Bodhi Jade Vegetarian. Qin Zhao was silent for a moment, then suddenly slammed his hand on the table in anger. The treasury is empty, and I can't even afford to eat such expensive dishes. How dare she make such demands? The secret guard's expression grew even stranger. Your Majesty, Bodhi Jade Vegetarian isn't that expensive, the secret guard said as he picked up the food box beside him and opened it. Qin Zhao looked inside and saw a bowl of fragrant, tempting, and beautifully colored fried rice. He stared at the food box with a blank expression, feeling an intense desire to slap himself for losing his temper earlier. A noble king, furious just because his empress ate a bowl of fried rice. What kind of logic is that? Especially since the secret guard continued, this Bodhi Jade Vegetarian was made by the empress herself, who found some cucumbers somewhere and prepared it personally. The imperial kitchen didn't even bother with manual labor, from start to finish. Only 2 bowls of rice and 2 eggs were prepared. After the empress cooked, her subordinates secretly took away half a bowl. Qin Zhao's expression grew colder and more ruthless. His narrowed eyes stared at the food box as if he wanted to destroy it completely. Inside the box, the innocent-looking egg fried rice was a vibrant green and gold, and somehow, it emitted an especially tempting aroma that kept wafting into his nose. The secret guard quietly observed Qin Zhao's expression, hesitated, and finally couldn't hold back, whispering softly, Your Majesty, if you don't like this Bodhi Jade Vegetarian dish, could you please give it to your servant? After all, Wasting food is not good. As soon as he finished speaking, Qin Zhao quickly grabbed the rice bowl from the food box. You're right, the treasury is empty. Wasting food is shameful. The secret guard stared blankly at the emperor happily eating. Your Majesty, I meant for you to give the rice to me, not for you to eat it yourself. Do you know how hard I've been holding back from the kitchen all this time? Qin Zhao no longer cared about his loyal subordinate. His entire focus was on that bowl of egg-fried rice. It was moist and fragrant, light but not airy, soft with just the right amount of salty flavor. Especially the small pieces of cucumber in each bite, fresh, sweet, and crisp. Qin Zhao, even as emperor, felt he had never tasted anything so exquisite. One bite made him want two made him want three, and three made him want more. He looked in disbelief at the empty bowl, which was gone after only 3 bites. He turned his head and glared at the secret guard, full of disappointment and frustration. You stole it, so why couldn't you bring back more? The secret guard was speechless. Your Majesty, you know this was stealing. The Empress cooked only 2 bowls of rice. Taking half a bowl is already the limit. If we take more, it will definitely be discovered. But Qin Zhao was so engrossed in reading official documents that he was already hungry from physical exhaustion, and now that half a bowl of egg-fried rice had stirred his craving, he couldn't focus on anything else. He immediately stood up, proceed to the imperial kitchen. He wanted to quickly check if there was any left of the egg-fried rice, or rather, the Bodhi Jade vegetarian dish. If he caught the Empress in the act of making a small meal, sharing half wouldn't be a problem, right? However, Lu Qingjing had already finished eating all the rice. Although she felt her stomach was a bit too full after eating 2 bowls today, she thought it was because she had spent a lot of energy digging and planting cucumbers and didn't think much of it. Burp, finally, she had a proper, satisfying meal. Lu Qingjing happily patted her stomach and asked the maid following her, Kaiwei, is there a nice place nearby for a walk? Let's go to help with digestion. Kaiwei smiled and said, Your Majesty, how about the Imperial Garden? It's quiet and beautiful, with many exotic flowers and plants. Perfect for you. Most importantly, it's also the place where you're most likely to meet the Emperor. Lu Qingjing didn't notice her maid's good intentions. The words exotic flowers and plants made her fiery blood boil instantly, and her eyes lit up. Let's go. The Imperial Garden was indeed beautiful. As she looked around, she sighed. Wow, the peonies are growing so well. When autumn comes, I can dig some up to make into medicinal paste. Kaiwei was silent. Lu Qingjing took a few more steps and exclaimed happily, Oh, magnolia flowers. Before Kaiwei could react, Lu Qingjing continued, It's a pity the flowers have already bloomed this year. If I could pick some and coat them with batter, then fry them in oil and sprinkle with salt and pepper, such a delicious taste. Kaiwei was shocked. A few more steps, and Lu Qingjing saw a large tree. She happily said this tea tree. Before she finished, Kaiwei, overwhelmed, rushed up and covered her mouth. Your Majesty, please don't say more. This tea tree was planted by the former emperor himself. The emperor values it greatly. It must not be touched. Lu Qingjing accidentally looked at her maid's shocked expression and realized what she had said. She touched her nose and forced out a laugh. Haha, just used to it. Back then, the Fire Emperor had tasted hundreds of herbs, and this habit was still in her descendants' blood. To her, all plants had special value. Edible ones were food, those that weren't could be medicine, and inedible plants could be used as building materials. Seeing Kaiwei's terrified look, Lu Qingjing had to explain seriously, I was just talking casually. I wouldn't really do anything. Kaiwei just relaxed a little when she heard her Empress mumbling softly, It's just that the density is too sparse, and there are many mistakes in how it's managed. If I were to do it myself. Kaiwei was about to break down. Your Majesty, the Imperial Garden has a dedicated gardener. You don't need to do it yourself. Lu Qingjing sighed long and looked very sad. Yes, that's what frustrates me the most. In ancient times, in a farming society, it was strange that she couldn't farm. No, I must find a place to set up my own farm. If I don't, I'll end up with health problems someday. She said this and quickly walked forward, glancing around as she went. Kaiwei was stunned by the Empress's unusual hobby and followed behind, trying to advise her earnestly. Your Majesty, you should be careful about your status. The Imperial Garden is always maintained by gardeners. How could there be space for planting fields? Still saying there isn't? Isn't there? Lu Qingjin suddenly stopped. Kaiwei looked up in surprise and saw a patch of barren land not far away, completely empty and stark, standing out sharply among the blooming peach and willow trees. Lu Qingjin didn't care about that. She eagerly jogged over, only to realize that this wasn't wasteland at all, but a cleared space specially prepared. The ground was dug up with many new holes, and several gardeners were busy around the potted plum trees nearby. Watching one gardener quickly prune a main branch of a plum blossom, leaving the thin, withered side branches, she couldn't help but frown and ask, "What are you doing?" The gardeners hurried forward to bow and then smiled. "Your Majesty, Queen Yun loves plum blossoms most. She specifically ordered us to clear this land and plant these plums to create a plum garden." Queen Yun? Lu Qingjin frowned in thought. Kaiwei noticed her confusion and quickly leaned in to whisper in her ear. Queen Yun's given name is Lu Ruyun. She comes from the scholarly Lu family. It's said she is talented, noble, and elegant, and her reputation in Beijing is as good as our Miss Yurua. Lu Qingjin understood. She was one of the 4 consorts who married into the palace on the same day as her. But her brow remained tight, and she continued to ask the gardener, "You plant plum trees, but why do you cut them into such strange shapes?" The gardeners exchanged glances. One of them quickly flashed a look of disdain and said, "Your Majesty, perhaps you don't know. It's these slanted, curved, and half-open branches of the plum trees that have charm. Literati and scholars greatly admire them." The implication was clear. The Empress was just an ordinary person, not well-versed in literature, and should stay out of such refined matters. Lu Qingjin snorted softly. A bunch of old scholars spouting nonsense. Enough of this. Stop wasting these plum blossoms. Wherever they came from, take them back. I want this land. The gardeners looked at each other in surprise. Seeing Lu Qingjin bend down to pick up and head toward the land, clearly intending to take action, they hurried forward to stop her. Suddenly, a female voice rang out. "Who dares to touch my plum garden?" Lu Qingjin turned to look and saw a graceful, slender woman in imperial robes rushing over with maids and eunuchs. Kaiwei whispered in alarm, "Oh no, Empress Yun is coming." Lu Qingjin squinted and saw, unsurprisingly, the gardener who had been disrespectful earlier following Empress Yun, clearly the one who had secretly reported the news. Empress Yun stormed over, frowning, and said angrily, "If the Empress has any issues with me, just tell me directly. Why bother troubling these servants?" Lu Qingjin was surprised and asked, "I haven't hit or scolded anyone. Which eye did you see me mistreating the servants?" Empress Yun choked, paused, then gritted her teeth and said, "If not, then it's fine. Do you admit you're unhappy with me, Empress?" Lu Qingjin replied slowly, "Not at all. I simply love flowers and plants by nature. I can't stand to see them being destroyed." Lu Ru laughed angrily. "You're clearly making excuses." Qin Zhao was on his way to the imperial kitchen and overheard the argument from afar. He asked, "What's going on over there?" A young quickly ran to check and reported back, "Your Majesty, it's the Empress and Empress Yun arguing." Qin Zhao blurted out, "What? The Empress came here? Oh no, oh no. The Bodhi Jade studio must have been finished off by her." Everyone looked confused. Qin Zhao finally regained his composure, cleared his throat, and said seriously, "Ahem. I mean, how can the Empress behave so improperly, causing chaos in the palace? I need to go see what's happening." Everyone then realized the situation and thought to themselves, without knowing the full story, that the Empress was clearly out of line. It seemed she was truly not favored by His Majesty. The loudly announced, "Your Majesty is here." Lu Qingjin and Empress Yun both looked over at the same time. The young emperor, dressed in plain clothes, approached confidently amid a crowd of people, looking especially handsome, regal, and unmatched in dignity. Lu Qingjin couldn't help but marvel. This emperor's looks were truly stunning, easily surpassing all the handsome young men and stars from her past life. Empress Yun's face lit up with joy. She had been trying to find out the emperor's whereabouts every day but couldn't, and had not even seen his face in 3 days. Today, she was unexpectedly thrilled. Lu Qingjin, this foolish girl, had actually done something good for once. She quickly reacted, stepped forward, knelt down, and tearfully pleaded, "Your Majesty, I don't know how I offended the Empress. She wants to take my plum garden for herself. Please, Your Majesty, must you help me?" She cried skillfully, tears like pearls rolling down her cheeks, yet not a single drop ruined her delicate makeup. Instead, it made her look even more fragile and pitiful. She slightly lifted her head, revealing a slender, fair neck, appearing vulnerable and helpless. However, this beauty resembling Lin Dayu did not gain the slightest pity from the emperor. Or rather, Qin Zhao didn't even look at her, busy glaring at the culprit who had caused her to go hungry. "Empress, is what Yun Fei said true?" Lu Qingjin was confused by the glare, thinking the emperor was unhappy with the Lu family because of Lu Yurua and that he was also displeased with her. Feeling a bit annoyed, she sneered. "It's not exactly dissatisfaction, just that I can't stand Yun Fei saying she loves and cherishes plum blossoms, but in reality, she is doing her best to ruin them." Yun Fei was angry. She got up from the ground and shouted at her, "You're talking nonsense. Everyone in the city knows I love plum blossoms the most. The poem I wrote praising plums even made the top scholar of the year bow to me. How dare you slander me for damaging plum blossoms?" Lu Qingjin sneered. "Of course, wild plum branches are thin and rugged because they grow in harsh winter with limited nutrients, yet they still bloom. It's a miracle of life, celebrated by writers and poets. But you, deliberately shaping plum blossoms into strange forms and then pretending to lament their crooked poses, are just abusing and killing life intentionally." Qin Zhao looked at her with some surprise, her views surprisingly aligned with his. Wasn't she supposed to be ignorant and uneducated?
"Why?"
Yun Fei didn't notice. She pulled Qin Zhao and said, "Your Majesty, did you hear that? The Empress is just playing the lute and boiling the crane, so she even wants to turn my plum garden into a vegetable patch." Lu Qingjin continued, "Instead of wasting these plum blossoms and this land, why not let me turn it into a vegetable garden to grow eggplants and cucumbers?" Qin Zhao almost choked. This sudden agreement must be a mistake.
"But
Cucumbers? Are those the cucumbers you used today for the Bodhi Jade feast? Did you grow them yourself?" Lu Qingjin, with a cold sneer, almost lost her composure. Yun Fei, crying desperately, also couldn't continue. "Your Majesty, are your priorities a bit off?" She paused for a moment, then hesitantly asked, "I did grow them myself, that's true. But, Your Majesty, how did you know I made the Bodhi Jade feast today?" "Ahem. I just came back from the Imperial kitchen and heard the chefs talking." Qin Zhao almost choked on his words. He quickly waved his hand. "That's not important. What's important is that I think the Empress's idea is very good indeed. This land is granted to the Empress to be used as a vegetable garden." "Your Majesty!" Yun Fei exclaimed in disbelief. Qin Zhao lowered his gaze and said calmly, "The Empress enjoys farming and planting, which sets a good example for the world. Her garden is naturally more important than your plum orchard, which is just for viewing. This decision is final." Although Lu Qingjing felt something was off, she quickly caught on. The emperor agreed to let her open a vegetable garden in the imperial garden. She could now enjoy a happy, peaceful farming life. Without hesitation, she accepted the gift immediately. "Thank you for your kindness. Your Majesty is wise." Yun Fei was so angry she cried and ran away. Lu Qingjing was still a bit confused. Did the emperor have a bad day today? While she was pondering, Qin Zhao strolled over slowly, cleared his throat, and casually said, "Empress, I wonder if you have any extra cucumbers. Could you prepare another serving of Buddha's delight?" Lu Qingjing suddenly realized, so that was the reason. Her eyes rolled as she smiled slyly and said, Sure, but I have a condition. She turned and raised her chin toward the empty space behind her. As long as His Majesty personally fills in the holes in this patch of land and turns the soil, I will cook you another plate of fried rice. Qin Zhao was initially pleased, then stunned, and finally furiously angry. How dare you? Who do you think I am? I am the Emperor, the ruler of all. I would never work in the fields just for a bite to eat. How rude and disrespectful. Do you not know your place? He waved his sleeve and walked away. Qin Zhao decided that once he returned to Qianqing Palace, he would issue an edict to send Lu Qingjing to the cold palace. She must learn that even the emperor's anger is deadly. But just a few steps later, a slow voice came from behind. Your Majesty, are you sure you want to leave just like that? I don't have many cucumbers myself. If you miss this opportunity, there won't be another chance. Qin Zhao's steps stopped immediately. After standing stiffly for a moment, he turned back quickly, snatched them from her hands with force, and headed toward a dirt pit. I am personally farming the land to teach the people about agriculture, not for some fried rice. Lu Qingjing smiled silently. Yes, as long as you help me turn the soil, I'll agree to anything. So, the noble Emperor Yuanyu worked hard all afternoon, digging the pits that the gardeners had prepared for planting plum trees, filling them in, and turning the firm ground into soft, loose soil. Finally, he earned a bowl of precious egg fried rice. That evening, the head Wei Fu, who had cared for Qin Zhao since he was young, looked at his bloodied hands. While applying medicine, he was filled with tears of concern. Your Majesty, your hands are so noble and precious. When have they ever suffered like this? Why do you tolerate the Empress's arrogance? If I had known it would come to this, I would have given that land to Consort Yun for her plum garden. Qin Zhao replied calmly, it's just some physical work. Besides Lu Qingjing, the other 4 consorts and their families are all eyeing the throne. Since that's the case, I might as well add a bit of fire and see who can really pull Lu Qingjing down from her position. The head suddenly understood and exclaimed, Your Majesty is truly wise. Qin Zhao nodded calmly. Yes, that's right. This was his carefully planned palace intrigue, not some soul-stirring obsession over a bowl of egg-fried rice. The next morning, right after court, Qin Zhao saw a young palace girl from the Palace of Earthly Tranquility. The girl knelt trembling on the ground and said, Your Majesty, the Empress, wants me to tell you that her vegetable garden is ready for planting. Please, Your Majesty, help with a little favor. Qin Zhao's official document suddenly fell to the ground with a loud smack, and he angrily said, Lu Qingjing dares to be so bold. Yesterday, I only rode out to farm as a role model for the people, and today she still dares to come. The head quickly stepped forward and scolded. She truly thinks the Emperor is a farmer to be commanded. Her courage is sky-high. Bring that daring servant girl out and have her whipped to death. The palace girl trembled so much she almost fainted, and in her panic, she remembered Lu Qingjing's words. She hurriedly shouted, The Empress said she will cook cold bamboo shoots for lunch herself, and she grew those bamboo shoots. The chief sneered, How funny. Your Majesty is wealthy beyond the seas, having seen and tasted all the good things. Do you think a mere plate of bamboo shoots can? Before he finished, a light cough came from behind. Proceed, I will go see the imperial garden. The chief was shocked. Your Majesty, are you out of your mind? Qin Zhao went to the imperial garden. The ground he had personally tilled the day before had been divided into 2 parts, one with neat rows of crops, and the other divided into several small plots of seedlings. Lu Qingjing smiled as she handed him and said, Today's task is easy. Just help me plant half of this area with wheat and the other half with various vegetable seeds. The vegetables are for improving meals, while the wheat is for preparing for the upcoming mini-ice age. She plans to plant a batch in spring to observe the wheat's qualities and yield, so she can improve it later. She also wants Emperor Qin Zhao to participate intentionally, which will make him pay more attention to farming and help with future plans. Emperor Qin Zhao glanced coldly at Thea and sneered, I am just here to watch.
Who said I need to do anything?
He then loudly ordered, "Come here, people." A row of eunuchs stepped forward and knelt before Lu Qingjin. "Your Majesty, we are skilled at managing the imperial fields. Let us handle these dirty tasks," they said. "Is that so?" "Fine," Lu Qingjin replied calmly, without anger. She turned and gently instructed, "Kaiwei, go to the palace of earthly tranquility and bring me the green bamboo shoots I planted. Share them with these officials as a thank you for their hard work." Before Kaiwei could respond, the emperor beside her snatched from the hand, gritted his teeth, and said angrily, "I understand. I will do it myself." So, the diligent Emperor Yuanyu spent half a day working hard and finally made a simple cold bamboo shoot salad. The bamboo shoots had just been pulled from the flower pot in the palace of earthly tranquility. Their tender, green roots were peeled, and they looked fresh and juicy. After boiling in hot water and cooling in cold water, they were lightly seasoned with salt, sugar, and sesame oil, making them crisp and delicious. Emperor Yuanyu ate 3 more bowls of rice with them. Although Emperor Qin Zhao felt satisfied while eating, he couldn't shake a bad feeling when he returned to the palace of heavenly purity. He suddenly slammed the table and said, "Lu Qingjin is really going too far. I've decided I won't go to her broken garden anymore. She really thinks a few bland dishes can control me? That's a joke." Chief Wei Fu, standing nearby, quickly cheered him on. "Your Majesty is wise. Long live your Majesty." On the 3rd day, a young palace made from the palace of earthly tranquility came again to the palace of heavenly purity. Emperor Qin Zhao immediately wanted to show his firm stance, but the maid spoke first, saying, "Your Majesty, the Empress will be making chicken stew with mushrooms today. The mushrooms are also grown by her. Today they're serving a meat dish." Hearing this, Qin Zhao almost immediately felt his throat tighten as he swallowed. As a result, without exception, the noble Emperor Yuanyu inevitably spent another day working hard. For several days in a row, Emperor Yuanyu stayed close to the Empress, causing a huge stir in the palace. The talented consort, who came from a noble family, heard the palace maid report the news and sneered disdainfully that Lu Qingjin is quite capable. She thought of using virtue and good conduct to attract the emperor's attention. She gently tapped her delicate fingers on the teacup, then slowly narrowed her eyes. "Marriage and farming, embodying the virtues of a mother of the nation? Lu Qingjin is not fit. But that's good. It gives me a chance. As for the Empress's virtue, how can she, a daughter of a minor family, compare to us noble ladies? Mingyu, go prepare. Tomorrow, we will also visit the imperial garden. I want the emperor to see who is truly the most suitable person to embody the virtues of a mother of the nation." Because the imperial garden was not as crowded or noisy as the palace of earthly tranquility, Lu Qingjin did not use her spiritual power to instantly make the vegetables and wheat she planted grow to maturity, only slightly increasing the concentration of spiritual energy to ensure their survival. But even this small amount of spiritual energy made the crops grow faster than in other places. In just a few days, they broke through the soil. Qin Zhao was initially tempted by delicious food and came to work in the vegetable garden every day, reluctant at first. But over the past few days, perhaps because he had become accustomed to hardship or for some other reason, he no longer felt as resistant. Especially the wheat field. To cultivate Qin Zhao's appreciation for farming, Lu Qingjin specifically entrusted him with managing the entire wheat field. Besides providing necessary technical guidance, all the work was done by Qin Zhao himself. Now, seeing the lush green wheat seedlings forming a green carpet and swaying in the spring breeze, he even felt a sense of closeness. Although his resistance had decreased a lot, he still didn't fully accept it. Qin Zhao was still strongly opposed to some tasks and refused to do them. Today, the imperial garden was filled with an indescribable, foul smell. "Lu Qingjin, don't even think about it. I, the Emperor, the 9th 5, can tolerate weeding and plowing, but you want me to pile manure? Do you believe I can exterminate your entire clan over this?" Qin Zhao shouted angrily, but because he was pinching his nose, his muffled tone greatly reduced his intimidation. Lu Qingjin was not afraid of him at all. She calmly handed him a forked tool and smiled. Your Majesty, calm down. This process is called fertilizing, an essential step for crops to grow strong. I mean no disrespect. Actually, Qin Zhao learned about these things from books, but knowing does not mean accepting. That's not possible. I absolutely won't touch that manure. It's too disgusting. Lu Qingjing raised an eyebrow, casually handed him a fork, and turned to leave. Then I won't bother you. I need to go cook. If when I come back later, I see the fertilizing isn't done, don't even think about having a bowl of radish and pork rib soup at lunch.
You.
Women and villains are hard to please. Qin Zhao angrily threw the fork on the ground and turned to call Wei Fu. You. Go to the agricultural office and call some people to help me work. Wei Fu looked uncomfortable. Your Majesty, the Empress, seems to have anticipated this. She took the staff from the agricultural office early, saying they needed to tend the neighboring vegetable garden. Qin Zhao sighed in disappointment and squatted on the ground. Wei Fu, feeling sympathetic, said, Your Majesty, it's just a bowl of radish and pork rib soup. I will ask the kitchen to prepare it for you, both southern and northern styles, salty or not. Whatever you want. Why suffer this at the Empress's hands? Qin Zhao was silent. He also wanted to eat well, but he didn't know how the vegetables used by Lu Qingjing were grown. They were especially delicious, unforgettable after just one taste. If the royal family were as extravagant as the previous dynasty, he might be able to gather delicacies from all over the world to satisfy his cravings. But the previous dynasty's army was defeated, and they looted the treasury before fleeing. The current Yu dynasty was truly poor. Even though the former emperor had spent nearly 10 years recuperating, they hadn't fully recovered. How could he waste money on his own cravings? So, after weighing the options, he chose to work at Lu Qingjing's place to earn his meals. Thinking about it, Qin Zhao felt a bit bitter and sighed heavily. Wei Fu, you don't understand. I can only eat well at Lu Qingjing's place. The ingredients in the kitchen were so inferior compared to Lu Qingjing's that they looked like pig feed. He couldn't enjoy his breakfast or lunch, and only the evening meal kept him going all day. Wei Fu's face grew serious. Only at the Empress's place can you eat properly?
Could it be?
Could it be that your Majesty has truly fallen for the Empress, but due to court circumstances, you can't show your feelings? Qin Zhao didn't know what his was imagining. He was just worried about how to fertilize the fields. Suddenly, from afar, a gentle female voice sounded. Long live the Emperor. Queen Zhao looked up and saw a beautiful woman accompanied by palace maids approaching gracefully. The woman was very pretty, but she was dressed in rough cloth, with her black hair wrapped in a coarse cloth headscarf. She carried a small bamboo basket on her arm. Despite her noble and elegant appearance, her simple farm girl outfit made her look out of place. The visitor was the concubine Xian. She had been ordered to watch here and find out when Emperor Lu Qingjing left. When she learned that only the emperor was here, she hurried over. As she approached, a foul smell hit her face, making her smile freeze. This smell. Why is the emperor staying here? Is something wrong? Queen Zhao's eyes narrowed. Concubine Xian, is that you? What are you here for? Concubine Xian quickly composed herself and smiled gently. I heard that the emperor has been caring about farming these days and personally plowing the fields. That's a great thing for the country and the people. I admire it very much, so I came to offer my humble help and to share the burden with the emperor. To share the burden with me? Qin Zhao was surprised at first, then his eyes lit up instantly. He suddenly stood up and helped concubine Xian to her feet, smiling loudly. Haha, that's wonderful. My beloved consort, I'm very pleased that you care so much. Concubine Xian's lips, covered by a handkerchief, also curled into a slight smile. All her efforts weren't in vain. Look at this. She hadn't even seen the emperor's face since entering the palace. But as long as she finds the right way, he will favor her immediately. Maybe tonight, she will even sleep with him. Then she would be the emperor's first woman. The more concubine Xian thought about it, the more excited she became. She quickly handed over the bamboo basket in her hand, which contained her carefully prepared meal. I heard that rural husbands go to the fields to work, and their wives prepare food to send to the fields. If the emperor asked, she could say she made it herself, showing her virtue and kindness. However, Qin Zhao waved his hand dismissively and didn't even look at the basket. Oh, such trivial matters are handled by others. There's no need to trouble the consort. I need her help with other things. He pulled concubine Xian toward the manure pile, pointing excitedly at it. Consort, since you are wholeheartedly helping me, please take the palace maids from Bihua Palace and help spread this manure on the fields.
What?
Concubine Xian was stunned, trying to understand Qin Zhao's meaning. After confirming he wasn't joking, she couldn't help but scream. Her idea of the hardest sharing the burden was just delivering meals to the emperor, arranging dishes, pouring wine, and so on. How did it turn into digging through manure piles? Qin Zhao's face instantly grew cold. He asked in a deep voice, "What? Do you mean the concubine Xian said she wanted to share your worries to mock me?" Concubine Xian immediately broke out in a cold sweat and hurriedly knelt, repeatedly saying, No, I dare not. I truly mean it." Qin Zhao's expression softened a little. He snorted coldly, "That's good. It's getting late.
You may start now."
Concubine Xian looked pale as she stood up, forcing a smile. "This place smells bad. Let me handle it. You should hurry back to Qianqing Palace and rest." She had to think of a way to distract the emperor so she could leave quickly. Unexpectedly, Qin Zhao ignored her altogether. He flicked his robes and turned to sit on the Grand Master's chair brought over by Wei Fu. "No need. You don't know how much fertilizer to use or how to apply it. I need to supervise you from nearby." Concubine Xian's vision darkened, almost fainting. But she couldn't find any more excuses. She could only look miserable, with a group of palace maids from Bihua Palace, and, with a heavy heart, they trudged toward the manure pile. Qin Zhao was finally free. Sitting high on the Grand Master's chair, he issued commands to these people, 400 jin of manure per acre. Each of you carry a bucket, evenly spread the manure along the furrows beside the wheat seedlings, and cover the fertilized furrows with soil as you go. Concubine Xian held a shovel and stood in front of the manure pile. With one scoop, she was hit by a foul, sticky smell that nearly made her. She dared not make a second move. But the other palace maids weren't as brave as her. They dared to disobey the emperor's orders openly and started working seriously, despite feeling sick. One young palace maid was inexperienced. She didn't control her strength when scooping manure, and a whole ladle of manure flew up, landing right on concubine Xian's body. A few drops also splashed onto her face. Concubine Xian let out a scream that was heartbreaking. She couldn't bear it anymore and fainted, collapsing completely. If her personal maid hadn't quickly caught her, she might have fallen into the manure pile. TSK is so delicate. She can't even handle this little task. The minister frowned deeply, looking impatient. He waved his hand dismissively. "All right, take concubine Xian back to the palace. The rest of you stay here and finish the work." In less than half an hour, the story of concubine Xian failing to please the emperor in the imperial garden and getting covered in manure spread throughout the entire harem. Lu Qingjing also knew about this and said to Qin Zhao with a half-smile, "Today, your majesty is quite lazy." Qin Zhao's face stiffened, and he quickly clarified, "Not lazy at all. They're the ones eager to come and share my worries." Lu Qingjing understood that Qin Zhao, as a ruler, was used to being honored and noble from a young age, and it was a bit humiliating for him to personally do farm work. So she didn't pursue the matter further, and graciously brought in a bowl of stewed radish and pork rib soup. Qin Zhao couldn't wait for Lu Qingjing to start eating. He served himself a bowl, took a sip, and was immediately delighted by the sweet flavor of the radish and the savory taste of the ribs blending perfectly on his tongue. He instantly felt satisfied. If every day had such delicious radish and pork rib soup, he wouldn't mind doing farm work every day. At worst, he could just have a few consorts take turns to share his worries. Everyone originally thought the Empress was out of favor, but after a short time, 2 of the 4 consorts had fallen ill, which drew attention. So, under the pretense of visiting the virtuous consort, the four consorts gathered at Bihua Palace, setting aside their differences to calmly discuss how to present a united front. Hey, virtuous consort sister. I wonder if your health has improved? Su Consort, from the wealthiest family in Jiangnan, asked with a smile, covering her mouth with a handkerchief. Yun Consort also smiled and said, "There's no strange smell in Bixiao Palace, so it seems you're already better." This was clearly a sarcastic remark about the virtuous consort being covered in manure, and evenly Consort, from a noble military family, couldn't help but laugh. The virtuous consort's face darkened like a pot bottom, and she coldly said, "If all of you are just here to laugh at me, then you've seen enough.
Please leave now."
Su Consort quickly cleared her throat and tried to smooth things over, saying, "All right, sisters, no more jokes. We are here for an important matter. From your perspectives, what do you think is really going on between the emperor and the empress?" Hearing this, Yun Consort was full of anger. Who knows? When they got married, the emperor was very disgusted with Lu Qingjing. How could he change so much in just a few days, always sticking close to her, even feeling wronged for her? The virtuous consort also said coldly, "That's right. According to the information I received, Lu Qingjing isn't very gentle with the emperor either. She even forces him to do farm work. I've heard he's quite unhappy about it, but somehow the emperor still goes to her broken garden every day, even making him do the fertilizing himself. And he hasn't scolded her." Empress Lee frowned and asked, "Could Lu Qingjing have cast some kind of confusing spell on the emperor?" Concubine Shu shook her head. "I don't think so. If such magic were at work, Lu Qingjing would have already been with the emperor. Also, the emperor behaves normally every day, handling state affairs clearly and without any strange signs." The four women discussed for a while but couldn't find a clear answer. In the end, they decided to visit the palace of Kunning together the next day to find out more about Lu Qingjing. Lu Qingjing had just finished washing when she heard the palace maid report, and she was momentarily surprised. All four of the concubines come to pay their respects. That's quite unusual. Please bring them in quickly. She raised an eyebrow and showed a hint of interest. After so many days in the palace, was she finally about to start palace intrigue? Although her daily life farming was fulfilling, it was a bit boring. Adding some fun activities would be a good change. The maid announced, and the four concubines entered one by one. Lu Qingjing looked them over. They were all dressed beautifully and looked very striking, clearly carefully prepared. She smiled slightly. "Today, what kind of wind blew all of you here to my palace?" Concubine Yun rolled her eyes openly, while concubine Xian didn't bother to lift her eyelids and said indifferently, "Isn't it because the Empress Dowager is so good at managing her household that the Emperor is completely captivated by her? We came here to pay our respects to the Empress Dowager, maybe even get a chance to see the Emperor." Hearing this, it was obvious they were throwing punches and barbs. Concubine Xian was clearly still upset about yesterday's events and didn't regard Lu Qingjing, the Empress, as important. If Lu Qingjing had been a common girl before, she might have tolerated it. But now, with a different soul, she refused to accept such nonsense. She thought, "You're the ones throwing dirt, not me. If you have the guts, go argue with the Emperor himself. Why pick on a soft target?" She sneered. "Concubine Xian, are you implying that I, the Empress, am charming the Emperor and seducing him?" Concubine Xian snorted softly. "Whether it's true or not, the Emperor is always with you. Everyone in the palace can see it." Lu Qingjing suddenly slammed the table. "How bold. Accusing me is one thing, but do you think the Emperor is a reckless ruler like Xia Jie or Shangzhou, who can be easily manipulated?" Concubine Xian broke out in a cold sweat and hurriedly defended herself. "I didn't mean it that way." Princess Lee's eyes narrowed. She had never fought with the Empress, but from what she could see now, Lu Qingjing was not the useless fool the rumors made her out to be. She turned her eyes slightly and softly laughed to smooth things over. Elder sister Xianfei is always straightforward and honest. She means no disrespect. Please don't mind her, Your Majesty. As she spoke, she gave a subtle signal to noble consort Shu. Shu Consort understood and quickly changed the subject with a smile. By the way, today is our first time coming to pay respects to your majesty. I heard you like tending to flowers and plants, so I prepared a small gift. I hope you won't mind. She gently waved her hand, and behind her, two palace maids carried a large red silk-covered stand made of rosewood, walking forward slowly and placing it in front of Lu Qingjin. One maid lifted the red silk, revealing a potted plant about 2 feet tall. Its lush green branches bore bright red, lantern-shaped fruits, translucent, round, and adorable.
Ah,
Lu Qingjin couldn't help but gasp in surprise, clearly very astonished. Empress Yun couldn't help but let out a faint snort, her tone slightly disdainful. Just a potted plant, and you're so amazed? Truly a country bumpkin who hasn't seen much of the world. Shu Consort felt a bit proud, thinking that Lu Qingjin was showing her fear, and a slight smile appeared on her face as she said, "This plant is called wolf peach. It was a rare flower my father's trading caravan happened to find when traveling to the western regions. It said only nobles in the western regions can own such rare plants. My father went to great lengths to find this one. I heard the Empress loves flowers, so I thought I'd present it today." Noble consort Xian from a noble family also knew the value of this potted plant. Knowing its worth, she couldn't help but feel a twinge of envy and said coolly, "Shu Consort, you're quite generous. The wolf peach is a rare treasure. Even spending 1,000 gold wouldn't necessarily buy such a plant. And you just gave it away? As long as the Empress likes it, whether it costs 1,000 or 10,000 gold, it's worth it," Shu Consort replied with a smile, then turned to Lu Qingjin and asked cheerfully, "Does the Empress like it?" Lu Qingjin could no longer hold back. She stood up from her throne and hurried to the potted plant. Her eyes sparkled at the green leaves and red fruits, looking as if she wanted to hug it tightly. She couldn't help but smile widely. I love it so much." This wasn't really a wolf peach at all. It was clearly her favorite thing from her past life, a little cutie that was sweet and salty, both a vegetable and a fruit, a tomato. She was so excited, she started to circle around the tomato pot, forgetting everything else. The palace maidservant of concubine Shu looked a little worried and quietly whispered in her ear, "Madam, I heard that these wolf peaches are very poisonous. If we give them to the Empress and she sees how bright and tempting the fruit looks, she might eat it out of curiosity. What if she gets sick or worse?" Concubine Shu sipped her tea slowly, gracefully took a handkerchief to wipe her lips, hiding her uncontrollable smile, and whispered, "So what? These wolf peaches are truly rare treasures. There's nothing wrong with giving such a precious gift to the Empress. As for her being inexperienced and putting everything in her mouth, can I be blamed for that?" While drinking her tea, she exchanged glances with the other concubines, all sharing mischievous smiles. Yes, today's scene was actually a plan made by all 4 women together. They had heard that the Empress liked to indulge in eating recently, so they deliberately sent her this poisonous fruit to make her suffer a bad experience. If the poison was strong enough to harm her seriously, everyone would be happy. Lu Qingjing didn't know about their evil plans. With this tomato, she thought these 4 concubines were the sweetest little angels in the world. Feeling happy, she decided to be kind to these women. She waved her hand generously and said, "These fruits look nice. I'll send them to the kitchen to cook into dishes. All of you can stay and dine with me today. Tomato scrambled eggs, tomato stew with beef, cold tomato salad." Just thinking about it made her drool. The 4 concubines were shocked. They wanted Lu Qingjing to get poisoned, but they definitely didn't want to stay and risk their lives. Concubine Shu was the first to react and quickly refused. No. Thank you for your kindness, Empress. But I have some matters in my palace and need to leave now." The other 3 also came to their senses and hurried to stand up. "Oh, yes, I haven't practiced my calligraphy today. I just finished half a painting and the ink in my inkstone is almost dry. I need to go back and check. I might have a stomach ache later, so I won't stay here long with you, Empress." The 4 consorts were both surprised and happy. They admired the queen's boldness and were pleased because the emperor was so knowledgeable and likely recognized the wolf peach. Now, the queen would surely be in trouble. Unfortunately, they didn't dare stay to watch the scene, so despite Lu Qingjin's repeated invitations, they reluctantly left. In the palace of heavenly purity, Wei Fu's face changed instantly after hearing the small S report. He hurried back to Emperor Yuan Yu and reported, "Your Majesty, something bad has happened." Today, Consort Shifu went to pay her respects to the Empress and brought her a wolf peach. The Empress probably didn't recognize it and said she wanted to cook it as a dish.
What?
Qin Zhao was shocked. Without thinking, he threw down his documents and quickly rushed out. "Go to Xinang Palace immediately, quickly." Wei Fu hurried after him, feeling amused. He had guessed it. Sure enough, the emperor cared about the empress. Qin Zhao hurried to Xinang Palace and saw that the wolf peach dishes were already on the table. The red color of the food was shocking like blood. Even more frightening, Lu Qingjin was holding a spoon, about to taste a spoonful.
Stop!
Qin Zhao shouted. Lu Qingjin was startled by the sudden voice and stopped her action. Taking this chance, Qin Zhao stepped forward quickly, struck her wrist with a hand chop, knocking the spoon to the ground and smashing it. Lu Qingjin froze for a moment, feeling a rare sense of shame at being caught. She smiled awkwardly and said, "Sorry, I was going to wait until you were invited before eating, but I was too eager and couldn't resist trying a bite." She looked a bit confused. "But even if I snuck a little, you don't have to get so angry, right?"
Eat, eat, eat.
"All you do is eat. You dare put everything in your mouth." Qin Zhao was furious and shouted. Just thinking about her about to put a deadly wolf peach into her mouth made his heart race with worry. Before he could think further, Lu Qingjin asked in surprise, "What's wrong?" "I was just eating a tomato. Why do you act like I ate poison?" Qin Zhao's anger flared again, and he almost wanted to hit her on the head. "You're better off eating arsenic. At least if you eat arsenic, the Imperial Hospital might have a chance to save you. But wolf peach is so rare and deadly, even the Imperial Hospital hasn't studied it much. If you really ate it, you're definitely doomed." "Wait, you mean this thing is poisonous?" Lu Qingjin was incredulous. Then she suddenly realized. She just now remembered that when tomatoes were first discovered by humans, people thought they were highly toxic. They were used only as decorative plants. No wonder, when someone mentioned using this thing to host a meal, the 4 concubines quickly slipped away. Realizing this, Lu Qingjin couldn't help but chuckle softly, covering her mouth. Qin Zhao saw her carefree attitude and became even angrier. He frowned and glared at her, saying impatiently, "You still have the nerve to laugh. If I had arrived a moment later, you might have already been gone." Trying to hide her amusement, Lu Qingjin said seriously, "You misunderstood. This is called a tomato. As the name suggests, it's a foreign vegetable. It's actually not poisonous and can be eaten. It's very delicious too." Qin Zhao was surprised. How is that possible? Lu Qingjin was speechless. Why not? Look ugly and frightening, and people used to be afraid to eat them. Now they're considered tasty delicacies. This reason was quite convincing, and Qin Zhao was starting to believe it a little. Lu Qingjin took a spoonful of scrambled eggs with tomatoes from the table and offered it to him. "Tomatoes are really tasty. Just try a bite, and I promise you won't be able to stop eating." Qin Zhao suddenly turned his head away. Although Lu Qingjin's explanation sounded credible, his cautious nature as emperor and sense of responsibility made him refuse to take the risk. "I am a noble person. How could I recklessly eat something from an unknown source?" Lu Qingjin raised an eyebrow. "Really not going to try?" Qin Zhao, with a proud look, lifted his chin and snorted, "It's just a dish. What's the big deal if I don't eat it? Better not to eat. Today, there aren't many tomatoes. We only made a few dishes with them. I'm just worried that once you taste it, you'll want to fight me for it." Lu Qingjin burst into laughter, then casually took back the spoon and scooped a full spoonful of scrambled eggs with tomatoes into her mouth. She squinted her eyes happily. This is just the taste I like. Delicious." Qin Zhao felt a bit regretful. Actually, when Lu Qingjin handed him the scrambled eggs with tomatoes, he had already detected a fresh, tangy sweet aroma. The scent of eggs and the fruit's flavor blended beautifully, making it very tempting. Now, seeing Lu Qingjing eating so happily without any signs of poisoning, he couldn't help but regret refusing so quickly earlier. He watched as Lu Qingjing scooped up another bowl of soup, where the tomato, called so, was stewed with beef until tender. The bright red, fragrant broth dripped from the spoon into the bowl, and Qin Zhao's eyes widened in amazement. Gulu, his internal organs could no longer resist the temptation and finally rebelled. Cough. Qin Dynasty cleared his throat softly, his gaze sternly sweeping to the side. Wei Fufu, sensing the mood, quickly led the palace maids and eunuchs to step back. Seeing no one was around, Qin Zhao approached the table, touched his nose, and said, "Well, bring me a bowl to try." Lu Qingjing held the soup bowl with a half-smile and looked at him. "Want a drink?" Qin Zhao nodded eagerly, his eyes almost glued to the bowl. "Remember, oxen can't be slaughtered, and even the emperor rarely eats beef." Lu Qingjing smiled gently and placed the tomato beef stew, originally meant for Qin Zhao, in front of him, saying, "You can share half of the meal, but I ask the emperor to promise me one condition." Qin Zhao couldn't wait and took a sip from the bowl, his eyes immediately narrowing in satisfaction. Then he asked what condition. If it wasn't too much for this bowl of soup, he would agree. "I want to leave the palace," Lu Qingjing said seriously, putting away her playful smile. Qin Zhao immediately became alert. "What do you want to do outside the palace?" Lu Qingjing pointed to the food on the table. "Because the tomatoes are so delicious, I plan to leave the palace to find more seeds to plant in the vegetable garden. Besides tomatoes, maybe there are other foreign vegetables or gourds or other tasty things. If I find them, wouldn't that be good for the country and the people?" She had this idea when she saw the tomatoes earlier. In this era, if they have tomatoes, they might also have other foreign crops. If she could find sweet potatoes and potatoes, both high yield and filling, helping the Great Yu dynasty through the Little Ice Age wouldn't be a dream. Seeing Qin Zhao hesitating, she added more enthusiasm. "Your Majesty, if I can find other foreign foods, maybe I can cook even tastier dishes than this tomato beef stew." Qin Zhao immediately pounded the table. "Approved." A few days later, after disguising herself, Lu Qingjing happily left the palace with Kai Wei. Qin Zhao paced around in the Qianqing palace, almost pulling his hair out. Why did I let her leave just because of a bowl of soup? Am I crazy? He hadn't gone out in a long time himself. Why should that woman be allowed to go out and have fun? Wei Fu, standing nearby, also looked worried. He tentatively asked, "Your Majesty, if you can't bear to part with the Empress, why not? Go and see her too?" That's a good idea." Qin Zhao's eyes brightened, then his face darkened again. "Nonsense, who said I am reluctant to part with her?" "Oh, your Majesty is shy." The chief, sensing through the emperor's disguise, quickly played along and gently covered his own mouth. Yes, yes, yes. I was mistaken. The Empress is very noble, and if anything unexpected happens, it could threaten the stability of the country. Perhaps your Majesty should go and watch over her a bit?" This was pure nonsense. No matter how noble the Empress was, she was not more important than the Emperor. It was unreasonable to suggest the Emperor should protect her. However, Emperor Yuan Yu found this idea very agreeable and thought, yes, that's how it should be. He was always a wise ruler, so he decided, send someone to prepare. "I will leave the palace." Lu Qingjing didn't realize she had a tail behind her. She had been feeling bored in the palace for a long time, and now she was in a completely unfamiliar ancient neighborhood. Everything looked new and exciting, so she had no reason to worry about anything else. Qin Zhao followed behind her, watching her hold a bag of roasted chestnuts in her left hand and a meat bun in her right. She sat down in front of a wonton stall, and he secretly clenched his teeth. "I knew it," he thought. This woman's words about finding new and fresh foods are all lies. She's just playing around.
Come here.
Wei Fu thought he was about to scold Lu Qingjing and was startled. "Your Majesty." But Qin Zhao continued fiercely, "Go buy me a meat bun, and some wontons too. I can't be missing out."
Wei Fu.
He was wrong. Truly wrong. He shouldn't have doubted the Emperor's genuine love for the Empress. Maybe he should consider holding on to the Empress's favor himself. Lu Qingjin wasn't really out of the palace just for food and fun. After finishing a bowl of small wontons, she finally felt full and asked Kaiwei, "Kaiwei, I want to find some wolf peaches or exotic goods from foreign lands. Do you know where these are usually sold?" Kaiwei was the daughter of a common family in the capital and knew the city well. She thought for a moment and said, "Your Majesty." Before she could finish, Lu Qingjin glared at her and quickly changed her words. "Madam, if you want to find wolf peaches, you should go to the foreign market. Most of the foreign merchants and foreigners in the capital gather there." Lu Qingjin clapped her hands happily. "Exactly. That's probably the place. Lead the way, quickly." But when she arrived at the foreign market, she was a bit disappointed. Certainly, many foreigners with high noses, deep-set eyes, and blonde hair and blue eyes gather here. Most are from the northern Hu people, and the goods are mainly dairy products, beef and mutton or furs. Rarely, there are exotic jewelry or silverware, which are considered treasures. I haven't seen any tomatoes, and potatoes and sweet potatoes are completely unknown to us. Lu Qingjing wandered for a while and, aside from buying a bag of milk curds as a snack, she found nothing else. She sighed and said, "Let's visit one more shop. If we don't find anything, we'll go back to the palace." She and her servant arrived at the next shop. It was quite large, with a signboard 3 times bigger than other Hu merchant shops, hanging high with the words Jingqi Pavilion. As they entered, Lu Qingjing realized the shop was different from others. Although it sold exotic goods, it seemed to be run by Han people and focused on high-end business. They understood the tastes of the noble class of the Diyu dynasty. The shop was filled with a variety of items, including Korean ginseng, Persian carpets, and even Western music boxes. Lu Qingjing looked around and was attracted by a display of a set of wine utensils on the counter. The set included a teapot and 6 cups, all crystal clear and beautiful under the sunlight. The shopkeeper, who had been reading a ledger, came over and smiled. "This young lady has good eyes. This set of wine utensils was specially brought back from the western regions by our master. Would you like to buy it?" Lu Qingjing picked up a cup and played with it, casually asking, "How much is this set?" The shopkeeper smiled warmly, but said surprisingly, 500 gold coins.
Ha!
Cough, cough, cough. Lu Qingjing almost choked on her own saliva. That's too expensive." The shopkeeper's face remained calm as he explained, "Young lady, this set is made of pure crystal, with excellent quality. It's probably hard to find such a good set in the entire capital. 500 gold coins isn't too much." "Crystal?" Lu Qingjing was even more surprised. "Isn't this just glass?" The shopkeeper's expression immediately changed. "Young lady, please be careful with your words. Jingqi Pavilion is honest and trustworthy. How could we produce glass that mimics crystal? Glassware is artificially made, often with impurities, color, and bubbles. It can't be as clear and flawless as this set, which is carved from a single piece of natural crystal." When Lu Qingjin heard the sound, she looked over and saw a beautiful woman with an elegant demeanor who resembled her somewhat, standing behind her. She couldn't help but be surprised and asked Lu Yorua. The person was none other than her biological sister, Lu Yorua, the original girl's sister and the originally intended fiancé of Emperor Yuanyu. Lu Yorua saw her turn around and quickly covered her lips with a subtle gesture of surprise. "Sister Qingjin, why are you here?" Lu Qingjin was still a bit surprised when she saw Lu Yorua. She hadn't expected to meet her in such a place. But then again, it made sense. Lu Yorua was the most favored daughter of the Lu family, so it was normal for her to appear here. And I have to say, Lu Yorua is indeed beautiful and graceful. She's not as pretty as Lu Qingjin, but she's the future empress, carefully cultivated by the entire family. Her aura alone is enough to make people feel pleased. But what does this have to do with me? Lu Qingjin nodded, looked her over from head to toe, then slightly raised her chin and pointed at the crystal glass in her hand. "I was just passing by and happened to see this." Lu Yorua turned her head to look, and when she saw the set of crystal glasses, her eyes immediately lit up.
Wow.
So beautiful. The shopkeeper, hearing this, immediately lifted his chin proudly. Yes, Miss Lu has good taste. This set of crystal glasses is rare and precious. Made from pure crystal, just one look makes you feel noble and pure. It's perfect for Miss Lu. As a salesperson, he knew how to flatter. He also knew Lu Yorua's status and was confident she could afford it. A few more words of praise would surely help sell this expensive set of crystal glasses. Then he could earn a good profit from the difference. That would be even better. Lu Qingjin raised an eyebrow slightly. She couldn't help but shake her head and laugh when she saw the shopkeeper's fawning attitude toward her. Lu Yorua, however, was very pleased with the flattery. She radiated confidence in that moment, but she didn't pay attention to the shopkeeper. Instead, she turned to look at Lu Qingjin. Are you here to buy something, sister? Do you like these crystal glasses?
Well,
can you afford them? Though she asked out of concern, her tone sounded a bit awkward and uncomfortable. The young maid, Kai Wei, clenched her fists upon hearing this, ready to speak up. You must understand. She is the Empress. How dare Lu Yorua, who is just a minor noblewoman, speak so boldly to her own Empress?
You're
Kai Wei. Lu Qingjin slightly turned her head, stopping Kai Wei from speaking. Does Lu Yorua enjoy mocking others? Then let her mock enough. Lu Qingjin never cared about such things. But Kai Wei saw all this and felt very sad. Her own lady was often ignored in the household, and she had suffered many wrongs. But that was in the past. Now their lady is the noble Empress. How could she be bullied? Madam. Kai Wei looked at Lu Qingjin with tears in her eyes. But Lu Qingjin smiled slightly and raised her lips in a gentle smile. There was no need to argue over words. What mattered was that Lu Qingjin had a way to handle her. Older sister is right. The sister's purse is not deep enough to buy such a beautiful crystal cup, and her temperament doesn't match her either. It actually suits older sister better. Why don't you buy it? Lu Qingjin's sincere words not only belittled herself, but also praised Lu Yorua. Lu Yorua was clearly very happy. She snorted proudly and looked even more pleased. Of course. Originally, Lu Yorua just wanted to browse around. Now, after Lu Qingjin's praise, her mood swelled. The more she looked at the crystal cup, the more beautiful she thought it was. Shopkeeper, how much is this? The shopkeeper was initially angry at Lu Qingjin's nonsense, but now, with just a few words, he made the young lady from the Lu family want to buy it, which made him very happy. Miss Lu, this. 1,000 gold, sister. That's too expensive. We can't afford it, so sister should just look. Before the shopkeeper could speak, Lu Qingjin interrupted, sighing as she looked at the crystal cup. Her expression showed regret, as if she was very disappointed. 1,000 gold? Lu Yorua was stunned. Even the shopkeeper was surprised. The shopkeeper remembered clearly that he had just said it was 500 gold. How did it double when it reached this lady's mouth? But as a businessman, he just smiled and didn't explain. Lu Yorua never expected such a simple cup to be so expensive. It looked nice, but it was poorly made and overall, it was not worth that much money. She narrowed her eyes slightly and looked at the crystal cup. Lu Qingjin's lips curled into a confident smile, then she gave the shopkeeper a meaningful look. The shopkeeper immediately understood and cleared his throat, beginning to explain to Lu Yorua. Miss Lu, I know the price seems a bit high, but it's worth it. This glass crystal cup is so clear and shiny, you can see through from one side to the other. Miss Lu, you're experienced and knowledgeable. Have you ever seen such a rare item? As he spoke, the shopkeeper lifted the crystal cup gently and placed it in front of Lu Yorua. Lu Yorua was shocked by the price. Although she felt reluctant, she still picked up the crystal cup and looked toward the door. Yes, it's really a good thing. Honestly, it did look like a fine item. But the price. Right, sister? I know it's a good thing, but 1,000 gold is just too expensive for us. We can't afford it. So, sister, you should return the crystal cup to the shopkeeper quickly. If it breaks, We can't pay for it. Lu Qingjin's words clearly showed she was teasing Lu Yurua. She was saying she didn't have the money to buy it, and also warning her not to break the item. Lu Yurua was a very proud person. Could she tolerate this? Her face immediately changed. Who said I can't afford it? Shopkeeper, wrap it up. As expected, Lu Qingjin raised an eyebrow, and the shopkeeper couldn't help but smile broadly.
All right.
I'll wrap it up for Miss Lu right away. The shopkeeper was happy. The crystal glass cup had been sitting here unused because of its high price. It was considered a leftover item. Now, being sold with some playful talk and even at double the price, how could he not be pleased? At first, he was annoyed by Lu Qingjin's harsh words, but now he didn't feel that way anymore. Lu Qingjin watched Lu Yurua pay 1,000 gold with a smile on her face. When the shopkeeper was about to wrap the crystal cup, she took a step forward. Wait a moment. Both the shopkeeper and Lu Yurua turned to look at Lu Qingjin. Especially Lu Yurua, who looked irritated and scrutinized Lu Qingjin with a critical eye. What are you doing? Are you trying to ask for it just because I bought it? This speech sounded as if Lu Qingjin was talking to a beggar, and her tone was full of disdain. Kaiwei listened to this and became even more angry, but Lu Qingjin didn't get upset at all. Instead, she smiled slightly and then shook her head, saying, Sister, please don't misunderstand. I don't have a hobby of collecting trash. But since we are sisters, I can't bear to see you being deceived, so I just want to help you understand. After saying this, Lu Yuru's heart suddenly skipped a beat, but she still pretended to be indifferent, even giving a cold smile. Then she said, That's interesting. So, tell me what's going on. Could Lu Yuru not know what kind of person Lu Qingjin was? In the mansion, they never looked down on the illegitimate children or daughters. Because Lu Qingjin was even more beautiful than the top beauty, the family didn't teach her anything either. Simply put, Lu Qingjin was a fool with no brains. Now she was shamelessly trying to explain things to herself. Wasn't that ridiculous? She wanted to see how Lu Qingjin would embarrass herself. In the shadows, Qin Zhao and 2 guards had unknowingly sneaked into Jingqi Pavilion, pretending to look at other things. But their eyes were fixed on listening to their conversation. When they heard Lu Yuru's sarcastic words, Qin Zhao's eyebrows furrowed. In the past, how could I not see that Lu Yuru was so two-faced? I wonder if this little woman will feel inferior because of what was said.
Inferior?
Sorry, but in Lu Qingjin's heart, the idea of feeling inferior had never even entered her mind. As for Lu Yuru's sarcasm, Lu Qingjin didn't oppose it. She even nodded in agreement. You're right, sister. Do you want to let me see? Lu Yuru didn't expect that no matter what she said, Lu Qingjin wouldn't get angry. Instead, she was putting her in an awkward situation. She frowned and then handed a crystal glass cup to Lu Qingjin. Be careful with this. If it breaks, you can't afford to pay for it. Yes, you're right, sister. Lu Qingjin didn't mind Lu Yuru's arrogance. She picked up the cup, looked towards the door, and confirmed it was just a normal glass cup. Then she let out a laugh and shook her head. Big sister, although what I am about to say might be hard for you to accept, it's because I have a kind heart. This so-called crystal glass is actually just ordinary glass, with no special collection value.
What? Impossible.
The shopkeeper originally felt quite grateful to Lu Qingjin, but after hearing her words, he suddenly became angry and shouted, How can you slander us? Our Jingqi Pavilion has been in this city for over 100 years, always honest and fair. How can you say we sell fake goods? This really made the shopkeeper lose his patience. He was once very appreciative of Lu Qingjin, but now he was completely upset. He immediately responded with anger. Such things cannot be admitted. Otherwise, if people start to doubt Jingqi Pavilion, the boss might get into serious trouble. Moreover, the shopkeeper didn't believe they had counterfeit items. Although the crystal glass is expensive, it is truly a good and genuine product. Hearing this, Lu Qingjin only slightly shrugged her shoulders. What's the point of saying more? Some things don't need many words. Showing real skill is what convinces others, right? So, Lu Qingjin ignored Lu Yorua's angry expression. She pointed at the tiny bubbles on the glass cup under the sunlight and said, "Real crystal is free of impurities, symbolizing eternity and strength like a solid stone. It can't dissolve or be made into a glass-shaped cup. What I have here is simply a skillfully made piece of glass." After speaking, Lu Qingjing blinked slightly and then returned the cup to Lu Yorua. In modern technology, it is possible to dissolve crystal and shape it into any form. But in this backward ancient time, that is impossible. So, Lu Yorua was actually deceived. At first, Lu Yorua didn't believe it, but after hearing Lu Qingjing speak so convincingly and even looking proud afterward, her heart sank. She turned to look at the shopkeeper, noticing his eyes also flickering with uncertainty.
How?
How could this be? Did Miss spend 1,000 gold just to buy a piece of glass? Everyone has seen glass before. At most, they just haven't seen such pure glass. But overall, it's not a rare item, and it's definitely not worth 1,000 gold coins. Refund the money. Lu Yorua immediately spoke harshly. There's no point in saying anything else now. She just wants her money back. Originally, she was very upset about spending this money, and now that she found out it wasn't actually some kind of crystal, Lu Yorua was even more determined not to buy it. Miss Lu, this. The shopkeeper looked troubled. But Lu Qingjing wanted this effect and had been waiting for this moment. At that moment, Lu Qingjing chuckled softly. Big sister, how can you say that? Given how much you are favored, 1,000 gold coins is nothing. You definitely can afford it. Besides, once spoken, there's no regret. How can you do such a backtrack now? Lu Yorua's words seemed to be for her own good, but every word was actually meant to mock her. Lu Yorua could not fail to notice this. She slightly narrowed her eyes and looked coldly at Lu Qingjing. She never expected that Lu Qingjing was not as foolish as she appeared. Qin Zhao had been listening carefully and was now surprised by Lu Qingjing's words. He never thought that in just a few sentences, Lu Qingjing could turn Lu Yorua into this state, leaving her speechless and panicked. Thinking of this, Qin Zhao couldn't help but smile. This Empress really kept surprising him more and more. Your sister is indeed quick-witted. I used to think that, given her clumsy mind, she wouldn't be well-liked. But now I see I was wrong. Lu Yorua's words were full of resentment, and her eyes when looking at Lu Qingjing also carried anger. She was so clever. She must have known she was being played by Lu Qingjing. Even though she felt unwilling inside, at this moment, she couldn't afford to lose face or her status by arguing with the shopkeeper over the 1,000 gold coins. Even if she had been deceived, her noble lady's status meant she had to endure it. Otherwise, it would damage her reputation. So now, Lu Yorua could only try to mock Lu Qingjing with her words. Li Qingjing simply shrugged slightly, then smiled and said, "Sister, you overpraise me. Actually, I think my mind is quite sharp. At least I can tell real from fake at a glance. As for you, you should broaden your horizons in the future." After speaking, Li Qingjing sighed as if worried about Lu Yorua. Lu Yorua was almost furious enough to explode. The shopkeeper saw this scene and became very anxious. Now that things had developed this way, it was beyond what he could handle. Just when the shopkeeper was sweating nervously, a person came out from the back room. "Madam, you are mistaken. Our Jingqi Pavilion has never sold fake goods. These glass crystal cups are truly made of crystal." The shopkeeper hurriedly turned around and saw the owner come out. His tense heart immediately relaxed. The shopkeeper couldn't control the scene anymore. He even worried something might happen, but now he finally felt relieved. Li Qingjing also slightly narrowed his eyes and looked at the man who came out. He looked to be in his early 20s, dressed in black robes that made him tall and graceful. His appearance was very handsome. Li Qingjing is a big fan of good looks. But after seeing Qin Zhao's stunning beauty, he realized that men in this world didn't compare to him. That was a big disadvantage. So when this man appeared, Li Qingjing only felt a little surprised. However, this brief surprise was noticed by Wei Jinji. Wei Jinji immediately had an idea. He stepped forward, first bowing politely to Li Qingjin and saying, "I am not talented, I am Wei Jinji, the shopkeeper of Jingqi Pavilion." Then he slightly smiled at Lu Yurua. Lu Yurua was also surprised by this handsome appearance. She immediately returned a bow, dropping her sharp attitude toward Li Qingjin. Instead, she looked very polite and well-mannered, which was quite surprising. Li Qingjin raised an eyebrow and looked at Lu Yurua. Honestly, being spoiled made sense. Look at her. She speaks kindly to people and is friendly even to strangers. Naturally, she would be liked by everyone. Unlike himself, who couldn't speak nice words and always thought about turning waste into treasure. So, this was something worth respecting. "Young Master Wei, my younger sister is simple-minded and says this crystal glass is fake. She doesn't understand how to prove whether the glass is real or not." Lu Yurua is also very concerned about this. After all, she invested so much money. If she bought a fake, she would be very upset. Wei Jinji paused after hearing this, then let out a laugh and said, "Miss Lu, you're joking. I've heard that your younger sister speaks clearly, so she doesn't seem simple-minded." After saying this, Wei Jinji looked at Lu Qingjin with a smile in his eyes. Lu Qingjin didn't mind this look, because her beauty was obvious. And she relied not only on her looks but also on her intelligence. Lu Yurua clearly wasn't willing to give up and wanted to step on her again. This situation was becoming quite complicated. Thinking of this, Lu Qingjin sighed helplessly. "Young Master Wei," she stepped forward, took the crystal glass, and gently touched its surface. After a moment, she looked up at Wei Jinji. "There are still marks from the glass-making process. You can carefully feel them. I believe with your experience, you can tell a thing or two. If you still don't believe, I have no other way. After all, you can't wake someone who is pretending to sleep." Wei Jinji looked at Lu Qingjin's confident expression. His eyebrows slightly furrowed, then he took the crystal glass and examined it carefully. Sure enough, he noticed a faint mark, and his face immediately turned awkward. Lu Yurua had been waiting for Wei Jinji to prove it was fake, but seeing his reaction now, her heart sank. Maybe it's real after all? But this was too hard to accept. Her wealthy sister had bought a fake?
That.
Although it's fake, it's still beautifully crafted, enough to show the artist's skill. "It's worth collecting." Lu Qingjin stopped Lu Yurua from speaking and then smiled at her, saying, "Besides, sister is so favored, she wouldn't return something over a little money. Rest assured, young Master Wei." Wei Jinji had already overheard everything earlier and now, hearing this, he let out a small laugh. If he still didn't understand what was happening, then he had truly wasted his life. Seeing that the two sisters were not getting along, the younger sister was actually trying to set a trap for the older sister. The older sister, as expected, simply jumped right in without hesitation, making it quite a dramatic scene. So, he chose to stay silent and say nothing. After all, the woman with her hair in a traditional style seemed more interesting to him. When Lu Yurua saw Wei Jinji not speaking, her expression grew even more unpleasant. She realized that today, Lu Qingjin was deliberately scheming against her. "Lu Qingjin, how dare you deceive me?" She never expected that the person she had always looked down on, Lu Qingjin, was actually playing tricks on her. Her heart was full of anger, and she no longer cared about manners. Looking at Lu Qingjin with hatred, she wished she could punish her immediately. Lu Qingjin still kept a gentle smile as she looked at Lu Yurua. "Big sister, this has nothing to do with me, right? The person who spent a lot of money to buy that glass crystal cup was you. I never persuaded you at all. Besides, even if I did persuade you, how would you listen to me?" Lu Yurua was very proud and looked down on Lu Qingjin in many ways. She would never listen to her. The glass crystal cup was bought just to show off, and it had nothing to do with others. For Lu Qingjin, it was completely unrelated to her. Kai Wei had been standing behind her lady and, upon hearing this, her eyes lit up with happiness and pride. She knew how difficult it had been for Lu Qingjin over the years. Seeing the young lady suffer a loss made her feel very pleased. Lu Yurua was even angrier after hearing this. "You
I'll kill you.
Without hesitation, Lu Yurua rushed forward and raised her hand to hit Lu Qingjin. She was so angry that she forgot her own status and Lu Qingjin's identity. Qin Zhao had been paying close attention to this side. When he heard Lu Yurua's words, his face darkened immediately. His woman dared to move? That was asking for death. Just as Qin Zhao was about to turn around and reveal himself, Kai Wei suddenly stepped forward. Smack! A sharp slap landed Kai Wei's cheek. In the next moment, blood appeared at the corner of her mouth. Lu Qingjin initially thought this was just a joke, but at that moment, her face suddenly darkened. Lu Yurua, how dare you? Lu Qingjin's expression grew cold, and her entire presence changed. She looked icy and angry, almost like a ruler. Her aura was so strong that Lu Yurua almost kneeled and kowtowed. Even if you're punishing a dog, you should remember who the master is. Lu Yurua, don't forget my current identity. Lu Yurua hadn't thought about this before, but now she widened her eyes in shock and anger, yet she dared not say another word. She was so furious that she forgot Lu Qingjing, who, although not favored, was still the Empress. Disrespecting the Empress was disrespecting the Emperor. If they truly got serious, the Lu family would gain nothing. I know I was wrong. She quickly admitted her mistake, knowing she couldn't afford to offend Lu Qingjin. Lu Qingjin was too lazy to bother with her. She had no interest in such a proud woman. Her anger slowly eased, and she thought about how she had tricked Lu Yurua today. As a person, she knew when to step back. After a moment, Lu Qingjin took a deep breath and said, "Enough. Don't appear before me again." Lu Yurua looked unwilling, but feeling humiliated and ashamed, she had no face left to stay. She turned and left the Jingqi pavilion with the fake crystal lantern. Her angry, aggrieved, and resentful look was truly amusing. After they left, Lu Qingjin sat back in her chair and calmly took a sip of tea. Ah, that felt good. Although Kai Wei's cheeks hurt terribly, she felt a lot better inside, as if she had vented her anger. She thought, serves the young lady right. If not, she might think she can do whatever she wants. Just thinking about this made her very angry and furious. But she had no other options, so she could only endure it. Wei Jinji hadn't planned to step forward, but when he saw Lu Qingjin's expression, he was genuinely surprised. This lady, I don't know how you figured out that the crystal glass is fake. After all, in my Jingqi pavilion, we never sell counterfeit goods. This time, I must have been mistaken. Although Wei Jinji had many thoughts in his mind, he spoke very politely at this moment. Since there was a fake in his Jingqi pavilion, it was their fault, and he had to admit it. Lu Qingjing also felt a good impression of Wei Jinji after seeing his sincere attitude. After all, not many people are willing to admit their mistakes. Thinking of this, Lu Qingjing had a clever idea. It doesn't matter. Anyone can make a mistake sometimes.
But,
Mr. Wei, would you like to make a deal with me? Wei Jinji was surprised. He looked up and saw Lu Qingjing with a cunning smile, which made him curious. I'm not sure. What kind of cooperation are you talking about, madam? Cooperation? Qin Zhao listened to this and perked up his ears, feeling very curious about what kind of deal Lu Qingjing wanted to discuss with someone outside the palace. And honestly, he was a bit angry. Isn't the palace enough for you? Why are you cooperating with someone outside? Just wait. When I get back to the palace, I will definitely teach this woman a lesson for her arrogance. The guards saw their emperor's expression and wished they could cover his ears. How did things turn out like this? You are the emperor, the most noble person in the world. How could you be so curious, like a gossiping woman? The guard was furious inside, but dared not show it. He could only look at his emperor with a helpless expression. He just hoped that his emperor wouldn't do anything too extreme later. Seeing Wei Jinji's expression, Lu Qingjing understood that he was already interested. After all, this glass was crystal clear, and in this era, such pure material was rare. It was a huge business opportunity. If Wei Jinji had a bit of brains, he would realize the hidden wealth and value behind it. After hearing Lu Qingjing's words, Wei Jinji slightly narrowed his eyes, thinking about the value of this matter. After all, the glass crystal cup was truly eye-catching at first. Even Wei Jiji was fooled by it.
Glass.
Madam, could you please explain in more detail what the purpose of the glass is? For them, the word glass was still somewhat unfamiliar. Wealthy families used thick, high-quality glass, while poorer families still used paper or cloth. Wei Jiji was not foolish. He understood the potential business opportunity hidden here. But something still needed to be clarified. What exactly is the purpose of this glass? Lu Qingjing raised an eyebrow and glanced at Wei Jiji. This person was quite clever. He was concerned about a serious matter now. She took a light sip of tea and then smiled slightly, saying, "The purpose of glass is quite important. To put it simply, it's about its clarity and transparency. Now tell me, do you like that?" After speaking, Lu Qingjing looked at Wei Jiji calmly. Whether this idea was good or bad was something he had to think about himself. Wei Jiji looked at Lu Qingjing, pondering whether this risk was worth taking. Anything else? At this moment, Qin Zhao paused, his ears stretching out even more. The guards all wanted to pull his ears back. "You are the emperor. Could you please stop doing that? It's quite uncomfortable." Qin Zhao wasn't thinking about that now. His main curiosity was about what benefits the glass could really bring, as he was very eager to know. Lu Qingjing was not annoyed by Wei Jiji's repeated questions. This was not a small matter. Understanding it clearly was very important. Besides its high clarity, glass can also be warmer in sunlight. It's not noticeable in summer, but in winter, it's a big advantage. After all, if you cooperate with me, there will be no disadvantages. The benefits of glass were many, but it depended on whether Wei Jiji was brave, careful, and willing to fight for it. Wei Jiji was silent for a moment, then finally made his decision.
All right.
"I believe in Madam." "Very well, let's discuss the details." Lu Qingjing put down her teacup and stood up, smiling as she looked at Wei Jiji. Wei Jiji immediately understood Lu Qingjing's meaning and quickly stepped back, respectfully offering his hand in a gesture of invitation. "Madam, please." Since they were inside the hall, some topics were not suitable to discuss openly. If they wanted to talk more in detail, they would need to find a private place. Lu Qingjing smiled calmly, nodded, and then left with Kai Wei and Wei Jiji. Meanwhile, Qin Zhao saw Lu Qingjing turn and leave, so he put down what he was holding, looking quite embarrassed. "Your Majesty." Qin Zhao turned his head and gave a cold look to the guard. "Call me Lao Yi," outside the palace. The guard looked upset. After a moment of silence, he said, "Lao Yi, should we leave now?" The guard was also very nervous. His Majesty didn't look happy, and it was clear that the queen had gone out of the palace with the emperor following. This showed the emperor cared about the queen, and now that she was out with a stranger, the emperor must be feeling uncomfortable. Thinking of this, the guard wiped his forehead nervously. He just hoped the emperor wouldn't get angry. Qin Zhao was no child. His only curiosity now was about what that glass thing was and what value it had. But he couldn't hear anything about it. Although he was angry, he could only take a deep breath and hold back. He said, "All right, let's go." Without waiting for the shopkeeper to explain the product behind him, he led the guard away. After leaving Jingqi Pavilion, Qin Zhao went to the tea house opposite. He was curious about what that so-called glass was, so he decided to wait for Lu Qingjing to come out. Once seated, Qin Zhao paused and thought about Lu Yurua's face. He felt a wave of disgust. "Fortunately, I didn't marry her back then. I feel like this woman is a bit two-faced." Qin Zhao raised his hand and touched his chin, genuinely feeling that Lu Yurua was very different from the rumors. Moreover, what was even more confusing was that this Miss Lu Yurua claimed she could produce 1,000 gold coins at will. Wasn't that a bit hard to believe? Thinking of this, Qin Zhao became suspicious of Lu Yurua's claim about the 1,000 gold coins and also sensed something was off with the Lu family's wealth.
Dark E.
"Your subordinate is here." The guard immediately appeared and knelt before Qin Zhao. Qin Zhao slightly narrowed his eyes, tapped the table with one hand, and thought for a moment before saying, investigate the financial situation of the Liu family, and also find out where Liu Yurua's 1,000 gold came from and who she is close to. This matter is not just about wealth. A young lady like Liu Yurua would not normally live such a luxurious life, even if the Liu family favors their legitimate daughter. Therefore, there must be other issues involved. Yes, the guard responded and left. Qin Zhao pondered again, and once he understood everything clearly, his gaze fell on the Jingqi pavilion across from him. He was waiting for Lu Qingjin to come out. Meanwhile, Lu Qingjin had already finished explaining the major uses of the glass to Wei Jingji. After hearing Lu Qingjin's explanation, Wei Jingji's heart was suddenly filled with excitement. Although he didn't know the lady's identity from her speech alone, he could tell she was not an uneducated person. Moreover, since she is called a sister by Liu Yurua, Wei Jingji looked up at Lu Qingjin with a hint of surprise in his eyes. If his guess was correct, this lady was probably the famous Empress Dowager. Thinking of this, Wei Jingji slowly lowered his eyelids, a flash of brilliance passing through his eyes. Lu Qingjin was unaware of all this. Her focus was never on these romantic matters. So, Lord Wei, what are your thoughts now? She had already said everything, explained the benefits and uses of the glass clearly. If there was no cooperation, Lu Qingjin didn't want to waste her time. After all, everyone's time is precious. Wei Jingji smiled slightly. Of course, we will cooperate. I just wonder if the lady has any requirements. Such a good opportunity was like a gift from the sky. Wei Jingji was curious about Lu Qingjin's true purpose. Lu Qingjin smiled calmly. I can give you the technology to make glass. You can open a glass workshop. I won't interfere in the process. I only want a share of the profits. You can imagine how much benefit there is. Besides that, I also need you to help me find some items. Indeed, it was as he expected. Wei Jingji heard these words and immediately smiled. He knew that such a big benefit could not be just for a small amount of money. Thinking of this, Wei Jingji smiled slightly and asked, I wonder, what exactly does this lady want me to help find? Forget about how difficult it might be. The most important thing now is to understand what Lu Qingjin wants him to find. Lu Qingjin tapped her finger on the table, thought for a moment, and then said, I need you to find two things. One is a crop called potatoes and the other is sweet potatoes. What's that? Wei Jingji was stunned upon hearing this. He hadn't expected Lu Qingjin's request to be so unusual. What are sweet potatoes? What are potatoes? He had never heard of them. Are these things very valuable? In Wei Jingji's mind, if they weren't valuable, Lu Qingjin wouldn't go to such lengths or even trade secret recipes for glassmaking in exchange. That's human nature to think that way. But Lu Qingjin, after hearing Wei Jingji's question, slightly frowned and thought for a moment before saying, valuable? That depends on who you ask. To me, they are naturally precious. Or rather, in this era facing the coming Little Ice Age, they are extremely precious. Wei Jingji didn't quite understand what Lu Qingjin meant, but he didn't interrupt. Lu Qingjin continued, these are foreign items, probably not yet known in the Central Plains. I've heard that the Jingqi Pavilion always searches around the world for rare treasures, so I asked them to look for these two items. If they find them, the benefits will surely be significant for Lord Wei. She has the blood of the Flame Emperor and the purest farming bloodline. If she wanted to help someone get rich quickly, it wouldn't be a problem. After hearing this, Wei Jingji looked at Lu Qingjin with surprise, then nodded after a moment. All right, I will inform the trading team. When they go abroad to collect items, they should pay extra attention to these too. But I don't know what they look like. Do you have any comparison? Thinking about how the so-called potatoes and sweet potatoes might not have a clear appearance, Wei Jingji wanted a visual reference. This was easy for Lu Qingjin. She immediately drew a picture, depicting the potatoes and sweet potatoes vividly. Just like this. When you distribute the drawings to the traders, tell them to be on the lookout for these. Okay. After finishing her discussion with Wei Jingji, Lu Qingjin took Kai Wei and left Jingqi Pavilion. Once outside, Lu Qingjin finally felt relieved.
Oh.
The outside air is so much better. I had to act formal inside. It was so tiring. Kai Wei listened to her lady's words and couldn't help but twitch her mouth. Her lady's words
made it hard to know how to respond.
Madam, you looked very elegant and composed just now. I'm sure His Majesty will like that. Lu Qingjin raised an eyebrow and glanced at Kai Wei with a cool look. Don't try to brainwash me. My mind is full of sweet potatoes and potatoes. Nothing else.
What's so good about that man?
Is there some joy in farming? If not, then why should I share my attention with him? Kai Wei immediately closed her mouth after hearing this. All right, she wouldn't say anything more. Later, Lu Qingjin strolled through a busy market, finally found chili seeds in a small grocery store, and was overjoyed.
What did you say?
These are seasonings? After understanding what the chili seeds were for, Lu Qingjin was deeply shocked. Did the shopkeeper know what she was thinking? He nodded and said, Yes, madam. What do you want to do with these chilies? They look small, but they have a very strong flavor, so you should use them carefully. Hearing this, Lu Qingjin realized why life in this era was so hard. Everything was wasted like blind people destroying the sky. It was truly heartbreaking. She took a deep breath, closed her eyes briefly, and then exhaled slowly to calm herself. After calming down, she looked up at the shopkeeper and asked, Do you know what these chilies actually are?
What's that?
The shopkeeper was surprised by her question and shook his head. We don't know. We bought them as small individual pieces. Maybe that's just how they are. Lu Qingjin opened her mouth, hesitated for a moment, then shook her head. It's useless to tell someone who doesn't understand these things. Put all of them in a package for me. Madam. When Kai Wei saw this scene, she was surprised and looked at Lu Qingjin. Why did she buy so much to take back? Lu Qingjin waved her hand, saying she didn't have time to explain everything to Kai Wei now. The shopkeeper was very happy. He chuckled and quickly wrapped up the items for Lu Qingjin. Such a rare good opportunity, maybe only once in 80 years, so she had to seize it. This time, Lu Qingjin returned with many gains. She felt very happy and content as she went back to the palace. Qin Zhao had been secretly following Lu Qingjin. When he saw her return, he hurriedly followed back to the palace. He even pretended as if he had never left the palace. After Lu Qingjin arrived, she quickly soaked the chili seeds in warm water, waiting for them to sprout so she could plant them. Thinking about how delicious the chili would be once ripe, she couldn't help but drool. Back in the imperial study, Qin Zhao still felt uneasy and wasn't in a good mood. When Zhang Dequan saw the emperor's expression, he realized what was bothering him. Your Majesty, the Empress has already returned to the palace. Maybe you should go see her? Qin Zhao turned his head and looked at Zhang Dequan with a cold gaze. Do I look like someone who's just staring at her eagerly? He had already gone out of the palace once, which was enough. Why would he go see her again? Was he shameless? Seeing his emperor still acting proud, Zhang Dequan cleared his throat and said, Well, Your Majesty, we're just trying to check on the Empress. You're right, aren't you? Also, she just returned from outside. We don't know what happened out there, so we should care, right? Zhang Dequan felt it was really difficult. He thought that the emperor clearly cared about the Empress, but didn't want to show it openly. What could he do? As a servant, he could only serve carefully and try to comfort him. He also had to come up with various reasons for the emperor. Qin Zhao, after hearing Zhang Dequan's words, narrowed his eyes slightly. You're right. The Empress just returned from outside, and she said she was out searching for something. I'm just concerned about the country and the people, right? Yes, Your Majesty. What else can Zhang Dequan say? He can only flatter Qin Zhao. His flattery was very satisfying, so Qin Zhao found a good reason and then waved his hand, heading to the Palace of Earthly Tranquility. His biggest curiosity was about the glass that Lu Qingjin mentioned. When he arrived at the Palace of Earthly Tranquility, he found no servants around. Qin Zhao frowned and looked around outside the palace hall. Where are the people? Where did all the servants go? Zhang Dequan also felt surprised and cautiously looked at Qin Zhao, saying, Could it be that they all went with the Empress to farm? Isn't that always the Empress's way of doing things? Now, all the servants in the palace of earthly tranquility seem to be skilled at farming. Even the emperor himself is quite adept at it. Qin Zhao thought about it and nodded, then took Zhang Dequan directly to the imperial garden. Sure enough, they couldn't find anyone in the palace of earthly tranquility, but they found them in the imperial garden. Empress, the emperor is here. Kai Wei was the first to spot the emperor and quickly reported to Lu Qingjin. Lu Qingjin raised an eyebrow, turned around, and saw Qin Zhao walking quickly over. She looked down at the chili seeds she had used her spiritual power to grow. A slight smile appeared on her face, then she turned and left the garden. Your Majesty. Lu Qingjin stepped forward and bowed to Qin Zhao. This formal etiquette was rarely seen from Lu Qingjin, but now she was so proper, Qin Zhao felt a bit uncomfortable. Empress, you may rise. Qin Zhao coughed and was a bit on guard. After all, when Lu Qingjin ordered him around, she was never gentle. Seeing Qin Zhao like this, Lu Qingjin couldn't help but smile. This person really was quite amusing. Your Majesty, I found something good outside the palace. Would you like to experience it yourself? Did she really find something outside the palace? This made Qin Zhao curious. He narrowed his eyes slightly, observing Lu Qingjin and thinking about whether what she said was true or false. Then he coughed and asked what good thing. Lu Qingjin saw Qin Zhao interested and quickly revealed the seeds she was holding. Your Majesty, this thing is called chili pepper. It is a crop that produces a high yield and is a rare delicacy. When the chili peppers are ready, I will prepare some for you to taste. How does that sound? Eating. Qin Zhao currently feels no joy from anything except for the idea of eating, which constantly stirs his mind. Especially dishes made by Lu Qingjin are incredibly delicious. Even now, Qin Zhao doesn't know what chili peppers look like, but he still salivates at the thought. Good. Seeing Qin Zhao agree happily, Lu Qingjin smiles even more, then clears her throat and says, since your Majesty wants to eat chili peppers, shouldn't we try planting them ourselves? Lu Qingjin. Qin Zhao's face immediately darkens, showing his anger. The servants in the imperial garden see the emperor angry and quickly put down their tools, kneeling down in submission. Your Majesty, please calm down. Please calm down. When the emperor is angry, countless lives are at risk. How can it not be frightening? But Lu Qingjin, facing the emperor's furious look, is not afraid at all. Instead, she slightly lifts her lips and smiles, saying, Your Majesty, as the saying goes, things you grow yourself are more valuable. I believe you understand that. Moreover, tonight I plan to cook dongpa pork. The flavor. Before she can finish, her small bowl suddenly disappears. In the next moment, the once furious emperor now has a dark face, holding the bowl and speaking with righteous words. Empress is right. This concerns the people's livelihood. I should personally take charge. How do we grow this thing? It's enough to make him furious. Qin Zhao never thought he would one day bow his proud back just because of some food. Does Qin Zhao want to resist?
No, he really wants to.
But Qin Zhao understands deep down that if he doesn't work hard, he will never get to taste the delicious dongpa pork. Others might fear his authority and dare not resist, but Lu Qingjin is not like that. Seeing Qin Zhao like this, Lu Qingjin also lifts her lips in a smile. Your Majesty is truly a wise ruler. Knowing to work hard for the people is indeed a blessing for our great you. Hearing this, Qin Zhao also smiles. Of course, I care about the people, not because of that so-called dongpa pork. Lu Qingjin saw Qin Zhao's proud expression and shook her head with a smile. Then she started planting chili peppers with Qin Zhao. Your Majesty, these chili peppers are also good. They are quite spicy, crunchy, and very tasty. When they grow, I will make some for you to eat. Lu Qingjin knew well that this man still needed certain benefits in some areas. Saying nice words was easy, and since Qin Zhao liked to hear them, she decided to tell him. While planting, Qin Zhao listened carefully to Lu Qingjin's words. After a while, he smiled slightly and said, The Empress really knows a lot. Lu Qingjin nodded. She had the strongest farming bloodline from Emperor Yen. She felt very familiar with fruits and vegetables and knew how to make the most of them. However, because Diyu was very poor and many fruits and vegetables hadn't spread widely, her skills felt somewhat useless. But that was okay. She would work hard to find those fruits and vegetables in the future and develop them well, aiming for perfection. Qin Zhao looked up at Lu Qingjing and saw she was very happy. For some reason, during this quiet moment, Qin Zhao felt peaceful. Soon they finished planting the seeds. Qin Zhao let out a breath of relief. A breeze blew through the garden, stirring up some dust that blew right into his eyes. Without thinking, Qin Zhao raised his hand to rub his eyes. "Your Majesty, no." Lu Qingjing saw this immediately and hurriedly shouted. But it was too late. Qin Zhao looked up in surprise, curious to ask what happened, but in the next second, the pain in his eyes hit him hard. He threw the bowl in his hand. "What's going on?" "My eyes. They hurt so much." The pain was intense, almost life-threatening. It made him cry uncontrollably. Qin Zhao covered his eyes and bent down. Lu Qingjing couldn't help but twitch her mouth. This was such a mess. "Your Majesty, I told you earlier these chili peppers are spicy, so the seeds are spicy too. Why are you rubbing your eyes with them?" She thought he was just being silly. But she couldn't just laugh at him now. Lu Qingjing waved her hand and called Zhang Dequan to come forward. "Hurry, support His Majesty and take him out. Have the palace servants prepare clean water to wash His Majesty's eyes." Zhang Dequan was about to faint from fear. Who would have thought such a thing could happen in a good situation? Immediately, Zhang Dequan nodded quickly and ordered the palace servants to prepare. At this moment, Qin Zhao felt like he was about to die. The pain in his eyes was so intense that he could barely stand. Despite being a strong man, he was now unable to control his tears. "Lu Qingjing, what on earth is this thing?" Qin Zhao, despite the pain, still wanted to find out what it was. After all, as an emperor, he held a very noble status. If something truly happened, it would be difficult to handle. Moreover, since Lu Qingjing married into the palace, Qin Zhao had not treated her kindly. So now, he had good reason to suspect that Lu Qingjing might be taking revenge on him. Lu Qingjing, who had been about to speak out of concern, immediately looked grim when she heard Qin Zhao's words. Even when Qin Zhao couldn't see, she slightly narrowed her eyes. "Your Majesty, is that what you really think?" Qin Zhao noticed that Lu Qingjing's tone seemed a bit off, but he had no choice. When facing any situation, he had to be cautious.
"Speak."
The pain in his eyes made Qin Zhao feel a little irritated. Even his words carried a hint of impatience. This tone made Lu Qingjing feel that her previous concern for the man was almost laughable. She nodded. "Very well. Since Your Majesty feels that way, I will just explain and defend myself. You should rest your eyes now." After speaking, Lu Qingjing ignored Kai Wei's anxious and fiery gaze and turned to leave. Such a bad habit. How can he still blame others for his own carelessness? I think he's suffering from delusions of persecution. Lu Qingjing headed towards the palace of earthly tranquility, muttering with anger as she walked. No one could tolerate such things. Perhaps others wouldn't dare oppose her because she was the emperor, but Lu Qingjing simply couldn't stand even the slightest bit of grievance. Everyone is new to this world. Why should she be bullied so badly? So, what if he's the emperor? She's still a descendant of Yen and Huang. Madam, wait for the servant." Kai Wei hurriedly ran up, panting from exhaustion. Lu Qingjing stopped and turned to look at Kai Wei. "Your Majesty, I know what I am doing, so there's no need for you to say more. I will never compromise on this matter. When feeling wronged, one should show it. Otherwise, this foolish emperor might think he can easily bully us." Kai Wei initially wanted to persuade her lady to apologize to the emperor, but seeing her lady's determined expression, she realized that any apology was impossible. She could only sigh helplessly. "Your ladyship, if the emperor is angry, our days might be difficult." Kai Wei was very worried. She thought good days were coming, but now they seemed to be taken away over a small matter. It was truly heartbreaking. Lu Qingjin snorted. So what? I've been through hard times before. Why should I worry about this? It's so ridiculous. After saying that, Lu Qingjin continued walking toward the palace of earthly tranquility. Kaiwei opened her mouth but finally closed it and followed behind the Empress back to the palace. Meanwhile, Qin Zhao, upon realizing Lu Qingjin had left in anger, became even more furious. What is her attitude? Does she still think I am not worth her respect? Zhang Dequan quickly bowed when he heard this. Your Majesty, please calm down, please calm down. The servants in the imperial garden, who had not left, knelt and kowtowed to Qin Zhao at this moment. An emperor's anger could be very frightening. Qin Zhao's anger grew even more. He clenched his fists tightly. He wanted to explode in rage, but his eyes hurt so badly that even a strong man like him was crying from the pain. Compared to anger, face saving was very important. So Qin Zhao shouted loudly, "Where is Qing Shui? Where is Qing Shui?"
Coming.
Zhang Dequan looked back and saw the palace maid quickly approaching with water. He hurried forward to take the basin and helped Qin Zhao wash his face. Qin Zhao rinsed his face several times with cold water, which finally eased the pain. After washing, he wiped his eyes, opened them, and looked at Zhang Dequan with a cold gaze. Where is the Empress? He still remembered how Lu Qingjin had spoken to him just now. As an emperor, he couldn't swallow this insult. Zhang Dequan quickly bowed and said, Your Majesty, the Empress has returned to the palace of earthly tranquility. The Empress's temper was quite fierce. When His Majesty misunderstood her, she immediately became angry and left. If it had been someone else, no one would dare do such a thing. After hearing Zhang Dequan's words, Qin Zhao's face darkened even more.
How bold she is,
he said, then stormed off to Kunning Palace to confront the Empress. Zhang Dequan saw this clearly and quickly stepped forward, quietly whispering in front of the Earth God, Your Majesty. Don't be pork. Qin Zhao had already taken a step forward, but suddenly stopped. He turned his head, his eyes cold and full of anger. What did you say? Say it again. Zhang Dequan immediately realized he had said the wrong thing. He cleared his throat and carefully said, Your Majesty. Your Majesty is wise and mighty. How could you argue with the Empress? Also, the Empress just explained that the chili peppers are spicy, but she hadn't had time to remind you. So, Your Majesty, please don't fuss over this. His words were an attempt to give Qin Zhao an excuse to back down. Qin Zhao could see through this clearly. He paused, then snorted coldly after a moment. Humph. As a man, I wouldn't argue with the Empress. Go back to the study. After saying that, Qin Zhao waved his hand and turned to leave. He wouldn't admit that he was threatened by a bowl of dompa pork. He could only say he was just not going to argue with women. Meanwhile, in the imperial garden, other consorts noticed what had happened. In the pepper room, Consort Shu and a few other concubines gathered, exchanging glances filled with dissatisfaction. Dear sisters, Consort Shu put down her teacup, gently wiped her mouth, and after a moment, smiled slightly. You all probably know that His Majesty is now favoring the Empress. That's not good for us. Since it was her palace, Consort Shu took the lead in speaking. And given the current situation, regardless of the reason, someone had to step forward to suppress it. Otherwise, if the Empress really overshadowed them, what would be left for them in the palace? Li Fei, Xian Fei, and Yun Fei nodded involuntarily after hearing this. They agreed, yes, they needed to find a way to deal with Lu Qingjing. Yun Fei raised her hand and used a handkerchief to wipe her mouth, then said, Our Empress is really impressive. She was originally not favored, but now the Emperor favors her alone. None of us can compare to her. This remark was a bit hurtful. Li Fei was the most sensitive to these words because she believed she was the most noble person in the palace. Even with the Empress, her elegance was unmatched. Hearing Yun Fei's words, her face darkened. Yun Fei, what's wrong? Why are you encouraging others and diminishing yourself? The Empress just used her family support to become the main consort, but isn't she still not as noble as us? She was just an unloved daughter of a noble family. Could she really turn the world upside down? They absolutely would not allow Lu Qingjing to take the spotlight. We must think of a way, Li Fei said. If we don't, and Lu Qingjing keeps stealing the show, we'll be too passive. Concubine Xian thought about this and felt uneasy. They had tried everything, but the emperor seemed enchanted by Lu Qingjing, almost under her spell. What should we do? Li Fei bit her lip, unsure what to say. Concubine Shu slightly curled her lips and after a moment, snorted, "Don't worry, I have a plan." She had a rough idea, but wouldn't tell the other 3 consorts. She then said, "Why don't we go meet the Empress?" The 4 looked at each other and agreed unanimously. After some preparations, they headed to Kuan-Ning Palace. "Empress, the concubines are here," Kai Wei reported when she saw the 4 consorts arriving. She looked a little fearful. Lu Qingjing was already feeling upset. Hearing this, she raised an eyebrow and let out a laugh. Perfect timing. I was feeling quite annoyed. Since they want to cause trouble, I'll play along. Lu Qingjing stood up confidently and left the inner chamber for the main hall. "Greetings, Empress." The 4 consorts lazily bowed when they saw her come out. The indifferent look on her face made it seem like she didn't even notice Lu Qingjing. Could Lu Qingjing not understand what they meant? At that moment, Lu Qingjing let out a small laugh and sat in the main seat, looking calmly at the 4 consorts. "Are all of you here at the Palace of Earthly Tranquility for something?
Or
are you here because you miss me and want to visit?" Her words sounded fake, but she spoke so naturally that it seemed like the 4 consorts genuinely cared about her. Hearing this, the 4 consorts immediately felt disgusted. Consort Shu was the smartest among them. She slightly squinted her eyes and let out a small laugh before saying, "Your Majesty, you praise us too much. We are all sisters, and of course, we haven't seen each other in a while. We just miss our sister and wanted to come see her." After saying this, Consort Shu glanced at the other 3 consorts. "Isn't that right, everyone?" Her words instantly made the others smile. "Yes, Sister Shu is right. We also miss the Empress very much. We're just worried about her and came to see her." But these words were just polite talk. No one should take them seriously. Lu Qingjing raised an eyebrow and looked at them, sensing their insincerity. They were probably just jealous. However, she chose not to expose them. "Since you're here, sit down." She raised her hand and looked at them. She wanted to see what these 4 women planned to do, and what they could actually do. The 4 consorts exchanged glances and sat down stubbornly, feeling a bit resentful. So, Consort Shu smiled slightly and said, "Your Majesty, His Majesty has been with you all this time. We are all very jealous." "Jealous?" Hearing this, Lu Qingjing narrowed her eyes slightly and stroked her chin thoughtfully. These women clearly came with bad intentions. They claimed to be jealous, but in fact, they were just envious. Seeing the emperor and her so close and happy made them unable to bear it and want to cause trouble. Thinking of this, Lu Qingjing smiled sweetly. "All of you are flattering me. His Majesty's love for me is so obvious. I really don't know what to do." When the 4 consorts heard this, their faces darkened even more. What kind of words were those? Could it be that the 4 consorts are just decorations? "But Your Majesty, in our harem, the greatest opportunity is to gain favor, especially for you, Empress. You should set an example for us, showing what it means to share blessings equally, right?" But now, not only is Lu Qingjing not sharing favor equally, she is even occupying the emperor's affection. Isn't that a bit inappropriate? Lu Qingjing glanced at the virtuous consort who was speaking. She immediately used her words to pressure her, using morality to manipulate her. Sorry, but besides farming, Lu Qingjing doesn't care much about anything else.
so?
Are you implying that if the emperor comes again in the future, I should push him away? That way, I look pure and kind, right? The virtuous consort didn't speak, but her meaning was very clear. At that moment, Lu Qingjing shook her head with a sigh. "Virtuous consort, do you often daydream in the daytime?" Forget whether I like this favor or not, but the Emperor's decisions are not something you and I can control. Are you trying to influence the Emperor's decisions? This high-handed attitude immediately made the virtuous consort's face turn pale. I dare not. She immediately knelt down, trembling slightly. The others also looked unhappy at this moment, because they had come to Kunning Palace to cause trouble for Lu Qingjing, but now it seemed she had taken care of them instead. Lu Qingjing slightly raised her eyebrows, noticing their unhappy expressions, and her smile grew wider. What's wrong? Do any of you have doubts? If so, please feel free to speak. The virtuous consort was completely silent out of fear, and Li Fei and the others exchanged glances, knowing that today's visit would likely be fruitless. They bowed and took their leave. After they left, Lu Qingjing's expression softened. Madam. Kai Wei blinked, looking at the Empress with a slightly anxious gaze. Madam, these 4 consorts are not easy to deal with. Today, if they have any schemes against you, we are always on guard, but it's hard to be prepared. Hearing this, Kai Wei was very worried. Lu Qingjing only scoffed and smiled when she heard this. Scheming against her? They'll have to show some real ability first. Lu Qingjing has never felt upset over such small matters. She understands the thoughts of the 4 consorts very well, but since they haven't done anything to her for now, she doesn't bother to confront them. Kai Wei thought for a moment. Her lady has changed a lot over time, much more than before, so she no longer worries. Then she blinked and said to the Empress, Your Majesty, didn't you promise to make dongpa pork for His Majesty? It's about time now. Lu Qingjing glanced at the sky, and then at Kai Wei. How dare he falsely accuse me, and still want to eat my dongpa pork? Impossible. Lu Qingjing is also a person with a temper. No matter what happened, false accusations are wrong. Kai Wei knew that the Emperor was at fault, but after all, he is the ruler. Your Majesty, but he is still the Emperor. The Emperor? Lu Qingjing snorted and waved her hand dismissively. I don't care. She is also someone with a temper. Whether that dog Emperor is truly the ruler or not, she can't swallow this insult over such a matter. So, let him dream about eating dongpa pork. Qin Zhao had been eagerly waiting for the dongpa pork, but as evening approached, no one from the Palace of Earthly Tranquility came to invite him. Qin Zhao's face grew paler. Zhang Dequan saw this and was worried. He hurriedly ran out while Qin Zhao wasn't paying attention and rushed to the Palace of Earthly Tranquility.
Oh, dear.
Miss Kai Wei, what is going on? Didn't the Empress promise to make dongpa pork for His Majesty? Why hasn't the food been served yet? Zhang Dequan was anxious. The Emperor was waiting eagerly, but the Empress's side had no news, and His Majesty's face looked so dark it was frightening. As servants, seeing their master like this, they were also scared. Kai Wei listened to Zhang Dequan and bowed in reply, then sighed helplessly. Master Zhang, I really don't know what to do. You also know my lady's personality. His Majesty questioning her in front of so many people. Anyone would feel resentful. After Tsai Wei finished speaking, she carefully looked at Zhang Dequan. Moreover, my lady has done so much, all for the good of His Majesty. Our great Yu is already in trouble, and although my lady has tried her best to improve things, she still can't get the understanding she deserves. People's hearts can turn cold. In fact, this kind of thing isn't really a big deal in strict terms. But since her own lady can't stand being wronged, Tsai Wei couldn't influence the Empress's thoughts, so she could only tell Zhang Dequan this. Oh, dear. When Zhang Dequan heard this, his face immediately turned pale. Miss Tsai Wei, I know you're a good girl. This matter, well, it's hard for us to handle since it falls on us. Can you try to persuade the Empress? His Majesty is waiting over there. Everything should be considered with the Emperor's interests first, right? Hearing this, Tsai Wei also felt a bit troubled. Lord Zhang, it's not that I won't help you. You know my lady's temper these days. She prefers soft words over es. Since His Majesty questioned her, she should be angry. Anyway, I think this matter shouldn't be left for my lady to soften first. Everyone cares about their own master, after all. Now that things have turned out like this, although Tsai Wei knew that person was His Majesty, she still felt sorry for her lady. Zhang Dequan could see that asking Wei was impossible, so he sighed helplessly and nodded. All right, I'll go back first. When he returned to the imperial study, he immediately received the emperor's gaze. Although restrained, it still carried a hint of expectation. Zhang Dequan sighed. Your Majesty, I just checked with the kitchen. The chef said that if the chili accidentally got into the eyes, it would indeed be very spicy and cause tears. So, this matter has nothing to do with the Empress. Qin Zhao, hearing this, slightly narrowed his eyes and looked sharply at Zhang Dequan.
So?
Was he concerned about this matter? He clearly cared more about that donpa pork. Ahem. So, Your Majesty, you have wronged the Empress. Zhang Dequan forced himself to say this. The Empress was angry, so the donpa pork was ruined. That's such a simple matter, isn't it? Qin Zhao was not a fool. Although Zhang Dequan spoke politely, Qin Zhao understood what he meant. He let out a laugh and then nodded. Good. Very good. After saying that, he sat directly behind the desk and began reading the memorials, not mentioning the donpa pork anymore. But by the time the lanterns were lit, Qin Zhao's stomach was growling loudly. Still, he stubbornly held back his hunger. He couldn't bear to eat, especially since the food made by Lu Qingjing was so delicious. After eating her dishes, he lost all interest in the palace kitchen's food. He would rather go hungry than settle for less. Zhang Dequan also heard the growling stomach and felt truly sorry for his emperor. Your Majesty, the palace kitchen made some snacks. Would you like to have a little? He was genuinely worried about Qin Zhao. But Qin Zhao cast a faint glance at Zhang Dequan, successfully making him swallow his words. In Kuanning Palace, Lu Qingjing placed a plate of donpa pork on the table and then smiled slightly. Wei saw her lady's smile and, for some reason, felt a little scared. Madam, your smile. Lu Qingjing raised an eyebrow slightly, then tilted her chin toward the table. Go ahead, take this plate of donpa pork to your Majesty. Wei was surprised and blinked, then asked cautiously, Madam, aren't you angry? She had tried to comfort her lady before, but her lady was firm in saying she wouldn't forgive the emperor. Now, why was she asking her to bring the pork to him? Lu Qingjing slightly curled her lips and said with a smile, a kite's string needs to be pulled gradually. You can't hold it too tight, nor let it go too loose. Wei was momentarily confused and didn't understand what she meant. Madam? Not understanding. Lu Qingjing smiled and tapped the plate of donpa pork, saying, if we want the emperor to willingly support us, we need to occasionally reward him. No matter if he's angry or not, he probably hasn't eaten much today. Now I've brought him the dish he's been thinking about. What do you think? Wei was stunned and immediately understood what she meant. Then your Majesty will surely be very pleased. Not only was I comforted, but I believe His Majesty must also have felt deeply touched. Lu Qingjing nodded. So, let's send it over. Wei responded cheerfully and then carefully placed the trembling donpa pork into the food box before heading to the imperial study. At the door of the imperial study, a young saw Wei carrying the food box and immediately widened his eyes.
Oh.
Isn't that Sister Wei? Why is she coming here? The young bowed respectfully to Wei. In the harem, if someone gains favor, they will surely be treated with high regard. Thinking back, when our Empress was not favored, Wei was also neglected. Wei snorted softly and said, Did you see that? Do you know what I came here for? The young's eyes flickered as he looked at the food box, even smelling the fragrant aroma wafting from it. Standing at the door of the imperial study, he knew very well what was happening inside. His Majesty was in a bad mood today, so if the food box was delivered, he would surely be pleased and smile happily.
Oh.
Dear ancestors, you arrived just in time. Our Emperor is in a bad mood now, but with this loving midnight snack from the Empress, I believe His Majesty will feel much better. His words were quite eloquent, and upon hearing this, Wei silently gave a thumbs up to her Empress. Wei knew that these words were just flattery, so she snorted softly. All right, hurry up and take it in to His Majesty. Our Empress worked hard all afternoon to prepare this, so don't delay the taste. Yes, yes. I'll deliver it right away. The young understood that the food box was crucial for safety, so after speaking, he quickly bowed to Kai Wei and hurried into the imperial study. Seeing the young go inside, Kai Wei smiled slightly and joyfully turned back to the palace of benevolent tranquility. Inside the imperial study, Zhang Dequan was so nervous he didn't dare breathe. His Majesty's face was indeed grim, and the atmosphere in the room felt heavy. Official, official. At this moment, the young entered cautiously and gently called Zhang Dequan's name. Zhang Dequan was momentarily stunned. When he saw the little, he didn't care about the little's teasing gestures. Instead, he immediately glared at him sharply. Turning carefully, he looked at His Majesty, who was focused on reading a memorial. Zhang took a deep breath and then stepped back to leave. Come in and speak. But just as he took a step forward, Qin Zhao noticed him. Qin Zhao suddenly threw down the document in his hand and looked up with cold eyes at Zhang Dequan. Qin Zhao knew very well that if it wasn't a big matter, Zhang Dequan wouldn't bother. Right now, their biggest concern was the conflict between the Empress Dowager and the Empress, and also that the Emperor was hungry. Honestly, Qin Zhao was secretly hoping that someone from the palace of Kuan had come to invite him to eat dongpa pork. If he couldn't get to eat it again, Qin Zhao felt he might lose his temper completely. Zhang Dequan hurriedly stepped back, feeling helpless and a little nervous. He didn't know what the little wanted him to do. Come in, Zhang Dequan called out to the little. In the past, the little would have been terrified. But today, because he had a protective charm, he was not afraid. So after Zhang Dequan spoke, the little quickly carried the food box forward. Your Majesty, this. When the food box appeared before them, Zhang Dequan immediately relaxed, and Qin Zhao's eyes suddenly became very eager. This is. He had some ideas in his mind but was afraid to believe them. He was very surprised and curious. The little chuckled and said, reporting to Your Majesty, this was sent by Miss Kai Wei from the palace of Kuan. She made the dongpa pork herself after a long time. Knowing that Your Majesty hadn't had a late-night snack, she brought it here. He added some flattering words to make it sound more appealing. Originally, Miss Kai Wei didn't say these things, but the little also wanted the Emperor to be happy. Zhang Dequan was very clever. After hearing this, he understood what was going on. He lowered his eyes, then smiled, and began to praise the Emperor.
Oh, wow.
Your Majesty, look, the Empress is still very concerned about you. Although she doesn't say it out loud, deep down, she truly cares about you. Flattering like this really hits the mark. Originally, Qin Zhao was in a very bad mood, but when he saw the food box, he felt a bit better. Now, after hearing Zhang Dequan's words, he was even happier. However, as an emperor, he still needed to keep his dignity. He cleared his throat and said, Ahem. Of course. I am the son of heaven, the husband of the Empress. Naturally, she must do her best for me. Zhang Dequan quickly nodded with a smile, secretly glad that His Majesty's words hadn't been overheard by the Empress. Otherwise, given her temper, she would definitely be angry with the Emperor. And anger is one thing, but if something else happens in the future, the ones who suffer most will be their servants. You're right.
You're right.
Zhang Dequan wasn't stupid. At this moment, he had to say nice things to the Emperor. Anyway, so far, it's always been the Emperor who's right. Hearing this, Qin Zhao felt very pleased. He waved his hand and said, That's enough. Don't disturb me.
Yes.
Zhang Dequan shot a glance at the young, and the two of them turned and left the study. After they left, Qin Zhao rubbed his hands together, feeling very excited. Carefully, he opened the food box. In that instant, the unique aroma of meat wafted out, making his mouth water almost uncontrollably. As he thought, this is truly the work of the Empress, he admired it deeply. After examining the food carefully, he picked up his chopsticks, grabbed a piece of dongpa pork, and put it in his mouth. He couldn't even speak a word. Qin Zhao immediately focused all his attention on enjoying the delicious food. 1 bite, 2 bites, 3 bites. And then, it was gone. After finishing the last piece of meat, Qin Zhao looked at the plate and realized there was no more meat left. He paused for a moment. Is that all? Is the Empress being too stingy? Thinking this, he felt very disappointed. Just as he was getting excited about the food, it was gone.
How could he accept that?
There was still clear, shiny broth in the plate and a bowl of white rice in the food box. Qin Zhao hesitated, then finally decided to follow his heart. He scooped the white rice onto the plate, mixing it with the meat juices from the dompa pork, and quickly finished it all. After finishing, Qin Zhao was only about 70% full, but the most important thing was the delicious aroma in her mouth, which made her crave it endlessly. That feeling was truly torturous. The Empress must have done it on purpose. Qin Zhao clenched her teeth tightly, finally realizing that Lu Qingjin had deliberately done it. She didn't believe that Lu Qingjin could make such a big piece of meat just once. In fact, Lu Qingjin had indeed done it on purpose. When Kai Wei returned to Kuanning Palace and saw the large plate of meat, she was stunned.
Madam.
Your Majesty? She thought her own lady had only made a few small pieces, all of which were given to the Emperor. She didn't expect that she would see such a big surprise upon returning. Seeing Kai Wei return, Lu Qingjin waved her over. You're back? Come and have a late-night snack. Lu Qingjin was not a stingy person. Even when dealing with servants like Kai Wei, she was very caring. If there was good food, she wouldn't forget Kai Wei. Kai Wei was initially uncomfortable but gradually got used to dining with the Empress. Naturally, she served the Empress during meals, and only after the Empress finished eating would she eat herself. But right now, this scene still made her feel a bit uneasy. Madam, you've made so much food? What about His Majesty? Why did she only send over 2 small pieces? Kai Wei was very curious and couldn't understand what her lady was trying to do. Lu Qingjin heard this and slightly curved her lips. After a moment, she said, You can't figure it out? Then let me tell you what I really want to do. Kai Wei nodded quietly, waiting for her lady to speak. Lu Qingjin gently tapped her fingers on the table, then looked at Kai Wei and asked, Kai Wei, I ask you, if good things are used by you every day, would you still cherish them? Hearing this, Kai Wei frowned slightly, thought for a moment, and shook her head confidently.
No.
Of course not. If something is used every day, it means it's not lacking. Things that are not lacking are naturally not cherished. Although Kai Wei hadn't studied for many days, she understood this point very well. Lu Qingjin listened and nodded with a smile. That's right. You understand this principle. So, does our emperor also understand it? This statement is quite meaningful. Kai Wei's little mind was really having trouble understanding it. Your Majesty, I don't understand, she said. What does this have to do with His Majesty? Or with dompa pork? Lu Qingjin helplessly looked at Kai Wei. You just praised her for being clever, and now she seems to have lost her mind. People really can't stand too much praise. Immediately, Lu Qingjin picked up a piece of the clear, shiny dompa pork and took a bite. Then she let out a laugh and said, They gave too much. If someone eats until they feel sick, how can it still be good? Kai Wei was stunned at first. Then she understood what her lady meant. At that moment, Kai Wei truly admired and respected her lady. Kai Wei never thought about such things before. Now, hearing her lady say this, she felt that her lady's words made a lot of sense. Your Majesty is wise. Whether she is wise or not doesn't matter to Lu Qingjin. She never wanted things to turn out this way. It was just that Qin Zhao was too self-righteous. Did he really think that because he was emperor he could do whatever he wanted? Lu Qingjin wouldn't encourage Qin Zhao's temper, so sometimes she had to give him a gentle reminder. Thinking of this, Lu Qingjin picked up another piece of meat. Yes, it's really delicious. Because of Qin Zhao's attitude, her status in the palace was rising. The kitchen staff didn't dare to withhold ingredients from her, which gave Lu Qingjin more chances to cook and treat herself. But right now, Lu Qingjin also thought of something else. Has there been any response from the imperial study? Kai Wei tilted her head and thought for a moment before replying. Reporting to Your Majesty, the little guarding the door of the imperial study saw me carrying a food box. He almost knelt down to kowtow to me. The look on his face was quite amusing. Kai Wei truly felt surprised by this. It was something she hadn't expected at all. Lu Qingjin nodded. Take it away. She had made the donpa pork today, mainly to reward Qin Zhao. If it weren't for Qin Zhao unjustly accusing her in the imperial garden today, she would have let him eat the donpa pork freely in the palace of Confronting. This situation was a reminder to all men, never offend a woman, no matter who you offend. Lu Qingjin shook her head and, after a moment, let out a helpless sigh. Then she said, the emperor still underestimates me too much. Does he really think I am the same easy-to-budge young noble daughter I used to be? People can change, and the biggest mistake Qin Zhao made was judging herself with her old eyes. But there's no need to talk about these things now. Lu Qingjin had already dealt with Qin Zhao and wouldn't hold on to the matter any longer. Lu Qingjin has always disliked being disturbed by idle people, but heaven doesn't seem to let her have peace for long. Just like now. The next morning, Lu Qingjin first went to the imperial garden to check on the seeds. After confirming that her spiritual energy had helped the seeds sprout overnight, she felt at ease. She was thinking about going back to prepare some good food to reward herself, but as soon as she returned to Confronting Palace, a palace maid reported that the fourth consort had come again. Again? Lu Qingjin raised an eyebrow, not quite understanding what the fourth consort was trying to do. She was not a person who feared trouble. Her current confusion was just curiosity. After waving the maid away, she entered the hall. The fourth consort was sitting there drinking tea and chatting. When she saw Lu Qingjin return, they exchanged glances before standing up to bow. Your Majesty, I humbly pay my respects to the Empress. They always behaved this way, as if they looked down on Lu Qingjin, even though she had just been dealt with yesterday by Lu Qingjin. Lu Qingjin didn't mind. She walked to the main seat and sat down. After taking a sip of tea, she slowly raised her hand.
Sit down.
The fourth consort felt a surge of resentment, but couldn't say anything. She could only endure her dissatisfaction. Xu Fei was beaten yesterday and was probably too afraid to speak today. Meanwhile, Li Fei slightly narrowed her eyes, thought for a moment, then bowed again to Lu Qingjin and said, Empress, we sisters also want to take care of His Majesty. So right now we're thinking, maybe you could help us come up with a way so that His Majesty will notice us more. Li Fei's words sounded very clever. She was shifting the troublesome matter onto Lu Qingjin. If Lu Qingjin refused now, it would seem petty and spoiled. But if she agreed, regardless of the reason, it would still feel quite unpleasant. Lu Qingjin heard this and raised an eyebrow as she looked at the four consorts. She felt that these four people were truly tired of their lives. Are you all bored and coming here to tease me? Lu Qingjin put down her teacup and looked at them with a subtle warning. Honestly, the four consorts had been provoking her from the start. When she saw Lu Qingjin angry, she wasn't surprised at all. The Li concubine also bowed and said, Your Majesty, we're not trying to cause trouble. We just hope to spend more time with the Emperor. But he favors your sister so much, and she doesn't consider us as sisters. We have no choice but to find our own way. She sounded quite aggrieved. Lu Qingjin initially didn't think much of these words, but now she couldn't help but laugh. Very good. They were blaming her now, weren't they? But their dissatisfaction and accusations had nothing to do with her. Lu Qingjin slightly curled her lips and said after a moment, If any of you are capable, then work hard. There's no need to complain to me. I've said before, the Emperor's decisions are beyond our control. If he favors someone, then let him. I don't care. After speaking, Lu Qingjin raised her hand. Kai Wei hurried forward to support her. Lu Qingjin stood up and looked down at the four consorts. If you have nothing to do later, you might as well ask your family's favored concubine. They are all people who act arrogantly and cruelly. There's no need to cause trouble here.
I don't tolerate that.
She finished and waved her hand. Go back now. Lu Qingjin, what are you so proud of? Don't forget your status. Yun Fei couldn't hold back anymore. She looked at Lu Qingjin with a cold gaze, clearly very angry. She was just a minor lady, and back in her family, she was not favored. Even now, being bullied in the palace, Lu Qingjin couldn't find anyone to stand up for her. Everyone understood this deep down, so they looked at Lu Qingjin with disdain. Yunfei, what did you say? I didn't hear you clearly. Say it again. Lu Qingjin's face also darkened. Usually, they would play small tricks on each other and Lu Qingjin didn't take it seriously. After all, if someone doesn't like you, there's nothing you can do to force them to like you. But when it turned into personal attacks, wasn't that going too far? At this moment, Yunfei was angry and didn't care about anything else. She snorted coldly, and her eyes were full of contempt for Lu Qingjin.
What does it matter what I say?
Lu Qingjin, what kind of person are you? Don't you realize it yourself? Don't think that just because you've used a little charm to impress the emperor, you can do whatever you want. Let me tell you, our sisters won't fall for your tricks. Believe it or not, even if the four of us mistreat you today, you won't have anyone to complain to. Yunfei knew Lu Qingjin's background at her family home, which was why she dared to speak so boldly. Otherwise, even with two guts, Yunfei wouldn't dare to speak to the Empress like that. She was truly furious. The other four consorts paused at this moment. Although they didn't speak, their attitude clearly showed they didn't take Lu Qingjin seriously. Lu Qingjin nodded. Good, very good. Why does the Empress keep saying good over and over? Just then, the Emperor's voice came from the door, carrying a hint of doubt and even a touch of happiness. The four consorts were stunned. First, they felt a little pleased, then became nervous. They quickly stood up and turned to bow to the Emperor. Your Majesty, I have seen you. Long live the Emperor. Long live, long live. The four beauties bowed together, their shy and timid expressions making others feel envious and jealous. Seeing the four consorts like this, Lu Qingjin just let out a laugh. The Emperor has arrived just in time. All four sisters are thinking of you so much. They came to my palace, Kunning Palace, with the purpose of introducing me to you. When she said this, the four consorts felt a bit embarrassed. They thought it was quite embarrassing, but they had no choice. The Emperor truly ignored them, and if they had even a little bit of a way to get his attention, they wouldn't come to the Empress's palace for nothing. Now they were even being mocked by the Empress, whom they looked down on all along. The four consorts stood aside without saying a word. Qin Zhaoyuan was not interested in these women at all. Her marriage was just a revenge against the Lu family, and her impulsive actions to embarrass Lu Qingjin were just to get back at her. Currently, it seems that Lu Qingjin didn't take this matter seriously and instead felt very annoyed inside. Thinking of this, Qin Zhao turned to glance at the four consorts. How I handle things is not something you can control. If you come to the Empress, I must listen to her? Qin Zhao's tone was very cold, and his face looked quite displeased as he spoke. The four consorts did not expect the outcome to be like this. They hurriedly knelt down and begged for mercy. I dare not. I dare not, Your Majesty. Li Fei also clenched her teeth, feeling very unwilling. Who would have thought that things would turn out this way? They didn't take Lu Qingjin seriously at first and never cared about her thoughts. Now, because of the Empress's words, the Emperor is angry with them. Li Fei realized that in the Emperor's heart, the Empress holds absolute weight. Li Fei was not a fool. After thinking for a moment, she took a deep breath and then said, Your Majesty, you have wronged us. We came here only to see the Empress. We had no other intentions. Who would believe this? Whether it would be believed or not, Li Fei had already spoken. If the Emperor didn't believe her, then he was biased. Lu Qingjin and Qin Zhao both understood this. Qin Zhao also looked at Lu Qingjin. Lu Qingjin raised an eyebrow. The truth of the matter needs Your Majesty to judge. I can't say much. Everyone knew what these women were thinking. Moreover, the background of the four consorts was quite influential. If Qin Zhao wanted to punish them, he would have to think carefully. In other words, even if Qin Zhao didn't care about these things, criticizing the consorts over such a small matter was not appropriate. Qin Zhao also understood this. He knew that Lu Qingjin's words were a way for her to find a way out. Originally, Qin Zhao felt guilty toward Lu Qingjin. Now, because of her words, he felt even more sorry for her. After a while, Qin Zhao suppressed his feelings and turned to the four consorts, saying, "In the future, stop trying to influence the Empress. This matter has nothing to do with you. Also, stop making noise here. Do you understand?" Although the four concubines felt some regret, since the emperor had already spoken, they couldn't refuse to show respect. They bowed and nodded in agreement. "Yes, I understand," they said. After receiving their response, Qin Zhao, slightly annoyed, waved his hand. "That's enough, you may leave now." The four concubines exchanged glances and then bowed before leaving. Lu Qingjing looked at Qin Zhao. "Your Majesty, is there something you want to talk about?" Don't forget, yesterday they had a small disagreement, so Lu Qingjing naturally wouldn't be in a good mood with Qin Zhao. Being able to give Qin Zhao face in front of the other consorts was already quite good. After a night of thinking and still feeling a bit unsatisfied from the delicious dongpa pork, Qin Zhao finally decided to come and talk to the Empress about this matter. "Empress, would you be willing to listen to a story I want to tell you?" Lu Qingjing was a little surprised and raised an eyebrow at Qin Zhao, not quite understanding why he wanted to tell her story at this moment. But since an emperor telling a story is a special thing, she decided to listen. She gave a subtle look to Kaiwei. Kaiwei immediately understood what her lady meant and hurriedly left to prepare tea for the emperor. Kaiwei was more experienced in this kind of situation. "Your Majesty, please." Lu Qingjing invited Qin Zhao to sit down. Qin Zhao sat and slightly narrowed his eyes, pausing for a moment as if he was recalling or thinking. "Empress, have you ever experienced being constantly worried about your life every day?" Lu Qingjing initially didn't pay much attention to what Qin Zhao was saying, but upon hearing his words, she looked up in surprise, her eyes filled with a hint of doubt. Normally, such private matters shouldn't be shared with her. "Your Majesty?" Qin Zhao waved his hand. "It's nothing." Qin Zhao understood what Lu Qingjing was about to say. Having spent so many days together, he believed he knew her well and wouldn't be cautious just because of this small matter. Today, sharing these thoughts with her wasn't impulsive. The most important reason was because he trusted her. It might sound funny, but Qin Zhao just wanted to believe in her. "Since I can remember, I have always tried to find ways to protect myself. I don't want others' schemes to shake me. Maybe it's an instinctive reaction, so no matter what happens, I immediately think it's an attempt to harm me." After saying this, Qin Zhao himself smiled bitterly. "Is it very sad for me to be an emperor? It's not just about himself, but also about the great you. Since he took the throne, the treasury has been empty and the entire country is in chaos. The people's lives are hard. Although Qin Zhao has never shown it, that doesn't mean he isn't under pressure." At this moment, Qin Zhao feels very restless inside. Lu Qingjin doesn't know that, as an emperor, his mind is filled with so many worries. She looks at Qin Zhao with surprise. "Your Majesty, aren't you tired?" She asks the most useless question. But for Qin Zhao, it's the warmest thing he's heard, because for many years, no one has ever cared enough to ask if he's tired. Qin Zhao takes a deep breath and gently closes his eyes. "How could I not be tired? I am only human." Lu Qingjin blinks. Honestly, this kind of comfort doesn't suit Lu Qingjin. She prefers teasing people. But seeing Qin Zhao like this, she holds back her words. "Your Majesty, don't put too much pressure on yourself. Whatever happens, there's always a way to solve it. The Little Ice Age is about to arrive, and her purpose is to help Great You get through it. The most important thing now is to find seeds that can feed people. Once found, with her Yanhuang bloodline, she can ensure the people live better lives and prevent the Little Ice Age from happening again." But she doesn't tell Qin Zhao these words. "Your Majesty, have you thought about how the people are suffering too? The main issue is that agriculture isn't developed. If agriculture were advanced, how could such problems happen?" Qin Zhao frowns when he hears this and looks at Lu Qingjin. What does the Empress mean by that? He feels a bit confused about her words. Lu Qingjin isn't in a hurry. In this backward time, if she argues with them, she might just get herself very angry. Just then, Kaiwei brought in a cup of fine Longjing tea and carefully placed it beside the two imperial consorts. Lu Qingjing took a sip of tea, and the rich aroma filled the room, instantly making her feel very happy. She put down her cup, looked at the others, then slightly smiled and said, "Your Majesty, let me give a simple example. This Westlake Longjing is very rare. Only the palace can use it, and others probably won't taste it in their lifetime. What does this mean? Is it because the tea is precious, or because the tea farmers are incapable?" Qin Zhao had never been compared this way before. He frowned and was momentarily confused about what Lu Qingjing was trying to say. Rare things are naturally few in number. What does that have to do with the tea farmers? He never thought it was the farmers' fault. He even believed that the scarcity of Westlake Longjing was what made it a top-quality tea, only available to the palace. Not everyone in the palace could enjoy it either. Is there anything wrong with that? Lu Qingjing shook her head after hearing this, and then let out a light laugh. "Your Majesty, many things can be considered precious. As for Westlake Longjing, it isn't really that special. Its current rarity is simply because the tea farmers are unable to produce more, which makes it valuable." Her words surprised everyone. Qin Zhao frowned and looked at Lu Qingjing, not understanding what she meant. Seeing his confusion, Lu Qingjing smiled and tapped her fingers on the table before saying, "Your Majesty, you should know how things are in Daegu now, right?" Hearing this, Qin Zhao felt quite worried. Daegu was in a state of chaos, with the people suffering from severe poverty. He had thought of ways to fix the situation but couldn't find a good solution. He was anxious and unsure of what to do next. Lu Qingjing's clear explanation made him feel somewhat hopeful. "Does the Empress have a plan?" Lu Qingjing nodded. Of course. Her goal was to help Daegu become more prosperous and to survive the Little Ice Age peacefully. She was very clever and definitely had ideas to make it happen. Qin Zhao listened to this and immediately looked surprised. After a moment, he managed to calm the shock in his heart and then asked, "Does the Empress have any solution?" Lu Qingjing smiled slightly. "Your Majesty, there's no rush with this matter. What I am telling you mainly aims to let you understand that the farmers need to be established. Do you understand?" Seeing Qin Zhao look confused, Lu Qingjing took a deep breath, thought for a moment, and said, "It's like I want you to go to the Imperial Garden to care for those crops. Do you know why?" Qin Zhao heard this and pursed his lips without speaking. He didn't know, and from the beginning to the end, Qin Zhao thought that everything was just the Empress looking for trouble and trying to send him away. He had resisted before, but the Empress's skills were so good that in the end, Qin Zhao still bowed to the delicious food. If it weren't for Lu Qingjing explaining this today, Qin Zhao would still think that all of this was Lu Qingjing torturing him. So, what does the Empress mean by this? He wanted to ask what the Empress was really up to. Lu Qingjing smiled slightly and then said, "It's because I want you to experience it yourself, growing these crops with your own hands, caring for them carefully, and feeling the sense of achievement when the fruits are ripe." She wanted to cultivate Qin Zhao's closeness to the people and the crops, which would make him pay more attention to these things. Now that the emperor himself was interested in crops, he would naturally care more about them in the future. Wouldn't this be a win-win situation? Qin Zhao didn't realize there was such a meaning behind this, and his eyes toward Lu Qingjing changed even more. But Lu Qingjing didn't mind, and just smiled faintly. "So, Your Majesty, in the future, you need to put more effort into caring for the crops in the Imperial Garden." After saying all this, wasn't it ultimately about making Qin Zhao do farm work? Qin Zhao pursed his lips, feeling a little impatient inside, but he still forcibly suppressed his dislike. Because he remembered that he had offended someone. For his future dinner, although he was the emperor, he still had to bow to the 5 bushels of rice. Ahem. Well, Empress, yesterday was my mistake. I come here today to apologize to you. Lu Qingjing was not surprised. Although he was the emperor, if he made a mistake, he naturally had to admit it. "It's okay. I am generous and won't argue much with His Majesty." Qin Zhao's mouth twitched. This empress really is quite bold. But since I did make a mistake yesterday, I won't say much. Empress, do you have dompa pork today? Last night, I only had a small piece, and couldn't even satisfy my craving. Today, I really couldn't resist and came here with a thick face. First, I want to apologize to the Empress. Based on that, I also hope to have another taste of the dongpa pork. Lu Qingjin looked at Qin Zhao, who was acting like a greedy cat, but didn't laugh. After all, in this resource-scarce time, meat isn't rare, but no one has ever cooked it so deliciously. It's understandable that Qin Zhao misses it. But since they already ate the dongpa pork yesterday, making it again today, even if not for herself, Lu Qingjin would feel tired of it. So, Lu Qingjin slightly smiled and said, "Your Majesty, today we won't eat dongpa pork. You should go to the Imperial Garden and clear the weeds in the wheat field. In the evening, I will make Buddha jumps over the wall for you. How about that?" Buddha jumps over the wall? Qin Zhao silently repeated the name of the dish and swallowed. Is what the Emperor said true? Of course. Qin Zhao weighed the pros and cons in his mind. He thought about going to the Imperial Garden to farm, which might slightly affect his imperial dignity. But because of the so-called Buddha jumps over the wall, which stirred his craving, he nodded immediately.
Deal.
It's settled. Lu Qingjin smiled very happily. Then Your Majesty, please go now. Qin Zhao frowned and looked at Lu Qingjin. For some reason, he felt that Lu Qingjin's smile was a bit unsettling, and he couldn't quite get used to it. But for the sake of that delicious Buddha jumps over the wall, Qin Zhao turned around and headed to the Imperial Garden. After leaving the Palace of Earthly Tranquility, the four consorts felt extremely irritable and even angry. Are we really going to be overshadowed by that useless concubine? Concubine Shu felt unwilling. Hearing this, Concubine Lee slightly curled her lips and, after a moment, said, "Then let's see who has the better skills." What does "who has the better skills" mean? The other three consorts didn't understand at first and looked at Concubine Lee with confusion as she turned and left. What does Concubine Lee mean? Who has the better skills? Isn't our enemy the Empress? Yun Fei looked puzzled. The concubine Shu and the concubine Xian both felt confused but didn't say anything. They simply exchanged a glance and then left. After returning to her private chamber, Lady Li changed into a light, flowing silk dress. Her graceful appearance seemed as if she was about to ride the wind and fly away. Wearing the thin silk dress, Lady Li stood by the window for a long time. The night breeze lifted her delicate dress, making her look like she was floating. Her maid, unable to watch anymore, quietly reminded her, "Your Highness, it's windy tonight. Be careful not to catch a cold." Lady Li seemed to be startled and came back to herself. She looked around and saw that only her maid was there. Perhaps she hadn't spoken for a long time and was holding something back. Her voice was hoarse and unnatural. "Why are you the only one here? Where are the others?" The maid was worried and stepped forward to hold her hand. "What's wrong with you? Those people were sent away by you. Don't you remember?" Lady Li paused, as if she just remembered something. She nodded numbly and didn't care about her maid's concern. "What is the Empress doing?"
she asked.
The maid was surprised and answered softly, "Since the Emperor left the Empress, she hasn't left the palace. It's probably late, and she's already asleep." Lady Li was silent for a moment, looked at the night outside the window, and said, "It is indeed late. Let's go. Tell the people to clear the way in front, and we'll go see the Emperor." The maid hesitated for a long time and didn't answer. Lady Li wasn't angry. She just frowned and looked at her. "Why aren't you saying anything? Do you disagree with my plan?" The maid quickly knelt down, her voice trembling. "This is too much, Your Highness. You are the legitimate daughter of the general's family. How can you do such a thing? Xiao Chui has served you since she was in the estate. I really can't bear to see you suffer like this." Lady Li looked at Xiao Chui kneeling on the ground. Her previously numb face finally showed some emotion. She bent down and helped Xiao Chui up, her voice no longer carrying her daytime arrogance. "I know you're doing this for me. I see you as a sister. But everyone has things they want. Can I be a little willful just this once?" Xiao Chui listened to Lady Li's pleading voice and her sobs grew louder. She tightly clutched Lady Li's light silk dress. The cool night breeze blew over her, making her feel as if she had nothing in her hands. After a long while, she sighed and looked down. "No matter what happens, I will always stand by your highness." Consort Lee looked at her departing figure and couldn't help but sigh. She didn't know if she was doing the right thing, but she had no other choice. Thinking of the graceful young man in her memories, she clenched her teeth and resolutely left. The palace at night was no longer as delicate as during the day. The palace walls, carefully cleaned, made even the sound of the wind noticeable. Xiao Chui walked beside Consort Lee and shivered slightly. The night wind was cold, especially now in early autumn before summer. She looked up at Consort Lee, who was only wearing a thin gauze dress, and sighed. It seemed Consort Lee heard her sigh. Though her voice was still cold, it carried more warmth. "I'm fine. This weather isn't much different from when I practiced dance by the lake at home. It's just a short walk, much closer than the Empress's palace." Xiao Chui quickly composed herself and nodded in agreement. "Yes, that shows how much the Emperor favors the Empress." Consort Lee adjusted the jewelry on her head and showed a faint, awkward smile. She nodded slightly, seeming to agree with Xiao Chui. The cold night wind blew, causing her gauze dress to ripple uncomfortably, as if the heavens were mocking their self-deception. But those lost in sleep often refused to wake. Since entering the palace, Wei Fu could only stay outside the study room. He was yawning and complaining about the terrible weather. From afar, he saw Consort Lee and her entourage approaching in a grand procession. His eyes were sharp enough to see her thin gauze dress, and he took a deep breath. Zhang Dequan was serving the emperor, reviewing official documents, when he heard Wei Fu's anxious whisper. Wei Fu was his young apprentice, following him since he was 4 years old. Seeing him act so disrespectfully, Zhang Dequan's face darkened. Qin Zhao also heard and waved dismissively, indicating it was fine. Zhang Dequan hurried to the door, but hadn't yet scolded Wei Fu when he heard Consort Lee's voice. "I come to see the emperor." "Since Wei Fu Gonggong cannot deliver the message, please, Zhang Gonggong." Inside the study, the lights were bright. Zhang Dequan, who had been outside in the dim light, couldn't see clearly at first. He respectfully responded, "Your Grace, this small matter is no problem." As soon as he finished speaking, he saw that Consort Lee was only wearing a thin gauze dress. His voice caught in his throat. Wei Fu lowered his head, afraid to speak. It was obvious what Consort Lee meant, but tradition forbade consorts from seducing the emperor. Entering the study room dressed improperly was a serious taboo. For a moment, Zhang Dequan was at a loss. However, Consort Lee seemed to have anticipated their reaction long ago. "Official, is it inconvenient for you? It seems my brother's words were all lies about his high status. I can't even enter the study now." The power of Consort Lee's family was so great that even the emperor couldn't easily criticize her. Now, her words clearly expressed her intentions. Zhang Dequan's face slightly changed, and he flatteringly said, "Madam, you speak too modestly. If you have any requests, we servants will do our best to fulfill them. Guard Wei, go and inform them quickly." Guard Wei hurriedly ran into the hall. Qin Zhao looked at Wei Fu, who was unsteady, and scolded with some displeasure. "You're becoming more and more unruly." Wei Fu didn't even have time to explain himself. He hurriedly said, "Your Majesty, Consort Lee requests to see you." Qin Zhao didn't quite understand how a consort could scare him like this, but thinking about those women, he became a bit impatient. Before Qin Zhao could say anything, Wei Fu added, "Consort Lee is wearing a gauze dress," and even requested the general. "Your Majesty, you can't refuse to see her." Qin Zhao frowned sharply and threw the inkstone on the table to the ground.
How bold.
"Is she planning to rebel now that I've just ascended the throne?" Wei Fu nodded nervously, not daring to speak. He knew the emperor had taken his words seriously. Qin Zhao sighed deeply and after a long pause, said, "Send her back in my carriage tonight. Say I am busy with official affairs today. Tomorrow, I will visit her palace for breakfast." Wei Fu secretly sighed and left the room. Outside, Consort Lee's eyes seemed to brighten when she saw him come out. He lowered his head, afraid to meet her gaze. The emperor said he is busy today and cannot see you, but he has already ordered the carriage to take you back, Wei Fu said. He also mentioned that tomorrow he will come to your palace for breakfast. The light in Consort Lee's eyes seemed to disappear instantly. She still looked cold, but her tone carried a hint of insistence. I have urgent matters. Zhang Dequan didn't expect Consort Lee to be so persistent, even refusing the emperor's own gesture of goodwill. He chuckled awkwardly and tried to persuade her. Madam, there's no need for this. The emperor values you greatly, as everyone knows. It's really not a big deal to wait one more night. Today, he is busy with official duties, so please go ahead. Consort Lee still stood firmly at the door. I hope the official can report this. I believe my brother wouldn't want me to wait here for a long time without being able to enter. This sentence is a clear threat. Zhang Dequan's face looked even worse. He looked at the Consort Lee as if he no longer showed respect. Your Majesty needs to know what she is doing. This is not just talk. If she angers the emperor, there won't be a second chance. Consort Lee ignored his rudeness and looked around with disdain. Anyone who talks about a second chance must be someone with no real ability. Since the official already knows, he should think carefully. This time, Zhang Dequan said nothing more. He turned and entered the hall. Qin Zhao no longer felt like reading memorials. Seeing Zhang Dequan come in with a pale face, he felt a bit helpless. She still refuses to leave? What's her reason this time? Zhang Dequan hesitated for a moment but told the truth. Reporting to your Majesty, there is no reason this time. Consort Lee said that the general probably doesn't want her to be treated unfairly. Qin Zhao sneered coldly. Since it's like this, just invite her in. I want to see what she is trying to do after all her efforts. Zhang Dequan wiped the sweat from his forehead and went outside. At the door, Consort Lee looked proud, as if she already knew the outcome. Zhang Dequan lowered his head to hide his displeasure and led her inside. Qin Zhao looked even more displeased at her thin clothing. Consort Lee seemed unaware of the tense atmosphere in the room. She gracefully bowed to Qin Zhao and said softly with a mocking tone, It seems that Consort Lee coming here so late at night must mean something important. She smiled gently, her lips pale in the night breeze, and her smile looked even less attractive now. She appeared completely indifferent. I do have something important to tell your Majesty. Please, your Majesty, dismiss the others. Qin Zhao looked at her and thought there was nothing urgent, so he waved his hand to signal Zhang Dequan to leave. Xiao Chui looked at Consort Lee's back, clenched her teeth, and left. The door clicked shut, and the fragrant atmosphere inside the room was not leaked outside. Qin Zhao looked at her coldly, his tone growing more impatient. You can speak now if you have something to say. Consort Lee looked a little wronged at the handsome man in front of her. Why must the emperor treat me like this? I only admire the emperor. Qin Zhao inexplicably felt a bit restless. He took a sip of tea to calm himself before speaking. All women in the harem admire me, but I am the 9-5 supreme. I cannot indulge in personal feelings. If Consort Lee has nothing else, she need not stay any longer. Princess Lee's silk dress slipped to the ground with a slight tremble, revealing her fair, bright skin to the man. Her black hair was spread like clouds over her smooth shoulders, and her red undergarment, shyly hanging between her legs, barely covered her. Qin Zhao's clear eyes were full of sarcasm. It seems Princess Lee has no shame. You should know that dressing improperly in the study to tempt the ruler is a serious crime. I doubt the general has any excuse to defend you. At some point, the smoke in the room grew thicker. Princess Lee stood by the incense burner, which was filled with fragrant smoke. She was unfazed by his words. They say men are heartless, but I don't believe it. I think the emperor has already forgotten about me, but I refuse to let you be given to that concubine. That's all I want. Qin Zhao felt his mind growing foggy. He struggled to sit up and wanted to call Zhang Dequan. Princess Lee approached him and steadied his unsteady body. He could hardly speak loudly. You dare to use medicine? Princess Lee, this is a death sentence. Princess Lee smiled again. She seemed very happy tonight. Her bright face still carried the coldness of the night breeze, but the blush on her cheeks made her look warm. She softly leaned close to Qin Zhao. "Is your majesty too hot? I've been blowing the wind all night, and I feel cold. Don't worry about life or death now, just hold me." Zhang Dequan was pacing anxiously at the door when he heard a loud noise from inside. He hurried inside. Xiao Kui, ignoring proper manners, followed closely behind waifu. In the spacious study, Princess Lee, dressed improperly, knelt a short distance away. A broken incense burner pressed part of her leg, and the unburned ash burned her skin. Xiao Chui hurriedly pushed aside the incense burner, ignoring etiquette. Princess Lee sat there in a daze, her expression vacant. Zhang Dequan quickly helped Qin Zhao up from the throne, while Wei Fu lowered his head carefully, not daring to look at anyone present. After a while, Princess Lee finally spoke softly. "I apologize for my improper conduct. Please, Your Majesty, punish me." Qin Zhao took a deep breath, looking at her legs blistered by the hot ash, and stepped back uncomfortably. "Princess Lee, you are punished with 2 months of confinement. Stay in Liyun Palace to recover." Princess Lee didn't expect her actions to be forgiven so easily. She felt genuine gratitude. "Thank you, Your Majesty." She was trembling as she was helped out of the study. As she left, she heard the man softly say, "This is the only time. I don't want to see this happen again." This one sentence made the woman quietly shed tears all night. Xiao Chui gently helped her into the sedan chair. The night wind was still cold, but it no longer reached her. Suddenly, she remembered a similar moment from many years ago. Back then, she was a young girl, not yet married. Despite the heavy snow, she insisted on going into the mountains, unwilling to be trapped in a cave. When death was near, all her servants fled, except Xiao Chui, who stayed with her. At that moment, a young man appeared. Dressed sharply and riding a fine horse, he shot a wild wolf that was attacking them with an arrow. He smiled brightly and ordered his servants to take them back to the mansion. It seemed the snow and wind in the forest were just futile efforts. She knew then that saving them was just a simple task for the young man, but she still fell completely for him. Later, she heard that the young man, now the emperor, was going to marry a woman from a noble family. Despite her brother's strong objections, she resolutely married him, going from a wealthy family to becoming a consort in the royal court. She didn't care. She knew he didn't like the Empress. She thought she still had a chance, but his gentle attitude towards the Empress made her panic. Now she finally understood. She was just trapping herself in her own web. Lu Qingjing was secretly happy all night because she found chili peppers. But in the morning, she heard that the noble consort had taken a leave of absence. She was caught off guard. Why did she suddenly ask for leave? Usually they don't come to pay respects. Kai Wei, helping her dress and groom, said proudly, "Madam doesn't know. I heard this morning that the noble consort was punished for misbehavior in front of the emperor and is now confined. Her leave was just for appearances." Lu Qingjing's mind was preoccupied with the chili peppers, which she thought should be ready to harvest soon. She wasn't in the mood to talk about this. But Kai Wei, clearly eager to share more, said, "I also heard that the noble consort was imprisoned because she tried to the emperor. It seems the emperor still remembers Madam, or he wouldn't have been so strict. Now everyone in the palace knows the emperor's feelings for you are different." Lu Qingjing twitched her lips, unsure how to respond or comment about being successful. Fortunately, Kai Wei knew it was late and didn't press further. After breakfast, Lu Qingjing planned to visit her vegetable garden. But before she could leave her chamber, she saw several reluctant consorts waiting at the door. She looked at Kai Wei, who then remembered she had been so busy gossiping that she forgot about this matter. She quickly covered her mouth with a handkerchief and whispered, "It's nothing. You are the Empress, and they're just here to pay their respects." Lu Qingjing thought to herself, "I've been the Empress for a month and just now learned there are such rules." She didn't show any expression but simply said calmly, "You all don't need to be so formal. It's still early. Everyone go back to your palaces and have your meals." The few concubines had been waiting for this, and upon hearing it, they hurriedly exchanged polite words and left in a rush. Seeing this, Lu Qingjing let out a sigh of relief.
Good, they've gone.
Let's hurry to eat. We shouldn't have come so early just for this. Kaiwei seemed quite happy that her mistress was treated this way. She helped Lu Qingjing to the dining hall and reminded her, "Madam, you are now different. You can't just say me all the time. You should call yourself this palace, as it's the highest rank in the palace." Lu Qingjing looked at her happy expression and didn't want to ruin it, but inside, she didn't like the title. She was of the bloodline of the Emperor Yan, yet now, because of the emperor in the palace and competing for favor with other women, she had ended up like this. Thinking of this, she ate a few hurried bites and didn't say much. Kaiwei, seeing her slightly unhappy, didn't speak further, and the two walked silently toward the vegetable garden. Did you hear? That Li Fei has been confined, and it's all because of the Empress Dowager. A little palace maid nearby overheard the excited and scoffed, "I heard about it last night. Honestly, the Empress is really impressive. I heard Li Fei's legs got blisters when she came out. No idea how she did it." Another young maid dismissed her, saying, "Who cares how she did it? Right now, who in this palace is more favored than the Empress? I don't think that a common daughter can really secure the throne." Lu Qingjing's face darkened as she listened to the gossip ahead. Kaiwei quickly turned the corner and scolded, "Are you all bored? How dare you talk about the Empress Dowager like that?" The young maids, frightened, knelt trembling on the ground. Lu Qingjing, breathing in the fresh morning air, helplessly waved her hand. "Forget it, Kaiwei. We still need to go to the vegetable garden. It's getting late, and it won't be good. As for these people, let them go back to their own palaces." Kaiwei shot a stern look at them before following Lu Qingjing away. She looked at her mistress's unhappy face and was a bit worried. "Madam, do you dislike what they said? But all those words are for your good." Lu Qingjing looked at the young girl beside her and smiled. "It's not that I don't like it, I just think it's a bit inappropriate. These things don't really concern me, and I don't care much. But Li Fei is different. She comes from a noble family, and she can't accept such remarks. If something goes wrong in the end, we will be responsible." Kaiwei still didn't quite understand, but she felt her mistress was kind-hearted. How can the mistress survive in the palace like this? Lu Qingjing was momentarily stunned, then realized she was in a different place now. She was used to modern civilization and was a bit uncomfortable with the ancient palace intrigues where life and death seemed to be taken lightly. While they were lost in their thoughts, a flattering voice was heard. "The Empress Dowager has arrived. I am in charge of the inner court. I heard she especially likes this vegetable garden, so I brought some rare varieties. I hope Her Majesty will kindly take a look." When Lu Qingjing heard about the seeds, she became interested. She forgot everything else and asked eagerly, "What varieties did you bring?"
Let me see.
The quickly took out a box from behind him. "These are brought back from various countries. I don't know all of them. Please, Your Majesty, take a look and see if you like any. If so, I will look for more." Kaiwei took the box and handed it to Lu Qingjing. "It seems that the isn't just here to deliver things. If there's something to say, better do it while the Empress Dowager is in a good mood." The lowered his head and smiled. "You are very clever, young lady. There is indeed a difficult matter, and I hope the Empress Dowager can give some guidance." Lu Qingjing opened the box and saw some small grains like millet and black beans. The varieties looked good. She was in a good mood. "Go ahead and speak. If there's anything I can help with, I won't refuse." They looked up with a distressed expression. "It's really not appropriate to trouble the Empress Dowager. This matter is beyond me. Since His Majesty ascended the throne, the treasury has been almost empty. The inner court has little subsidy, and the ladies in the palace spend too much. Recently, the inner court couldn't even supply brocade." Kaiwei interrupted sharply, "What do you mean? Are you trying to take things out of the Empress Dowager's palace? Since we entered the palace, I haven't heard of the inner court bringing in gifts. Everything in our palace is our own. What are you implying now?" They looked terrified and quickly knelt down, kowtowing. That's not true at all. The servant realized that she had neglected the Empress and deserved to be punished, but this time she truly had no choice. The other palace ladies were urging her urgently, and she hoped the Empress would speak up and scold her. It was a helpless act. Lu Qingjing waved her hand to signal Kaiwei not to be so anxious. You should know I have no real power.
Why are you looking for me?
They looked up anxiously and said, everyone in the palace knows the Empress is very favored. How could she have no power? I just hope the Empress can help me. Lu Qingjing sighed and helped the up. I understand what you mean. As the Empress, I do have responsibilities. You can go back now. If anyone asks for luxurious clothes or food, just come to me. Kaiwei looked worried as she watched the young thank her repeatedly and run away. Just tell the Emperor what's happening. Why get involved in this mess yourself? The other consorts already caused trouble for the Empress, and now they are even more unreasonable. Lu Qingjing felt her earlier frustrations disappear instantly. She patted Kaiwei's head and scolded with a smile. You little girl, I don't care about your worries. I am the Empress, and I have a duty to this country. These things are unavoidable. Kaiwei still felt upset. We've only been in the palace for a day, and it's been hard. And you're so kind-hearted. Lu Qingjing shook her head with a smile. She was born into the royal family of the Yan Emperor, and her bloodline gave her a natural sense of responsibility. Her arrival was meant to save the country. Qin Zhao leaned behind the palace wall nearby and sighed heavily, feeling complicated. He asked himself, am I treating the Empress too harshly? Zhang Dequan secretly grinned, thinking, of course he is. The Empress has been eating leftovers and plain vegetables for 3 days, pretending everything is fine to comfort him. You're overthinking. The Empress is from a noble family, but she's a concubine's daughter, so her treatment isn't good. She probably feels just like at home in the palace. Qin Zhao sighed deeply and returned to the imperial study, weighed down by worries. Zhang Dequan watched the Emperor, who hadn't even eaten lunch, and thought to himself, the Empress really has incredible charm. Lu Qingjing had been busy all morning fertilizing the chili plants. At this moment, she had no time for anything else. Kaiwei watched her with concern and kept piling food on her plate. My lady, why go through all this? With so many servants, there's no need for you to work so hard. Lan Qingjing shook her head and pulled her to sit down. Don't just watch me eat. Besides, this isn't anything special. The vegetables I grow myself are different from others. Try this fresh cucumber salad. Kaiwei, having gotten used to eating with Lan Qingjing at the same table, still worried and asked Mistress, have you forgotten about the little from this morning? There's something even more important you haven't mentioned. What should we do? Maybe I should go ask the Emperor for help. Lan Qingjing casually swallowed her food and said, he's not better than me. You should know, there are no ordinary consorts in the palace. They are either daughters of ministers or generals. The Emperor's position is still unstable, so it's harder for him to speak up. Kaiwei was so anxious, she couldn't finish her meal. She kept thinking about her mistress being wronged. Maybe I should go find the master. He's a scholar and a good official. If he speaks up, the Emperor might take action. That way, it would save you a lot of trouble. Lan Qingjing felt a bit full and sighed. You're so anxious. You're not thinking clearly. If my father really cared about me, I wouldn't be here as a concubine's daughter. It's not as terrible as you think. We just need to wait quietly. Someone will come to help us. Although Kaiwei didn't understand fully, she saw Lan Qingjing's confident look and didn't ask further. Lan Qingjing finished her snack in the courtyard and went back to her sleeping quarters. Though some things were troublesome, the environment was nice. She yawned, looked at the sun outside, and decided to rest a little longer. Kaiwei, feeling sleepy herself, sat at the door. Soon, she heard hurried footsteps. She looked up quickly. A young maidservant rushed over, looking upset. Miss Kaiwei, something's wrong. Those consorts and their people came looking for us, saying they want to argue with a lady. I told them to be quiet, but they didn't listen and even slapped me. Kaiwei shivered and hurried into the hall. Mistress, wake up. It's not good. Those people are here, and they brought others. Maybe I should go ask the emperor to come. Lan Qingjin was sleeping peacefully, a little confused. Why do you want to ask the emperor? Isn't he here with me? Kaiwei was so worried, she almost jumped. Mistress, this is not the time to be stubborn. The 3 consorts are here, and they brought people. Our palace doesn't have many guards. If they start fighting, I'm afraid you'll get hurt. Lu Qingjin finally regained some clarity and almost laughed out loud. All right, you and I should go outside and take a look. They are noble ladies from a wealthy family, so they wouldn't really fight. Besides, it's already gotten this far, and the emperor wouldn't be unaware. If he wants to come, he will come. If he doesn't, there's no point in you asking him. Kaiwei followed anxiously behind Lu Qingjin. The Empress's courtyard wasn't very big. When they reached outside the hall, they could almost see the people at the door. When noble consort Shu saw her come out, she wanted to say something but then stopped herself, as if she thought of something. Lu Qingjin didn't like them much and showed no friendliness. My sister is joking. I've been in the palace for over a month and haven't seen you pay respects once, not to mention others. It's probably just a misunderstanding. Noble consort Xian clenched her teeth, angry and speechless. Seeing this, noble consort Yin spoke softly. We don't know that the sisters' rules are so strict. But today's visit isn't about small matters. I believe the sister knows. We are all from noble families, raised as cherished daughters. It's surprising that in the palace, we have to live frugally. This implied that Lu Qingjin came from a humble background and was a commoner, unlike them. It also suggested they mistreated her. This was a clear message that Lu Qingjin's orders were not being obeyed. Lu Qingjin forced a smile that didn't reach her eyes and paused. I think this shouldn't be something you tell the emperor directly. The treasury is tight, and my sisters still enjoy luxury. It seems you are quite dissatisfied with the emperor. Since your families are so noble, why not have your families contribute some silver to the treasury? Noble consort Xian trembled and loudly scolded. How dare you? Do you even know what kind of family we come from? Lu Qingjin sneered coldly. It's you who are daring. This is the imperial palace. I am the empress. Do your noble statuses surpass the emperor's? A few consorts looked at each other but, feeling unwilling, said nothing further. They simply flicked their sleeves and returned to their palaces. Kaiwei watched as Lu Qingjin, still full of anger, carefully closed the door after the others left. Although everyone in the palace didn't say anything, their eyes showed clear disapproval. Lu Qingjin looked at them coldly and ordered, "Carry out my command. From today onward, all palace expenses for food, clothing, and daily needs will be cut in half. No one is allowed to break this rule." The chief, who was tidying up in the hall, hesitated for a moment before speaking. Your Majesty, I think this might not be a good idea. Many of the palace's consorts are important officials' family members. If they complain together, even the emperor might find it hard to handle. Lu Qingjin took a sip of tea, thinking that she really needed to develop her tea planting. The so-called good tea in the palace was just the lowest quality leaves. Kaiwei saw that Lu Qingjin didn't speak and didn't want to argue. She was annoyed that they kept talking so disrespectfully and knelt on the ground, chattering endlessly. Your Majesty, you should consider us servants too. If those people really complain, you probably won't care, but we, the unfortunate ones, might be punished. Lu Qingjin knew she had been a bit reckless in her decision. At first, she didn't want to argue, but the S words had already become so harsh. Although no one else in the room agreed, their gestures showed clear resentment and impatience. Lu Qingjin smiled, feeling a bit confused about human nature. She had only wanted to do what was best for the people of the country, but no one seemed to understand or support her. She forcibly held back her anger, waved her hand at Kaiwei, who then pushed the kneeling out of the room angrily. You servants are just used to mistreating people. Do you think I need your advice? It's obvious you look down on my status. Well, then, there's nothing more to say. Anyone unhappy can go find their own way. There weren't many people in the Queen's palace, mostly those who had been forced in. Hearing these words, many looked hesitant. The chief seemed unaware of the rumors from earlier that morning. He brushed the dust off his clothes and spat impatiently. If it's just the queen's reprimand, we wouldn't dare say anything. The young lady is just a servant managing the Liu family's estate, and now she's acting so arrogantly. It's not that we've betrayed our master or forgotten our gratitude. It's just that she's gone too far. Liu Qingjin thought that Saiwei's outburst and her forcing the out was enough. She didn't expect that before leaving, they would try to throw blame onto her. She felt cold inside and began to understand why Qin Zhao was so cautious around others. She rubbed her forehead and said impatiently, "If you want to change places, I won't blame you. But if you want to understand whether you can stay here or not, I believe the Ministry of Internal Affairs can also help me with this." They closed his mouth in frustration, knowing that Liu Qingjin was now aligned with the Ministry of Internal Affairs. No one wanted to offend her at this moment. Kaiwei snorted and closed the door. In the yard, except for a few young palace maids, everyone else quietly put down their work. The supervisor gave a signal, and a few people silently followed him. The remaining 2 young palace maids, who looked no older than 12 or 13, quietly wiped their bottles. One of the maids in pink looked around the empty yard, feeling a bit scared, and moved closer to the blue-clad palace maid. "Sister Zai, I'm scared. It's just us here. Will the Empress Dowager be angry and punish us later?" Zai gently patted her head and whispered comfortingly, "Gee, and don't be afraid. The Empress Dowager is not like that. I think those people just couldn't stand being laughed at for the Empress Dowager's status and found an excuse to leave. We've always behaved ourselves, so nothing will happen." Ji and nodded blankly. "The Empress Dowager really is not easy. I don't know why the Emperor doesn't help her." Zai, feeling a bit helpless, placed her belongings on the ground one by one. Those are all noble families. Even the Emperor or the late Emperor, if he were alive, would have to show respect. Anyway, let's not talk about this. The Empress Dowager ordered us to build a small kitchen in the back garden. Now that everyone is left, we still need to hurry. Ji and seemed reluctant, but still got up and followed her. Inside the house, Liu Qingjin looked out through the half-open window. Kaimei also heard these words and looked at Liu Qingjin with some worry. "Master, don't take it to heart. I think it's just because these 2 are young and said a few careless words. They still care about the small kitchen, which shows their loyalty." Liu Qingjin chuckled softly and turned around, seeing her maidservant's face full of worry. She reached out and touched the cold tea on the table. "What's wrong with you? Do you think I'll punish them? What they said is true. I didn't say anything bad. It's just that these 2 are a bit young. Let's put the kitchen matter aside for now. They can't do it all by themselves. It will be fine after a while." Kaiwei seemed stunned for a moment before cautiously saying, "Master, please stop drinking. The tea will taste bad if it cools. I will go call them to boil more water soon." Liu Qingjing frowned and took a bitter sip of tea. "Forget it. Tea brewed from these leaves can never taste good. Just go see how the people are doing, and later I need to check the vegetable garden." Kaiwei sighed as she took the teacup from Liu Qingjing, sounding a bit helpless. "I don't know what's wrong, but I feel like the master has changed a lot. She used to dislike talking about her status, but now her mind is all about the garden." Liu Qingjing chuckled shyly and didn't say much. Although she had the memories of her original body, she wasn't the same person now. If someone tried to test her, she might be exposed quickly. Kaiwei seemed to give up and tidied up the tea set before leaving. Liu Qingjing watched her back and sighed deeply. She looked at the beautiful flowers in the yard and hesitated whether to replace Kaiwei. Sudden footsteps sounded outside. Liu Qingjing paused, almost thinking the people had returned. But when the footsteps reached the door, they stopped. She hesitated and went to open the door. Outside, Zhang Dequan looked at the empty yard with some confusion, unsure what to say next. The door creaked open, revealing Liu Qingjing's face. Seeing that it was the Empress herself who came to open the door almost brought tears to Zhang Dequan's eyes. The state of the yard showed there were no servants left. Zhang Dequan, an old man in the palace, was used to such things, but he had never seen the Empress's palace so deserted before. Liu Qingjing looked at him with some surprise, thinking, has it become this miserable here? Even the old palace eunuchs who served for decades can't stand it. But the palace dramas never said it was like this. Zhang Dequan saw Lu Qingjing standing there, looking confused, and hesitated before speaking. I am here to report, about the Empress's family. Lu Qingjing, already exhausted physically and mentally, couldn't bear his stumbling tone. She interrupted gently. Just say it directly, no need to hide. Many things I don't care about. Zhang Dequan clenched his teeth, thinking, this is really a tough job. It's about the Empress's family. The household affairs have been impeached by the officials, and her father has cut ties with her to save himself. Lu Qingjin usually didn't care much about these matters and didn't want to hear such words, as they suddenly brought a strong wave of sadness to her. She turned pale and covered her chest. Zhang Dequan was already frightened early on. He weakly supported Lu Qingjin's hand and shouted loudly, "Quick, call the imperial doctor. Is there anyone else here?" Lu Qingjin knew this was the last bit of regret from the original owner of this body. She tried to steady herself, feeling weak, and said, "I'm fine. Now, there's no one left in the palace. I've sent everyone to the back courtyard. Please, old official, help me inside." Zhang Dequan understood that this was just a moment of anger and shock, not something serious. He didn't argue and quietly helped Lu Qingjin into the sleeping quarters. Seeing the simple decorations inside made him feel even more uncomfortable. Lu Qingjin took a moment to regain control of her body. She rubbed her forehead in frustration and said, "Thank you, old official. Please tell me about the situation at home." Zhang Dequan pursed his lips, feeling helpless, and explained, "The situation at the Lu residence is quite complicated. I only know that the Empress's aunt seems to have passed away, but I don't know how it was discovered on the street. Some say the Lu family wanted to harm her. The Emperor, considering her contributions as the Empress's mother, has already taken her to the royal estate. Rest assured, Your Majesty." Lu Qingjin was momentarily stunned, then remembered she had a biological aunt, but since she was not the original owner, she was more interested in the situation of the Lu family. Zhang Dequan seemed to sense she was hesitant to speak, so he told everything openly. This noon, Lord Lu received news and submitted a report before lunch, saying that the Empress's lady is not his biological daughter. He doesn't know about the palace affairs. Lu Qingjin massaged her temples, feeling very exhausted. Just then, Kaiwei entered. Seeing her stunned, Kaiwei bowed and asked, "I don't know why the old official is here. Did the Emperor have any orders?" Zhang Dequan looked a bit embarrassed and shook his head. "Since the person serving the Empress has returned, I should take my leave. The Emperor has no intention of scolding the Empress about this. Please, Your Majesty, rest and take good care of yourself." Kaiwei looked at him hurriedly leaving, feeling confused. After a while, she noticed Lu Qingjin's face looked bad. Her face turned pale, and she said, "Mistress, what's wrong? Did the Emperor scold you? I will report this to the Lu family. I'm sure the master will take care of us." Lu Qingjin is mostly fine now, just feeling a bit weak. She waved her hand with a bitter smile and said, "No need to go anymore. We can't go in the future. The Emperor didn't punish us, but the Lu family has distanced itself from us, pretending to be indifferent. I didn't expect that over 10 years of father-daughter love couldn't outweigh a small problem of his." Kaiwei heard this and immediately started crying, sniffling as she said, "From now on, Kaiwei and the young lady will rely on each other. We will definitely rise above them. Even if the King of Heaven comes, the young lady won't be soft-hearted. We will make him so angry he can't sleep." Lu Qingjin looked at her maidservant, who had forgotten her proper way of speaking, and felt both amused and helpless. She realized that this maid was only 2 years older than her. Feeling dizzy, she had to stop Kaiwei's tearful crying and said, "Forget it. Don't be too sad now. Help me to bed and lie down. You take those 2 young maids to check the vegetable garden. I probably won't be able to go this afternoon." Kaiwei looked at Lu Qingjin with some concern, carefully helping her cover herself with the quilt. After wiping her tears, she left the room. Meanwhile, Qin Zhao was furious in the study. "Do these people think I am easy to bully because I am young? It's just a command to cut expenses, but everyone in the court opposes it. The Liu family is even worse. I haven't even expressed my stance yet, but they've already cut ties with the Empress. Do they think I will definitely compromise? Zhang Dequan cautiously approached and forced himself to speak bravely. Your Majesty, I have already told the Empress about this. She seems to be upset, but she isn't paying much attention to it. She only asked a few questions and then let it go. She doesn't intend to leave the palace or admit fault. Qin Zhao sat down with a helpless sigh. This isn't her fault. You take a little something to see her so she knows what my attitude is. Zhang Dequan looked at the ministers kneeling outside, hesitating. Wei Fu saw his expression and quickly stepped forward to advise, Your Majesty, calm down. Now is not the time to involve the Empress. The ministers are still outside watching. Qin Zhao tapped repeatedly on the yellow cushion of the dragon throne, feeling cold sweat on his forehead. Wei Fu had to kneel on the ground. Just when both men were about to lose patience, Qin Zhao suddenly sneered.
No need to say more.
I believe everyone outside already knows I lost my temper here, but they're still kneeling there. Do you know what that means? The guardian bowed his head to the ground repeatedly, begging for forgiveness. Qin Zhao paid no attention and simply threw the teacups on the table in front of the two men, coldly saying, This shows they are forcing me. They think I am afraid of them. They believe that the power in their hands makes me afraid to even defend my wife. Do you agree with this? At this moment, Zhang Dequan finally understood. He wiped the cold sweat from his forehead and hurriedly said, I dare not speak recklessly, but the Empress has indeed been wronged. I will take these things to apologize to the Empress right away. Qin Zhao looked at him coldly. Zhang Dequan, you should know what to say to outsiders. I don't want to tell you myself. Hearing this, Zhang Dequan shivered. Others might not know, but he was very clear. Their emperor was not as kind as he appeared. That's why he believed the emperor truly liked the Empress. At this point, he didn't think about anything else. He just hoped to do his job well and that the emperor would spare him. Wei Fu trembled as he knelt there. Qin Zhao didn't seem to want to punish him, only coldly said, Zhang Dequan, it's hard to say what you want to do. You're quite eloquent. Since you find it difficult, go tell those officials outside what's happening. It seems you have some connections with them for defending them like this. Wei Fu hurriedly bowed his head and said, Your servant dares not. I am loyal to His Majesty, and my loyalty can be seen by heaven and earth. I really dare not. Qin Zhao suddenly sneered. Are you afraid to deliver the message, or do you just not want to? Wei Fu knew he had no way out. He could only grit his teeth and say, I dare not betray my master. I will go explain everything to the officials. Qin Zhao knew that although Wei Fu outwardly appeared to be Zhang Dequan's apprentice, secretly he was involved with many factions. This was also a way to discipline Zhang Dequan. After all, he was now the emperor, and Zhang Dequan was the chief. Things couldn't stay unclear anymore. Hearing this, Zhang Dequan understood. He thought the emperor was targeting him, but it was this little troublemaker who brought disaster. He was furious. Qin Zhao didn't plan to openly punish Wei Fu, so he said, All right, this matter isn't finished yet. But the Empress must be given proper respect. We can't let others in the palace think she's easy to bully. Zhang Dequan nodded repeatedly. After thinking for a moment, he said, There's one more thing about the Empress that I don't know if I should say. It's not a big deal. It is indeed inconvenient inside the Queen's palace. Qin Zhao frowned and scolded. Just say what you need to say. Don't hesitate. Is someone causing trouble in the Queen's palace? Zhang Dequan shook his head repeatedly. No, that's not the case. The Queen's position is secure, and the other concubines are all behaving well. It's just that the servants in the Queen's palace have all run away, which is really inappropriate. Qin Zhao sneered impatiently. Such a small matter doesn't need to bother me. They're just a few disloyal servants. Just have the Ministry of Internal Affairs replace them. Zhang Dequan rubbed his hands awkwardly. These servants are not really in charge. You probably don't remember, but when the Queen first entered the palace, you ordered that no one could be freely taken into the Queen's palace. Without your orders now, the servants can't do anything. Qin Zhao shook his head with a slight smile, thinking at first that the queen was on his enemy's side, so he disliked her very much. But now, he realized that only the queen truly shared his hardships. Zhang Dequan cautiously reminded him, "Your Majesty, do you mean to have the Ministry of Internal Affairs fill the positions?" Qin Zhao nodded, picked up a brush, and wrote on a piece of paper. After finishing, he threw the paper to him. "Send my order. From today on, the queen will manage all affairs in the palace. No need to report palace matters to me anymore." Wei Fu trembled and looked up in disbelief. This was like offending all the noble families. The emperor was not planning to show any face to the noble houses at all. Qin Zhao looked at his surprised expression and smiled. "Wei Fu, do you have any objections? It seems like you want to say something." Wei Fu had almost given up. As a servant, his life was already miserable. But thinking of his true master, he gathered his courage and said, "Your Majesty, I shouldn't say much, but your actions hurt my heart. It's not worth it for a common daughter." "Your Majesty." Qin Zhao looked at Wei Fu, who kept saying it was for him, almost sneering. After a moment, he said softly, "It seems you, Wei Gonggong, have found a better way out. I wonder who has made you so disregardful of me." Wei Fu looked regretful and angry. "I am truly innocent. I only serve the late Empress Xiaozhong with no other intentions. Now that your Majesty has married a common daughter, it is a great disrespect. I don't want to see your Majesty hurt the old minister's hearts because of this woman." Zhang Dequan looked coldly at Wei Fu, knowing that this matter could no longer be handled peacefully. Having served the emperor for many years, he had never seen such a serious act of rebellion before. Indeed, Qin Zhao nodded with a resigned tone, saying, "I originally did not want to shed blood, but there are always ungrateful people like you. Maybe you think I just ascended the throne and dare not offend anyone. Today, I will make it clear. Even when I was still a prince, I did not care about lives, and I still don't now." Wei Fu shivered and suddenly felt regret, but the guards didn't give him a chance to speak. Qin Zhao looked at Wei Fu being carried out and said to Zhang Dequan nearby, "Be more careful from now on. Let's not have this happen again. Go check on the Empress. She does everything for me, and I can't let her be heartbroken." Zhang Dequan nodded and, after a moment, asked cautiously, "Your Majesty, why make things so complicated? I really don't understand. Since you don't care about these officials, why don't you go to the Empress's palace to eat?" Qin Zhao rubbed his temples, looking tired. Seeing this, Zhang Dequan quickly stepped forward and gently massaged Qin Zhao's head. Feeling somewhat better, Qin Zhao's tone was no longer as harsh as before. "If I say I don't care, how could I really not care? But the Empress can't be too close or too distant. I want those people to know that the reason the Empress is so bold is because I stand behind her." Zhang Dequan sighed. "Your Majesty is supporting the Empress now." Qin Zhao nodded drowsily, tapping the table slowly. "I've already given them face. Now it depends on whether they will step down gracefully. If they still don't know when to stop at this point, they must have other plans." Zhang Dequan's heart skipped a beat. "Are you talking about Wei Fu? But that boy was raised by the servants, and he doesn't seem like someone with a scheme." Qin Zhao looked at him and was not angry. "I'm not blaming you. You should know that those with schemes often try to win people over. He's just a small. Just pay more attention in the future." Zhang Dequan hurriedly bowed and thanked him. Qin Zhao waved impatiently. "All right, go quickly to the Empress's place. I don't need you anymore." Zhang Dequan bowed and didn't dare to leave without someone to serve him. He immediately called a young to stand at the door. Outside, the ministers kneeling on the ground all looked pale. Seeing their expressions, Zhang Dequan knew Wei Fu had probably told them everything. These ministers were originally just helping people with their tasks. They didn't expect the emperor to become so angry. Now they look as if they have lost all hope. They worry about their own mistakes and fear the emperor's resentment. They feel uneasy. When they see Zhang Dequan looking unhappy, they quickly gather around him and ask, "Do you have something to tell us, Lord Zhang?" Zhang Dequan sighs and stops walking. He forces a small smile and says, I do have something to say, but it doesn't concern you, Your Excellencies. I am just following the Emperor's orders to comfort the Empress. Please make way. The ministers' faces turn even worse. They understand the Emperor's message clearly. They have been used as scapegoats. Zhang Dequan looks at them with pity. There's no need to worry too much. The Emperor probably knows the truth of the matter. Just go back and behave yourselves. They thank him and step aside. Zhang Dequan waves his hand and leads his group toward the Empress's palace. He smiles softly and says, You, who haven't even finished your baby teeth, don't understand much. Our Emperor is not simple, and the Empress is even more remarkable. I believe someday those people will be useful. When that time comes, I will handle it. It's better to build good relationships now. The young watching him admires him and nods eagerly. I know. When I first came to the palace, the Empress helped me. I know she is the best. Zhang Dequan nods and scolds him gently. You need to follow the rules. Call her Empress with respect. When have you ever received her kindness? You just arrived at the palace not long ago. The young lowers his head and replies, Yes, I do. Then he looks up with big eyes and says, It was the day of the wedding. I entered the palace then. I got lost and bumped into Consort Lee's sedan. Luckily, the Empress helped me. Zhang Dequan looks at him thoughtfully. The young doesn't realize his mistake and feels a bit scared under his gaze. He shrinks back instinctively. Zhang Dequan finds his chubby appearance quite adorable and starts to consider something. The palace of the Empress feels even colder now. Zhang Dequan suddenly remembers that there isn't even a servant receiving rewards here. Luckily, Kaiwei returned just in time. Zhang Dequan quickly signaled his subordinates to hand the items to the palace made behind Kaiwei. Fortunately, the palace is not very wealthy right now, so there aren't many gifts, and even two young palace maids can barely carry them. Kaiwei forced a small smile and said, I'm not sure what the official wants. Our master is resting, so it's probably hard to see him now. Zhang Dequan knew she was worried he was here to ask the Empress for forgiveness, so he stopped hesitating. He took out the imperial decree from his and handed it to Kaiwei. There are some rumors in the palace, but you don't need to mind them. The Emperor has issued an order. Since the Empress is unwell, I won't read it aloud. Just follow the instructions in the decree. Kaiwei was already a bit uncomfortable with imperial edicts, and now, with the unclear situation, she was even more worried. She took the decree and looked at it, and her expression quickly softened. Zhang Dequan was here to support her, so he couldn't stay silent. Seeing her calm down a little, he said, You should have already seen the decree. I believe the Emperor's intentions are clear. Today, I brought a few people with me. The Empress's palace is too empty, which is quite strange. I have some suitable people here, just tell them what to do. Kaiwei happily nodded and didn't refuse. Seeing that things were almost settled, Zhang Dequan bid farewell and left the Empress's palace. As he stepped out, he immediately heard the sound of footsteps fading away. Near the Empress's palace, everyone hurriedly ran toward their own palace gates, too busy to hide their excitement. It was quite lively. Meanwhile, a small entered the Li Fei palace. Xiao Chui scolded harshly, Your Majesty was just looking for you. Where have you gone? You're always impossible to find when needed. The small quickly apologized with a smile. It's my fault, Your Majesty. But I have some big news that I think you would want to hear. Xiao Chui thought for a moment and decided to let him in. Li Fei was leaning by the window, lost in thought and looking a bit listless. They carefully bowed and waited. When Li Fei came back to herself, he said, I have some big news. I heard that the ladies from all the palaces have gone to the Empress's palace again. Even the officials are starting to accuse the Empress. Surprisingly, Li Fei didn't look happy. She only frowned and asked, What happened this time? The Empress doesn't seem like the kind to cause trouble. The young hurriedly replied, It's all because of the Empress. She wants to cut back on the palace's food, clothing, and supplies. The ladies in the other palaces couldn't stand it. The Emperor didn't say much, but it seems he's on the Empress's side. Consort Lee nodded softly and instructed Xiao Chui, Go tell my brother not to interfere. I think some noble families might cause trouble. Xiao Cui looked worried and asked, what does the lady mean? If they cause trouble, the supplies will definitely be reduced, and the Empress will be very pleased. Consort Lee watched as the small left the incense burner in the room. Xiao Cui understood and closed the door. After waiting for the footsteps outside to disappear, she finally spoke. This could be the Emperor's first time showing his authority. No matter what, I can't let my brother be used by others. Loyalty to the Emperor is our only way out. I believe my brother understands this. Xiao Cui nodded to show she understood, but still felt a bit angry. The lady has been delicate and pampered since she was young. How could she endure such hardship? Consort Lee gently brushed her hair and smiled. When did you become so delicate? Our family isn't from a long line of noble families. It's only because the previous emperor appreciated my brother that he's so honored now. We've been through tough times before. It's not like we can't handle it now.
Xiao Cui sighed helplessly.
I'll tell the others to cut the palace's supplies in half starting today. That's a clear stance. Consort Lee waved her hand, closed her eyes tiredly. Seeing that Consort Lee looked very tired, Xiao Cui sighed softly and left the room. Outside, the young saw her and quickly approached. Should I tell the general about this? I believe he will help the lady. Xiao Cui gently tapped his head and lowered her voice. The general is not here to take charge. The lady said she doesn't want him involved. Just tell the truth and don't exaggerate. The young touched his head, feeling helpless. If the lady is suffering and no one speaks up for her, the general might find out and punish you. Xiao Cui's eyes widened in shock. She pinched his ear and quietly scolded him as she moved toward the wall. You're so bold, Shi Wang. Since entering the palace, you've become disobedient. Now you even question the lady's decisions. Are you listening to someone's lies? Shi Wang, grimacing and whispering apologies, also had to lower his voice and glance nearby. Madam, what are you talking about? Who doesn't know about our master's affairs? I'm just doing this for the master's sake. Xiao Cui, hearing this, harshly pinched his ear before releasing him, muttering complaints. The master cares a lot about this. You're acting so obvious. Aren't you just slapping the master in the face? All these years you've been eating like a dog. Shi Wang had no choice. He spread his hands helplessly and whispered, What do you suggest we do? Now the general knows, and since the master has given this order, not only me, but even you would have to chase the general away. Xiao Cui sighed and, ignoring everything, threw her handkerchief on the ground. This is all your fault. If things can't be settled, see if the master will forgive you. Shi Wang left with a sad face. Xiao Cui stood there, sighing. Soon, a young palace maid entered. Xiao Cui was stunned for a moment before remembering that this maid was from the queen's palace. What are you doing here? Did the queen have any instructions? The maid giggled and said, Sister Cui, what are you saying? The queen is already in trouble herself. I came just to find a way out for myself. I think Consort Lee is probably unhappy with the queen's orders. I came to ask sister for a favor. Xiao Cui thought to herself, this is all nonsense. The queen's orders haven't even gone out yet. How do you already know what she means? Seeing her silent, the maid panicked for a moment. Xiao Cui didn't want to see her like that, so she patted her shoulder, sighed, and said, Don't say I didn't look out for you. I really can't decide what the queen means. Wait here a moment, I'll go ask. The maid hesitated for a moment but nodded and stood still. Xiao Cui hurried a few steps, reached the door of the Consort Lee's residence, and it seemed she already knew. She said indifferently, Now I am seriously ill and mentally exhausted, so I won't keep her. Send this ungrateful person to the Ministry of Internal Affairs. Xiao Cui replied softly yes. The maid saw her expression wasn't good and didn't dare say more. She turned to leave. Xiao Cui made a gesture, and the two people at the door blocked the entrance. The maid, seeing this, forced a smile and said, Sister, what are you doing? I was just here to look around. I mean no disrespect at all. Little Cui coldly said to the two people, Take this palace maid to the inner court office and tell them she betrayed her master and forgot her gratitude. Have them deal with her properly. The two people moved quickly and quietly. The young palace maid didn't even get a chance to speak before Liu was taken away. Unlike Liyun Palace, the Queen's palace was in chaos. The imperial doctors came and went constantly, and Qin Zhao hurried inside. Kaizui saw the emperor and quickly bowed. Qin Zhao helped her up and asked urgently what happened. Was she not fine this morning? Kaizui wiped her tears and cried, I don't know either. The lady just said she needed rest and didn't want to get up for dinner. I had no choice but to call the doctors. Qin Zhao didn't want to say much and was about to ask more when Zhang Dequan spoke from behind. Your Majesty, the Grand General requests to see you. He's been waiting in the study for a while. Qin Zhao thought for a moment and sighed. Stay here. When the Empress wakes up, tell me. Kaizui nodded quickly. Qin Zhao no longer cared about manners and hurried to the study. If there was anyone in the palace who could influence the situation now, it was undoubtedly the Grand General. Unfortunately, he had been offended by Lady Li. If not, this matter would be much easier. Qin Zhao paused and stepped back slightly, thinking, did Lady Li invite him? Zhang Dequan shook his head secretly. I don't know, but it doesn't seem like it. Lady Li heard the news and rushed over from Liyun Palace, probably arriving earlier than Your Majesty. Qin Zhao looked thoughtful and nodded. Zhang Dequan then whispered cautiously from inside the Queen's palace, I think the Queen's illness is suspicious. It looks like someone might have done something to her. Qin Zhao shot him a stern look and said gravely, the palace is getting worse day by day. Tomorrow, take the secret guards and thoroughly check the palace. Don't let anyone notice. As for the Queen's palace, don't worry about it. Zhang Dequan carefully lowered the lantern close to the ground. The dim light made Qin Zhao's face look grim. If you have anything to say, just say it. After all these years serving me, I won't punish you over small matters. Zhang Dequan smiled and said, Your Majesty is wise. I really don't understand. It's obvious that something is wrong with the Queen's condition. Why don't you investigate thoroughly? This might not be a big deal now, but what if it becomes worse next time? It's better to find out once and for all. Queen Zhao shook her head but still refused to speak openly. This matter is not so simple. Now that the Grand General has received news and has come, and the Consort Lee no longer cares about my banishment, it clearly shows that they are not involved. But this is also an opportunity. As long as I don't give an order, they must be cautious. They are moving faster than we are. Zhang Dequan shivered slightly. Qin Zhao looked at him with a smile. Are you scared of me? Zhang Dequan forced a smile. No, Your Majesty. I am just surprised by your strategy. It seems the Empress has helped you a lot. Hearing this, Qin Zhao understood what he meant. He knew Zhang Dequan thought he was plotting against the Empress to make room for Consort Lee. He felt a bit upset and strangely guilty, but didn't want to explain. Soon, they arrived at the imperial study. As expected, two figures stood outside. One was delicate and needed support, while the other was tall, strong, and full of killing aura. The surrounding servants looked at them with fear. Before Qin Zhao reached them, he saw the general's stern gaze. He didn't look angry but sighed. Consort Lee had already noticed and subtly tugged her brother's sleeve. The man saw his sister's expression, nodded without speaking, but his eyes looked much calmer than before. Qin Zhao smiled and asked the general, What wind brought you here? The man stepped back and saluted. Your Majesty, Ji Qin, came late at night and may have been rude. Please forgive me. Qin Zhao waved his hand casually. We are all family, no need for such formalities. It seems the general has something important to do. The night is cold and windy, so don't stay outside.
Come in with me.
Ji Qin seemed to smile. It's nothing urgent. Soldiers often fight in such weather. There's no way to get into the imperial study, and I guess my sister doesn't want to go in either. Qin Zhao didn't expect him to start with a strong warning right away. His face darkened. Consort Lee saw the tense atmosphere and quickly tried to smooth things over. Your Majesty, I heard you haven't had dinner yet. I happen to have prepared many dishes in my palace, so I dare to invite you to try some. Qin Zhao knew he shouldn't cause trouble with the general now. He nodded and said, "Yes, it's understandable. Everyone is busy. I suppose the general is straightforward and doesn't mind having dinner together." This clearly shows a hint of sarcasm. Ji-chun is not the type to tolerate such behavior, but since his sister has not been to the palace herself, he was momentarily unsure of what to say. When Li Fei saw her brother looking somewhat helpless, she smiled and said, "Brother, what's wrong? You haven't been seen for a while. I didn't expect you to be so dazed. Maybe the wind at the frontier has made you forgetful." Ji-chun chuckled, scratched his head, and didn't argue anymore. He followed behind the two of them. Zhang Dequan looked at the little who brought the news and shook his head. They understood and stood aside, waiting until most people had left. Then Zhang Dequan approached and whispered, "The Empress has sent a message. She says everything is fine now. It seems she will wake up soon." Zhang Dequan nodded and said, "Tell them that the Emperor is busy with official matters and doesn't have time right now. He will visit when he has free time." The little hesitated, standing there with a worried expression. The Empress's palace didn't ask about the Emperor's whereabouts. They just closed the palace gates. Miss Kaiwei said that no one has come during this time. Zhang Dequan was momentarily at a loss for words. The little continued softly, and all these words were spoken by the Empress herself, but she hasn't woken up at all. Zhang Dequan looked thoughtfully toward the Empress's palace and quietly ordered, "Continue to the Empress's palace and say that the Emperor sent you because he was worried. Don't do anything else. Just keep an eye on Miss Kaiwei beside the Empress. If anything happens, come find me." The little nodded quickly and hurried away. Someone nearby whispered to Zhang Dequan, "His Majesty is almost at Liyun Hall. You should go quickly." Zhang Dequan, with a heavy heart, followed. Inside Liyun Hall, everything was peaceful. Ji-chun seemed a bit nervous because he was new to this place, while Li Fei was carefree and unconcerned. For a moment, both ignored Qin Zhao. The servants looked at the Emperor nervously, afraid he would be angry. Qin Zhao was not very happy either, but perhaps because he hadn't seen his family for so long, he felt the longing. They ate a meal but lost their appetite. When Li Fei saw that it was almost over, she left. Only the two of them remained in the room, and the atmosphere suddenly grew tense. Ji-chun took a sip of tea and spoke first. "I know your Majesty hasn't been feeling well lately. I came back from the frontier, just for this. If there's anything you want to say, just tell me." Qin Zhao replied ambiguously, "It was I who invited you to the palace. I suppose you have something to command me on, your Majesty." Ji-chun put down his cup and coldly said, "I do not dare. I only heard that my younger sister had some issues and became a bit anxious. I believe your Majesty can understand this." Qin Zhao suddenly felt tired. He sighed, rubbed his forehead, and asked, "Do you have to speak like that? That matter was not my intention. It was your sister's own decision. If not for her loyalty, I might have punished her severely." Hearing this, Ji-chun's cup instantly shattered. He lowered his head and said nothing. Everyone could see what was going on. This was his sister, whom he had known since childhood. Even if she did something wrong, he couldn't bring himself to scold her. Qin Zhao stood by the window, looking at the dark palace. He said, "We have known each other since childhood. Why are you acting like this? I admit that marrying your sister was a temporary decision, but now you see that everything in Liyun Palace is the most beautiful in the palace. Is there anything else you are unhappy with?" Ji-chun gave a cold smile. "I dare not. Liyun Palace is indeed the most noble place in the palace. I have no objection to your Majesty's actions. I only hope that in the future, when you have time, you'll find a good match for my sister. After all, a woman's most important thing is her husband." His words were quite harsh, clearly criticizing Qin Zhao for causing Princess Li to suffer her whole life and even mocking him. Qin Zhao sighed, but before he could speak, Ji-chun spoke again. "The greatest gratitude I have in my life is to the former emperor. I will serve your Majesty for the rest of my life. But some things do not need your Majesty's guidance, especially regarding my sister." His meaning was very clear.
Qin Zhao didn't know what to say.
His plans seemed to have failed, but he still felt unwilling. He knew he had wronged this man and Princess Lee, but as an emperor, wasn't all his scheming for the sake of the country? For a moment, both men were silent. They both knew who was at fault, but neither could speak. It was no longer like before. Power, wealth, and love had clearly divided them. Ji Qin saluted and left. Qin Zhao, unable to enjoy his food, picked at a piece of cake. Its rough texture made him feel even worse. Suddenly, he thought of the Empress. She was just a concubine, yet her belongings were better than his own as emperor. Most importantly, that woman had no one around her now. The Lu family had abandoned her. It felt like seeing another version of himself. Ji Qin also sighed as he left the hall. He sat for a while, and then Princess Lee arrived. Seeing his delicate and graceful sister, he couldn't help but sigh again. Princess Lee knew why he was sighing and said nothing. She knelt straight on the ground. I know I have embarrassed my brother. If it weren't for me, he wouldn't have traveled so far from the frontier. I was overestimating myself. If my brother is angry, he can take it out on me. Ji Qin quickly helped her up. Although he was a strong man, his hands trembled and lacked strength. Princess Lee seemed even more sad. She threw herself onto Ji Qin's legs and cried, I know my brother only wants to do what's best for me. But now, nothing is more important than my brother. Our father has passed away, and now my brother is the main support of the family. I absolutely cannot ruin his future because of me. Ji Qin sighed and gently stroked her hair. I didn't agree with you marrying into the palace back then. The current emperor isn't someone who cares about loyalty and feelings. You've suffered a lot here in the palace. Just a few days ago, I even heard the Empress wanted to cut your allowance. Princess Lee wiped her tears and seemed to calm down. She quietly leaned against her brother's leg and explained, this isn't really the Empress's fault. The palace has become too harsh. Now the treasury is empty, and they still pick and choose. If it weren't for the Empress's words, no one would want to stay here. Ji Qin looked at his sister avoiding the main point and felt uncomfortable inside. He thought, I know you want me to help the emperor and give yourself a good future. But in the palace, you don't need to follow everyone's orders. If I hadn't disagreed back then, maybe you would already be the Empress. Princess Lee chuckled softly, who said, I want to be Empress. I've thought it through. My brother was only trying to do what's best for me. Now, I don't have any particular wishes. Once things settle down, I'll find a reason to leave the palace. When that time comes, brother, you'll have to support me for the rest of your life. Ji Qin nodded happily, but before he could say anything, he heard the voice of at the door. It's getting late. If the general has anything to say, do it now. The palace gates will soon be locked, and it will be impossible to leave later. Princess Lee hurriedly got up. She looked at her brother and urged him. All right, I don't have anything else to do now. Brother, take care of yourself. As long as you're safe in the palace, no one will dare to bully me. But the court is dangerous, so when necessary, don't protect me anymore. Empress Ji shook her head and firmly held Li Fei's hand. Don't worry about others. Just focus on living well in the palace. My brother is still a great general, and among the officials, there aren't many more respected than him. Seeing her brother's distant figure, Li Fei couldn't help but shed tears. Xiao Cui just entered and saw her like this. She quickly handed her a handkerchief. Your Majesty, what's wrong? Are you upset about the general? Although the general only comes to the palace once a year, I heard he might stay longer this time. There might be a chance. Li Fei shook her head and sat by the table, staring at the dark palace outside. I'm just regretting. If I hadn't insisted on entering the palace, my brother wouldn't have gotten involved. I used to think the emperor was the best person in the world, but now I see he's not. When do you think we can go home and see our family? Xiao Cui's eyes nearly filled with tears from her words. She forgot everything else and said, if your Majesty wants to leave the palace, why not tell the general? I think if the general speaks now, the emperor can't refuse. Li Fei shook her head with a Wu expression. Forget it. My brother is busy enough because of me. I'm still under house arrest, so I won't cause trouble. I heard someone say the Empress's palace isn't doing well. Is something wrong?
Xiaoqui sighed, feeling worried.
I heard it was a serious illness. Several doctors have been there, but we don't know if she's recovered. The Empress is unlucky. She finally gained some power, and now she's sick. Li Fei originally hurried to the palace because she heard her brother was there, but she didn't know much about these matters. She was shocked and asked, "You said the Empress is sick? Has anyone come to see me?" Xiao Cui was startled by her reaction and stammered, "Your Majesty, I don't know. I only saw a young palace maid this afternoon. No one else came, and I didn't pay much attention to the servants passing by." Li Fei sighed, finally understanding why the Emperor's attitude was so strange. During dinner, he seemed distracted and cautious, and later she had a long private conversation with her brother. Thinking of this, she couldn't sit still. She knew the Emperor was suspicious, and her brother's actions clearly showed his stance, but the Emperor might not believe him. Xiao Cui tentatively asked, "I just sent Xiwang to find out the news, but he might not dare to come now. We should know soon." Li Fei nodded anxiously, waiting. Suddenly, Xiwang's voice came from outside. "Your Majesty, the servant is back." Consort Lee frowned and signaled Xiao Cui to open the door. Xiao Cui rolled her eyes and let him in. "Why are you only just returning? The Emperor left almost 15 minutes ago. Honestly, what have you been doing?" Xiwang saluted nervously and looked at Consort Lee. "I was just delayed for a little while. Luckily, I've already gathered all the information." Consort Lee impatiently waved her hand. "I know what you've been doing, so I won't ask about where your brother is. Just tell me everything you know." Xiwang was initially worried about this matter, but then took a deep breath and started to speak. "It seems that something is wrong with Kai Wei in the Empress's palace. I saw her go into the Empress's kitchen, and later I heard that the Empress was seriously ill. Not only that, she had the palace gates closed before the Empress woke up, claiming that no one should see the Emperor when he came." Consort Lee frowned slightly and softly said, "Are you saying the Emperor hasn't gone to the Empress's palace?"
Xiwang grinned. "Exactly.
I saw the Emperor being stopped outside, but he didn't seem angry.
He took some things and left.
It was too dark for me to see clearly, but I only caught a glimpse of a food box." Xiao Cui added, "It must be a food box. I heard the Empress often has these, and the Emperor likes them very much. 9 out of 10 times, he eats from the Empress's palace." Consort Lee nodded, touching her aching leg. "Tomorrow morning, you two go find some rare items. We'll visit the Empress's palace to pay our respects. Don't forget to bring the box my brother gave me." At this moment, Lu Qingjin had just woken up. Her whole body felt dizzy and heavy. Kai Wei saw she was awake and let out a long sigh of relief. Lu Qingjin, hearing the sound, looked around dazedly. "Kai Wei, what happened to me?" Kai Wei cautiously asked. "You don't remember? We've entered the palace, and the Emperor has married 4 consorts." Lu Qingjin shook her head, feeling a bit clearer. "I'm not confused yet. Why are you bringing up old stories? I told you I wouldn't go this afternoon, but I didn't sleep for so long. What exactly happened?" Kai Wei's face suddenly turned pale. She slowly handed over a bowl of medicine. "Your Majesty was just sick. It's probably because of the stress from the Lu family. I've sent someone to brew medicine. Please drink some, Your Majesty." Lu Qingjin was a bit confused but felt unwell, so she took the medicine and drank it. Kai Wei looked at Lu Qingjin, who was drowsy and falling back asleep, clenched her teeth, and left. Outside the door, the small hurriedly hid away. Kai Sui looked around carefully before leaving. Suddenly, a figure appeared in the empty courtyard. The small covered his mouth and nose, afraid to make a sound. Qin Zhao finally had a good sleep, but he felt even hungrier. "Has the Empress recovered?" Zhang Dequan, while dressing him, smiled and said, "The Empress is feeling better today. She even cooked breakfast herself this morning." "Is His Majesty going to the Empress's palace for breakfast?" Qin Zhao smiled and remembered he hadn't visited her these past days. He felt a bit craving and said, "Let's go. Tell the Empress to prepare. I will go after the morning court." Zhang Dequan nodded and agreed, then turned to leave. The small outside saw him come out and waved eagerly. Zhang Dequan looked and walked over. Why are you back at this time? Didn't you say the Empress is fine? Did Kai Sui have any new movements? The small was almost crying. He trembled and said, Last night, I saw a monk in the Empress's palace. Kai Sui is fine, but that monk entered the Empress's palace late at night. Zhang Dequan understood that the monk had entered the Empress's private chambers. His face darkened. The morning court bell had already rung, so he had no choice but to hurriedly say, This must not be told to others. Tell the Empress that the Emperor will have breakfast today. You don't need to worry about anything else. The small wiped his eyes, promised, and ran off. Qin Zhao was in a good mood as he went to court. He thought yesterday's trouble was over. But just as he sat on the throne, he heard someone below say, Your Majesty, I have a report. During the morning court, most reports were about criticizing the emperor. It was clear that the issue from last night had not been resolved. Qin Zhao's face darkened immediately. He coldly said, No need. I spent last night reading reports. Just say what you have to say. The official's face turned pale. Speaking directly and presenting a report were two different things. Suddenly, someone coughed softly. The official immediately straightened his back. I submit a report accusing Your Majesty of unfair favoritism towards the Empress. There was silence in the grand hall. Ji Chun had already made arrangements the night before. His men had already gone to suppress any troublemakers. Most intelligent people wouldn't cause trouble at this moment. But unexpectedly, a little-known person suddenly appeared. The emperor sensed Ji Chen's gaze and understood what he was thinking. He deliberately paused before saying, It seems you don't know that this matter was already settled yesterday. Are you questioning my decision? The official's face had turned pale and his legs trembled, yet he refused to give up. I have heard that Your Majesty favors the Empress too much. I dare to ask for a new order. Qin Zhao looked at him coldly, displeased. What are you trying to say? Are you implying I can't defend my own wife, or do you want to hear some command from me? The official did not retreat or beg for mercy. He simply sighed and said, I humbly ask Your Majesty to punish the Empress and let Lady Li handle palace affairs. Qin Zhao smiled coldly inwardly. If he hadn't already spoken to Ji Chen last night, perhaps today they would have succeeded. Ji Chen's face darkened and immediately stepped forward. I have no such intention. My sister is still young. It is already enough that Your Majesty has shown favoritism. I do not want her to have any more trouble. This statement made it clear that his sister did not marry into the palace willingly. The recent events had nothing to do with them. Qin Zhao chuckled and said, The Grand General makes a good point. I really don't want Lady Li to be burdened. But besides the Empress and Lady Li, there is no one else in the palace who can take on important duties. After thinking it over, it seems only the Empress is suitable. Do you have no objections? Unexpectedly, the official became more interested when he heard this. He knelt in the hall and began to kowtow. Your Majesty is the Emperor. You can't make such decisions based on personal feelings. I know I am doomed today. I only hope my blood can make you see reason. That charming Empress is truly unfit to lead the harem. As soon as he finished speaking, he threw himself straight into a pillar of the palace. Ji Chun, looking displeased, kicked him. Since he was just a civil official, Ji Chen's kick sent him flying outside the hall. Qin Zhao twitched his lips, unsure of what to say. The officials inside the hall looked at each other, afraid to say more. At this moment, Ji Chen spoke again. When I was on the frontier, I fought enemies just like this. Now that I've returned to the capital, I am still not used to it. I believe this noble person won't blame me. This statement clearly shifts the blame and serves as a warning to everyone, including Qin Zhao. It warns that anyone who dares to speak ill of his sister will face consequences. At that moment, everyone else chose to stay silent, hurriedly bowing and indicating they had heard. Qin Zhao coughed awkwardly and said, I certainly won't blame my officials. Send someone to check on that noble person. If he has died, just take him away. I suppose that was his last wish. Everyone in the main hall fell silent. Before the previous emperor passed away, most people didn't know this prince, so it was the first time they saw how ruthless he could be. Many who had hidden thoughts became more cautious. No one in the hall spoke about the ruler anymore. Everyone now saw him in a new light. Ji Chen silently sneered twice. Just when everyone thought the matter was over, Lu Qi stood up. Qin Zhao's face immediately darkened. Lu Qi seemed unaware of the tense atmosphere and calmly said, "It seems your majesty has made up your mind, but I, as a father, know my daughter well. She has no talent or virtue and doesn't deserve your majesty's kindness. I humbly ask you to remove her from the position of Empress." As soon as he finished, there was a loud commotion. No one expected that the first person to speak out would be the Empress's father. Although Lu Qi held a minor official position, he was still allowed to give advice. His statement left everyone confused. Qin Zhao narrowed his eyes and said seriously, "Lu Aiqing, do you understand what you're saying? That is your own daughter. Forget whether the Empress has made mistakes. Right now, I think I should first clarify your responsibilities as a father." Lu Qi remained calm and stood straight. "I know exactly what I am saying. Ultimately, I am at fault with the emperor. Lu Qingjing is not my biological daughter. Now she's spoiled and unruly, and I can't bear to see the emperor deceived." Although Lu Qi appeared noble and righteous, he knew deep down that his words wouldn't be believed by the emperor. Still, he was determined, especially because his daughter, Lu Yorua, was about to marry the heir of the Wei prince. In that moment, he made up his mind. Ji Chen originally disliked Queen Li Fei and was quite annoyed with Lu Qingjin. However, after seeing this scene, he couldn't help feeling some sympathy for her. He stepped forward respectfully and said, "I think this is unreasonable. Lord Lu's words don't count. I just returned from the frontier a few days ago and heard that Lu's concubine narrowly escaped death and accused Lord Lu of abandoning his daughter and killing his concubine. I believe this matter is not simple and must involve some misunderstanding." Ji Chen's words sounded polite, but in fact, he was implying that Lu Qi was ruthless, abandoning his chariot to save his own life and secretly plotting something else. The so-called misunderstanding was just using his daughter as a shield. The court officials lowered their heads nervously, looking at their shoes. They all had their own plans, but it was clear that Lu Qi was secretly scheming. Although they wanted to gain some benefits while the emperor's position was unstable, they remained loyal to the former emperor, so they chose to avoid getting involved. Ji Chen's assistant also stepped forward and said, "I agree with the general. Right now, right and wrong cannot be distinguished clearly. It is also unreasonable for the queen to act so recklessly. Lord Lu's scheming against the Empress Mother is unforgivable. Your Majesty should punish Lu Qi for treason." Lu Qi looked up with an expressionless face and said, "I believe I am not at fault. The heaven sacrifice is coming soon. Lu Qingjin's improper conduct, unclear bloodline, and lack of virtue and ability make her unfit to participate in the sacrifice with your majesty." Qin Zhao sneered coldly and said, "I find it interesting that your Lu family is so bold. Lu Qingjin is now my empress, yet you call her by her name without respect. I am about to hold the heaven sacrifice and do not want bloodshed. Lu Aiqing, you should go back and reflect on yourself. There are probably many others among the officials attending the sacrifice who feel the same." Lu Qi seemed to breathe a sigh of relief. Hearing this, he quickly knelt down and said, "I know I have spoken out of turn. I am willing to accept your majesty's punishment. I hope your majesty can see the truth clearly in these days. I do not want your majesty to be deceived." Qin Zhao looked at him coldly and didn't say anything for a long time. The court officials became as quiet as quails. Ji Chen looked on coldly, feeling some disdain. He had thought that after the former emperor's death, the court would be chaotic and full of factions fighting for benefits. But now it seemed that most people were still loyal to the Great Yu, aside from those forming cliques for their own gain. Qin Zhao seemed to realize this too. He didn't want to press too hard and shook his head with a disappointed look, saying, "I used to think all of you were loyal and patriotic. It turns out that's not entirely true. Whether your sincerity is real or fake will become clearer with time." The officials looked at each other and knelt down loudly, saying, "Your humble servant dares not." Qin Zhao thought it was about time, and he patted the table in front of him.
Let's leave it at that.
If there's nothing urgent, today's court session is over. Lords, please focus on preparing the grand ceremony for heaven. My family matters don't require your involvement. After speaking, Qin Zhao turned and left without looking back. The officials behind him all breathed a sigh of relief. Ji Chen looked around, found it boring, and turned to leave. The chancellor watched Ji Chen's back and quietly sighed. If it weren't for the general who stood with the emperor today, we wouldn't be in such a mess. It's strange. Li Fei endured such humiliation and still remained calm. The Minister of Revenue, standing nearby, also walked out and, upon hearing this, said sharply, "That's right. We've been planning for so long just to get some benefits today. Now it seems we've wasted our efforts, not only helping others, but also offending the emperor. Lu Qi is truly good at causing trouble, but not at doing things well." The chancellor smiled meaningfully and said, "Speaking of Lu Qi, our failure might actually be a good thing. We don't know his plans, but they can't be good. If the general hadn't stepped forward today, we might have been branded as allies of Lu Qi's group. That would have been a real problem." The Minister of Revenue scoffed dismissively, and the chancellor didn't mind his rudeness. He only sighed, stroked his beard, and thought that ever since the previous emperor died, the court had felt strange. Now, with Lu Qi emerging, everything was even more confusing. He felt a strange hope for the Empress. As Ji Chen left the palace, he suddenly heard a voice calling him from behind. He turned around in confusion. A young, fair, and delicate official stood before him, wiping sweat from his brow. The general walked so quickly, I couldn't catch up. Ji Chen didn't remember ever seeing this person. The official's clothes marked him as a fifth-rank minor official, just enough to attend court. He seemed impatient and asked, "May I know what your lordship's business is?" The young official seemed to just remember he hadn't introduced himself and adjusted his hat before bowing. "I am Yan Sheng, a fifth-rank official. I am here to thank the general for saving my life." Ji Chen raised an eyebrow. "You say I saved you?" The official nodded, his eyes shining. "Yes, just like before. My family is from the border regions. We were attacked by bandits on the way. If it weren't for the general and his men, I wouldn't be standing here today." Ji Chen nodded to show he understood. The young official looked a bit embarrassed, nervously clasping his hands. "If the Grand General is free, please come down and have breakfast with me." Ji Chen's family only had his sister, the Consort Lee. Now that there were no pressing matters, he didn't want to refuse and agreed gladly. "Since Lord Yan is so kind, I accept the invitation." The young official was very happy and almost jumped ahead to lead the way. Ji Chen originally had nothing to do and thought this young official was quite capable, so he agreed. Seeing him happily leading, Ji Chen felt a rare sense of genuine happiness. Meanwhile, Qin Zhao arrived at the Empress's palace and immediately smelled a lovely aroma. He couldn't wait to go inside. Before the eunuchs could announce him, he accidentally bumped into Lu Qingjing, who was carrying food. Both of them were surprised, and a bowl of tomato and egg soup spilled all over Qin Zhao's dragon robe. Zhang Dequan trembled and said, "Servant, I'll go get another outfit." Qin Zhao didn't think the food was hot enough to burn him. He guessed Lu Qingjing was just carrying cooled food and accidentally bumped into him. Feeling a bit proud, he decided not to argue. "Forget it. I remember I have some of my private clothes here, in the Empress's palace. I'll change into one of those." Lu Qingjing was stunned and asked softly, "When did he get his clothes here? Isn't this the Empress's sleeping quarters?" Kai Wei slightly curled her lips and whispered, "All the consorts' palaces have the Emperor's private clothes. Since you're the Empress, of course you have some too." Qin Zhao was already tired from the morning court and now got even more angry. "As Empress, how can you not even know this? Since you entered the palace, I haven't seen you do anything beneficial for me." Lu Qingjing was initially happy that he defended her in court, but hearing this, her happiness faded quickly. She knew she had caused this trouble herself, so she packed up her things and left without saying a word. Qin Zhao didn't mean to scold her. He felt a bit awkward. Luckily, Kaiwei quickly brought out the emperor's private clothes from the empress's palace. Qin Zhao coughed and didn't say anything more. Zhang Dequan sighed and helped him change clothes. The young palace maid in the kitchen was startled to see her come in. She hurriedly took the tray from her hands. "Your Majesty, why are you doing these things yourself? Just tell us what you want to eat." Lu Qingjing waved her hand, telling her to leave. This matter, she thought, was not her fault. She could only say that this era was really bad, with women holding very low status. She thought about how hard Qin Zhao was working, so she decided to do her part as well. After changing clothes, Qin Zhao sat nervously in the dining hall. Since the Empress entered the palace, she had never shown him a kind face. Now she had spilled the carefully prepared dish, probably thinking about how to chase him away. Zhang Dequan understood the Empress well, so he was also worried about the Emperor. The two servants looked uneasy, exchanging glances. Luckily, Kaiwei came in and said, "Your Majesty, please wait a moment. Madam has already cooked again in the kitchen. It should be ready to eat soon." Qin Zhao sighed in relief and nodded proudly, saying, "The Empress's manners have finally improved a bit. It's not in vain that I have given her many reminders." Nervously, Zhang Dequan cleared his throat. Qin Zhao then looked over his line of sight and saw Lu Qingjing holding a bowl of tomato and eggs at the door. He looked at her face, smiled awkwardly, and felt guilty. Lu Qingjing was not angry. She simply looked cold as she forcefully placed the bowl of tomato and eggs on the table. The solid wood table made a loud bang. She coldly said, "Your Majesty, you should eat breakfast quickly. It seems there are no official duties today. I heard that Your Majesty will go to worship the heavens soon. Why not come with me to the vegetable garden for a bit?" Qin Zhao wanted to argue at first, but seeing Lu Qingjing's determined attitude, he knew she wouldn't let him eat if he refused. He nodded and pretended to be modest, saying, "The Empress is right. I will go with her later to see. After all, it's an important national matter." Lu Qingjing nodded in agreement. Kaiwei handed over 2 bowls of rice at the right time. Zhang Dequan almost burst out laughing. Qin Zhao ate while feeling that it was no big deal. As emperor, he used to do the lightest chores in the vegetable garden. Now, he had no heavy work at all. He nonchalantly stood in the middle of the vegetable garden. The chili plants had already sprouted, growing densely and vibrantly. Lu Qingjing looked at the grown chili plants and let out a heavy sigh of relief. She had thought she hadn't managed to tend to them these days and that the chili plants had died, but it turned out they were fine. Seeing Qin Zhao still looking around and observing, she mischievously spoke, "Your Majesty, I believe you already understand the habits of these plants. Others are clumsy and rough. Why don't you and I come together to tend to them?" Queen Zhao didn't expect that just asking a few more questions would lead to such a situation. She was stunned immediately. "What are you doing with me, Your Majesty?" Lu Qingjing smiled and said, "What else could we be doing? Didn't you see that these seeds have already sprouted? Of course, I plan to plant these seedlings in the ground. A few days ago, I also received some black bean seeds. Since the emperor is so free, why not plant them together?" Qin Zhao frowned and had to roll up his sleeves to dig the soil. One by one, the small green seedlings were pulled out. At first, Qin Zhao was reluctant. After all, no emperor had ever spent so much time with the Empress turning the imperial garden into a vegetable patch. But when he saw these tiny seedlings trembling as they stood up in the soil, he felt it was all worth it. For the first time, he thought this country was like this small chili seedling. If you treat it diligently, life can grow well on its own. Lu Qingjing watched him carefully place soil around the seedlings and nodded with satisfaction. It made her feel that she was not powerless to change this bad country, nor unable to help this decent emperor escape the so-called Ice Age. Perhaps Lu Qingjing herself carried the blood of the Flame Emperor. Seeing how selfish and self-centered others in the country behaved, she felt an inexplicable anger. The women's status was low, and she couldn't speak or act freely. Even small acts of using her power to benefit the country and the people disturbed the court. Moreover, the people didn't value agriculture at all. On the night she fell ill, she nearly gave up. But Qin Zhao sincerely looked at her, which gave her hope. Today's events proved her efforts were worthwhile. While Qin Zhao and Lu Qingjing were diligently working, the news had already spread. Some officials thought it was a good sign, but the concubines didn't agree. To them, it seemed like the Empress was making progress in her efforts to win the Emperor's favor. They all hurried to the imperial garden, unwilling to fall behind. Yunfei was already prepared for the Empress to mock her, but Lu Qingjing saw her and simply smiled. Yunfei has come. I suppose she can't bear to see the Emperor working hard alone and has come to share our burden. Yunfei suddenly fell silent, feeling uneasy. The two people behind her exchanged glances and tried to sneak away. Seeing this, Yunfei no longer cared about anything else and quickly spoke. Not only I have come, but my two other sisters also couldn't bear to stay away. Everyone has come, except for Sister Li Fei, who is still under house arrest and couldn't come. The concubine Xian originally didn't want to come, but at this moment, Yunfei was clever. If the Emperor looked over now, Yunfei was the most noticeable among the three. If the Emperor blamed someone, it wouldn't be only her. Qin Zhao indeed looked unhappy. What are you all doing here? Do you think yesterday's trouble wasn't enough? Hearing this, Yunfei immediately pretended to be tearful. What is the Emperor saying? I truly didn't understand the original meaning of the Empress. I was confused and went to the Empress's palace to explain. I didn't expect that yesterday. I received news from home, and only then did I realize that the Empress was doing everything for my sake. Today, I am here to apologize. This implied that the Empress hadn't explained clearly, and Yunfei had no power and could only rely on her family to speak for her. Both sides pushed responsibility away cleanly, and for a moment, Qin Zhao couldn't say much. Kaiwei looked at her with a look of resentment. Lu Qingjing seemed not to understand what was meant and paused before saying, Sisters, don't worry. I didn't inform you immediately, but since all of you are here to help, please don't hold back. The Emperor's farming is for the people of the land, and I believe everyone can understand that. After all, we are all imperial consorts. Yunfei was known as a talented woman, but she wasn't really here to help. She felt a bit stuck and hesitant. Then, concubine Xian started working without hesitation. Lu Qingjing stared at her intently, and Yunfei's face stiffened. After a while, she remembered she had other talents and relaxed a little, feeling proud. I'm not good at these things, but since it's boring, I might as well sing a kunku opera to entertain His Majesty. Qin Zhao, already annoyed with her daughter, almost burst out laughing. However, Lu Qingjing spoke with interest. These things are indeed a bit dull. Since I haven't heard kunku opera before, why don't you sing for us? I think the style of a noble family must be quite different. These things are called talents, but they are mostly learned to please the Emperor. If done in front of many people, they are no different from performers. Queen Yun also hesitated to speak because of this. When she finally did, she only addressed the Emperor and didn't want Lu Qingjing to say it directly. For a moment, she lost face and couldn't continue singing. Concubine Xian snorted coldly, but didn't speak. If Lu Qingjing wasn't doing it on purpose, she simply didn't understand this era. She was just giving Queen Yun a way out, worried that Qin Zhao might be upset with her. Queen Yun had to start singing. The morning sun slowly shone down. The other concubines, who had been thinking about other things, gradually relaxed as they listened to the gentle tune. Lu Qingjing, with her carefree personality and in her favorite place, couldn't help but smile. She quietly hummed along with the melodious tune of kunku opera. Qin Zhao initially thought she was trying to humiliate Queen Yun and didn't stop her. But he didn't like the petty fights among women. When he heard her humming, he realized she truly loved kunku. Seeing her bright and happy face, he was momentarily stunned. Queen Yun finished her song. Lu Qingjing clapped first and cheered. Queen Yun paused, then smiled. She now saw that this Empress was quite nice, and she didn't want to say more. Suddenly, a voice with a hint of jealousy came from somewhere. It's just a noble family. Some people cheer for unclear singing, even worse than performers, and still have the nerve to sing so loudly here. Queen Yun's face instantly turned pale. But as the daughter of a high official, she was usually gentle and weak, yet proud deep inside. She didn't care about the emperor being present. She spoke sternly. Who dares to speak recklessly? Her maid quickly chased after the voice. Lu Qingjing felt a bit awkward because she was the one who asked Queen Yun to sing, and this garden was also her place. She stood there helplessly, watching Queen Yun, who was not unaware of the situation. Qin Zhao frowned and was about to speak, but Queen Yun said, "This matter has nothing to do with the Empress. Please don't worry, I will leave now." Lu Qingjing nodded indifferently and said, "I apologize for any offense." "Queen Yun, there's no need to say more. Go and see for yourself. Such things are often premeditated. Sister, be more careful. Although the harem is not supposed to interfere in politics, it is still important to know what is happening. Everyone here knows about Lu Qi from the previous dynasty, so no one wants to cause trouble for the Empress today." The noble consort nodded at Yun Fei and then left, looking a bit anxious. In the harem, besides Li Fei, who has a powerful military brother, Yun Fei's father is a prime minister and her other father is a high-ranking official. If there are any plots, both Yun Fei and Li Fei have already been caught. The next target could be her. At first, Lu Qingjing didn't think much, but seeing the anxious looks of the noble consort and Yun Fei, she suddenly understood the situation. She decided not to stay longer. "I see that both of you don't look well. You probably find this environment uncomfortable. Why don't you go back to the palace and rest? There's no rush with these farm chores." The two women gratefully looked at her, bowed, and left. Qin Zhao watched their figures disappear and softly said, "The Empress has noticed, hasn't she? Who do you think it is?" Lu Qingjing was momentarily stunned before realizing, "Are you suspecting those women?" Qin Zhao smiled coldly. "Who else could it be? These noble families all look the same, pretending to be upright and proper." Lu Qingjing felt there was something wrong with what he said, but she didn't know much about these matters, so she just shook her head and said nothing. Qin Zhao, however, was persistent. "Do you think all three of them are innocent?" Lu Qingjing had to speak up. "Although I don't understand why the emperor distrusts his courtiers so much, based on what I know about them, I don't think they are harmful to the emperor. They're just competing for favor." Qin Zhao looked at Xiao Miao, who was nearby, and proudly said, "It's because I am too charming. If they weren't bothering me every day, I wouldn't be so harsh on them." Lu Qingjing didn't really dislike those consorts. They often caused trouble for her, but they hadn't secretly harmed her or spoken ill of her, unlike the stories in the books. Hearing Qin Zhao's words, she impatiently shook her head. "I don't think they truly like the emperor. Maybe it's just about family power." Qin Zhao knew this too, but hearing it said aloud was a bit embarrassing. Lu Qingjing looked at him and smiled. "Have you realized that? I think they do like you. But hasn't Li Fei already been confined? I won't find myself bored in the future. Your Majesty has finally become truly peaceful." Qin Zhao touched his nose nervously, but couldn't help asking, "And you?
Don't you like me?"
Lu Qingjing was still looking at the black beans in her hand. "These beans need to sprout before planting." Hearing this, she looked up sarcastically. "Your Majesty, what are you talking about? How could I like you?" Zhang Dequan swallowed hard, feeling like he was in a dangerous situation. Kai Wei stayed calm and silent. Qin Zhao frowned, unhappy. "If you don't like me, why did you marry into the palace?" Lu Qingjing replied casually, "I thought you already knew that, Your Majesty." Lu Qi saw it too. "Do you think he listens to me? To be honest, he probably has found someone else to rely on. You should prepare yourself." Qin Zhao forced a smile, feeling helpless. "Even if you don't like me, you shouldn't say that. I am the ruler of the country. At least, try to fool me." Lu Qingjing kept working on her task, ignoring him. Qin Zhao, feeling disappointed, said nothing more. Meanwhile, Yun Fei had already arrived at the palace. Her maid whispered, "They've caught the person, but the emperor doesn't want her. Do you want to interrogate her yourself?" Yun Fei smiled coldly. "When has the emperor ever cared about us? If I had to say, he cares more about the empress than about me." He claims we didn't catch anyone outside. Bring her in. The young maid nodded and left. After a while, a small appeared in the hall, begging for mercy. Yunfei looked at him coldly. I want to ask you something, and you probably already know. This is your last chance. I won't say more. You decide what to do. The looked terrified, trembling and kneeling on the ground, afraid to lift his head. Yunfei's maid pushed him gently, prompting him to speak. The servant really can't say it easily. It's all that person's doing here. If I speak, I might lose my life. An older maid nearby handed Yunfei a cup of tea and said coldly, You don't seem very loyal. If you only care about life and death, you can tell now. Otherwise, the lady will be the first to order your death. Yunfei took a sip of tea, her eyes narrowing with an unclear expression, but she didn't deny anything. The trembled and finally said, It was the Empress. She told me to wait in the Imperial Garden. She said after you sing, I should speak. She promised to protect me in the end. But she didn't protect you, did she? She probably doesn't even know who you are. Cloud Concubine looked at the young with interest and started to speak. The young remained the same, but lowered his head further. The Empress said no one would believe she did it. Your Grace must trust your servant. The servant is not lying. Cloud Concubine's nursemaid waved her hand, and 2 guards outside the door took him away, without argument. Cloud Concubine frowned, feeling a bit helpless as she listened to the beg for mercy. The old nursemaid seemed to be in a difficult position. Does your Grace not believe what he says? Cloud Concubine looked at the nursemaid as she lifted her teacup. The nursemaid probably doesn't believe him. This isn't something to joke about. The old nursemaid spat in anger. That wicked woman is humiliating your Grace. Why bother defending her? If I may say, it's her fault. If she hadn't made you sing kunku opera in public, this wouldn't have happened. Cloud Concubine didn't argue but said ambiguously, You should understand that appearances can be deceiving. We need to look inside. But now Du is in chaos. We just need to protect ourselves. The old nursemaid nodded in agreement. Princess Lee was watching Xiaotsui apply medicine to her, frowning with a hint of helplessness. I feel like I just heard something again. Did something happen outside? Xiaotsui paused before replying. It's not a big deal, just that those 3 ladies are fighting for favor again. Cloud Concubine was also discussed by someone from nowhere, and her face was embarrassed, so she left immediately. Princess Lee looked at the faint scar on her leg, her expression distant. Who did this? Were they caught? Xiaotsui curled her lips, showing some disdain. They said they didn't catch anyone in Cloud Concubine's palace, but I saw it myself. They clearly brought someone in, and not long after, they said a young had died suddenly and was dragged out. Princess Lee felt something was wrong and asked, Did Shiwang ask around? Xiaotsui smiled happily. My lady, you're clever. That's what Shiwang found out. I heard Cloud Concubine already asked herself, saying the Empress used tricks. But Cloud Concubine doesn't seem to believe it much, and there's nothing else. Princess Lee waved her hand to signal her to stop. Xiaotsui hurriedly put away the ointment. You don't believe it? Princess Lee rubbed her head uncomfortably from the ointment. What's there to believe? The Empress is just taking the blame. Maybe the person behind all this has some purpose. Xiaotsui didn't understand much about these things and casually said, Maybe it's just to frame the Empress. These days, the Queen's popularity hasn't faded yet. After the expenses in the harem were cut in half, many people are secretly complaining. Princess Lee suddenly went cold, and Xiaotsui thought she was being ignored and quickly went to find a cloak. Princess Lee stopped her, sighed deeply, and said, The harem is going to be chaotic again. We will have a lot to do in the future. The Queen really is extraordinary. Lu Qingjing looked helplessly at the plate, which was completely cleaned. Kai Wei also twitched her mouth, feeling a bit awkward, and said, Is the emperor not full? There are still many pastries in the small kitchen. Should I go get some for you? Zhang Dequan looked at her coldly, thinking she was being naive. He then bowed and smiled, saying lately, Your Majesty hasn't had such a good appetite. Eating so much at once might make you feel uncomfortable. I will go get some easy-to-digest food for you. Lu Qingjing comforted Kaiwei, who took a step back with a mysterious expression. Qinzhao had already felt he ate a bit too much today, but the spicy peppers were so delicious that he couldn't stop. When he was caught, it was quite awkward. Hearing Zhang Dequan's words, he felt quite pleased and nodded, saying, "That's right. I've been busy lately, and haven't had such an appetite in a long time. You may go now." Lu Qingjing looked at his stubborn behavior with some helplessness. The sky was getting dark. She handed Qinzhao a cup of tea and urged him, "Since you finished eating, you should go back. Didn't you say you've been busy these days? You probably need to review the memorials." Qinzhao did plan to return soon, but he felt uncomfortable when he heard that. He lazily stretched and said, "There's not much to do today. After all, tomorrow I will leave the palace. I suppose the officials don't have much to say either." Lu Qingjing was initially complaining that the tea was too bitter. Hearing this, she looked up slightly and asked, "Leave the palace? Is there some big event?" "I don't remember what important day tomorrow is." Qinzhao looked at her with a smile. A few days ago, she was excited about the sacrificial ceremony, but now that it was time to leave, she seemed to forget. He teased her, "Didn't I tell you today? How could you forget so quickly? In a few days, there will be the sacrificial ceremony. We can't stay in the palace forever. It's about time we set out." Lu Qingjing suddenly remembered that this era does not have airplanes or other fast transportation tools. She thought that for them, leaving now might be a bit late. She nodded understandingly and said, "I forgot for a moment.
I just remembered now.
But leaving tomorrow might be a bit rushed, since we haven't packed anything in the palace yet." Qinzhao smiled gently. A breeze softly blew in through the door. He hummed comfortably and said, "What's the big deal? The palace's household department isn't just for show. They've already prepared everything. Even if you just found out tomorrow morning, it doesn't matter. The palace servants are much smarter than you think." Lu Qingjing paused, suddenly feeling something was off. She couldn't quite remember what it was at first. The bitter tea had no aroma, and the only good thing was that it helped her stay alert. She took another sip and felt a little clearer. If servants are usually sensitive, why doesn't Kaiwei suspect anything unusual about her? The wind outside seemed to grow stronger, howling and making her feel uncomfortable inside. Zhang Dequan's footsteps sounded. The door was gently pushed open. Lu Qingjing saw only him and looked a bit puzzled. "Isn't Kaiwei with you? Why did only you come back? Where is she?" Zhang Dequan awkwardly smiled. He placed the tray on the table, bowed slightly, and began to apologize. "It's the servant's fault. We got delayed on the way. When I just arrived at the kitchen, I bumped into Miss Kaiwei. Nothing serious happened, but she was holding a cup of milk tea, and her clothes are soaked now. It's inconvenient to serve her, so I let her rest." Lu Qingjing didn't mind much. She had just asked out of curiosity, not because she really needed Kaiwei at that moment. She calmly said, "It's not the officials' fault. Everyone's been working hard all day. Besides, it's getting late. If His Majesty weren't still here, Kaiwei and I would also be resting." Qinzhao shifted uncomfortably. His words sounded almost like he was rushing them away. Zhang Dequan looked at both of them, cleared his throat, and before he could say more, suddenly a strong gust of wind blew open all the doors and windows. The Queen's Hall was originally empty, with only a dining table and a few decorations. There was no screen or cover. A sudden gust of wind swept through the room, causing everything to spin. Lu Qingjing covered her mouth and nose, almost unable to open her eyes from the wind. Zhang Dequan hurriedly called out to the palace maids and guards outside, and after a long effort, they finally managed to close the door. Zhang Dequan looked disheveled and dirty, but Qinzhao sat quietly in the innermost part, unbothered. Lu Qingjing, feeling helpless, touched the jewelry on her head. "Since the emperor has finished eating, let's go back. The weather is really bad and I'm very tired. I don't want to stay here any longer." Zhang Dequan wiped his sweat and looked nervous. Since entering the palace, no one dared to speak so casually, not even when Qinzhao was just an unknown prince. Qinzhao didn't mind. He waved his hand and took a bite of a snack. After a while, he felt something was wrong with the snack and awkwardly spat it out. Zhang Dequan smiled bitterly and stepped forward. Your Majesty can't eat this. It seems the wind just now has contaminated the snack. If you still want more, I will go get some for you. Qin Zhao waved his hand impatiently. No need. It's getting late. You should tidy up the sleeping hall. I've been busy all day and am very tired. Lu Qingjin nodded sleepily. Yes, at this hour, Your Majesty should go back and rest. Otherwise, we won't be able to leave tomorrow. Zhang Dequan sighed and loudly agreed. I obey. I will go arrange things in the Queen's sleeping quarters. Please wait a moment, Your Majesty and Empress. Only then did Lu Qingjin realize something was wrong. She looked up, frowned, and took a sip of tea. Are you staying here today? Why not go back? This is my palace. Zhang Dequan quietly slipped out. Qin Zhao, indifferent, looked at her and reminded, Empress, be careful with your words. Besides, what's wrong with staying here for a night? This place isn't sacred. Isn't the Queen's palace meant for me to stay in? Lu Qingjin almost burst out laughing. She had no other choice. Qin Zhao's words made sense. This palace was indeed where the emperor should stay. But thinking of the jealous concubines lurking nearby, she didn't feel this was a good idea. Qin Zhao saw her conflicted expression and looked a bit helpless. Don't overthink it. Today the weather is just bad. I had no choice but to rest here. I won't do anything to you. Lu Qingjin rolled her eyes and slammed the table, standing up. Your Majesty is overthinking. I am not ungrateful. I have no ill intentions towards you. So, there's no need to stay here. Let's go to the sleeping hall. Qin Zhao hesitated and followed her, feeling it was partly his fault. When this woman first entered the palace, she didn't look pleased, and now she was saying such things. Suddenly, the door swung open, and a strong gust of wind blew right into his face. The slight guilt Qin Zhao had felt disappeared instantly. Are you crazy, woman? I am the emperor. Do you know you should help block the wind for me? The guards had been stationed near the porch, and upon hearing this, they hurried over, worried that the Empress might be punished if they were careless. To their surprise, the Empress, who looked delicate, was shouting louder than the Emperor. I am a weak woman. You must understand that. Shouldn't you be shielding me from the wind? I personally opened the door for you, and you show no gratitude at all. The guards almost stumbled. Her voice was so loud that it was impossible to tell who she was shielding or what her delicate appearance was supposed to be. Anyone unfamiliar would not realize this was the Empress speaking. Qin Zhao seemed to have lost his temper and didn't know what to say. He grabbed the clothes the guard was holding and headed toward the inner palace. Lu Qingjin said nothing, just followed behind, looking somewhat fierce. The guards were at a loss, exchanging glances. One young guard hesitantly asked, Did the Empress and the Emperor sleep together? Another, more alert, replied skeptically, I don't think so, but they seem like they're about to have a contest. I haven't seen any happiness from the Empress. If it were other palace ladies, they'd probably be laughing. The head guard sighed heavily, his tone serious. Stop talking nonsense. This is the Emperor's matter, not something we should guess about. Just do your jobs properly. A few guards quickly bowed and promised to do so. Zhang Dequan was busy arranging the palace, maids to make the bed. Unexpectedly, he turned around and saw these two important figures walking in themselves, with all their faces looking grim. The young palace maids looked at each other, unsure whether to continue. Lu Qingjin, impatient, sat down heavily on the bed. The usually soft and comfortable bed now felt uncomfortable. She curiously lifted the quilt. The bed was covered with peanuts, longans, and red dates. Zhang Dequan chuckled and explained it's the rule. When the Emperor and Empress sleep together, they must have this. Otherwise, it means the servants haven't done their job properly. Empress Zhao was feeling a bit embarrassed. She avoided Lan Qingjing's gaze and said, Take these things away. There's no need for them. Otherwise, we won't be able to rest tonight. Once you've finished packing, you can leave. Zhang Dequan gave a meaningful look, and the young palace maids immediately understood. They nodded quickly and started tidying up. Soon everyone had left. By late at night, the two no longer cared about feeling awkward. They finished tidying up and lay down side by side to sleep. Zhang Dequan paused at the door, sighed, and thought he knew that these two probably wouldn't have a proper marriage. Continuing like this wouldn't be good for the palace or outside. He thought for a moment and said to a young palace maid nearby, "Tomorrow morning, go to the palace and spread the news that the emperor and empress are happily together." The young maid nodded to show she understood. The other palace maids and eunuchs around them kept quiet, watching silently. Early the next morning, Consort Lee was still half asleep when she heard the chatter outside. "Whatever you do, don't tell the lady. Keep your mouth shut." Consort Lee frowned, recognizing Xiao Chui's voice. She turned over impatiently and said, "All right, come in. I heard everything." The voices outside suddenly stopped. After a while, Xiao Chui and a few palace maids came to do her hair and makeup. Consort Lee sat up, sighed, and let them work. "Tell me, what did Shi Wang hear this time?" she asked. The faces of the palace maids looked worried. Only Xiao Chui clenched her teeth and said, "This has nothing to do with the lady. Today is a big day. The emperor will hold a ceremony with the women of the harem to pray for good fortune. The lady shouldn't worry about other things." Consort Lee smiled faintly at her reflection in the mirror, feeling helpless. Since this news has come out now, it must be someone intentionally telling us. They wouldn't say anything if they didn't want us to know. Xiao Chui sighed but spoke slowly. "I heard a rumor that the emperor stayed in the empress's palace yesterday. The two of them were very close and intimate." In an instant, the jade bracelet in Consort Lee's hand seemed to. The other maids knelt silently on the ground, afraid to speak. After a long moment, Consort Lee finally spoke calmly. "What are you all doing? Quickly get up and help me with my makeup. We won't make it to the carriage if we delay any longer." A few young palace maids nervously resumed their grooming. Consort Lee still appeared gentle and fragile, as if she hadn't just crushed a jade bracelet with her own hands. At this moment, Lu Qingjing paid no attention to the gossip in the palace. She stood inside the sleeping chamber, glaring at the clothes before her. "What is this? You probably aren't planning to give this to me. Is this really meant to be worn by a person?" She saw a dazzling, gold-colored gown hanging on a rack. The wooden rack was slightly bent under the weight. The other items weren't as important. To Lu Qingjing, the most important thing was that this entire outfit from head to toe was made mostly of pure gold, including the matching jewelry. She couldn't believe what it would look like if a person actually wore all these things. Qin Zhao, dressed in his dragon robe, looked proud and said, "You've probably never seen such fancy clothes. This is the traditional ceremonial attire of the Empress for worshipping heaven. Don't make a fuss. Just put it on quickly." Lu Qingjing helplessly watched as Kai Wei awkwardly tried to gently put the outer garment on her. Suddenly, she felt an overwhelming heaviness. She grimaced and looked at the heavy cloak nearby, feeling hopeless. It seems that in the beginning, the Empress of the Great Yu dynasty must have been quite strong. Qin Zhao found her expression amusing. He cleared his throat and said, "That's nothing. When we reach the palace gates, the Empress will also need to join me in receiving the worship of the people. We'll walk that entire path together. Even if the Empress isn't strong now, she'll get stronger as we go." Lu Qingjing almost staggered onto the carriage. Once seated, she let out a sigh of relief. The gold outfit was just too heavy. Thinking about the upcoming public worship made her restless. Qin Zhao looked at her awkwardly sitting beside him and frowned. "You're the Empress now, so you can't be so reckless. There are rules for sitting.
Can't you sit properly for a while?"
Lu Qingjing rolled her eyes indifferently. "You're wearing a regular dragon robe, but I'm in pure gold. If it weren't for the gold threads, you wouldn't even fit in this carriage with me." Qin Zhao helplessly shrugged. He didn't say much because he knew this outfit was unusual. Still, the Empress had always worn such clothes over the years, and he didn't know how to change that now. Lu Qingjing no longer paid attention to him. She looked out the window of the carriage, watching the rows of carriages rumbling ahead. She frowned and glanced at them. Who are all these people in front? They don't look like officials, more like palace staff. Qin Zhao sighed mysteriously. Those are the other 4 consorts from the palace. They are also going to the heaven worship ceremony. Lu Qingjin instinctively felt something was wrong. I thought only the Empress could participate in this heaven worship ceremony. What are those consorts doing? Shouldn't they be inside the palace attending another prayer ritual? Qin Zhao awkwardly cleared his throat. I specially allowed them to come along. This is the first time since I ascended the throne that I am reporting the heaven worship ceremony. Lu Qingjin nodded and said nothing more. She knew this was her own doing. Although the officials had quieted down, as emperor, Qin Zhao couldn't show no reaction at all. It seemed her journey this time was going to be difficult. She thought correctly. Before leaving the palace, a minister's voice came from outside. Your Majesty, to show the Empress's grace, she should walk out of the palace from here. Qin Zhao said nothing, only glanced at Lu Qingjin. A distant voice of Kaiwei sounded. Lord Lu, what are you talking about? I've never heard of such a rule. Not only is it impossible to leave the palace from here, but even walking from the palace gate to outside would be too late, let alone the Empress, wearing her fine clothes. Lu Qi stood there, neither advancing nor retreating. Kaiwei grew impatient, clenched her teeth, and said no more. Lu Qingjin sighed softly, knowing she couldn't avoid this. She raised her hand and pushed open the carriage door. It seems this is a rule specifically left for me by Lord Lu. I won't trouble the Emperor. I will go myself. Her golden dress looked somewhat loose on her. Somehow, Lu Qi felt that his daughter had changed somehow. Before he could think more, Lu Qingjin had already stepped down. One carriage after another stopped at the palace gates. She was dressed in heavy clothes and walked steadily forward. All the palace people were watching her. Their gazes were either sympathetic or disdainful. But she seemed unaware of everything, simply walking on. Her flowing cloak trailed behind her, creating a long streak. The hot sunlight reflected off her clothes, momentarily blinding others. Empress Qin Zhao looked at Lu Qi outside the carriage with a strange, unsettling expression. Lu Aiqing, I suppose there's nothing more to worry about now. The Empress has already left, so perhaps I can too. Lu Qi bowed slightly and dared not speak, then moved aside. Qin Zhao's carriage slowly moved forward without even closing the door. Everyone watched as all the carriages followed behind the Empress. Everyone's hearts were mixed with feelings. Concubine Lee looked at Lu Qingjing, who was walking painfully, and frowned while clutching her handkerchief. Xiao Chui looked at her confused. Your Highness, are you feeling unwell? Concubine Lee sighed deeply and said with an unclear tone, It's nothing. At times like this, we shouldn't let others think we are too fragile. Consort Yin also looked at Lu Qingjing's back and sighed. She whispered to the maid beside her. Did you see that? That's the position everyone desires. Forget wealth and rank, even her own father is calculating. I must admit, I now somewhat admire him. The maid sighed silently, saying nothing. At this moment, Qin Zhao's mood was the most complicated. She knew the journey wouldn't be peaceful, but she didn't expect trouble to start now. She took a deep breath and told herself inwardly, You are the Emperor. This is what the Empress must endure. Once out of the palace, there's nothing that can trouble her. Just endure a little longer. The palace gate slowly opened in front of Lu Qingjing. She had seen everything outside before, but this time was different. Everyone was watching her, as if she were a deity. They knelt on the ground willingly, bowing in reverence. In that moment, it felt as if her blood was boiling. An old voice questioned deep in her heart, My successor. Do you see this? This is power. This is the people. They are the hope of this country, trusting and believing in you, even willing to sacrifice their lives for you. Lu Qingjing took a deep breath and stepped outside the palace. The gate was like a boundary. Inside was cold and treacherous, full of scheming. Outside was the warmth and fiery loyalty of the mortal world. The common people didn't know what was happening inside the palace. They didn't even understand why their empress was walking out like this. But that didn't affect their trust and loyalty to the royal family. Unlike long-standing dynasties, the Great Yu was still new, which meant the people's trust had not yet been worn down. Qin Zhao didn't know when she had come to her side. She gently held her hand and walked forward, softly saying, "Did you see? Those people believe in me. So no matter what happens, it's all worth it." People worshipping together is like everyone from the country gathering in one place. They shout loudly, and the emperor and empress, dressed in beautiful clothes, walk slowly past, symbolizing a bright and prosperous future for the nation. Two people gradually walk away. Lu Qingjing, finally back on the carriage, takes a deep breath and says helplessly, "Where exactly are we going to offer sacrifices to the heavens?" Qin Zhao looks at her with a bit of a sad and confused expression, feeling a little pity. He gently comforts her. "It's not far, but it will take about 5 or 6 days. Everything is prepared there, so we probably don't need to plan anything else." Lu Qingjing sighs heavily and leans against the side of the carriage, feeling uncomfortable. This place is so miserable. I don't even know when we'll get off the carriage. Honestly, being the empress is not an easy job. Qin Zhao looks at her with a faint smile and gently pats her clothes, speaking softly and kindly. "Let's wait a little longer. Once we leave the city, we can rest for a while. We've traveled so far, and as usual, we can set up a small shrine in the woods outside the city to pray at dawn." Just as he finishes speaking, the carriage stops. Lu Qi's voice comes again. "Your Majesty, we have arrived at the resting woods. Please get off the carriage to rest and prepare." Lu Qingjing frowns but says nothing. Qin Zhao, however, does not move and asks coldly, "How come I didn't know that Lord Lu has become a palace guard? Isn't this something Lord Lu shouldn't be involved in?" Lu Qi falls silent. After a moment, Zhang Dequan's voice is heard. "Sorry for being late, Your Majesty. There was a small incident ahead, so we can only rest here. Please, Your Majesty, get off the carriage." Lu Qingjing feels something strange, like a conspiracy. She touches her clothes and frowns. Qin Zhao has already stepped down from the carriage. Zhang Dequan helps Lu Qingjing out, but she waves her hand and says, "I'll stay in the carriage. No need to get off." Lu Qi looks somewhere faintly and sighs quietly, then speaks slowly. "This is the rule for offering sacrifices to the heavens. Perhaps the Empress doesn't know, but for Your Majesty's sake, you should get off the carriage." Lu Qingjing notices his sigh and hesitates for a moment before stepping down. It seems Lord Lu has forgotten why he is here. Kai Wei comes over to support Lu Qingjing and takes over, saying, "That's because Lord Lu is related to the Empress. Otherwise, with his rank, he should be leading the front of the procession. How could he be so close to the Emperor?" Lu Qi's face changed, but he didn't speak. Instead, the concubine Xian didn't know when she had come over and said, "That's right. I heard that a few days ago, Lord Lu wanted to distance himself from the Empress Dowager. Maybe now isn't a good time to stay here." Zhang Dequan looked at both of them, noticing Qin Zhao seemed to be ignoring everything and was quietly drinking water while sitting on a nearby stone. Lu Qingjing was also looking at her clothes silently. He had to speak up, saying, "It's my fault. The heaven worship ceremony was too rushed. I will arrange for Lord Lu to go to the front now. Lord Lu, please." Lu Qi looked at Lu Qingjing, wanting to say something, but in the end, he just closed his mouth and said nothing. He followed Zhang Dequan to the front. Lu Qingjing watched Lu Qi's back and gently smiled at the concubine Xian, saying, "Thank you, sister. If it weren't for you, I wouldn't have had a good day today." The concubine Xian waved her hand, feeling genuinely a bit embarrassed. "It's nothing. After all, the palace also benefited from Your Majesty's guidance. Otherwise, I wouldn't even know where I was right now." Lu Qingjing just casually expressed her thanks, not knowing what had happened in the palace, so she was a bit stunned and asked, "Did something happen in the palace?" The concubine Xian waved her hand and smiled lightly. "Someone wanted to use me as a target. It's all over now. But if the Empress Dowager hadn't reminded me, I might have been in bed for a while." Lu Qingjing followed her to a more remote spot and sat down. Kai Wei bowed, and left. Feeling something was off, Lu Qingjing asked, "Have they found out who did this? Such hidden dangers can't be left alone. It might cause trouble again." The concubine Xian covered her mouth and nose gently, smiling softly. "Your Majesty, what are you saying? Nothing in this palace can be fully trusted. It's all just precautions. Sorry for my words. This time, going outside the palace isn't simple. You must be extra careful." Lu Qingjing nodded and watched the concubine Xian gracefully walk away, feeling a bit unlucky. She wondered when her luck started to turn bad, surrounded by all sorts of messy people and things, as if they were specifically targeting her. Kai Wei didn't know when she returned. She lowered her head, helping her adjust her clothes. "Your Majesty, what are you thinking about? You look so distracted. Be careful in this wild countryside." Lu Qingjing didn't notice the difference in her tone and waved her hand dismissively, smiling. "I'm out with the Emperor. There are many officials and guards around. There's nothing to worry about. You're overthinking it." At this moment, Zhang Dequan happened to come over carrying a snack box. Hearing this, he smiled and said, "That's right. Although this place is remote, it's the safest. You should know that nearby, various princes are sending troops to protect us. Nothing has ever gone wrong here." Lu Qingjing took a bite of the snack and nodded in praise. "I wonder where this snack is from. It tastes really good, much better than what's made in the palace." Zhang Dequan smiled softly and whispered, "I heard that this was made early in the morning by Consort Lee. It's a local flavor, and each palace has a share. If the lady likes it, you can ask if there are more." He clearly didn't want Lu Qingjing to eat too much, so she put down her cake and smiled. "Since it's a gift from someone else, I shouldn't ask for more. You don't need to trouble yourself, official. I've heard that Consort Lee comes from a wealthy family, so why does she still have so many local tastes?" Zhang Dequan took a step back and looked around. The place was quite remote, and ordinary people wouldn't pass by here. He then felt reassured and said boldly, "Consort Lee's family used to make snacks. If the Grand General hadn't gained the Emperor's favor, she wouldn't have such a high status, even if the Emperor liked her." Lu Qingjing, hearing this, lost some interest in her snack. "Official, you should go back and check. The Emperor has been watching you for a while. You should go now. I have some herbs here." Zhang Dequan saw that Lu Qingjing didn't like talking about family background, so he apologized and turned to leave. Lu Qingjing, feeling bored, continued eating her snack. Suddenly, Kai Wei pushed her. She was caught off guard and fell to the side. Out of nowhere, a fishing net wrapped around her. The net was strong and lifted Lu Qingjing straight into the air. Qin Zhao saw this and hurriedly called for guards, but Lu Qingjing's spot was already quite remote, and now she was caught in the net, hanging behind a large tree, making her hard to see. Suddenly, an arrow shot straight at her from nowhere. Qin Zhao's pupils shrank as he tried to stop it, but it was too late. The chaos around only allowed everyone to watch helplessly as the arrow pierced through the tree, pinning Lu Qingjing in midair. The arrowhead faintly glowed blue, indicating it was poisoned. The guards couldn't get close in time. From all directions, countless blue poison arrows rained down. Every arrow aimed at Lu Qingjing, who was hanging in the air, uncertain of her fate. The chaotic sounds around disappeared. Everyone looked at the woman in midair. The scattered arrows stuck haphazardly in the trees. Qin Zhao, voice trembling, ordered the guards nearby, "Go see how the Empress is doing." Ji Qin frowned and led people to catch the assassins. He seemed afraid someone else might appear, so he instructed the guards to set up a circle of shields around. Qin Zhao glanced at him without speaking, seemingly trusting him. The guards nervously moved closer. The fishing net in the air was already torn apart. If those arrows hadn't pinned Lu Qingjing firmly in place, she would have fallen long ago. Seeing people approaching, she moved her body with difficulty and said, "I'm fine. Quickly lower me down." Everyone around looked at each other in disbelief. They couldn't believe the Empress, who had been pierced like a sieve, was safe. The guards, though surprised, dared not slack off. They scrambled to climb up carefully. Lu Qingjing felt the situation. Although the poison arrows were close, her royal gown was made of gold threads, even her underclothes. She had just been complaining about how heavy her clothes were, but now they had saved her life. The guards marveled secretly, but carefully helped her down with courtesy. Qin Zhao, ignoring the danger around, quickly stepped forward to check. Is the Empress injured? Lu Qingjin was unharmed, but the ordeal had left her somewhat exhausted.
I'm fine.
This royal gown still has some use. But this matter is not simple. I hope His Majesty investigates thoroughly. Qin Zhao nodded and ordered someone to help her rest. However, Lu Qingjin waved her off and turned around, looking at Kaiwei, who was pierced by several arrows, with a complex expression. Everyone knew that Kaiwei and Lu Qingjin had been close at the time. Since Lu Qingjin was set up, Kaiwei wouldn't have survived, as no one paid attention to their remote location then. Qin Zhao looked at Kaiwei, who was barely breathing, and thought she wasn't a threat to Lu Qingjin anymore. He signaled a few guards to stay, and then headed toward Jichen. The recent assassination attempt made everyone uneasy. They had no mood to care about this side. Lu Qingjin knelt down, looking at the pale Kaiwei, unsure of what to say. Kaiwei spoke first. If you have questions, just ask. We've been together for so long. I can't hide the last thing from you. Blood slowly dripped from Kaiwei's mouth. The girl looked at Lu Qingjing with a cold expression, seeming completely indifferent. Suddenly, Lu Qingjing remembered the day she first woke up. A delicate girl was crying with tears all over her face, trembling as she called for the doctor. She couldn't believe that such a girl would betray her master for someone else. The guards behind seemed to step back a little. Lu Qingjing sighed and slowly spoke. Why? Haven't you been with me since we were young? Even when I became the Empress, I never treated you badly or asked for anything from you. Kaiwei looked at her with a complicated gaze. Because you are not her. You're not the Lu Qingjing who grew up with me. Nor are you my master. Although some things are not right, this matter makes sense. After all, you took her things. Now I want you to return them. What's wrong with that? Lu Qingjing shook her head, feeling a strange sadness. I do owe you and others, but it was not my intention. Today's events do not involve your family. Consider it my apology to you. Changing how she addressed her was like denying the friendship they had built over these days. Although she was no longer the same person, the bond they shared was real. For a moment, Kaiwei, who was close to death, had tears in her eyes. Suddenly, a thick cloud floated in the sky, bringing a sense of impending rain. Lu Qingjing turned away, no longer looking at Kaiwei, who had lost her life. She wanted to ask something, but by this point it no longer mattered. She watched the guards carry Kaiwei away, and couldn't help but say, this person has served me for many years. It's been her. Find a place to bury her alone, and give her a proper send-off. The guards agreed and left. Zhang Dequan hurried over when he saw this. Your Majesty, don't trouble yourself. Others will handle this. The Emperor has been waiting for a while. Please go quickly. This was the first time she faced such a dangerous situation after crossing over. Lu Qingjing felt a bit panicked. She clenched her trembling fingers, but still said, I understand. Official, lead the way. Seeing that it was about to rain and with everything happening, she knew they couldn't delay any longer. A group of people set up tents. Lu Qingjing headed toward the middle tent. Zhang Dequan walked beside her quietly, whispering, this matter was indeed unexpected, but His Majesty has already sent people to investigate. The area is full of the general soldiers, so the Empress need not worry anymore. Lu Qingjing stepped out of the tense atmosphere and suddenly felt something was wrong. Shouldn't His Majesty have arranged for this trip long ago? Why is it only happening now? I observed earlier, and it wasn't just one or two people. Why hasn't anyone been caught? Zhang Dequan smiled helplessly and said, you don't know, Empress. There was no one in the forest at all. Those arrows seemed to appear out of nowhere. Not just the servants, even the general couldn't do anything. They could only replace the guards to ensure His Majesty's safety. Everyone they met on this journey seemed strange. Those attending the ceremony were not fools. The obvious targeting earlier couldn't be missed. At that moment, Lu Qingjing felt both sympathy and fear. Lu Qingjing knew this was unavoidable, so she didn't mind. Zhang Dequan sighed again, as if she had suffered a great injustice. Before Lu Qingjing could say anything, a voice came from behind. "Empress, are you well? I came especially to ask about your health." Lu Qingjing turned around with some suspicion. Standing there was a stranger, a young, handsome man. He seemed respectful, but his eyes showed some disdain. "I think the Empress should apologize for this matter. If she hadn't gone to certain places herself, so many people wouldn't be worried and scared. Although the guards were careless, the Empress also bears some responsibility." Lu Qingjing almost laughed out loud. She shook her head and looked at the young man, who didn't seem much older than a teenager. "I don't know what you're talking about. If this gentleman is so impatient with me, he might as well go to the Emperor and accuse me. It's not the first time." The man seemed insulted and almost jumped up. "Since the Empress doesn't care about these things, what right does she have to be the Queen Mother? She's just a concubine girl who doesn't understand the rules." This was a direct slap in the face. Not only Lu Qingjing, but everyone nearby looked displeased. The closer ones, like Yunfei, who was delicate and weak, stepped forward. Just when Lu Qingjing thought she would mock her again, Yunfei spoke. "Where is this gentleman from? I've never seen you before." Zhang Dequan had planned to scold her, but seeing Yunfei didn't seem to want to add fuel to the fire, he kept silent and watched quietly. The man respectfully bowed his head, looking quite proud, and said, "I am General Chu Shanjing's subordinate, Deputy General Su Lung." The maid behind Yunfei stepped forward with a teasing tone and said, "So you're from an unknown general's family, and you're from the Su family? You seem like a poor family, and I don't understand why you're so disrespectful to the Empress. People might think you're targeting all the ladies in the palace." Actually, this statement was a bit forced. It seemed like he was just trying to flatter and please the other ladies in the palace. It didn't really mean to oppose all the ladies, but it did express his intention to support Lu Qingjing. Su Lung understood what was being said and immediately knelt on the ground, trembling and looking completely different from his previous arrogant attitude. After saying these words, Yunfei slightly bowed and left. The remaining Lu Qingjing looked at the man begging for mercy with some helplessness. Zhang Dequan seemed to notice her helplessness and cleared his throat before speaking. "It seems this gentleman doesn't have any urgent matters. The servant girl and the Empress have important things to do. I will speak to the Emperor on your behalf about this matter." After saying that, he ignored the man and took Lu Qingjing into the tent. At this moment, Qin Zhao was discussing something with Ji Chen. When she saw her come in, she frowned in displeasure and said, "Why haven't you changed your clothes after so long? The Empress's tent is already set up." Lu Qingjing, exhausted, had no energy to argue and only spoke in a hoarse voice. "I heard the Emperor summon me, so I didn't have time to change. Does His Majesty have any instructions for me?" Ji Chen looked at Qin Zhao and spoke first. "Forgive me for being frank. This matter didn't harm anyone. So, does the Empress have any enemies?" Lu Qingjing closed her eyes, thought for a moment, and then slowly shook her head. "No, I was just a concubine before entering the palace. I rarely go out, and mostly know people from the Lu family. I don't know outsiders." Qin Zhao looked a bit embarrassed and said, "Do you know what Lu Qi is planning? Since he's your father, I suppose he might have told you something." Lu Qingjing opened her eyes and looked at him coldly. "I thought the Emperor already knew a few days ago. Lu Qi is not my father. I don't know what he's planning. As for the assassination attempt on me, I suspect him the most. After all, Kai Wei isn't someone just anyone can talk to." Ji Chen looked at the two people rubbing their hands together, helplessly realizing that their relationship didn't seem as good as rumors suggested. For a moment, as a courtier, he didn't dare to interrupt again. The three of them stood there awkwardly. After a while, someone outside announced, "Your Majesty, Consort Lee wishes to see you on an urgent matter." Qin Zhao, who was initially confused by Lu Qingjing's earlier words, breathed a sigh of relief and quickly said, "Quickly, let her in." Lu Qingjing didn't stop her, but simply found a stool to sit on. Even though her clothes were torn and messy, she still carried herself with dignity. She wasn't worried about Consort Lee doing anything harmful. Anyone with a bit of sense would try to clear their name and stand with her first. When Consort Lee entered, she saw that all three looked upset. She bowed politely and said, "I didn't mean to disturb your majesty, but I saw something earlier. Since my brother is here, I dared to come forward." Qin Zhao initially thought Consort Lee was just bringing something, but she hadn't expected her to see something. He hurriedly stepped forward and asked, "What did you see?" Consort Lee hesitated, then slowly said, "I saw the Empress seem to like these snacks. I thought to ask Xiao Cui to bring some over, but I happened to see a monk sneaking away quietly." Ji Chen interrupted her, looking a bit helpless. "A young monk? Wearing a blue robe, with a mole on his right eye?" Consort Lee didn't expect this to be related to her brother. She was at a loss for words. Ji Chen sighed and said, "Your Majesty, I understand now. This monk is probably here to protect you." Consort Lee looked at Lu Qingjing in disbelief. Her meaning was clear. She was talking about protecting the emperor, but the empress had already been harmed by poison. Lu Qingjing didn't understand all of this. She hadn't lied. Her original self truly knew nothing. Even now, with her sharp mind, she couldn't figure out what was happening. Qin Zhao looked at Lu Qingjing and said, "In the end, the empress is the victim here. If the general finds that monk, let her handle it." Before Lu Qingjing could speak, Ji Chen shook his head. "Your Majesty, you misunderstood. That monk couldn't be the mastermind behind this. He probably received the news and arrived too late." Consort Lee nodded with some confusion and said, "If that's the case, I can understand. After all, I did see that the Empress had an accident when I saw him. But why doesn't he help openly? Why is he so timid? If he is considered a good person, I find it hard to believe." Ji Chen gently patted his sister's head, feeling pleased that she hadn't spoken recklessly out of jealousy. "You've also heard of this monk's name, but probably don't remember. In the past, he was the great benefactor who saved the former emperor's life." Qin Zhao frowned and thought for a moment before suddenly speaking in surprise. "Is he the kind-hearted monk? The one who helped father on the battlefield? Hasn't he disappeared for many years?" Ji Chen nodded and said, "Yes, it's him. Although he's disappeared, it's because of his own choice. I saw him once afterward, but he didn't want to deal with officials anymore. He left without saying a word. I believe he came specifically to save His Majesty this time." Lu Qingjing, hearing this, also looked confused and turned around. Consort Lee whispered to her, "You probably haven't heard of this. Kind-hearted monk is his title. He's a great benefactor of our great you. I don't know why he suddenly arrived late this time and couldn't save sister." Lu Qingjing knew that this monk probably knew her identity, so she didn't ask further. She sighed and smiled at Consort Lee. "Thank you for your concern. I really don't have much strength now. I will definitely thank you properly in the future." Qin Zhao watched her leave with an inexplicable expression and asked, "Did you find out why Kai Wei betrayed?" Ji Chen looked at Consort Lee and, seeing that the emperor showed no hesitation, lowered his head. "I don't know. All signs indicate that Kai Wei has nothing to do with this matter. We can only wait for further clues." Qin Zhao nodded and waved his hand. Ji Chen bowed and left, followed by Consort Lee. While everyone was puzzled, Lu Qi had already arrived at a small hill nearby. On the hill, a man in black stood with a calm expression. Lu Qi cautiously approached and saluted. "Sir, is there something you want to tell me?" The man in black slowly turned around. His handsome features were cold, and it was Su Lung, who had begged for mercy on the ground earlier. There was no trace of fear left. He spoke with a noble air. "I believe Lord Lu knows what's going on. Why do you still pretend to be unaware?" Lu Qi wiped his cold sweat and said with a distressed tone, "I understand the Lord's plan, but I don't understand why Lu Qingjin must die. After all, she is just a weak little daughter of mine. Besides this time, she has never done anything to interfere with the Lord's plans." Su chuckled and looked at the grand royal tent in the distance. "Lord Lu, are you worried about your daughter? Don't forget, you also have a legitimate daughter. She is about to marry the crown prince's son. You wouldn't want her to get into trouble because of your moment of softness, right?" Lu Qi's mouth twitched slightly as he struggled to speak. "Of course I don't want that. I just don't understand why the prince would bother over an useless empress. She clearly has no ability. That's not something we can know. But I heard that the Buddhist master is quite unusual regarding this empress. That might be one reason. Lord Liu, you should think carefully about how to explain this failed plan to the prince. After Su finished speaking, he turned and left without looking back. The hillside was quiet. Lu Qi stood there with a serious expression, his gaze dark and hostile. Soon, a guard approached. Lu Qi looked at him coldly. How are the arrangements coming along? The guard bowed respectfully. Everything is in order. The general hasn't noticed, and some have been assigned to the Empress's palace. Lu Qi's eyes flickered, and he nodded. The guard waited nearby. After a moment, Lu Qi spoke again. Be careful with those people. Don't act without orders. Also, find out why Kai Wei helped us at this critical moment. The guard responded and gradually walked away. Lu Qi touched his clothes and slowly moved toward the large troop. Before he reached the bottom of the hill, a voice rang out behind him. Sir, are you ready? I don't think this is a good idea. Lu Qi hurriedly turned around. A young monk with kind features looked at him steadily. Why be so surprised? Don't you know I am already here? Lu Qi's brows nearly furrowed together. After a moment, he calmed down and said with a complex tone, Master, why bother? It turns out I didn't know why Kai Wei betrayed us. I suppose it was your idea. But Lu Qingjin really has no ability. It's hard to believe the master would plan so carefully. The kind monk smiled and pointed to his shoulder. Although I made a mistake once, it wasn't dangerous. However, Lord Liu doesn't trust me at all. If I choose not to support you in the future, you'll understand why I had to act today. Lu Qi turned to look at his shoulder and saw a red bloodstain that had appeared there somehow. He sighed helplessly. I understand what the monk means, but sometimes people make one mistake after another. I can't turn back now. But the monk still has a chance to change. The kind monk didn't seem as forgiving as others said. He patted his robes casually, looking more like a carefree monk who enjoyed good food and drink. He spoke indifferently. Over the years, I've traveled to many places and heard an interesting story. It says there's an easy way to become a Buddha. Just become a bad person and put down your sword. Lord Liu, do you think that's true? Lu Qi looked at him with clear eyes. Anyone who says that probably hasn't faced real trouble. All the evil is within themselves. Even if they become a Buddha, they can't escape it. The monk sighed with a wise expression, not looking like a young man in his 20s. Since you already know all this, why ask me again? These words came from yourself, so you have to accept them. I did what I could, and I won't deny it anymore. Lu Qi's face finally changed. He hurriedly took a few steps forward. What do you mean, monk? Are you saying that the reason King Wei wants to kill Lu Qingjing is because of what you said? The monk looked at him with a mix of mockery and pity. Do you still care about these small things? I already warned you that this woman shouldn't live. But you didn't listen. When I said she shouldn't enter the palace, you ignored me. Now you're hesitant again? Lu Qi closed his eyes painfully. She's my daughter. I raised her for so many years. I watched her grow up. How can I just abandon her? The monk shook his head with regret. Without turning back, he left. You really are stubborn. If you care about the bond between father and daughter, why have you never treated her well all these years? Those secrets of heaven shouldn't be revealed. I must remind you, this woman is no longer your daughter. Drops of rain fell from nowhere onto Lu Qi's forehead, causing him to shiver. He opened his eyes after a while, but there was no one left on the desolate hillside. Lu Qingjing looked at the small window of the tent. Wind and rain slowly seeped inside. Although she was already dressed comfortably and lying in a warm bed, she couldn't feel sleepy at all. She sighed helplessly and sat up. Outside, the sky was still bright, but according to the time, it was already sunset. A young maid outside the tent seemed to hear the noise and asked softly, "Is the lady awake? I've made chicken soup. Would you like some?" Lu Qingjing sat at the table. The tent was small, and a slight breeze cut in. She shivered and nodded, saying, "Bring it in. I am indeed hungry." The young maid hurriedly brought in the soup, setting a table with steaming dishes. Lu Qingjing frowned, unsure where to start. She spoke with some frustration. What's going on? Usually there's only one bowl. What are the others for? The maid took a step back and knelt on the ground.
These are all chicken soups to drink.
I really don't know what the lady prefers, so I brought everything. Lu Qingjing didn't want to make things difficult for her. She helped her up and softly said, "Just do as you did before." The maid bit her lip, looked down sadly, and didn't speak. Lu Qingjing found it strange. Usually when she asked something, these people responded quickly and happily. Just as she was about to ask more, she suddenly remembered that the personal tasks were usually done by Kai Wei. She spoke with a dry voice, "But I don't know how it's usually prepared." The maid stood aside, holding back tears for a moment before sobbing. She didn't care whether her words made the lady happy or not. She kept wiping her eyes with her sleeve, crying, "Kai Wei usually does all this. I really don't know what to do." Seeing her crying so sadly, Lu Qingjing felt a bit sad herself. The steaming soup on the table still emitted heat, but the dampness from the rain made her feel restless. Looking at the rain and wind outside the window, she asked numbingly, "Is Kai Wei usually good to you all?" The young palace maid had already regained her composure by this time, but she still clenched her teeth and said, "All right, there's no one better than Sister Kai Wei to serve me. I really can't believe Sister Kai Wei would do such a thing." Lu Qingjing quietly thought to herself, but she admitted it. The young maid grew anxious, unable to get a response, and after a moment, she said ambiguously, "From now on, don't say such things. I'm tired now. You may leave." Seeming to breathe a sigh of relief, the young maid quickly bowed and left. After a while, Lu Qingjing stood up, turned around a few times, and found it all quite boring. When Qin Zhao entered, he saw Lu Qingjing pacing like a trapped animal. He sighed helplessly and waved to Zhang Dequan, who perceptively took away the bowls of soup and water on the table. Lu Qingjing was feeling a bit frustrated. Seeing Qin Zhao, she stopped pacing and sat down quietly. "Your Majesty, why are you here? Has there been any result from this matter?" Qin Zhao looked at her wide-open window, sighed, and advised, "You probably haven't stayed in a tent before. It's best not to open the windows during rain. No wonder you're feeling uncomfortable with it open, so wide." Lu Qingjing didn't notice that something was wrong with the window. She just smiled and asked, following his words, "What's wrong with this window? I like opening windows in the rain. Is there a problem?" Qin Zhao nodded, touched the table, and lifted his hand to show her. "Look, there's condensation on the table, which shows the rain has already seeped into the tent. Maybe we should change to a different place to stay." Lu Qingjing simply looked at him, without saying anything, her gaze firm. Seeing her determined expression, Qin Zhao paused but then explained, "This matter isn't something that can be figured out quickly. Just wait a bit longer, probably until after the sacrificial ceremony." Lu Qingjing already knew this wasn't a simple matter. Hearing this, she wasn't surprised. "I understand the importance, but I must remind your Majesty, that kind-hearted mage doesn't seem to be a good person." Qin Zhao looked at her with some confusion. "You've never met him, so how do you know he's not a good person? Remember, he's the mage who saved my father." Lu Qingjing poured him a cup of tea calmly and said, "No matter who he saved, I heard from my palace maid that he has some issues." Qin Zhao touched his teacup, noticing it was cold, and nodded knowingly. "That was the late Kai Wei talking, right? You don't need to hide anything. Just say it directly. But she's just a palace maid who betrayed her master. I won't really believe her words." Lu Qingjing paused while touching her teacup and said, "Ultimately, she has her own difficulties. I just hope His Majesty won't involve her family." Qin Zhao saw she wasn't planning to say more and didn't want to pressure her, so he casually replied, "As you wish." However, this palace maid cannot avoid responsibility. Even if she has great hardships, she shouldn't have done such a thing. Lu Qingjing had long known that this place did not care about good or evil. Hearing this, she felt a bit cold inside. "I also have to take responsibility. If I had discovered earlier, things wouldn't have turned out like this. If His Majesty wants to punish someone, take me along." Qin Zhao glanced at her with some helplessness. You are her mistress. Even if you're at fault, she isn't innocent. What if she is innocent? What would you do? I can't explain to the people of the world. So, she must not be innocent. Lu Qingjin looked up in surprise, and Qin Zhao avoided her gaze. I don't care about other things. I don't know the original you anymore. But the current you is very good. I can see that you truly want to do something for this country. Nothing else should be a burden for you. Lu Qingjin had never realized how sharp this emperor was. He had already guessed her identity from clues, but he made a different choice, shattering her thoughts that she shouldn't exist. Qin Zhao looked at her reddened eyes and gently patted her head to comfort her. None of this is your fault. It was that maid's mistake. You are you. You haven't hurt anyone. No matter what your reasons are, I believe that if you had a choice, you wouldn't want to be here. Finally, someone told her that it wasn't her fault. Tears quietly fell from Lu Qingjin's eyes. She had worked so hard for this country, never expecting that the maid Kaiwei, because she wasn't the original owner, would want to harm her. But the man in front of her spoke warmly, telling her it wasn't her fault. For a moment, her heart, which seemed eroded by cold wind and rain, found a place to belong. Lu Qingjin nodded heavily. The morning breeze slowly blew into the tent. Lu Qingjin stretched lazily, feeling refreshed. All the schemes and plots seemed like things from a long time ago. A young palace maid came in with a group of people to help her wash up. Lu Qingjin looked at the food on the table with little interest. Why are these the same dishes again today? Can't the cooks make something different? The young maid bowed and said, Your Majesty, just tell me what you'd like to eat, and I will have someone prepare it right away. Lu Qingjin was not eager to eat these foods, but her bloodline instincts did not allow her to waste food. She reluctantly shook her head and said, This is breakfast. For lunch, I will ask the kitchen to prepare some mushrooms. I will cook myself. The young maid looked worried and asked, I haven't heard of mushrooms before. Could you please explain more clearly, Your Majesty? Lu Qingjin was stunned for a moment, internally complaining, What kind of place is this? They don't even have mushrooms. She maintained a calm appearance and gave the maid a mysterious glance. It's a type of food I saw in ancient books. I just remembered it. If we don't have it, that's fine. I remember bringing plenty of chili peppers for this trip. For lunch, I plan to prepare chili and chicken. I will cook them myself. The maid nodded and, before leaving, complimented her. Your Majesty is so kind to the emperor. It's hard work to cook yourself while on the road. Lu Qingjin nodded gently and calmly, tears almost to her eyes. I just want to eat mushrooms. Now there are none, so chili chicken will have to do. But hearing this, she feels she might have to share it with that unkind emperor again. The maid didn't know these thoughts. Not long after she left, the news spread everywhere, just as Lu Qingjin had predicted. Within an hour, Qin Zhao heard about it. Zhang Dequan smiled when he received the report from the little. Your Majesty, look how kind the Empress is to you. She even thought of your favorite spicy food for lunch. Why don't I go to the kitchen and cancel today's lunch so you can dine together with the Empress? Qin Zhao considered it and nodded, thinking about how the Empress seemed especially fond of trying new ingredients lately. He called out to Zhang Dequan before he left, We still need about 3 days here to rest. If the Empress plans to go out, arrange it without reporting to me. Zhang Dequan bowed and agreed, thinking to himself, The Empress is truly favored now. Lu Qingjin ate a little breakfast and then gave up, feeling listless. Most of the food in this era was stewed or boiled, stir-fried dishes were rare, and breakfast was mostly clear soup with little flavor. The young maid saw her gloomy mood and quickly tried to comfort her. If you feel bored, I can accompany you for a walk in the woods outside the palace. I heard there are many rare things in that forest. Lu Qingjin replied absent-mindedly, If I go out, I still have to tell the emperor. Besides, it just rained, and the place is damp and stuffy. What's there to see? Before the young lady could answer, she suddenly stood up with a start. It's damp and hot. It just rained. That means there might be mushrooms nearby. The young lady didn't understand why she kept thinking about food from ancient books, but she still explained carefully, I don't know much about mushrooms, Your Majesty, but the emperor has already given an order. If the empress is going out, there's no need to report. Just go ahead. Lu Qingjing thought that maybe yesterday's events had made the emperor feel pity, but she didn't realize that half of her spicy chicken had already been shared with others. She patted the young lady beside her and confidently said, "Go find some guards to arrange things. I am going to take a walk into the forest now." The young lady nodded worriedly and left. At this time, in this society, women with talent were rare, and a wandering empress would be talked about behind her back. As soon as Lu Qingjing stepped out of the tent, she felt how overly humid it was. She wasn't sure what the tent was made of, but inside, it didn't feel damp at all. This gave her confidence. Such a hot and humid environment must have mushrooms growing. The guards watched as the empress headed deeper into the woods, following closely behind. Soon, they reached the edge of a muddy, uneven area. The guards hesitated and stepped forward to advise her. "Your Majesty, this is too dangerous. We don't know what's at the bottom of the pit. I am willing to go down and check first." Lu Qingjing didn't understand what the guard was thinking. It was just a small pit, not even a valley. She waved her hand to refuse. "No need. I know what I'm doing. Just stay behind me and don't wander around, so you won't damage anything at the bottom." The guard stood there confused and unsure, but Lu Qingjing grew more excited. Her fiery royal blood told her she could smell the fresh scent of mushrooms at the bottom of the pit. Definitely non-toxic. Without waiting for anyone else, she leapt down herself, and the guards quickly followed. Unlike above, the bottom of the pit was even more humid. The trees above cast shadows, making it dark and hard to see clearly. After adjusting to the dim light, Lu Qingjing smiled. She saw large, round mushrooms growing in clusters, white and strange-looking, giving off a mysterious vibe. One guard hesitated and approached nervously. "Your Majesty, be careful. These mushrooms look strange and might be poisonous. Let's go back quickly." Lu Qingjing felt speechless. She shook her head and picked a mushroom nearby. It had a smooth stem, a small cap, and a strange aroma. She took a deep breath and explained, "I saw this in ancient books. It's called a mushroom." The young palace maid finally came down and almost exclaimed when she saw the mushroom in Lu Qingjing's hand. "That's a mushroom. But it looks so strange, I don't know if it's safe to eat." The guards saw both of them talking and stepped back with a bow. Lu Qingjing smiled at the maid. "This is a crab-flavored mushroom. It's very tasty and best for grilling or hot pot. It's also good in soups." The maid nodded, a bit confused. "I don't understand much, but I know are expensive. So, this mushroom probably tastes very good too." Lu Qingjing was busy collecting mushrooms and didn't correct her idea that the more expensive something is, the better it must be. The guards saw this and gathered around. "Your Highness, how can you do such a thing? Let me do it." Lu Qingjing looked at their strong, broad shoulders and then at the small, fragile pile of mushrooms. The soil underneath was soft, and a few tiny mushroom caps peeked out. The ministers walking and chatting in the camp looked confused as they watched the guards come and go. "What's going on? Where did those baskets go?" All the ministers shook their heads, indicating they didn't know. Some well-informed ones whispered quietly, "I heard the Empress found some food in the deep woods from ancient books. These people were sent to bring back things." An old man with a long beard snorted disdainfully. "Just a woman. How could she know anything from ancient books? I've read so many years and never found any records of food in those texts." Most others didn't believe him. They added, "Of course, only Pacey, who reads the most, can know so much. She's just being spoiled by the emperor and causing trouble." Lu Qingjing didn't know what was happening nearby. She had simply picked all the mushrooms and piled them together. This environment was really suitable for mushrooms. They grew densely, side by side. Even in this small pit, she gathered a full pile of mushrooms. The young maid, looking tired, sat beside her. "Your Highness, it's getting late. The emperor is waiting for you to have lunch. Let the guards carry these mushrooms slowly." Lu Qingjing finally realized she had picked all the mushrooms out of boredom. Besides, The weather wasn't good for storing them. She looked at the mushrooms on the ground and the fertile soil and suddenly had an idea. The young palace maid was still waiting for her answer and couldn't help but urge, "Your Majesty, if we don't go back soon, we'll really be late. The emperor is still waiting." Lu Qingjing sighed, realizing she had truly become a cook. She helplessly clapped her hands and picked a few plump, big-eared mushrooms from the soil. "Let's go. We should head back. Today, these mushrooms will be carefully transported by those people." The guards nodded cautiously. Several palace servants quickly carried baskets of mushrooms behind her. Qin Zhao was looking at a report. Outside, the weather was dark and rainy. Although there was no flooding, food shortages were a concern. He rubbed his forehead in frustration and put down the letter, sighing. "Has the Empress returned?" Zhang Dequan hurried over and replied, "She returned earlier. I heard she found many food items in ancient books and is now cooking for the emperor in the kitchen." Qin Zhao looked outside at the gloomy weather with interest. This kind of weather is common this year. Most plants don't grow well. I wonder what she found. Zhang Dequan chuckled. "I'm not knowledgeable enough to know. But the Empress has never made mistakes in such matters. It's probably something rare and valuable." Qin Zhao seemed to think of the famous Dongpa pork and nodded in agreement. "She's quite skilled at this. You can go and see for yourself." Zhang Dequan agreed and quickly led the way. Not far from the palace, Qin Zhao saw heaps of crab-flavored mushrooms. Some old officials stood nearby, commenting on them. He frowned and approached, asking, "What's going on here?" Pei Sihua stroked his beard helplessly. "Your Majesty, these aren't poisonous, but they look strange, bland, and unappetizing. They don't seem edible." Qin Zhao raised an eyebrow and smiled. "The Empress isn't careless. She probably knows what she's doing. I have other matters to attend to. You all can go now." The officials didn't dare to argue and left, still talking among themselves. Qin Zhao ignored them and headed toward the temporary kitchen. Zhang Dequan, guiding him carefully, asked, "Your Majesty, do you trust this thing?" Qin Zhao looked back with a smile and said, "Right now, our great Yu is in hard times. I don't know if it's tasty, but it's edible. As long as it fills the stomach and keeps us from starving, it's food." As soon as the words were spoken, two people arrived at the kitchen door. The makeshift kitchen was quite simple, and the aroma seeped out around the tent's edges. This smell was more fragrant than fried food, richer than stewed dishes. Qin Zhao's nose caught the scent, and he almost started salivating. Ignoring the need to be polite, he quickly stepped inside. Lu Qingjin had just finished frying chicken pieces and was about to reheat them with the prepared sauce when she saw Qin Zhao pretending to come in casually. She looked a bit helpless at the man trying to grab a chicken piece from her hand. "Your Majesty is the 9th Five Supreme. How can you food for me at this time? Where is your dignity?"
she said.
Qin Zhao had never smelled such a wonderful aroma before. Seeing only a young palace maid in the kitchen, he secretly wanted to taste a piece, but was quickly caught. His face showed some embarrassment. Zhang Dequan, who had served for many years, quickly stepped in to smooth things over. "My lady, you don't know. His Majesty is tired today. If it weren't for waiting for you, he might have finished eating already." Qin Zhao nodded, looking serious. "Hurry up. Don't talk nonsense, just because I favor you." Lu Qingjin had long been annoyed by his stubborn pride. She snorted lazily and said, "If that's the case, your Majesty should go back. I am busy here, and I probably can't bring out a portion for you." Though she said this, her hands didn't slow down. The chicken looked enough for several people. Qin Zhao, somewhat displeased by her words, knew her temper well and silently shut his mouth, stepping outside. As he reached the table, a young palace maid brought in a prepared spicy chicken dish. Unlike the dull-colored chicken pieces he saw earlier, these were not only fragrant, but also bright red. Each piece was topped with chili peppers, making it look very appetizing, especially with the aroma of spices and fried oil. Lu Qingjin arrived a bit late, carrying a large stone pot behind her. Qin Zhao didn't bother too much and took the bowl and chopsticks handed to him. He took a bite, Spicy at first, then the sweet aroma of the broth and the tender chicken. He ate a large mouthful before asking, "What is that pot you brought out?" Lu Qingjin instructed someone to place the pot on the table and started eating too. She glanced at Qin Zhao with some helplessness and said, "Your Majesty really doesn't know anything. This isn't just a pot, it's a special soup bowl used for stewing." The young maid just saw Lu Qingjin's cooking skills in the kitchen and felt even more impressed. Hearing this, she wiped her sweat and thought, "Lady, don't talk nonsense. That's clearly a pot for boiling tea. You can't just make things up because His Majesty doesn't know anything. You'll get beheaded." Qin Zhao didn't really understand these things and simply responded, "I heard you brought back some food from ancient books. Is this soup made from that?" Zhang Dequan broke out in cold sweat and quickly bowed, saying, "Lady, don't talk nonsense. This is indeed a pot for boiling tea. The stew is made in an iron pot, and this is purple clay." Lu Qingjin waved her hand dismissively, "Do as you like. But from now on, I will use this pot for making soup." Zhang Dequan wanted to argue, but seeing the tempting aroma of the food on the table and the emperor happily eating nearby, he also felt his mouth watering. He swallowed his words along with his saliva and thought, since it's all food, there's no need to argue about the names. Spicy chicken is tasty and appetizing, but since there's no rice now, the emperor is eating roughly polished rice that looks similar. Although it looks the same, the texture is rougher, and paired with the spicy chicken, it's a bit hard to swallow. Lu Qingjin couldn't tolerate it before Qin Zhao. She opened the soup cup, and the fresh, fragrant aroma immediately masked the spiciness of the chicken. Qin Zhao was eating happily, but was eventually attracted by the smell. He leaned over to look at Lu Qingjin's bowl. She took a sip of the soup to soothe her breath, and saw Qin Zhao approaching with intense gaze. She couldn't eat any more and handed him her bowl. "Why don't you try? It tastes good, and there's a crab flavor in the soup." Zhang Dequan swallowed hard, wanting to step forward and stop him. After all, the emperor shouldn't eat leftover food. Qin Zhao didn't mind and took the bowl to drink. The soup was delicious and balanced out the spiciness and greasiness of the chicken. He sighed, feeling full and unable to eat more. Zhang Dequan withdrew his hand, realizing anew how much the emperor favored the empress. Lu Qingjin had already eaten quite a bit. Since the rice was not very tasty, she sipped her soup leisurely. "There are quite a few mushrooms. If His Majesty likes, you can eat more. I plan to make the rest into soup and send some to the officials to try." Qin Zhao nodded and looked at the plate, which was almost empty, feeling a bit embarrassed. Luckily, Lu Qingjin didn't have time to mock him at this moment. Lu Qingjin's mind was full of the land where mushrooms could grow. She knew that these mushrooms couldn't be cultivated normally. If they returned to the palace, they wouldn't be able to eat them. She thought that perhaps the spores of the mushrooms were still in that soil. Immediately, she made a plan. Qin Zhao saw her lost in thought and said nothing, just quietly drinking his soup. The mushroom flavor was fresh and delicious. He couldn't get tired of it for a while. Lu Qingjin, regaining her focus, looked at him brightly and said, "I have a good idea. We can find a way for His Majesty to enjoy this mushroom even after returning to the palace." Qin Zhao, as the ruler of the country, thought more than her. "Let's not talk about other things. Can these mushrooms be grown anywhere?" Lu Qingjin didn't understand his meaning and shook her head. "No, I just thought of a way to grow mushrooms, but the conditions are a bit strict." "Does His Majesty have any special needs?" Qin Zhao sighed with some disappointment. "This year, the weather has been bad. Crops haven't grown well. If these could be cultivated, it might be a good solution." "What a pity." Lu Qingjin hadn't expected the weather to be such a problem. She then suggested, "Why not send people to spread the word? Although these mushrooms can't be cultivated, they are everywhere. I think the common people don't realize they are edible because they haven't noticed. Even if they can't be grown as crops, they can still be used in cooking." Qin Zhao nodded happily and ordered Zhang Dequan make all the mushrooms into soup and distribute it to the officials. "Don't forget the guards and palace maids." Zhang Dequan agreed and left. Seeing Qin Zhao so interested, Lu Qingjin couldn't help but tease him. "Not all these mushrooms are non-toxic. To be cautious, your majesty should restrict the people to only eat this type. I will observe the others. Qin Zhao, full and satisfied, was about to leave when he heard this. He nodded more carefully, knowing that eating these improperly could be dangerous. Lu Qingjin, exhausted from the morning, wanted to bring some soil back but was too tired. She decided to rest in the tent for a while. Outside the tent, the mushroom matter caused a commotion. Several officials sat on stools, tasting the mushroom soup carefully. Some even said honestly, "This mushroom soup tastes really good." Pei Sihua took a sip and looked a bit better. However, he coldly said, "It is edible, but the shape is strange. I don't think the common people should eat such odd things without knowing where they come from." Queen Qin Zhao glanced at him and, considering his old age, did not criticize him too harshly. "Old Pei, you need not worry. The Empress saw this in ancient books, and it's probably not without basis." Pei Feng was a stubborn old man who hadn't shown off his knowledge in front of him for many years. Now he felt his pride was hurt and his reputation damaged. He ignored politeness and said loudly to the queen's tent, "Forgive me, your majesty, but I don't believe there are ancient books I haven't seen. Please, your majesty, come out and guide us." Queen Qin Zhao's face immediately darkened. Since she had spoken, now this old man was disrespecting her and shouting loudly at the queen's tent. She coldly scolded him, "Is this how you learn, old Pei? The Empress is resting now because she's tired from these matters. If you're unhappy, you can tell me directly. That's enough. Since the old master requested it, I suppose I can give an explanation," Lu Qingjing said tiredly as she came out of the tent. She had been asleep but was woken up forcefully. She sighed and stepped out because this was an important matter for the country and the people, and it couldn't be ignored. Several officials looked at each other, feeling somewhat annoyed with Pei Siheng. The Empress looked exhausted but still found mushrooms. Regardless of whether they were in ancient books or not, these foods tasted good by themselves. They all stood up and bowed. Pei Feng snorted and reluctantly bowed. Lu Qingjing gently supported him. "Old sir, there's no need. The ancient books do exist, but they are old and have been lost. If you meet them again, I will copy them and send them to you later." Pei Feng was just pretending to look for some face, and now that Lu Qingjing was so polite, he couldn't get angry. He could only nod and say, "Old minister is inexperienced and may have offended you." Queen Qin Zhao smiled and said to the others, "I think everyone has no objections. Please spread the word about these mushrooms to the people." The ministers nodded in agreement. The matter was settled, and the ministers dispersed. Queen Qin Zhao looked at Lu Qingjing and frowned. "If you're tired, you can go back and rest. There's probably nothing else here." Lu Qingjing shook her head, feeling sleepy, but stubbornly said, "I want to go dig up the soil for those mushrooms before it gets dark. Maybe I can grow some mushrooms." Her young palace maid nearby looked a bit uncomfortable, but hadn't had time to speak before the emperor stepped forward, directly lifting the Empress into his arms and carrying her into the tent. She stood there wide-eyed, and after a while, she excitedly followed along. Qin Zhao had no other intention. He simply saw Lu Qingjing looking tired and helped her return to her tent. Lu Qingjing understood this naturally. She was from modern times and didn't think much about it. She lazily lay on the bed and said, "I finally got up, and now I really don't want to go. Remember to call me tomorrow." Qin Zhao playfully patted her forehead, and Lu Qingjing let out a soft groan of discomfort. Seeing this, the young maid covered her mouth and smiled before running away. Soon, the camp was filled with talk, saying that the emperor was so kind to the Empress that he didn't even want her to walk on her own. Before dinner, Lu Qingjing woke up and saw the young maid smiling happily by her bedside. She was startled, patted her chest, and sat up. "What's so good that you're so happy?"
she asked.
The young maid seemed to realize she had startled Lu Qingjing and bowed politely, saying, "Please forgive me, your majesty. I was just very happy to hear the rumors in the camp." Lu Qingjing tidied her clothes. Before she could open the tent door, she turned around in confusion and asked, "What rumors?" "I only slept for an afternoon." The young maid hurried to help her with the tent curtain. It's about the emperor carrying you back after lunch. Everyone is saying that the emperor cares about your status and will find a good family for you to marry into. The so-called marrying into a good family meant that a woman of humble origins would find a noble family to be her family for honor. Lu Qingjin knew the rules here. As she walked out of the tent, she asked, "Wasn't this news only spread after lunch? How come there are such unreliable rumors so quickly?" The young maid looked behind her and didn't dare speak. Qin Zhao's voice came from behind, saying, "This isn't just a rumor. Lu Qi is indeed being unreasonable. I plan to find a noble family for you. Then you will be a legitimate daughter." Lu Qingjin didn't really care about these things. She waved her hand to refuse. "Forget it. I'm still a daughter of the Lu family. His Majesty's actions are just adding to the gossip. Instead of wasting time on this, why not help me dig up some mushroom soil?" Qin Zhao didn't agree with this, but he was very interested in the mushrooms. "Since that's the case, I haven't seen this mushroom soil before. I happen to have nothing to do now. Why don't I go with you?" Lan Qingjin only spoke casually, but hearing this, she became more serious. After all, the best time to dig up these mushroom soils is at night or early morning. She had to choose the early morning because of her status. If the emperor was with her, it would be easier. Thinking of this, she nodded. Qin Zhao, excited, led his people to follow her. The young palace maid was not new to this and gently helped Lan Qingjin to the edge of the pit. Poor Qin Zhao, the emperor, was covered in dirt and finally caught up, but he didn't notice and fell into the pit. The guards shouted and rushed down. Lan Qingjin wasn't too worried at first. The pit was big. Seeing more and more people, she couldn't help but say, "Don't go down anymore. There are enough people below. It's safe." Before Qin Zhao could steady himself, the guards' torches pointed ahead. "Your Majesty, this is the mushroom soil. The mushrooms have been growing there all along." Before they finished speaking, the guards' voices stopped. Qin Zhao looked over in confusion. He saw that what should have been an empty space was now filled with clusters of mushrooms. Lan Qingjin didn't know when she had jumped down. Seeing their shocked expressions, she explained, "Mushrooms grow very quickly. In such suitable places, a whole patch can appear in half a day." Qin Zhao was initially startled by this strange environment, but relaxed after hearing this. "In that case, you should study it carefully. Be sure to develop a method for cultivation." Lan Qingjin rolled her eyes, but ignored his stubborn attitude. She instructed her people to dig carefully. Qin Zhao looked at the hastily made wooden boxes and frowned. "These are so rough. Can these mushrooms really grow in them?" Seeing that she couldn't help much from afar, Lan Qingjin moved closer to look at the wooden boxes Qin Zhao had made. She wasn't surprised that Qin Zhao disliked them. The wood was indeed rough, with splinters not cleaned up. She carefully touched the boxes. "Don't judge by appearance. These block out light and allow air to circulate, which is perfect for mushroom growth. Expensive doesn't always mean better. These plants often grow in the poorest environments." Qin Zhao looked at the guards who had almost finished digging and decided not to argue.
He went over to check.
The mushrooms had been dug out in whole patches along with the soil and placed into the boxes. He frowned with some regret. If these mushrooms all can't grow, isn't that a waste? Lu Qingjin was climbing up holding the guard's hand when she turned to comfort him, saying, "The boss will come out eventually. Besides, there are already many mushrooms in the camp. Even if we pick these, we can't eat them." Qin Zhao also reached the ground and said, "That's true. I wonder if there are new ways to cook these mushrooms. Mushroom soup is too wasteful, and I don't know when we'll finish eating it." Lu Qingjin slowly walked back along the light of the torch, saying, "There are other ways. Since we don't have time today, I will make it for you tomorrow. Roasting mushrooms with meat tastes better than making soup." Qin Zhao happily agreed, "That sounds good. When you have time, copy down that ancient book you mentioned. It must be very useful. The peaceful times of the Great Yu dynasty are coming." Lu Qingjin looked at the boxes of mushrooms behind her and smiled. The stars filled the sky above, and the way home was in front of her. That was enough for her. As soon as they arrived at the camp, They smelled a strong aroma of spicy chicken. Lu Qingjin was surprised and asked, "What's going on? I don't remember sharing these spicy chickens." Zhang Dequan smiled and replied, "The Emperor and the Empress just got back and don't know yet." For lunch, the Empress made spicy chicken that smells wonderful from 10 miles away. It took us a while to figure out the secret recipe, but now everyone is enjoying it. Lu Qingjin looked at the spicy chicken on the table and was speechless. A young palace maid whispered to the happy Emperor, "Madam, you shouldn't leave the chopsticks untouched. You need to eat with the Emperor." Qin Zhao kept eating the spicy chicken from his plate. The flavor was fresh and spicy, just to his taste. He looked up and asked, "What's wrong? You made this dish yourself. Why don't you want to eat it?" Lu Qingjin helplessly touched her forehead. The young maid stepped forward nervously and said, "Madam felt unwell after lunch.
She shouldn't eat spicy food right now."
Qin Zhao shook his head, confused. Zhang Dequan explained a few words to him. Qin Zhao looked at Lu Qingjin with obvious embarrassment and said, "I really didn't know. Let the kitchen prepare something else for you." Lu Qingjin waved her hand to show it was fine. She took a few sips of mushroom soup and said, "Since we still have a day here, and everyone isn't indifferent to these foods, I will give these ingredients to the palace servants tomorrow. Let other officials who haven't learned the recipe try them too." Qin Zhao was quite displeased and put down his chopsticks. "It's not that I am stingy, but those people may not appreciate it. You've already faced enough trouble on this journey. There's no need to make yourself unhappy again." Lu Qingjing didn't expect him to think that way and laughed. "Even if I do nothing, they will still complain. It's better to do what I like. The reason the food here isn't as good as mine is because they don't know how to make it." Qin Zhao interrupted her and frowned, wiping his hands. "What don't they know?" The palace servants began clearing the dishes quickly, and soon everything was cleaned up. Lu Qingjing, exhausted after a long day, was about to rest when Qin Zhao stopped her again and waved the servants away. "You will find out tomorrow. It's late now, and I need to sleep." Reluctantly, Qin Zhao took Zhang Dequan and left, each with their own thoughts, and they had a peaceful night. Early in the morning, just as dawn broke, Qin Zhao heard noises outside. The clattering was so loud it disturbed his sleep. Zhang Dequan saw him wake and hurried over. "Your Majesty, is it time to get up?" Qin Zhao rubbed his sleepy eyes, a little annoyed. Who is making such noise so early? Zhang Dequan, helping him dress, hesitated before replying. "It's the Empress. She said she was teaching the palace maids how to make pots." The servants tried to stop her, but she said this was the best time. Qin Zhao massaged his temples without speaking. It was a good thing for the country and the people, and he had already approved it, so he couldn't criticize it now. After dressing, Qin Zhao stepped out of the tent and saw a group of people nearby busying themselves with something. Curious, he approached and saw a few people working on a metal frame. Zhang Dequan cleared his throat and reminded him, "Your Majesty, please bow when you arrive." Lu Qingjing finally noticed Qin Zhao's presence and waved with a smile. "Come and take a look. If you think it's good, we can have this for breakfast." Qin Zhao walked over. The dark metal frame looked dull and unappetizing, not at all like something edible. A concubine nearby, who had come closer, looked surprised and asked, "What is this? It doesn't look like something we can eat." Lu Qingjing no longer disliked the concubine as she used to and gently fiddled with the metal frame. "This is just a tool. If you say it's edible, then there's nothing it can't make. Compared to spicy chicken, this tastes even better." The people around her continued to knock and clang, but no one looked up. A few adults, unable to bear it any longer, stepped outside. The leader, Lu Qi, looked unhappy. "I wonder what the Empress is doing so early in the morning?" Qin Zhao already disliked him and was even more direct. "It seems Lord Lu is not fully awake. Is this how you treat the Empress?" Lu Qi's face turned pale, and he said nothing. Lu Qingjin didn't mind and ordered a nearby young palace maid, "Go to the kitchen and bring me some meat, and also bring back some of yesterday's mushrooms." The young maid believed her completely and ran off without bowing. The other adults looked on quietly. They had only just managed to enjoy the spicy chicken they cooked themselves yesterday. Soon, the guard set up a grill. Red-hot charcoal was placed underneath. Qin Zhao stepped back, feeling the heat. There's no firelight. How can the meat be cooked? Lu Qingjin carefully placed the iron grill on top. Your Majesty, it might not look like there's fire, but the meat will taste better this way.
Just wait and see.
The young maid returned excitedly, holding the marinated meat that Lu Qingjin had prepared. She took the chopsticks, spread the meat on the iron grid, and a strange aroma spread out. Everyone, including Qin Zhao, was stunned. The meat Lu Qingjin prepared was high-quality venison, and after marinating and grilling, it smelled incredibly good. The thin slices of meat cooked quickly. Lu Qingjin used clean chopsticks to pick up a piece and offered it to the consort. She hesitated for a moment, but then opened her mouth and ate it. The juice hadn't fully cooked out, and combined with the special spices and the scent of charcoal, it had a unique flavor. Qin Zhao looked at her with some displeasure and tooted twice, clearly meaning to say something. But Lu Qingjin wasn't there just to cook. She handed what she had to her maid, cleared her throat loudly, and said, "Today, I am not here to show off. I simply cannot stand how you all are eating. If you don't mind, I'd like to share my way of making this dish." The ministers who came out to worship the heavens weren't fools. The Empress was just from a humble background. There was no need for them to give up over such a small matter. Someone immediately asked, "Your Majesty, do you mean this is made especially for us? What is the meaning behind it?" Lu Qingjin knew that although these people might be overly suspicious, they wouldn't make things difficult for her. She didn't mind their unreasonable questions and explained calmly, "There is a reason for this. Everyone should know that the current food shortage in Great Yu is because we lack better tools and no one has tried to find solutions. Today, I just want to show you that what seems impossible can actually work." Pei Feng stroked his beard hesitantly and asked, "Are you encouraging common people to do these things? That would mean breaking the laws." Lu Qingjin sighed. She knew some people would oppose her. Qin Zhao watched her quietly, while Pei Feng kept nagging, "The laws in Great Yu say that commoners are not allowed to sell unapproved food. How can you ignore our ancestors' rules like this?" Lu Qingjin smiled coldly. "I remember that spicy chicken isn't listed in the official records either. Mushrooms are even less documented. Yesterday, the officials ate quite well. Are you saying we should ignore that now?" Pei Feng was older and felt guilty about this matter. He almost fainted from anger. The officials behind him helped steady him but said nothing. They mostly agreed with Lu Qingjin. The law was vague and not strictly enforced. They weren't commoners, and making these new foods didn't bring them any benefits. Plus, abolishing this law could really help the current situation. The Chancellor looked around helplessly and stepped forward, saying, "I believe the Empress is right. Even if this law is abolished, it can save the people from disaster. I think it should be done." Seeing this, the hesitant officials knelt down and agreed, "I support this." Lu Qingjin felt a bit pleased as she watched the officials. Although it was a difficult process, they had made a small contribution for the country. Most importantly, her vegetables in the garden could finally be promoted. Qin Zhao raised an eyebrow and glanced at Pei Feng, whose face was pale. "I'm very pleased. This seems like a divine sign. The abolition of this law might be heaven's will. Since Pei Si Shui reacted so strongly, let him be responsible for the ceremony to abolish the law. I believe old Pei will also follow the emperor's will." This sounded almost like a threat. Pei Feng, despite reluctance, bowed and said, "Your servant obeys. I will not fail your Majesty's trust." Lu Qingjin nodded with satisfaction, thinking to herself, "Finally, all this early morning trouble was worth it." After Qin Zhao made the arrangements, he kept a close eye on the barbecue grill. The Empress has made quite a few of these. To test if they are sturdy, let's eat this grilled meat today. Lu Qingjin didn't expect him to be so eager. In the early morning, it wasn't suitable to eat greasy food. Before she could refuse, Qin Zhao spoke again. "Everyone go ahead. I have something to discuss with the Empress." Lu Qingjin watched as the nobleman gracefully moved toward other nearby grills. She helplessly rolled her eyes. Your Majesty, this isn't just a matter to discuss with me. It looks like you've already divided my things among yourselves. Concubine Lee, amused, covered her mouth with a handkerchief, sensing Qin Zhao's unfriendly gaze. I haven't seen my brother in a long time, so I won't disturb your Majesty and the Empress. I will take my leave. Without hesitation, she left. For her, Qin Zhao was no longer the good man she once admired. Her good feelings for him had diminished, especially compared to Lu Qingjing, who was feeding her grilled meat. Naturally, she had no desire to stay. Qin Zhao proudly pointed at the barbecue grill. I am the emperor of this country. Now I order you to grill meat for me. Lu Qingjing sighed. She had never thought this man to be so childish. But since she needed to eat, she resigned herself and started grilling. Behind her, a young palace maid quickly stepped in to help. They grilled and ate happily. Qin Zhao, holding a grilled mushroom in his mouth, mumbled, "This tastes really good. It's much better than mushroom soup. I wonder what else you haven't finished. I truly have good fortune in the future." Lu Qingjing rolled her eyes. Did this man think she was a chef? Before she could retort or scold Qin Zhao, she heard Zhang Dequan's voice from nearby. "Your Majesty, I brought you some meat." As soon as he spoke, all the nearby officials gathered around again. They were all grilling meat, but the Emperor's was clearly the best. If she didn't seize this chance, she would be foolish. Qin Zhao looked around impatiently at the officials. What kind of meat is this? Isn't the deer meat already here? Zhang Dequan turned over a bright red piece of meat in a basin. This is wild boar meat caught by the guards in the forest. Please try it, Your Majesty. Lu Qingjing looked at the fresh pork and swallowed hard. She knew that pork was very precious in this place. There were no domesticated pigs here. Usually if they ate pork, it was wild boar, which was hard to catch. She had never eaten pork since she arrived. Several ministers watched eagerly, almost ready to speak and share the meat among themselves. Qin Zhao, who is not without compassion, comforted them. If you want to eat, go see the guards yourself. It's just a wild pig, no need to look so pitiful. The ministers felt a bit embarrassed by Qin Zhao's words. Since they hadn't given up on the delicious food, they turned around and ordered the servants to bring some back. Lu Qingjing looked at the large piece of pork and then at her small knife. Your Majesty, I am not suited to grilling meat anymore. If you like to eat, you can do it yourself. Qin Zhao pouted and took the bowl from the servant, placing the meat pieces on the grill one by one. I think you're just lazy. You want to eat but don't want to work. If there's a next time, you'll be punished for sure. Lu Qingjing rolled her eyes proudly. She had long understood Qin Zhao's personality and was not afraid. Your Majesty, this is unreasonable. I was the one who prepared this. If you say that, my contribution is gone. Qin Zhao chuckled and shook his head, feeling relaxed as he watched the ministers eating and drinking nearby. It would be nice if we could always be like this. Lu Qingjing looked at the juicy, tender pork on the grill. Of course, we can't stay like this forever. Qin Zhao's eyes suddenly turned a bit dangerous. He smiled and asked, "What's wrong? Is this not good? Or does the Empress have other ideas?" Lu Qingjing was lost in thoughts of pork and didn't notice his gaze. Right now, we can only eat wild boar meat. It's too troublesome. Later, I plan to catch 2 wild pigs and raise them. Then, Your Majesty can eat anytime. Isn't that better than now? Qin Zhao's expression softened. He looked at the slowly cooking wild pig on the grill, his voice full of anticipation. I look forward to that day. Although you said it shouldn't be excessive, I somehow feel it will definitely come true. Lu Qingjing took a sip of mushroom soup from a coarse ceramic bowl, her mouth sore from the roughness. She suddenly remembered she had a glass-making recipe to give to Wei Jinzi. She wasn't sure if she had been scammed. It's been so long and there's still no news. Hearing Qin Zhao's words, she felt even more regretful. She thought, I must have been blind back then. I had someone more reliable by my side. Why did I trust that chance encounter with that man? Qin Zhao didn't hear her reply or ask further. After finishing their meal and tidying up, they set out again. Lu Qingjing finally received permission to stop wearing that outfit. She suspected that the clothes weren't meant for regular wear, but rather as a quick fix for times when the treasury was empty. I must say, she has a sharp sense of observation. While eating a fruit in her hand and leaning against the carriage, she looked around at the dense forest. That's when she remembered she hadn't asked where the heaven worship ceremony was going to take place. Qin Zhao seemed to notice her distraction and said, "You're bored, aren't you? Just hold on a little longer. We'll arrive soon." Lu Qingjin was surprised and asked, "Is it that close?" Qin Zhao shrugged and said helplessly, "Of course. There are many things to handle in the imperial city. I can't just ignore them. The heaven worship is just a formality." She still couldn't understand. Then why have we stayed in that forest for so many days? Qin Zhao looked at her seriously and replied, "For safety." Lu Qingjin rolled her eyes and thought, "Listen to your excuses. The forest is definitely less safe." She then thought it might be okay. At least she could go back early to check her vegetable garden. She didn't say much more. Soon a voice outside called, "Your Majesty, Your Highness, we have arrived." Lu Qingjin followed Qin Zhao out of the carriage. Curious, she looked up. The area around was still barren with no trees, except for a bare platform that stood out. Qin Zhao seemed used to this and walked up the steps, shouting "Long live to you" at each step. Lu Qingjin followed behind, feeling helpless about the ceremony. Luckily, there weren't many steps, and they quickly reached the top. After a series of incense burning and prayers, Lu Qingjin, exhausted, sat on the return carriage. Qin Zhao looked at her tired appearance and helplessly said, "You're too weak. You should do more work regularly, not hide in the house all the time. Look at you, just walking a little, and you're already done." Lu Qingjin wanted to say she had been busy all day, but she thought it wasn't a big deal and didn't expect Qin Zhao to listen. She decided not to waste words. A young palace maid quietly approached the carriage and said, "Your Highness, I saw something in the grass just now. Would you like to come down and take a look?" Lu Qingjin saw that the palace maid following her was just a servant girl and nodded. After nodding, she realized her words didn't matter and helplessly looked at Qin Zhao. Qin Zhao raised an eyebrow and pointed a finger. "I still want to eat spicy chicken tonight." Lu Qingjin didn't know he loved spicy chicken so much and felt like she had stepped into her own trap. Out of curiosity, she reluctantly agreed. Qin Zhao smiled proudly and said loudly, "Stop the carriage. I want to rest for a while." The carriage stopped in response. Lu Qingjin muttered a few words quietly and then got out. Qin Zhao was also curious and followed behind her. The young maid nervously explained, "I was afraid to disturb the Empress, but I heard she wanted wild boar. I'm not skilled, but I am the daughter of a hunter. There should be some piglets nearby." Hearing this, Lu Qingjin carefully parted the grass. A guard stepped forward as if to stop her, but Qin Zhao shook his head. The guard hesitated for a moment, but then stepped back, since the emperor had already given the order. Even if something happened to the Empress, it wasn't his concern. As soon as Lu Qingjin parted the grass, she saw 5 small piglets crowded together. Luckily, they were all unsharpened and toothless. She was so happy she almost shouted, suppressing her excitement and saying, "Quick, find a cage. These piglets can be raised in the palace." The guard grinned and thought to himself, what strange hobbies. Still, he obeyed and went to catch the piglets, putting them into the cage. Lu Qingjin looked at the dark-colored piglets and felt satisfied. She turned to the young maid and asked, "What is your name?" The maid seemed very happy and wiped her hands before replying, "My name is Xiaoling. I am the main maid in the Empress's palace." Lu Qingjin then remembered she seemed to be sent by the inner court. Since she already had Kai Wei with her, this was a good addition. Lu Qingjin nodded, playing with the piglets while asking, "You said your family are hunters. Do you know how to hunt?" The maid shook her head awkwardly. "I don't know how, but I remember all kinds of animals that can be eaten. I will take care of these piglets." Even though she was young, it was clear she had been in the palace before. As soon as she spoke, she guessed Lu Qingjin's plan. Lu Qingjin nodded happily. "In that case, come with me. Starting today, you are my personal maid. When you're free, take care of these 5 piglets." The maid lowered her head happily, saying, "Thank you, Your Majesty."
I will do my best.
Even though the ministers behind her were laughing and mocking the young palace maid, it seemed more like they were criticizing Lu Qingjing for not knowing her place. Lu Qingjing didn't bother to look. She knew who was making the noise. She couldn't understand why Pei Feng kept causing trouble with her, especially since they were on good terms. He just wanted to get attention in front of the emperor. Qin Zhao's face darkened suddenly. Lu Qingjing gently patted his hand. At this moment, it wasn't the right time to argue. Qin Zhao looked a little upset but returned to the carriage. Soon after, Lu Qingjing followed inside, holding a small piglet in her arms. Qin Zhao frowned and stepped back a little. "What are you doing? This is the royal carriage. Why did you bring it in?" Lu Qingjing sighed and moved to a quiet corner, lifting the piglet. "Look, it's hurt. These are wild piglets. This one is injured and could be bullied easily. I'm holding it here. Your Majesty, please be a little tolerant." Qin Zhao looked at the adorable little wild pig and shook his head cautiously. "Absolutely not. This is improper. Just let the palace maid take care of it. I think the girl who just offered herself is good. Send her out quickly." Lu Qingjing pouted, a bit unhappy. She rolled her eyes mischievously and smiled. Qin Zhao was startled by her grin. "What do you mean? I already said to send it out." Lu Qingjing quickly shoved the wild pig into his arms and said with a smile, "I will send it out myself." The carriage stopped deep inside the palace. Qin Zhao walked out looking very tired, but Lu Qingjing, carrying the small piglet, strolled behind him happily. The young palace maid looked helplessly at Lu Qingjing, who didn't seem to want to give her the piglet. She could only step forward and say, "Since we're in the palace, I'll take care of this wild pig." Lu Qingjing waved her off casually. "Whenever you have free time, take care of it. I will personally look after this one. Go check on my vegetable garden." The maid didn't dare argue and left with the remaining piglets. A few ministers whispered sarcastically, "Look at this Empress, so improper. Who keeps wild animals in the palace?" Lu Qingjing seemed not to hear and walked confidently toward her own palace. Qin Zhao glanced at her, but didn't say anything. Since they had been together for a long time, he no longer cared much about such things. He just saw what was happening and chose to ignore it. The ministers saw these two individuals and seemed to hear, but did not argue with them. They dared not act arrogantly anymore and meekly left the palace, secretly thinking whether they could keep a wild boar as a pet. After Lu Qingjing arrived at the palace, a young maid hurried back in a rush. Lu Qingjing frowned and asked, "Why are you in such a hurry? Now that you're inside the palace, as the chief maid, you shouldn't be so anxious." The young maid dared not argue but explained anxiously, "Something's wrong, Your Majesty. Your vegetable garden has an issue." Lu Qingjing's heart skipped a beat. She knew the seeds in the garden were hard to gather, and she hadn't kept many spare seeds, so she quickly took people to check. On the way, the young maid comforted her, "Don't worry too much, Your Majesty. The garden isn't in perfect shape, but I see many plants haven't died. There's still hope." Lu Qingjing felt her heart bleed. When she heard "not completely dead," she understood that many plants had indeed died. She quickened her pace. Just as they arrived near the garden, they saw a large bird in the middle of the garden. Lu Qingjing stopped, looking at the garden in confusion. "Am I seeing things? Why do I see a bird planting flowers?" The young maid quickly signaled to the guards behind her. The guards understood and went to chase the bird away. Lu Qingjing had never seen such a scene before. She didn't think much and quietly followed. The young maid only turned her head for a moment before realizing her lady was following. She stomped her foot in frustration, but had no choice but to follow. Before Lu Qingjing got close, she heard the young maid say, "Your Majesty, you can't go there. That's a special bird of Daegu, very fierce. It looks like it's planting flowers, but that's actually its nest. You must not go near." Lu Qingjing looked back and saw all the palace people watching the bird cautiously, as if facing a great enemy. She thought for a moment and decided it was better to wait a while before approaching, so she didn't insist. Although the guards moved carefully, there were many people, and the big bird suddenly flew up in a panic. Before Lu Qingjin could say that it wasn't fierce, she saw the bird swoop down suddenly. The guard couldn't block it in time and was clawed, bleeding immediately on his arm. Seeing this, the other guards no longer cared about not drawing their swords in front of the Empress. They all drew their weapons to fight the bird. Sensing they were outnumbered, the bird turned and flew away. Lu Qingjin frowned as she looked at the guard's injury. "Thank you very much. Go back and apply medicine. I am giving you 3 days off. Consider this my way of compensating you." These guards were easy to please. Although only one person was granted leave, the others happily thanked her, making Lu Qingjin feel a bit embarrassed. After settling them, she went into the vegetable garden. It looked as if it had been blown by the wind, with leaves scattered everywhere. Luckily, some vegetables hadn't been uprooted. With proper care, they could still grow back. Lu Qingjin breathed a sigh of relief and turned to look at the large flower. It was almost as tall as a person, with dark green leaves. One big flower bud was growing in the middle of the leaves. Although Lu Qingjin had the blood of the Flame Emperor, she was still young and didn't know much about plants that couldn't be eaten. So, she was quite puzzled by this flower that appeared out of nowhere. A young palace maid cautiously approached her. "Your Majesty, you don't know this, but it's called the magic tuber flower. It's the same as that bird's nest we saw earlier. When it blooms, it smells very bad. You shouldn't look at it anymore." Lu Qingjin was curious about these unfamiliar plants. She shook her head to stop the guards from pulling it out by the roots. "Don't pull it out. Leave it here. My vegetable garden has some space. I want to see how bad this flower smells when it blooms." The guards looked at each other, and the young maid, a bit helpless, said, "It's not that I oppose it, but if this flower stays here, that big bird might come back. Your safety is the most important. It's better to have them remove it." Lu Qingjin thought for a moment and agreed. After all, she was now the Empress. She told the guards behind her, "Pull it out and take it to my palace. I'll plant it there. It won't be dangerous." That was true. Most of the palaces in Diyu were decorated with carved beams and painted rafters. Besides the imperial garden, most places were covered by corridors, and there were few open spaces to see the sky. The young maid nearly fainted upon hearing this. Lu Qingjin patted her shoulder and began tidying up the mess on the ground. The young maid helplessly watched the giant magic tuber flower being taken into the Empress's palace, then turned back to the vegetable garden. Lu Qingjin was still kneeling on the ground, tidying the damaged plants. The young maid sighed with a mature expression. Lu Qingjin smiled and asked, "What's wrong with you?" "It's just a flower. It's not that scary. Remember, the food we eat now is based on the experience of our ancestors, built up little by little. What seems useless might have other uses." The young palace maid also raised her hand to help. The broken plant roots were very fragile. She carefully replanted the plant and softly said, "I dare not blame the lady. I just think the lady is different from others." Lu Qingjin had been kneeling for a long time, and her back ached, so she stood up and asked, "What's different?" "I only like farming, nothing else. Compared to those who like to tinker with plum blossoms, I'm not much worse." The little palace maids nearby knew she was talking about Yunfei. They covered their mouths and laughed quietly. One brave girl laughed and said, "The lady is never pretentious, kind, and capable. She's very different from those others." Lu Qingjin knew they meant no harm, so she ignored their wild guesses. She waved her hand and ordered, "Everything here is almost done. Tomorrow, remember to ask the guards to bring a net. If a big bird comes back, we'll catch it." Several maids bowed and agreed. Xiaoling stepped forward to support her and said, "Does the lady want to cook today? I heard the emperor might come for dinner in our palace." Lu Qingjin looked at her and shook her head with a smile. "I understand what you mean, but if I always do what the emperor wants, my favor won't last long. I should know when to stop." Xiaoling looked a bit confused, but nodded knowingly. "I understand. I will ask the kitchen to prepare dinner." Lu Qingjin hummed in satisfaction. Before she could lift her head, she heard hurried footsteps ahead. "Oh no, lady. Our palace's flowers suddenly bloomed. Lu Qingjing was surprised but didn't panic because she didn't smell anything unusual. Wasn't it just transplanted into the palace? How did it bloom so suddenly? The young, who was not very old, almost cried. I don't know, but the palace is full of the smell of magic lily flowers. It's become uninhabitable. Lu Qingjing and her group hurried to the palace gate. When they arrived, the gates were still open, and the foul smell hit them so strongly they almost fainted. Even Lu Qingjing, who loved plants, couldn't stand it. Forget it. It looks like we can't keep it here. Quickly, get rid of it. A few guards nodded and left. Lu Qingjing helplessly leaned against the door and said, It seems I can't even have dinner now. Tell those people to put the flowers somewhere no one will see. I'll go check on them later. A young palace maid agreed, covering her mouth and nose as she went inside. Zhang Dequan had already heard that the queen had a magic yam flower. At this moment, he dared not get too close. He stopped at a distance, bowed respectfully, and said, Your Majesty, there is news from outside the palace. It's about your previous matter. A letter has been sent from outside. Xiaoling stepped forward, took the letter, and handed it to Lu Qingjing. She recognized it was related to the incident with Wei Jinji last time. Qin Zhao had called Zhang Dequan over now to clarify the situation. She expressed gratitude, saying, Thank you, sir, and please pass my thanks to the emperor. Zhang Dequan hesitated for a moment, but then said, May I speak freely? The queen is the empress, and people outside the palace may have bad intentions. Please be more careful. Lu Qingjing nodded to show she understood. Zhang Dequan bowed and turned to leave. Seeing this, Xiaoling looked puzzled and asked, Why didn't the queen tell the emperor about this? Maybe we could move to another palace. The smell won't go away quickly, and the queen might have to wait a long time. Lu Qingjing looked at Zhang Dequan walking away with a complicated expression. He didn't get close just now. I think he already knows. Zhang Dequan is close to the emperor. If he knows, do you think the emperor doesn't? It's just that the emperor is letting us handle it now, and he doesn't want to interfere. Xiaoling didn't dare say more and kept quiet. A few guards came out of the palace, bowing respectfully and saying, We have finished cleaning. The magic yam flower has been moved to the empty palace next door. You may go in, Your Majesty. Lu Qingjing nodded and entered the palace, despite the lingering smell. Xiaoling followed behind and quickly ordered someone to light incense. Lu Qingjing was already hungry. When she smelled the familiar scent of incense, her stomach growled. She looked at the powder in Xiaoling's hand and said, Is there cumin in this? It smells very familiar. Xiaoling handed her the powder and smiled. Your Majesty, you're very sharp. There is cumin here, but just a little. It has a strong smell. Usually incense wouldn't use it, but our palace's smell is quite bad now, so I use some. Lu Qingjing couldn't believe it and asked, You say this cumin is used for incense? Shouldn't it be in the kitchen? Little Ling was clearly stunned and stammered. Why in kitchen? This thing has a strange smell and can't be eaten. Did the Empress forget something? Lu Qingjing finally remembered what felt off. When grilling meat, she had clearly forgotten the seasoning. She blamed herself for not eating it for so long and hadn't realized earlier. Go tell the kitchen to find some cumin, not this powdered spice. Get some that hasn't been processed, and also prepare some lamb. Hearing this, Little Ling felt a bit helpless. Didn't the Empress say she wouldn't cook tonight? I already told someone to inform the Emperor. Lu Qingjing thought that this young palace maid was not only young but also timid. She spoke kindly. Even if the Emperor isn't coming, we still need to have dinner. I'll try a new dish first. You can ask someone to prepare it. Nothing will go wrong. Little Ling agreed and left. Lu Qingjing sighed in relief, leaned back in her chair, and began to feel sleepy. Suddenly, a letter fell into her hands. She shivered awake and saw it was the letter handed to her by Wei Jin. She rubbed her eyes in some frustration and opened it. The letter contained no extra words, probably because they knew her identity and didn't dare say much. It only mentioned that her method was effective and invited her to meet outside the palace at Zitian Tower tomorrow. Before Lu Qingjing could put the letter down, little Ling appeared. Though still young and timid, she was curious about new things and ran in happily. Empress, everything in the kitchen is ready. Do you want to go now? Lu Qingjing smiled and handed her the letter. Burn this. I'll go now. If tonight's dishes turn out well, you can all have a taste. Little Ling was very happy. Thinking of palace rules, she swallowed her saliva and refused. We dare not. Whatever the Empress makes is only for the Emperor. Lu Qingjing saw her reluctant yet pretending to be mature and found it amusing. It's just a meal. It's not that serious. Besides, there's only us here. Even if you eat it, no one will know. You're still just a young girl. Why act so grown-up? Perhaps because it was the first time someone spoke to them so kindly, little Ling and the other maids looked at Lu Qingjing with tears in their eyes. Lu Qingjing waved her hand and headed toward the kitchen. Little Ling had eaten a lot of cumin lamb yesterday and woke Lu Qingjing early today. Lu Qingjing rubbed her eyes and sighed helplessly. Isn't there nothing to do now? Why are you up so early? Xiaoling, who had become less afraid of her after yesterday's time together, simply sighed and continued helping her dress. Lu Qingjing was willing to go along, since this little palace maid was usually very reliable. Now, she probably had something important she couldn't say. Just as she was about to leave, she understood why. Qin Zhao stood with a stern face at her bedroom door. Seeing her come out, he snorted coldly. Xiaoling, hearing this, knelt on the ground and dared not speak. Qin Zhao looked at the servants kneeling in the yard and was displeased. You really have a lot of guts. If I hadn't heard the rumors yesterday, I might not even know that you servants dared to eat the Empress's food. Lu Qingjing performed a proper bow. The servants in the yard secretly watched her, probably thinking their master wouldn't ignore her. Seeing this, Qin Zhao grew even angrier. Yesterday, when Lu Qingjing refused him, he was worried something was wrong. Now, she was eating with the servants in the palace herself. Lu Qingjing looked calmly at Qin Zhao's bad mood and said, Your Majesty, you shouldn't blame these servants. It was I who let them eat. I suddenly wanted to try a new dish, and I couldn't let you taste it before making sure it wasn't poisonous, so I broke the rules. Although she said she broke the rules to apologize, her real meaning was, You've wrongly accused me. Qin Zhao, not a fool, clearly understood this. Zhang Dequan saw things weren't looking good and quickly tried to smooth things over with a smile. It's the Empress's kindness. Yesterday, Your Majesty even said you were worried she was too tired and that she'd rather work hard to prepare new dishes for you. The old servant is truly touched. Qin Zhao's expression improved a lot. He cleared his throat and said, The Empress is indeed good. I won't hold this against her. Breakfast today will be in the Empress's palace. Lu Qingjing rolled her eyes secretly. It was all about the new dish they developed yesterday. She was just a proud foodie. Qin Zhao happily walked to the dining hall and sat down. Lu Qingjing, feeling helpless, went to the kitchen. Xiaoling quickly followed. Let me do it. Yesterday, I saw how the Empress made the dish, and I've almost learned it now. Lu Qingjing didn't expect her to learn so quickly and was curious to try. Then she remembered Qin Zhao sitting in the dining hall and shook her head.
Next time.
The Emperor is still waiting in the palace, and we need to leave today. We can't let him find any faults. Xiaoling nodded and helped out on the side. Lu Qingjing became more skilled with practice. To leave the palace, she worked hard to please the Emperor and prepared a few more small dishes before bringing them in. Qin Zhao looked at the full table of dishes and raised an eyebrow. The Empress has something to ask for. Just say it first. Otherwise, I wouldn't dare eat these dishes. Lu Qingjing smiled a bit flatteringly. It's nothing, Your Majesty. I just feel sorry for your hard work. But there is a small matter. Yesterday I received a letter and had to leave the palace for a while. Qin Zhao looked as if he had expected this and picked up his chopsticks to taste the cumin lamb. The cumin seeds were clearly visible and looked good, and they helped cover the lamb's strong smell. Qin Zhao squinted happily and didn't mind anymore. While eating, he waved his hand. Go ahead. People outside the palace can be dangerous. If you haven't been in contact with them, take some people with you. Lu Qingjin found it amusing. She also served herself a bowl of porridge and said, "It's not that scary. I just want to go for a walk, not to a dangerous place." Qin Zhao put down his chopsticks and said seriously, "Don't think I'm scaring you. People outside are not very good. The Great Yu has only recently been founded, and there are always some with bad intentions. It's wise to be cautious." Lu Qingjin agreed with a smile, but didn't really believe it. After all, she wasn't very important. But later, what happened taught her a lesson. She didn't know it at the moment, and happily ate without worries. Qin Zhao had finished eating and took a sip of tea, slowly saying, "What is this lamb made of? It tastes very different." Lu Qingjin smiled and thought, "You only ask after you finished eating?" She still answered honestly, "Your Majesty, you know. It's just cumin powder used normally, but these are unprocessed." Qin Zhao's expression suddenly brightened. "So, this cumin is edible and not useless?" Lu Qingjin found his reaction a bit strange, but nodded. "Exactly. Eating cumin in moderation is good for health. I forgot to mention earlier. It's especially good for grilling. I wonder what your Majesty thinks." Qin Zhao looked at the cumin lamb on the table with a complex yet happy expression. "Now, our country is lacking these things. Although they are not essential for us, if the common people have them, it could be a way to make money. I must thank you." This was the first time Lu Qingjin felt that the emperor was a patriot who cared for his people. Usually, he was very proud and reserved, but when he was serious, he actually seemed quite charming. Zhang Dequan gently cleared his throat to remind Lu Qingjin, who had been distracted. Only then did she realize she had been staring at Qin Zhao and felt a bit embarrassed. She lowered her head and said, "We are all citizens of Dayu. As the Empress, I should not say such things, Your Majesty." She couldn't remember what Qin Zhao said afterward, only that he left happily. It wasn't until Xiaoling called her that she snapped back to reality. "What's wrong? The emperor has already left?" Xiaoling looked at her helplessly and reminded her, "The emperor left a long time ago. It's getting late, so you should prepare to leave the palace soon. We still need to go out."
Oh.
"Okay. Please get my usual clothes. Once I change, we can go out." Xiaoling watched Lu Qingjin, who was acting hurriedly and somewhat clumsily, and didn't quite understand her, but followed the plan and left. Outside the door, the maid chuckled as she walked. "You little girl, you don't understand anything. The Empress is feeling shy." Xiaoling still found it hard to understand, and decided not to think about it. She obediently changed into her usual clothes and followed the Empress out of the palace. This time was different from last time. Lu Qingjin was now a favored empress, and with the emperor's orders, she was surrounded by many palace maids and guards. Unlike Lu Qingjin, who could often leave the palace, once these palace maids entered, it was hard for them to go out again. Many looked around eagerly, full of curiosity. Lu Qingjin watched the common people constantly staring at her, feeling a bit helpless. She had to quickly find a carriage and squeeze inside. It was a last-minute arrangement, not as luxurious as the emperor's carriage, and she was jostled uncomfortably inside. Xiaoling looked at her with concern. "Your Majesty, why go through all this? The city isn't far. Why don't you come down and walk with us?" Although Lu Qingjin didn't like the carriage, she hated being watched like a monkey even more. She shook her head firmly. "No, you all tell the guards to walk faster." Xiaoling agreed, and soon the carriage started to shake and accelerate. The lively sounds outside, the bustling city life, made it a little easier to bear. Soon the carriage stopped. Before Lu Qingjin could speak, she heard cries for help. "Save my daughter. Please, save her." Little Ling quietly lifted the curtain of the carriage and said, "Master, we have arrived at the entrance of Cition Tower. It seems something has happened here. An older lady is blocking the door, and you shouldn't go in." Lu Qingjin peeked through the gap and saw a woman in her 60s sitting at the entrance, crying loudly. Others were gathered around her, either trying to comfort her or just watching the scene. The carriage was blocked, and everyone was holding their ground. Lu Qingjin shook her head and stepped down from the carriage. How can we not go in? We've already promised someone, and our status isn't ordinary. If the emperor asks about this, we need to give an explanation. Little Ling looked worriedly at the group of people nearby, clearly not wanting Lu Qingjin to go over. However, a few young palace maids were curious and peeked toward the scene. A guard came back from nearby and reported, I heard that this is the mother of the owner of Cition Tower. I don't know what happened, but she's been crying here. Those people are her relatives. Lu Qingjin signaled she understood and slowly approached. Since this commotion was happening outside Cition Tower and no one else was coming in or out except the guests inside, her actions drew everyone's attention. Even the old woman stopped crying. Lu Qingjin gently approached and said kindly to the woman on the ground, Madam, we don't know what's wrong. This is our first time here. Is there anything we can do to help you? The woman looked at her, noticing her elegant appearance and kind manner, and was momentarily speechless. A young woman behind her spoke first, saying, You're really kind-hearted. This is the owner of Cition Tower. He doesn't even support his own mother, and has sent his brother to jail. Young lady, this isn't something you can interfere with. Little Ling helped Lu Qingjin step back a few paces and said, Aren't there officials? What's the use of crying here? When you go to the officials, someone will take care of this. Under the emperor's rule, isn't there a way to solve everything? It seemed the young woman noticed that the girl didn't like her. She awkwardly took a few steps back and said, In the end, it's all about protecting those in power. If the emperor's grand sacrifice ceremony hadn't just finished, he wouldn't dare cause trouble now. Even though the palace isn't far, we common folks can't get inside. Lu Qingjin frowned. For the first time, she realized Qin Zhao was right. Although this incident was full of surprises, it was strange that as soon as they stepped out, such a problem arose. It didn't make sense. Someone was secretly trying to cause trouble. Thinking of this, Lu Qingjin no longer wanted to waste time. She took out a token and handed it to a young palace maid nearby. Take this token to Jingzhou Prefecture and ask them to investigate this matter thoroughly. Tell them the higher-ups are watching. The young maid nodded and ran off. The old woman saw this and stopped crying, quietly watching Lu Qingjin as if waiting for something. Lu Qingjin, feeling no desire to comfort her, spoke briefly, If you really want justice, follow me. This time, there won't be any officials protecting us. She then stepped inside. Upstairs, Wei Jinji looked serious as he watched her go. They say this Empress is unusual, and it seems true. We must make sure she sides with us. You've arranged everything else, but be careful not to let him find out what we did. The attendant behind him responded and left. Before he could go far, he met Lu Qingjin coming back. She smiled at Wei Jinji. Although I haven't been here before, I know more people around, so it saved me some time. I hope young Master Wei doesn't mind I came so early. Wei Jinji also smiled gently and waved his hand.
Don't mention it, madam.
We're just business people. We see many things daily, so this small matter isn't worth worrying about. They exchanged polite words and then sat down. Only the two of them, and a little spirit remained in the room. Seeing this, Lu Qingjin spoke first. I'm not sure why young Master Wei called me here today. It's not easy for me to come out, so I hope what you have to say is worth it. Wei Jinji looked at her bright face and sighed helplessly. Madam, it seems you're not very warm toward me. We're partners after all. That kind of attitude is a bit hurtful. Lu Qingjin gave a fake smile, her expression cold. I already knew what happened just now without hearing it. You don't need to pretend. You know my identity, and I do admire your talent. But if you have other plans, I suggest you stop now. Wei Jinji poured her a cup of tea, looking calm. I admit I didn't handle this well. But I'm a businessman. Before working together, you need to check someone's character. Clearly, you're a good person. This sounded like a polite excuse, and Lu Qingjin didn't want to press further. She said nothing, silently accepting his words. Wei Jinzi clapped his hands, and the person outside immediately came in. He reached out to take the box. This is a gift from me to the lady. I heard she likes plants from the western regions. Although the contents are strange, they are quite interesting. Lu Qingjing signaled her little servant to take it, then looked at Wei Jin's and said, "Young Master Wei, you have something to ask. Just say it directly. I can't stay too long, after all." Wei Jin's then spoke with some frustration. "I do have something to ask. Only the lady can help with this matter. You saw what happened downstairs earlier. Even in the capital, things are difficult now, and I am often on the move. I hope the lady can help me out." Lu Qingjing sipped her tea quietly and said with some helplessness, "I understand what young Master Wei means, but I am just a woman. This matter is quite serious for you. I will think about it when I go back." Wei Jin's knew she was asking for the emperor's approval, so he didn't press further. After all, he didn't expect Lu Qingjing to agree immediately. Now, this situation was already good enough. Lu Qingjing changed the subject and asked, "I wonder how my remedy I gave young Master Wei last time worked?" Wei Jin's was surprised for a moment, then shook his head and smiled. "It seems the lady doesn't know yet. I have already invested all the recent profits into it. I didn't expect you haven't seen it." Lu Qingjing then realized there was more to this. She turned around, but her little servant shook his head to indicate he didn't know either. Wei Jin's slowly said, "This is just how things are in Daegu. Although some people don't say it openly, they really dislike their wives being too close to others. The lady probably doesn't understand this yet." His words sounded a bit suspicious, as if he was trying to sow discord between a couple. Xiaoling stepped forward and said sharply, "Don't talk nonsense. Our master and madam have a very good relationship. Be careful with your words, or you might regret it." Although it sounded like a threat, Xiaoling was young and looked innocent. Her words, instead of intimidating, sounded quite funny. Lu Qingjing's anger had cooled down, so she didn't want to argue anymore. She turned away from Wei Jin's awkward expression and said, "My maid is just talking without thinking. I hope young Master Wei won't mind. Since this is about business, why don't I go with young Master Wei to take a look?" Prince Wei Jingji did not expect his words to create such an awkward atmosphere. Hearing this, he quickly nodded and said, "Exactly. Recently, there have been some issues at the factory. I believe the lady is quite familiar with this kind of thing, so this is a good opportunity for us." Lu Qingjing smiled slightly, accepting the compliment. The two of them left together. Outside the door, a guard quietly slipped away. In the palace, Qin Zhao was reading a document and asked, "Where has the Empress gone now?" Zhang Dequan helplessly waved his hand. An officer entered, bowed, and said loudly, "The Empress just left the palace and found a carriage. She and her group went to the Tower of Farewell to deal with the troublemaking old woman. Now, they're heading to the factory outside the city." Qin Zhao nodded to show he understood. The guard bowed and left. Zhang Dequan sighed and said, "Why does the emperor need to do this? You took away the empress's benefits and allowed her to leave the palace. Now it's like she knows everything." Qin Zhao snorted and took a sip of tea. "This woman is getting restless. She's already out causing trouble. I took her money for her own good." Zhang Dequan thought to himself, "You're the emperor, and you're always right." Outwardly, he advised, everything the empress does is for the emperor. The emperor could go out with her and see the people's life. Why wait here in frustration? Qin Zhao curled his lips and refused to admit, "Who says I'm waiting in frustration? I'm just busy with affairs. Besides, following a woman around all day. What kind of image is that? I can't let her think I can't do without her." The palace maids nearby tried not to laugh. Zhang Dequan could tell that this was jealousy and anger, but he couldn't show it. Instead, he secretly followed her, worried about Lu Qingjing's temper. A young palace maid, apparently new and unfamiliar with the rules, spoke softly, "Your Majesty, if the Empress comes back like this, she might be upset." Zhang Dequan looked at her coldly, thinking, "Everyone knows that already. If you say that, everything will be ruined." As expected, Qin Zhao seemed to explode like he had been hit with a bomb. "I'm not upset. She went out with a man, and now she's the one who's upset when she returns." The young maid knelt down quickly to apologize. No one in the study spoke anymore, and the atmosphere grew even more tense. In the palace of the noble consort, Yun Fei was eating chilled fruit and sighed, "It's better in the sisters' palace. Ever since the Empress issued her order, I haven't eaten anything with ice." Lady Li took a sip of tea and smiled, saying, "My sister is the daughter of the Prime Minister. There's nothing good that can't be brought in." "What's so special about this?" Princess Yun sighed softly, looking weak. "It's not that special, but there's nothing in this palace. My father is quite stubborn. Not only is he strict about rules, but he also makes me follow them, which is so annoying." Lady Li adjusted her hair, feeling grateful that she was from a military family. The virtuous consort nearby spoke up. "The palace is okay. After a while, I think the Empress is actually quite good. Having her is better than having someone with a noble background and big ambitions. But it's all so dull. Usually, I just embroider flowers." Lady Li nodded at the virtuous consort. "I've heard the Empress has come up with many new things. I think farming is interesting. Maybe tomorrow, if we have time, we can go see." "I believe the Empress isn't the kind to hold grudges." Both women nodded. Now, these three had accepted their situation. They no longer held hope for the Emperor and had no prejudice against the Empress. For a while, everything was quite peaceful. Lady Lu Qingjing didn't know what was happening in the palace. She had many guards around her, and missing any one of them wasn't obvious. Only Xiaoling saw something, but it wasn't appropriate to say anything on someone else's territory. Lu Qingjing was amazed, looking at the things in the workshop. "I didn't expect Master Wei to be so quick. In such a short time, he's made so many things. I really admire him." Wei Jinji waved his hand shyly. "This isn't just my achievement. It's all thanks to the lady's clever ideas. But there's one thing that the craftsman can't figure out." Lu Qingjing didn't think her design had any problems and asked curiously, "Is there something new that can't be made?" Wei Jinji held up a glass bowl shaped like a lotus flower. "Lady, you're so clever. This bowl looks like a lotus, but it's still just a bowl. A few days ago, some people from the western regions came to ask for animals to take away. Because the amount was large, the craftsmen worked overnight, but they couldn't figure it out." Lu Qingjing nodded, understanding Wei Jinji's meaning. She didn't know much about glass animals, so she could only say the craftsmen are very skilled. They probably can't make it in time. "I don't know much about this, but I've heard that if you want to make many identical items quickly, you can create molds, which saves time." Outside the house, Lu Qingjing and Wei Jinji eagerly discussed new uses for glass. Inside, the compassionate monk pointed at two people outside and said to Lu Qi, "Sir, as you can see, your daughter is very talented. Perhaps that's why Prince Wei cannot accept her." Lu Qi smiled bitterly. "The monk is right, but she is still my daughter. I have already chosen Prince Wei, and I feel I have let her down. I just hope the monk won't interfere in my daughter's affairs." The monk looked at Lu Qingjing as she demonstrated the mold's function, his voice complicated. "I have already given the wheat and rice from the western regions to young Master Wei. From now on, unless necessary, I won't trouble her. Prince Wei has already made arrangements." Lu Qi seemed not to hear the last part. He quietly thanked him and turned to leave through the back door. The room fell silent. Only the monk's low laughter remained. "This person. Truly interesting. I wonder who will survive among you." Lu Qingjing suddenly felt a cold shiver. She looked up with a sense of awareness, noticing the monk shift his position to avoid the window. Wei Jinji, seeing this, stepped in front of Lu Qingjing with a smile. "Madam, I wonder what you were thinking. If I had this method, I wouldn't have to worry about others' opinions. Business would be easier." Lu Qingjing didn't notice anything unusual and smiled doubtfully. "Young Master Wei, you're joking. With your status, it's not just about reading people's faces. Others might be more afraid of yours." Wei Jinji sighed and shook his head, leading Lu Qingjing a few steps aside. "Madam, you're mistaken. My status is low, and I have my own hardships. Please don't make fun of me." Lu Qingjing smiled and decided not to continue. Seeing that the time was almost right, she prepared to leave. Xiaoling helped her out. Wei Jinji looked at her with complex feelings, but finally spoke. Madam, please wait. I just heard some news. There are strange crops appearing in the western regions called potatoes or something. If you have time, perhaps we can meet again in a few days. Lu Qingjin's eyes flashed with a light. Potatoes are indeed valuable. With them, she had at least a 50% chance to help her country get through the crisis. She nodded and said, Thank you, young Master Wei. That's only proper. I think our cooperation could be expanded a bit. Wei Jinji looked at her curiously. Madam, besides glass, do you have any other good ideas? I am truly honored. Lu Qingjin looked at him with a cautious gaze, but then thought that he was unsure of his own identity, so she relaxed and said, These are just small things. Next time we meet, I will write down the method for you. As for the western regions, you can rely on Prince Wei. Wei Jinji nodded with a smile and said, No problem. I won't see you off then. Lu Qingjin got into the carriage heading toward the palace. Wei Jinji watched the carriage leave and asked, What's the situation? What is her identity in the palace? Any news from Jingzhou Prefecture? A young servant stepped forward respectfully and answered, Yes, we have news. You guessed right. She is indeed from the palace. The badge she handed to Jingzhou Prefecture is from the Queen's palace. She is probably that unpopular queen. Wei Jinji's smile grew deeper. That saves us a lot of trouble. Tell the people over there to be careful. She probably already knows about the matter at the Heavenly Tower. We must not let her discover our true identities. The servant bowed and replied, Understood, young master. But you really don't need to come in person. It's easier for the people below to handle it. Going to the palace is too dangerous for your identity. Wei Jinji turned and walked toward the charitable house. The people below are not reliable. Wealth and danger go hand in hand. It's better if I go myself. You make sure they arrange the identity properly. Remember, find a clean actress. I don't want anyone to find out about my original identity once I enter the palace. The servant didn't dare follow inside. He bowed outside the door and promised, Understood, young master. Rest assured. If Lu Qingjin had been here, she would have recognized that this servant was acting with the proper etiquette of the former dynasty. Only Charity was quietly watching inside and outside the house. After a long while, he clasped his hands together, chanted a Buddhist prayer, and smiled without speaking. Inside the carriage, Lu Qingjin thought Wei Jinji believed her noble status was the reason for his kindness, not realizing what trouble she had gotten herself into. She remembered the gift Wei Jinji had given her and lifted the curtain to ask, Where's the box the young master just gave me? Xiaoling complained slightly, Madam, you're still thinking about the gift. Aren't you worried the emperor will be upset? I saw it myself. Several groups of people from the emperor's side came and went just now. Lu Qingjin took the box from her and weighed it, smiling. I don't know what's inside, but it's quite heavy. Why are you worrying so much at your young age? The emperor isn't petty. You don't need to worry. She spoke while opening the box. Inside, there were 2 neat layers, one of wheat and one of rice. She looked at these crops, which are still considered good varieties even today, and smiled, saying, Now we have made a great contribution. When we go back, I must ask the emperor for a reward. Before she finished speaking, they heard shouts and fighting outside. Lu Qingjin quickly covered what she was holding. Xiaoling had already run in. Your Majesty, something's wrong. A group of people is coming for us. We didn't bring many guards. Servant girl, you should leave first. Although Lu Qingjin was worried about the remaining people, she knew they were not careful enough, so she nodded. Xiaoling didn't wait for her to answer, and hurriedly drove the carriage toward the palace. The carriage was already old and shaky. It jolted so much that she couldn't sit still. Occasionally, arrows and bullets whizzed past her face. Even though Lu Qingjin had faced danger before, her heart still trembled. Xiaoling remained calm, showing no sign of panic. Lu Qingjin felt uncomfortable from the bumps, but couldn't help thinking that the people in the palace were different. She had underestimated this girl before. The shouting outside seemed to stop.
They were close to the palace now.
Xiaoling stopped the carriage, looked back happily, and said, The general is here. We're safe now, Your Majesty. Lu Qingjing almost forgot she was still in the capital during this life-and-death chase. She took a deep breath and sighed in relief. What about the others? Are there any injuries? Xiaoling helped her down and looked into the distance. Servant girl can't see clearly, but at this point, injuries don't matter much. Being able to stay alive is the most important. From afar, Ji Chen and his men hurried over quickly. Lu Qingjing looked at the suddenly empty street, feeling uncomfortable. Xiaoling seemed to notice and softly explained, "The great you didn't establish the country long ago. Most people on this street are used to it. They're used to scenes like this and tend to hide when trouble comes." As she finished speaking, Ji Chen dismounted from his horse and bowed. "Your Majesty, are you all right? It's all my fault for coming late. The bandits have been caught now. Do you want to go see them?" Lu Qingjing still remembered how these officials had once accused her. She felt a little awkward and said, "It's fine. Thanks to the general. I was reckless to come out like this. Since they've been caught, let's go take a look." Ji Chen bowed his head and led her toward the crowded area. A group of soldiers surrounded several men dressed in black. When they saw Lu Qingjing, they nodded casually as a greeting. Lu Qingjing pouted, thinking they had changed, but still looked down on her. She paid no attention to their attitude and walked over. Someone had already taken off the masks from these men. Behind her, Xiaoling exclaimed, "Aren't those from Sishantu?" Lu Qingjing looked and asked, "Are you relatives of that old woman? Why are you trying to hurt me?" A fierce-looking man spat harshly and said, "It's your fault. If it weren't for you, our master wouldn't have had to deal with that old woman. You deliberately caused trouble. If anyone is to blame, it's you. Now that we've been caught, I have nothing more to say." Ji Chen looked at the man with a mysterious expression and asked, "Do you still want to ask the Empress?" Lu Qingjing straightened her back, shook her head coldly, and said, "No need. Everything is in the hands of the general. It's getting late, and I should go back. The emperor is waiting for me to dine." Ji Chen smiled at her back and ordered the soldiers, "Send them all to the prison. Wait until I report to the emperor before investigating further." Lu Qingjing looked at the people around her. Although they were injured, their wounds weren't too serious. She couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. Xiaoling carefully observed her surroundings and asked, "Will the Empress still go out in a few days? I don't trust that young guard." Lu Qingjing watched the large palace gate slowly close behind her, sighed tiredly, and said, "Although this was done by Wei Jinji, he probably wanted to find out who we are. After all, he's a merchant. The assassination attempt was likely an oversight." Xiaoling didn't say much. Although she didn't agree, she thought it was better to keep her opinions to herself. The group returned to the palace to change clothes. Lu Qingjing, exhausted, barely had the strength to give orders. She said, "Tell the kitchen to prepare something simple. After eating, we'll go to the vegetable garden and plant the seeds we found. It's just the right time. If we wait too long, we might miss the season." Xiaoling served her food and said, "It's just some wheat. Why does the Empress treasure it so much? Once this year passes, there's always next year." Lu Qingjing ate eagerly, ignoring her manners, muttering, "You don't understand. These things need to be planted early. If we wait too long, we won't know how much we can harvest." Xiaoling watched Lu Qingjing finish her meal and wipe her mouth before she hurriedly ran out. She sighed out of habit and instructed her people to tidy up before following. 2 people had just left not long ago when Qin Zhao arrived. He heard that Lu Qingjing had encountered an assassin outside the palace and was startled. When he received the news, he hurried over but found nothing. His face darkened immediately. Zhang Dequan carefully said, "I heard the lady found some good things again. She probably went straight to the vegetable garden without resting, likely to research new dishes for His Majesty." Qin Zhao proudly headed toward the vegetable garden, thinking that this woman's affection for him was truly complicated. The guards behind him sighed helplessly, thinking, "Is His Majesty crazy? He believes such reasons. It seems the Empress really loves him." Lu Qingjing was busy planting wheat in the soil. Rice wasn't suitable for now. Just as she was worried about how to bring it up, Qin Zhao arrived. Seeing her suddenly look happy, He thought proudly, this woman can't hide her admiration even in her eyes. Lu Qingjin didn't realize his imagination. She cheerfully said, Your Majesty, I found many good things again. The quality of this wheat is quite special. Once I plant it, you'll see. Right now, the most important thing is that I also have some rice seeds. My land is no longer enough. What sounded normal to her seemed like she was competing for his favor in Qin Zhao's ears. Love really makes people less smart. He coughed helplessly and said, Since the Empress has done so much for me, I won't treat you harshly. Tomorrow, I'll give you the empty land next to the Imperial Garden. You can plant whatever you like. Lu Qingjin was surprised to hear him be so agreeable. She tentatively asked, Thank you, Your Majesty. I still have some seeds left to plant. If you're free, would you like to join me? Qin Zhao felt a little excited inside. She's planting just for me. The Empress is actually pretty good. She means to spend more time with me. Well, I'll indulge her. Lu Qingjin didn't realize his true intentions. Seeing his strange expression, she thought he had other matters and said, If Your Majesty has official duties, there's no need. I can do it myself.
No.
I'm free now. This is good too. Homegrown food is tastier. Qin Zhao said, then started digging with a shovel to plant. Lu Qingjin looked at him with confusion, not understanding his inconsistent words. She thought, I'm descended from the Yan Emperor's bloodline, so my plants grow faster and are different. What's wrong with him? Zhang Dequan, noticing her puzzled look, smiled bitterly but said nothing. The two began planting with their own thoughts, each with only a few seeds. Before long, they finished planting. Wheat is one of the most basic crops and was the first plant Emperor Yan encountered. It is most affected by her bloodline, and the spiritual energy in the soil almost visibly nourishes it. Lu Qingjin looked satisfied as she observed the crops, thinking they would be ready to grow by tomorrow. Qin Zhao also seemed to notice something was off and asked suspiciously, Why do these seem like they might sprout soon? Lu Qingjin nervously explained, I said these are good things. They've been soaked in water for a long time, so they are naturally good. They should sprout tomorrow. Once they do, Your Majesty can see them. If we can share them with the common people, that would be even better. Her explanation was quite reasonable, so Qin Zhao no longer doubted her. He muttered as he followed her back to the queen's palace. Early in the morning, Lu Qingjin woke up slowly, hearing sounds outside. The breathing of the man beside her startled her. She turned over and remembered that Qin Zhao had stayed overnight again. She sighed helplessly and pushed the man sleeping heavily beside her. Your Majesty is awake. We might be late for the morning court. Her words sounded a bit like a modern person urging someone to get up for school. As she spoke, she couldn't help but laugh at herself. Qin Zhao replied softly, Do you know the rules? Are you mocking me? Lu Qingjin bit her lip and refused to admit it. Qin Zhao, with a mischievous smile, pounced on her. If I don't punish you properly, you won't understand the power of the Emperor's authority. Unexpectedly, the usually stern Emperor was tickling her, making her laugh so hard she rolled on the bed. Zhang Dequan, hearing the noise, guessed they had woken up. He led a few palace maids, including Xiaoling, inside. As soon as they opened the door, they saw the Emperor pressing down on the Empress, both of them in disheveled clothes, tangled together. They looked at each other in silence. Realizing what had happened, the two quickly separated. Qin Zhao coughed awkwardly. Hurry and get me dressed. We'll be late for the morning court. Zhang Dequan didn't quite understand the situation, but felt both embarrassed and worried. He was afraid of disturbing the Emperor's good mood and being resented. So, he spoke as little as possible and began to serve efficiently. Xiao Ling and the others, still young, couldn't quite understand what had just happened. They blushed and dared not make a sound. Lu Qingjin looked at Qin Zhao, who had already dressed, while she hadn't changed at all. She looked around and called out, What's going on? Why are you all just standing there like fools? Little Spirit quickly gathered her washing things, knowing that Qin Zhao had been in the palace for many years. Seeing the situation, she understood that these people had misunderstood. If she didn't clarify soon, rumors would spread everywhere. He initially wanted to explain, but as he opened his mouth, he changed his words. At this time, I should go to court. When I return, we will go to the vegetable garden together. Lu Qingjing, while changing her clothes, agreed. Got it. You should go quickly. It's not early anymore. Since I said that whatever can grow will grow, you, as the emperor, shouldn't be so petty. Qin Zhao saw the strange looks from the palace maids and smiled, then turned to leave with Zhang Dequan. Little Spirit carefully combed Lu Qingjing's hair and asked cautiously, Your Majesty, are you in a good mood today? Lu Qingjing remembered this morning and couldn't help but smile, thinking the emperor was quite interesting. Her voice was unusually gentle as she replied, Yes. The vegetables in the garden are growing more and more, so I am naturally happy. Have the kitchen prepare some spicy food. I think you'll come back soon. Little Spirit nodded and left. Lu Qingjing adjusted her hairpins herself. Elsewhere, the atmosphere in the queen's palace was far from peaceful. Although it had only been a short while since waking up, news had already spread everywhere, talking about how loving the queen and the emperor were. Unlike other palace ladies, concubine Shu was from a good family, but she was still the daughter of a merchant, so her status was lower than the others. Moreover, her influence in court was limited, so her perspective was inevitably narrow. Listening to the palace maids talking about the morning events, she sharply cut off the flower stem in her hand. The maid, Noa, paused and knelt down. Concubine Shu sighed coldly. I don't know what the emperor is thinking, liking a concubine's daughter, especially one so crude and only good at farming. Her senior maid waved her hand to dismiss the other palace attendants and comforted her. It's just a fleeting fancy. I believe His Majesty likes to see lush crops. The current situation in Daegu is not good, and that concubine's daughter is just incidental. You need not worry too much. Hearing this, concubine Shu's expression improved greatly. She touched the pearls on her head and asked, Does the emperor still plan to visit the queen's vegetable garden today? The senior maid, somewhat puzzled, respectfully replied, I heard that he will go after court. It seems the time is about right now. A faint, mischievous smile appeared on concubine Shu's lips. Bring me my red dance dress. I don't believe there is a man in the world who doesn't like a beautiful woman. No, the senior lady-in-waiting helped her change into a dance outfit. The group set out grandly toward the queen's vegetable garden. Meanwhile, Lu Qingjing was unaware of this. She looked at Qin Zhao and sighed. I think these adults are quite unusual. Yesterday they were criticizing me, and today they are praising me. They really have no shame. Qin Zhao was amused by her comparison. He patted her hand to comfort her and said, They are all clever old folks. You've made so many things that they can't argue anymore. Let's forget about that for now and go see the wheat we planted yesterday. I put a lot of effort into it. Lu Qingjing followed him, joking, Your Majesty, you're not very strong. You only planted the middle part yesterday, and now you're already exhausted. Qin Zhao snorted in dissatisfaction, and the two of them argued playfully as they walked. When they arrived at the garden, they sensed something was wrong. It seemed quieter than before. Lu Qingjing, who had been attacked before, became cautious. Qin Zhao thought there shouldn't be any danger inside the palace and pushed open the door. A beautiful consort in red was dancing gracefully in the middle of the wheat field. The wheat nearby had sprouted small shoots, and a gentle breeze made the young plants sway softly under the red silk, creating a stunning scene. Qin Zhao couldn't help but laugh at the sight. All the small plants on the ground were actually ones he had planted himself yesterday. Lu Qingjing clapped and said, That was a nice dance. You look so bright and charming. But be careful when you come out. The wheat around here is all planted by me with great effort. Hearing this, Qin Zhao was furious. The wheat under her feet was also planted by me. How come you don't protect my work? You heartless girl. I even gave you a piece of land. Lu Qingjing couldn't help but laugh and cry at his words. The consort beside them looked pale. She hadn't expected that the land she stood on was actually planted with the emperor's wheat. She didn't know whether to move or stay still. Qin Zhao saw her standing there and got even angrier. He shouted to the guards nearby, Hurry and take her away." The consort was roughly taken out and knelt on the ground, looking pitifully at Qin Zhao. "Your Majesty, I was confused. Please forgive me." Qin Zhao snorted coldly. "Didn't you think about that when you stepped on my wheat? Since you're so confused, this position isn't suitable for you anymore. From today, you will be a noble lady." Concubine Shu looked at Qin Zhao, who turned away coldly, her hands trembling and tears almost falling. Meanwhile, Lu Qingjin looked at the small patch of wheat field she had trampled and felt helpless. "Sister, you should go back. I will speak for you today, but you really shouldn't come here anymore." Concubine Shu no longer looked proud. She responded with a simple nod, bowed slightly, and sniffled as she left. Shaoling glanced at the emperor walking away and looked confused. "Madam, why don't you go comfort the emperor? Soon he will come back to scold you." Lu Qingjin rolled up her sleeves and walked to the damaged field, bending down. "He's upset because of this. But he's the one who married me. What's the point of comforting him?" Shaoling stared in surprise as the withered wheat seedlings suddenly seemed to come back to life in Lu Qingjin's hands. Her voice trembled. "Madam, is this some kind of magic? Can it really bring things back to life?" Lu Qingjin chuckled softly. "You're quite funny. Do you think any empress can do magic? It's just some experience I've gained from years of farming. Besides, those wheat seedlings weren't dead at all." Shaoling awkwardly shut her mouth and followed Lu Qingjin back. "Madam, weren't you going to avoid comforting the emperor? Why are you going back now?" Lu Qingjin pushed open the palace door quietly. "I'm now working under him, so I can't offend him usually. Especially not now. I still have to leave the palace." The door opened, and Qin Zhao's stern face appeared. "You keep thinking about leaving the palace every day. I have things to do, but you don't care at all. Heartless woman." Lu Qingjin stepped back awkwardly, thinking how strange his words sounded. It was like a palace woman's grudge. Though she thought this, she still tried to soothe him. "It's just habit. Actually, I worry about you very much. I've already handled the matter. The wheat seedlings aren't dead. Tomorrow, you can go see for yourself. I promise they won't look damaged at all." Qin Zhao shifted aside to let her in. His tone was much better. "That's more like it. But you're the Empress. I haven't yet forgiven you for the incident when you went out of the palace and encountered the assassin. You're not allowed to leave again for a while." Lu Qingjin frowned, thinking about her potatoes and sweet potatoes. She felt this wasn't right. She rolled her eyes at the obviously unhappy Qin Zhao. "Your Majesty, you're probably angry about concubine Shu, right?" Qin Zhao took a sip of tea, still feeling restless, and said irritably, "Of course. She is no longer a concubine Shin now, she is a consort Shin." His petty attitude was like that of a child. Thinking this, Lu Qingjin calmly spoke without reacting to his expression. "I understand what you mean. You don't like these consorts. When you married them, it was probably just to make me look bad. But I have an idea now. I don't know if you're interested." Qin Zhao coughed nervously. "It's all in the past. Just tell me your plan quickly. No matter the outcome, I will forgive you." Lu Qingjin rolled her eyes at him. "That's not what I want. I believe this plan will definitely succeed. But if the emperor doesn't agree to my request to leave the palace, then you can deal with those consorts yourself. After all, you married them yourself." Qin Zhao sighed, feeling stuck and increasingly interested in her idea. "All right. If you can make those women stop bothering me, I will allow you to leave the palace." Lu Qingjin, appearing calm, sipped her tea and added, "It's not just this once. I am allowed to leave the palace anytime. I have helped the emperor a lot. When you were difficult and picky, I showed no mercy or pity." Qin Zhao looked at her with complex feelings and sighed.
"Fine.
I want to see what skills you have to control them. If anything goes wrong, I won't take responsibility." Lu Qingjin stuck out her tongue and gracefully left the room. Qin Zhao watched her back with a smile. As she reached the courtyard, he suddenly heard Shaoling scream. Qin Zhao hurried outside and saw a bunch of snakes had entered the yard, big and small, tangled together, looking terrifying. Qin Zhao's expression tightened as he looked at Lu Qingjin's back and whispered, "Don't move first." I will go rescue you right away. Stay there and don't move. Lu Qingjin carefully examined the situation, waved her hand to break the tense atmosphere, and said, "It's okay. You don't need to come. These snakes are harmless. It seems someone is playing a prank, not really trying to harm me." She then used her stick to pick up a snake and looked at it carefully. Xiaoling, though relieved, was still frightened by the sight of the snakes and trembling. "Your Majesty, just put it down. When the guards arrive, have them take them far away." Lu Qingjin raised an eyebrow and looked at Qin Zhao with a complicated expression, then mischievously smiled. "Your Majesty was so nervous just now, wasn't he? Since that's the case, I will reciprocate your kindness. Soon, I will share some of the food I make with you." Qin Zhao widened his eyes in disbelief as he looked at the snakes. "You mean to use these snakes as food?" Lu Qingjin nodded and instructed the guards to take them to the kitchen. "Your Majesty has eaten my cooking before, so it shouldn't harm you. Xiaoling will come help later." Qin Zhao stared blankly as Lu Qingjin gracefully entered the kitchen. He rubbed his forehead with a headache. Behind him, Zhang Dequan approached and softly said, "We found out it was someone from the Consort Lee's group. She didn't even try to hide it." Qin Zhao's eyes suddenly turned fierce, as if he remembered something, and then sighed helplessly. "Forget it. Since the Empress has a way to handle them, let's leave it for now. The Grand General is helping me find the assassin, so we can't act against her now." Zhang Dequan agreed with a nod and added, "I heard that Consort Lee specifically asked for non-toxic snakes. She probably doesn't want trouble. But the Empress even keeps wild boars, so she wouldn't be afraid of harmless snakes. It's hard to understand. Maybe someone is framing her secretly." Qin Zhao looked at the lively kitchen with a softer expression. If it's truly framing, then it wouldn't be with non-toxic snakes. Consort Lee probably said what the Empress told her. She doesn't really want trouble. She just wants to ease her frustration. In the end, the blame still falls on me. Zhang Dequan hurriedly comforted him. "Your Majesty, this is not true. Everything in the palace belongs to you. Who would dare complain?" Qin Zhao looked at the busy kitchen with a complex gaze. People always have their dissatisfaction, even if they don't say it. Before Qin Zhao could reflect further, Lu Qingjin brought out the prepared snake soup. Zhang Dequan quickly stepped in front of Qin Zhao and explained, "Your Majesty has already eaten quite a bit today. No need for more snake soup. The Empress can enjoy it herself." Qin Zhao, still haunted by the earlier snake incident, nodded and accepted. Lu Qingjin handed the snake soup to Xiaoling and then unceremoniously pushed aside Zhang Dequan. "You're the Emperor. How can you be so timid? Come and try it." Qin Zhao's face turned pale, and he shrank behind Zhang Dequan. "I am the ruler of a country. I can't eat everything. The Empress meant well, so she can enjoy it herself." Lu Qingjin seemed to give up and sat by the table, taking a sip of snake soup. She instructed Xiaoling, "There are still so many in the kitchen. Don't waste them. Send some to each palace, and tell the ladies they are made by me personally." Xiaoling sighed and agreed, thinking she didn't know if they would eat it, but tomorrow the Queen's palace would surely be lively again. Qin Zhao stepped back a few steps in the opposite direction.
"Stop eating.
The palace isn't short of food. The snake isn't poisonous, but it's not really meant to be eaten." Lu Qingjin waved her hand dismissively. "You don't know. The snake meat is very clean. If you don't want to eat it, don't speak. I've finished eating and have things to do." Qin Zhao snorted coldly and didn't argue. What could you possibly be doing? Just thinking about leaving the palace. Lu Qingjin didn't want to waste time arguing with him. After finishing her meal, she left happily, even pouting proudly before going out. "Just wait and see. The concubines in this palace will all be obedient to you. And don't forget what the Emperor promised me then." Qin Zhao watched her lively figure with a smile. Zhang Dequan, standing nearby, looked worried. The Empress doesn't know that the assassination outside the palace was arranged by someone in secret. Why doesn't the Emperor tell her? Qin Zhao glanced at Lu Qingjin's empty bowl and casually said, "She might not know. It's no use telling her. You go bring the snake soup from the kitchen and serve it to me. It looks pretty good." Zhang Dequan helplessly looked at the food in front of him. After a while, he went to the kitchen to bring the snake soup, muttering to himself, "The emperor said we shouldn't eat this, but it's really strange." Qin Zhao didn't bother with him and continued eating happily. Meanwhile, Lu Qingjin arrived at the inner office. A young came forward and saluted. "Your Grace, do you have any instructions?" Lu Qingjin nodded and looked around. The inner office was unusually quiet, which she found strange. Xiaoling also asked curiously, "It's usually so lively here. Why is it so quiet today? Do they look down on us, Your Grace?" The young smiled bitterly and quickly explained, "Miss, that's not true. We wouldn't dare. I heard that the heir of the Wei King is getting married, so everyone else in the inner office has been called to the Lu residence by the lady of the Lu family." Lu Qingjin paused, then remembered that her younger sister was about to get married. She turned around and ordered a young palace maid beside her. "Go select some good gifts from my palace to send over. Also, call everyone back from the inner office." A minister's daughter dares to order people in the palace? Truly ignorant of proper rules. Xiaoling looked at Lu Qingjing in surprise, but nodded in agreement. She waved to the young palace maid, signaling her to leave. The little wiped his forehead, thinking to himself that the rumors were true. There really is a fierce conflict between the Empress and the Lu family. Lu Qingjing handed the blueprint to the little. "Since the person in charge isn't here, please take care of this. The items on the blueprint can be made of wood. There's nothing else special, but the patterns on it must not be wrong." The little quickly took the blueprint and promised repeatedly. Lu Qingjing didn't say much. She led her people to leave. The little hurriedly stopped her. "Your Majesty, wouldn't you like to stay a bit longer? It's better if you see this with your own eyes." Xiaoling stepped forward and scolded. "How rude. Do the officials in the inner court have no rules? Who does Our Lady think she is? Must she see everything herself?" Lu Qingjing interrupted her and turned to look at the little, speaking slowly. "I am not here to make things difficult for you. I understand your point. Once those people return, I will have the steward of the inner court come to the Empress's palace. I will explain everything to him personally." Without waiting for a reply, she walked away. Xiaoling looked back and saw the little stand up gracefully and walk off confidently, showing no worry at all, completely different from before. She gritted her teeth in frustration. These servants of the inner court are ungrateful. If it weren't for the lady and others, how could we be so free? Now they're just climbing up the social ladder. Lu Qingjing gazed thoughtfully at the towering palace walls. That's natural. No need to complain. As for the King of Wei, I don't know much about him. Doesn't he have his own territory? Why is he reaching into the capital now? Xiaoling, supporting her, whispered, "I heard that the King of Wei was one of the great heroes who helped establish the country under the former emperor. He almost overthrew the emperor and became the ruler himself. To make up for this, His Majesty even gave his own fiancée to his heir." Lu Qingjing turned her head with a frown. "You mean the fiancé is Lu Yurua? So, this was already ordered by the emperor?" Xiaoling looked at her carefully. "That's not quite right. It's just that those people are getting too bold. They're all chosen by the Lu family themselves." As they spoke, they reached the palace gate. The number of people serving the Empress was increasing, and the noise was growing. Both women fell silent. Lu Qingjin had just sat down and hadn't yet asked when Qin Zhao left when the servant announced that the officials from the Imperial Household Department had arrived. Xiaoling chuckled sarcastically. The work in the Imperial Household Department is really difficult. They just returned from outside the palace and probably heard that the Empress was coming, so they are testing us on purpose. Lu Qingjin also laughed softly and called them in. Before the manager from the Imperial Household Department entered, he knelt on the ground, crawling in with a serious expression and apologizing. "It's all my fault. Please forgive me, Your Majesty." Lu Qingjin sighed, thinking that in this era, people often kneeled so easily. She kept a serious face and said, "I believe the Grand Chamberlain understands my meaning. Although there has been some chaos in the palace recently, this is the Emperor's place, and the Imperial Household Department must not act recklessly." The young knelt and bowed in agreement. Lu Qingjin nodded with satisfaction. As soon as the manager from the Imperial Household Department left the Empress's palace, news spread inside and outside the palace. Li Fei brushed her temples with a mysterious expression, while Xiao Cui looked worried and said, "It seems the Empress knows everything now." Why does the Empress do this? Has she already let it go?
We don't know what will happen now.
Li Fei looked at the beautiful flowers outside the window and spoke lazily. "I've let it go, but life in the palace is really boring. I liked the Emperor for so long, but I still feel uneasy." Xiao Cui gently fanned her with a fan. As the weather grew hotter and more mosquitoes appeared, she swatted one and asked, "Does your Majesty have any instructions? I heard the Empress has dismissed the officials from the Imperial Household Department. If you want, I can stir up rumors in the palace again. Even the Empress won't be able to get away with it." Li Fei waved her hand, moving her stiff body. "That Wei Wang is really too much. He has insulted everyone in the palace. The Empress's actions are truly satisfying. Let it be. Your Majesty, the Empress sent over her homemade snake soup. Would you like to try it?" A distant voice called out happily. Li Fei waved her hand to refuse. Xiao Cui sighed and advised, "Forget it. If we keep fighting like this, it will go nowhere. It's better for you to apologize to the Empress." Li Fei smiled bitterly and shook her head, knowing the truth. But life in the palace is so long, and even if she no longer hates the Empress, she can't help but find ways to pass the time. The Imperial Household Department received news and dared not slack off. They were even more cautious in responding to Lady Lu's repeated invitations. This made Lu Yurua so angry that she almost couldn't eat at home, and Lu Qi sighed heavily. Unaware of all this, Lu Qingjin was busy looking at the newly acquired mahjong tiles. Xiaoling looked at the strange patterns with curiosity. "Your Majesty, what are these?" Servant girl finds them very interesting. Lu Qingjin proudly drew and wrote on a piece of paper. "These are good things. I rely on them to handle those concubines." Xiaoling disapproved and pouted. "That's hard to say. Your Majesty, you might have forgotten that yesterday you sent each of them a bowl of snake soup. Today, everyone has already sent messages to pay their respects." Lu Qingjin waved her hand confidently and held the mahjong tiles. "Are they coming soon? It's this time already. Hopefully, they won't come today." Xiaoling took the box from her and complained. "They'll be here soon. You shouldn't worry. Usually, these people don't come to pay respects without a reason. Now they're so eager. It can't be a good sign." Lu Qingjin was used to her talking to herself and ignored her, walking toward the main hall. In the main hall, four concubines sat steadily. Except for Shun Pin, who looked unfriendly, the others behaved well. As soon as Lu Qingjin entered, they bowed. Lu Qingjin glanced at Shun Pin, who remained unmoved and didn't mind. She smiled and sat down. "I know life in the palace can be dull. Now that the Emperor is busy, the sisters must be even more bored. I happen to have some new little toys. Would you like to see?" Li Fei's eyes lit up, and she smiled politely. "Since the Empress has spoken, I won't refuse. A few days ago when we gathered, we also mentioned how boring it was. Your Majesty, this gift came just in time." Her words were graceful and without any resentment, as if she hadn't been involved in the recent fuss. Lu Qingjin was impressed. Xiaoling thoughtfully arranged for someone to bring the items over. Li Fei looked at the rules on the paper with more interest.
Shun Pin's not Gon Li.
"We're not like you, Your Majesty. We've seen everything small and big. Your tricks are too clumsy." Xian Fei frowned and looked displeased. What is Shun Pin talking about? Such disrespect. Even if you don't like it, you shouldn't interrupt, especially given your rank. The palace maids arranged a large table as instructed. Consort Shu frowned and kept silent. The group began to play mahjong out of boredom. At first, they were a bit unfamiliar, but since they were all daughters of noble families, they quickly understood and became interested. Lu Qingjing sat quietly drinking tea. The others no longer paid attention to her. Xiaoling smiled and said, "Your Majesty is truly impressive. This is so easy for you." When Qin Zhao entered, He saw everyone in the Empress's palace bowing their heads. The hall was noisy. He frowned and walked in. What's going on here? The concubines heard his voice and realized what was happening. They hurried to bow and stand aside. Lu Qingjing smiled and replied, I was just playing with my sisters. Since your majesty is here, join us. A few concubines standing quietly thought to themselves, I was foolish to stay here. They all started to leave.
Qin Zhao was happy about that.
After everyone left, he finally asked, have you come up with a plan? Lu Qingjing walked over and proudly handed him the mahjong tiles. Just watch, your majesty. No one will come today or tomorrow. This should keep them busy for a while. Qin Zhao looked at the paper on the table and admired her. You're really clever. This game is quite interesting. Although our great Yu has established a country, we still lack many things. I think this could be a popular entertainment for the common people. Lu Qingjing patted his hand and reminded him, don't forget, I've already succeeded in this. When I leave the palace is up to me. Qin Zhao hesitated, thinking about the dangers outside the palace. But seeing her hopeful eyes, he sighed and said, fine. I can't control you. If you want to go, go ahead.
Just bring more people.
Recently, the capital hasn't been peaceful. Lu Qingjing ordered everyone to leave and handed him a cup of tea. Is it because of Prince Wei? You probably already know what happened yesterday. Prince Wei and the Lu family are acting out of line. How can you just tolerate it? Qin Zhao took a sip of tea and teased, that's your family. I can't help but feel pity for you. If you could act with justice and cut off your family ties, it would save us a lot of trouble. Lu Qingjing rolled her eyes.
I don't have that kind of charm.
Cutting off family ties isn't hard. Anyway, the Lu family is no longer my family. My aunt has already come out. What do I have to fear? Queen Zhao shook her head with a serious tone. It's not that I didn't tell you, but the situation is too complicated. The time isn't right yet. Acting rashly will only make things worse. We need to wait a bit longer. You don't need to worry about it anymore. Just as Lu Qingjing said, everyone in the palace has been talking about the new game of mahjong these days. Even the concubines have become obsessed with it. For a while, no one bothered Queen Zhao anymore. Queen Zhao looked at the weather outside, frowned, and asked, I remember that the person and the Empress consort agreed to meet today, right? Zhang Dequan bowed respectfully and replied, Yes, your majesty. It is indeed today. I just received news that the Empress has already gone out. Queen Zhao sighed, rubbed her forehead, and said to Ji Chen outside the door, I know you've come.
Come in.
Ji Chen entered and bowed. Queen Zhao waved her hand impatiently and asked, How is your investigation? Did you find out who is behind the scenes? Ji Chen frowned and whispered, I haven't found out yet. I only know there are two groups, one is testing the Empress's identity, and the other is trying to silence someone. Queen Zhao stepped beside him, her expression strangely dark.
Keep investigating.
Focus on the King of Wei. Be careful in secret. This is no longer the time when the father was here. De Yu is no longer peaceful. Ji Chen saluted and agreed. Before he could speak further, Queen Zhao spoke again. The Empress left the palace today. Send someone to secretly protect her. Ji Chen nodded and left. The rest of the main hall, Zhang Dequan cautiously asked, Your Majesty, don't you suspect the Grand General? He has more power than the King of Wei. Queen Zhao turned her back, her eyes complex. I know you're doing this for me, but there's no need to say it anymore. The Grand General is loyal to the country. He shouldn't be doubted. Outside the palace, Lu Qingjing was unaware of the big trouble she had caused and was happily wandering around. Xiaoling said helplessly, Master, you can't go on like this. We came out for a meeting, but now most of the shops along this street are already visited. Why aren't you worried? Just as she finished speaking, she heard a voice from the Jingqi pavilion, calling from afar, Madam, come quickly. Our shopkeeper, thanks to the lady, found something good. We're just waiting for you now. Lu Qingjing then led her people quickly into Jingqi pavilion. Wei Jinji sat in the shop with a worried look, forcing a smile when he saw her. Madam, you're here. I didn't let you down. I found the potatoes you needed. Take a look. Lu Qingjing noticed his strange expression and frowned. Since they were not very familiar, she didn't ask further. She picked up a potato on the table and examined it carefully. Soon, she happily said, "This is it." "Great, I've finally found it." Wei Jinji smiled tiredly and said, "That's good enough. Lady, please go ahead." Lu Qingjin looked at the shopkeeper, who had originally been inside but had gone out again. She couldn't help but ask, "May I ask, what's wrong with young Master Wei? Is there anything I can do to help?" The shopkeeper, who had come inside, smiled and replied, "Lady, you don't know. Young Master Wei is actually a musician. Since the last time, he's been very fond of you. Why not take him back with you?" Xiao Ling, from behind, exclaimed in surprise, "What? Is this really such a big deal? Our master's status is so high." Lu Qingjin was also a bit stunned and awkwardly smiled twice. "I really appreciate the help from Jingqi Pavilion. As for young Master Wei, we're just cooperating. There's no other meaning. Besides, I'm already married, so it's not appropriate." As soon as she finished speaking, she heard Wei Jinji sigh deeply. Lu Qingjin felt a chill and helplessly closed her mouth. The shopkeeper also smiled and said, "Lady, don't worry about it. A musician is just a plaything, not an actor. Just take him back to care for him. It's also a way to thank Jingqi Pavilion." Xiaoling looked confused and asked, "Why would you give us someone as a thank you? Isn't there something wrong with that?" While speaking, she looked at Wei Jinji. Even though Wei Jinji had prepared himself well, her gaze made his face stiffen. The shopkeeper looked distressed and said, "It's not that we don't want to keep him. It's just that he's in trouble and we can't do anything. If something happens, your factory might also be affected." Lu Qingjin sighed. She felt sorry for Wei Jinji, but the palace was not like other places. She hadn't yet established herself there. When she got him, she worried about others. She regretfully said, "I'm really sorry. I'm just not in a good position. If young Master Wei is really in trouble, it's better for him to go somewhere else to hide. There's no rush with the factory matters." After speaking, she turned around with the potato and left without waiting for Wei Jinji to reply. Wei Jinji watched her back, his expression gradually turning cold. The shopkeeper saw the situation and closed the Jingqi Pavilion. Although people were surprised that the pavilion was closing at this time, they didn't suspect anything. The shopkeeper knelt on the ground, afraid to look up, and said, "Please forgive me, young master. I apologize for any offense just now." Wei Jinji waved his hand to let him stand up.
It's okay.
"We had already agreed. Did you find out what happened last time?" The shopkeeper stood quietly and replied, "We've found some clues. It's probably the work of the king of Wei, who used us to try to kill the Empress." Wei Jinji's tone became a little dangerous. "It looks like I was fooled. That kind monk is quite interesting. He doesn't offend either side and doesn't help either." The shopkeeper hurried forward a few steps, worried. "Young master, you must not trust that monk. Our country's downfall is linked to him. You are our last hope." Wei Jinji looked at him coldly. The shopkeeper shivered and dared not speak further. He squinted and said, "I have my own plans. You don't need to investigate more. The emperor has probably already sent people. Make sure our people aren't discovered. Also, watch the Empress's movements. Our plan isn't completely failed yet." The shopkeeper nodded and left. Wei Jinji was left, touching the ornament on the table with a strange expression. Lu Qingjing and her group had been walking on the street for a while. Xiaoling couldn't take it anymore. She supported Lu Qingjing to a tea house and asked for a private room, catching her breath. "Mistress, what's wrong? I'm almost exhausted." Lu Qingjing took a sip of tea and felt calmer before speaking. "It's nothing. It's just that, as a woman, it's the first time someone sent a man to me. I'm a bit surprised." Xiaoling poured her some tea and pouted. "I didn't expect young Master Wei to be a musician. Mistress, you really shouldn't work with him anymore. Musicians are too lowly. If the officials find out, they might accuse you." Lu Qingjing heard this and looked a bit unhappy, sighing. "You know, you still haven't changed your old habits about class and status. Anyway, he's not easy either. A talented man, but his status holds him back." Xiaoling dared not speak further. Outside the room, there was a soft humming sound. Lu Qingjing listened, finding the voice gentle and interesting. She ordered the guard, "Go and see what's outside. The singing sounds nice." The guard agreed and left. Xiao Ling said nearby, "This servant knows that most likely she came from the south. People there love soft, sweet songs. But in recent years, the floods in the south have caused a lot of trouble, so fewer people can sing like that." As soon as she finished speaking, the guard returned. Sure enough, it was a young girl singing a song. Lu Qingjing, having rested enough, slowly left the room. She saw a girl, about 13 or 14 years old, dressed in ragged clothes, singing beneath the tea house, her voice hoarse from exhaustion. Lu Qingjing frowned, thinking deeply. I remember that Prince Wei's territory is in the south. He's quite powerful. Why are the people there now so poor? Xiaoling helped her back into the private room and explained, Prince Wei is focused on raising soldiers. I heard that he doesn't care much about what happens in his territory. That's why there are more refugees in the south now. Lu Qingjing initially thought Prince Wei was a threat, but hearing this, she found it amusing. Such a person really is neglecting the important for the trivial. Xiaoling looked a bit sad and said, the girl outside is about the same age as me. I don't know what disaster she suffered, but she's truly pitiful. Lu Qingjing also felt sympathy and was worried about what to do. Suddenly, she remembered something and asked hurriedly, I remember the emperor ordered the placement of my aunt. Do you know where she was sent? It's understandable, she just remembered. There are too many troublemakers around, and she was busy with her own affairs. Now is a good time to show filial piety to her original family. Xiaoling had already found out and answered immediately. She was placed in a house not far from here. I know the way. If the lady wants to go, she can go anytime. Lu Qingjing and her group went downstairs. The young girl was still singing, but unfortunately, people from the north didn't like it much, and no one was willing to give her money. The girl persisted, tears about to fall. Lu Qingjing sighed and approached her. Little sister, what do you do? The girl hadn't eaten all day. Seeing someone finally paying attention to her, she hurriedly wiped her tears and replied, I sing songs. Madam, I can sing anything you want. Everyone felt pity for her, but no one spoke up for the girl. The world is hard enough and no one wants trouble. Lu Qingjing gently patted the girl's head and said kindly, I'm not interested in these songs, but my family needs a maid. If you want to come with me for a month, I can give you 1 or 2 silver coins. The young girl wiped her face and hesitantly said, I really want to go, but I am too young. I haven't learned anything, can't do any work, and I don't want to go to a brothel. Xiaoling gently wiped her face with affection and said, Little sister, what are you talking about? Our master only pities you. Since we are going to visit elders, you can come along if you wish. We are not bad people. The girl thought for a moment and then nodded, following behind a few people. This time, there weren't many outsiders around. Lu Qingjing was happy to skip the carriage and walk with the group. After a while, they arrived in front of a large house. Xiaoling knocked on the door. The servant saw Lu Qingjing and hurried inside to report. Lu Qingjing looked a bit puzzled and asked, Does he know me? The servants of the Lu family didn't come out with the lady, right? Xiaoling led her inside, smiling, and said, This estate was arranged by the emperor. The servants here are all from the inner court. The steward in charge has trained the servants well. Lu Qingjing nodded understandingly. A woman dressed quite elegantly hurried over from not far away. She said anxiously, Daughter, you're finally here. I thought you were upset and couldn't come. Lu Qingjing felt her eyes warm. This graceful woman was the biological mother of the original owner. She had always been cautious and careful, nearly falling into danger. Even now, she could only call herself the lady's wife. She steadied herself and took the woman's hand, speaking softly, I'm fine. It's just that I couldn't come out of the palace earlier. But it will be better now. The emperor has approved my freedom to leave the palace. You don't need to be sad. The woman, hearing this, was comforted and took her hand to the main hall. Both sat down, and she finally spoke, This matter can't be changed anymore. Just live well with the emperor. I see that the emperor treats you well. As for the Lu family, you don't need to worry about them anymore. Lu Qingjing watched her worried face from a distance, feeling a heavy weight in her heart.
What does aunt mean?
Are the Lu family causing trouble again? The woman sighed with some helplessness. Your father is fine, but Lady Lu is not easy to get along with. After she found out I was still alive, she kept coming over, just to mock me and then leave. Lu Qingjing quietly remembered this. Seeing the tense atmosphere in the room, she smiled and said, Aunt, this place is really too quiet. I happened to meet someone with a good fate this time, so I brought her to show you. The woman, clearly aware that her emotions were a bit out of control, smiled and asked, Did you pick someone up on the street again? You are such a kind-hearted girl from a young age. Xiaoling tactfully brought the girl over. Aunt Lu is not a hard-hearted person. Seeing the girl, she sighed and agreed. Fine, since she seems to be from the south, let her work in the estate. Have the people there teach her more. Such a big child is not easy to raise. Lu Qingjing felt relieved that things were settled. Since that's the case, I should go back now. I can leave the palace, but I can't stay too long. Auntie, take care of yourself. I will handle the Lu family's matters. Aunt Lu escorted her to the door, a little helpless. I didn't say this to make you stay. I'm worried you don't know much and might be tricked. Auntie is old, but you are still young. Be very careful. Lu Qingjing almost cried at her words but forced herself to stay calm. Now I have some status, so don't worry about me. Aunt Lu watched her leave, wiped her tears, and returned to the estate. As soon as Lu Qingjing turned around, tears started to fall. Xiaoling hurriedly comforted her. Miss, don't be sad.
Aunt Lu will be fine.
You still need to go to the vegetable garden. It's not good if your eyes get hurt. Lu Qingjing was feeling down when she returned to the palace. Zhang Dequan arrived with people. Several tall guards stood in the yard. Even Zhang Dequan, who was thick-skinned, looked a bit embarrassed. He explained helplessly, The emperor asked me to tell the Empress that this month the capital isn't peaceful. She shouldn't go out. Lu Qingjing sighed tiredly. They are probably guarding the palace. All right, tell the emperor I understand. Zhang Dequan opened his mouth but didn't say anything. He bowed and left. Xiaoling looked at the guards patrolling the yard and complained, The emperor is really something. A few days ago, the Empress helped solve many problems. Now he's turned cold. Lu Qingjing knew that Qin Zhao probably heard something, but she was too tired. She rubbed her forehead and said to Xiaoling, Help me to the sleeping palace. I don't feel well. Xiaoling quickly shut her mouth and supported Lu Qingjing into the bedroom, worriedly watching the guards outside. Meanwhile, Zhang Dequan returned to the imperial study. Qin Zhao was still furrowing his brows, writing quickly. Without raising his head, he asked, Did the Empress say anything? Zhang Dequan took a step back and respectfully replied, The Empress only said she understood. I believe she can appreciate the Emperor's good intentions. Qin Zhao suddenly threw down the brush in her hand, causing half of the official document on the desk to smudge with ink. Zhang Dequan thought to himself that these days were becoming increasingly difficult, but he remained quietly standing aside, waiting for instructions. Has anyone from the general's side mentioned what exactly Wei Jin's identity is? Hearing Qin Zhao's words, Zhang Dequan sensed the coldness in her tone and knew it was not good. However, since he was the only one who could answer, he forced himself to speak. The general sent word that they are investigating, but for now, it seems Wei Jin is just a musician. As expected, once these words left his mouth, it was like poking a hornet's nest. Qin Zhao was so angry she threw everything on the table to the ground and stomped on it several times to vent her frustration. A mere musician dares to covet my Empress, and even offers himself willingly. Doesn't he know how to behave? Kneeling on the ground, Zhang Dequan sighed inwardly, thinking that the emperor now looked like a jealous wife. Someone might even think the Empress was planning to take a concubine. After a moment of anger, Qin Zhao felt something was off. Lowering her head, her tone turned grim as she asked Zhang Dequan, What did the Empress say? I heard she went to her aunt's place. Did she send that man there? With a Gulan, Zhang Dequan repeatedly denied. No, no, Your Majesty. You're overthinking. The Empress was just worried about Lady Lu. She only sent a young girl to serve her, and she didn't agree to anything with Wei Jin. Qin Zhao let out a sigh of relief. Before Zhang Dequan could relax, she suddenly spoke again, furious. Didn't I already send someone over? What does she mean by this? Does she look down on me? It must be something that man said. Exhausted, Zhang Dequan watched as her anger seemed to cycle endlessly. Helpless, he tried to soothe her. Your Majesty, please calm down. The Empress truly has no other intentions. It's just that the Lu family is being aggressive, and the Empress has no choice. Qin Zhao, feeling somewhat better after venting her anger, sat down and leisurely sipped her tea. The palace servants, trembling everywhere, finally let out a collective sigh of relief, once again realizing how influential the Empress was over the Emperor. After a long while, Qin Zhao spoke softly. Go tell the Chancellor that I am worried the Crown Prince of Wei won't find a suitable princess. In a few years, I will personally oversee the selection ceremony. For now, just put it off because I am busy. Zhang Dequan looked at Qin Zhao in surprise. But the eldest daughter of the Lu family has already. Qin Zhao coldly looked at Zhang Dequan, who forcefully took back his words. After a moment, he spoke in a cold voice. These are just rumors. Go tell the Prime Minister. He should know what to do. Zhang Dequan nodded and left. He thought this was about controlling the Lu family. Worried, he instructed the little beside him. Go to the Empress's palace and tell her that the Emperor plans to deal with the Lu family. The little agreed and left. Zhang Dequan looked around, saw no one, and let out a sigh of relief. He hurriedly headed towards the front court. Early in the morning, several consorts gathered together. Lu Qingjing guessed right. These consorts were originally from noble families and had never played such small games before. Now they were addicted, constantly gathering to play mahjong. They weren't bothering others, but even their sleep was reduced. After a few days of playing mahjong, they had become quite close. Now they no longer held many taboos. The noble consort, while playing, curiously asked, I heard that today the Prime Minister is accusing the Lu family. Sister, are you still not letting go of the Empress? Yun Fei, holding her cards, replied nonchalantly, that has nothing to do with me. Yesterday, my father sent a message, telling me to stay away from the Emperor when I have free time. Li Fei chuckled softly. What does that mean? Your daughter becomes a consort, yet she is to hide from the Emperor? Yun Fei, still shaken, said, You probably don't know. The Emperor seems to have gone mad. Now, anyone who approaches him seems to be risking their life. I heard that a court official sneezed and was scolded by the Emperor for 2/4 of an hour. Xu Pin's cards fell to the ground. She asked fearfully, Do you girls know the reason? We can't just keep avoiding the Emperor forever. Li Fei looked at her poor hand and sighed. Actually, I know a little. It seems the Empress was attacked outside the palace, and she even went to Aunt Lu's residence. There's also something about a musician. Hearing this, their hands paused in midair. They weren't fools. Their family's long education made them quite clever. Although Li Fei's words were vague, it didn't stop them from guessing the truth. The noble consort sighed softly, with a bitter tone. The Emperor is jealous. But this time, he seems to have gone a bit crazy. I remember last time, it only lasted less than half a day before they made up. Now, it's getting worse. The Emperor's unpredictable mood was very dangerous for them. At that moment, the other 3 people also sighed heavily, looking worried and unable to continue playing mahjong. Consort Xu realized this and asked somewhat confused, Where's the Empress? It's been so long. Why hasn't she come out? The other 3 snorted coldly and continued to shuffle their cards without speaking. Lu Qingjing, who was being watched by 4 concubines, was lying sick in bed. Xiaoling entered and handed her some medicine, worry evident in her voice. Madam, please take your medicine. Things outside are almost in chaos. Lu Qingjing took a sip of the bitter medicine and stuck out her tongue, helplessly saying, I remember the other concubines stopped causing trouble a few days ago. What's going on now? Xiaoling took the bowl and opened the window. Lu Qingjing looked out and saw everyone in the courtyard acting like frightened birds. Even the guards sent by the emperor moved carefully, as if they were afraid loud noises might cause trouble. Lu Qingjing rubbed her eyes and thought, I only slept for one night, but the palace feels almost unrecognizable. Xiaoling looked at her confused expression and sighed. It's because the emperor has been losing his temper a lot lately. Not just in the palace. Now even the noble families are being very cautious. No one knows what might happen if the emperor is in a bad mood. Lu Qingjing smiled and shook her head, trying to get up, but she was too weak and had to lie back down. I remember I was fine yesterday. They even sent a few guards over. What happened today? Xiaoling took a handkerchief and wiped her sweat. I don't know, but Gonggong Zhang brought a message last night saying the emperor plans to deal with the Lu family. Madam, you should send someone to check. I have nothing to see. Even if the emperor doesn't intervene, I won't let them go. It's just as well, saves me trouble. You don't need to worry. I'll rest for a while. Just keep an eye on the news outside. Xiaoling nodded and carefully closed the door and windows before leaving. After she left, Lu Qingjing sighed, adjusted her bedding, and fell asleep. Her health was still fragile. After falling ill, she had no strength to get up. Meanwhile, things on Lu Qingjing's side were calm, but the morning court was almost an all-out attack on the officials. Ji Qin watched Lu Qi speak for the third time, then pouted and took a few steps back. As expected, Qin Zhao grew angrier after hearing Lu Qi's words and directly threw a memorial in Lu Qi's face. The ministers knelt on the ground, afraid to speak. Lu Qi, feeling unwilling, said, Your Majesty, please see. I now have a daughter. How can I make her wait a few more years? Qin Zhao coldly replied, Minister Lu, this shows you are unhappy with my decision. You should know that the King of Wei is a founding hero, and his son is naturally noble. Whether your daughter is a good match or not is another matter. There's no need to wait in hardship. Ji Qin thought to himself, You've already messed up her marriage. How unkind. He also wondered why the Empress hadn't stepped in to stop it. Still, he supported Qin Zhao and stepped forward, speaking firmly. Your Majesty is right. The marriage of the Wei King's son is not something to be decided lightly. But Minister Lu cares deeply for his daughter. Please, Your Majesty, be lenient. The ministers kneeling below looked at each other, thinking, the Emperor didn't mention punishment just now. Is the Grand General trying to cause trouble? Before they could react, Qin Zhao spoke first. The Grand General is right. Since Lu Qi has worked hard for many years, I will only take his family's possessions. A gasp ran through the court. Lu Qi nearly fainted, his face full of regret as he begged, I was wrong. Please, Your Majesty, show mercy. My family still needs to live. Qin Zhao rubbed his ear, thinking, this old man still has good strength to speak so loudly. He's worried about Wei Wang's influence. He pretended to be moved and sincerely said, Lu Qi has served the country loyally for many years. I can't bear to see him suffer. Since he cares for his daughter, why not give half of his family's possessions to Lu Qingjing? This will also fulfill Lu Qi's wishes from a few days ago. From now on, Lu Qingjing and Lu Qi will have no father-daughter relationship. Lu Qi took a few weak breaths and bowed his head, saying, Thank you, Your Majesty, for your kindness. At this point, the officials clearly understood. They saw that the emperor was just venting his anger on the Empress. Lu Qi didn't know what he had done wrong, but it made everyone nervous. Now Lu Qi's reputation was even worse. He had knelt for a long time until his legs went numb, but no one helped him. Ji Qin, seeing this, couldn't stand it anymore. He signaled to a nearby deputy general, who stepped forward and unceremoniously lifted Lu Qi up. Lu Qi was a weak scholar. The deputy general, being strong and straightforward, easily lifted him off the ground. The deputy was honest and, leaning close to Lu Qi's flushed face, asked if he was okay. Lu Qi struggled several times but couldn't get free. Even Qin Zhao, who was in a bad mood, almost couldn't help but laugh. He waved his hand gently and said in a rare soft voice, Since that's the case, this matter is settled. Soon someone will go to the Lu residence. There's no need for me to say more. Let's end the court session for today." The officials respectfully bowed and then sighed in relief. The deputy general saw Ji Chen leave, and since the emperor also left, he threw the handkerchief on the ground and ignored it, following Ji Chen out. Lu Qi, feeling helpless, patted his clothes and stood up. Now, the Lu family was in great difficulty. The marriage of the crown prince's son was broken, and he had already offended the emperor. Even the empress was no longer involved with them. Thinking of this, he sighed as if he had aged several years and slowly walked toward the palace gates. Qin Zhao just finished the court session and saw a table full of food. He frowned and reluctantly picked up a bowl. "Has the empress said anything yet?" Zhang Dequan looked at Qin Zhao's anxious expression and sighed. "The empress asked the imperial doctor to come last night. She's now resting, saying she caught a cold. The servants thought there wouldn't be time to report to you recently." Qin Zhao put down his chopsticks and asked anxiously, "She's sick? Why didn't anyone tell me? What are those servants doing?" Zhang Dequan quickly bowed. "Your Majesty, don't be angry. It's not that the servants didn't tell you. It's because you were reprimanding the officials at the time and said not to disturb you, for any matter. That's why you missed it." Qin Zhao coughed nervously, still worried. After eating only a few bites, he stopped. "Go tell the imperial physicians to take good care of her. Also, send the purple ginseng I received a few days ago to the Empress's palace." Zhang Dequan wanted to say that purple ginseng had no effect on colds and that sending things around was unnecessary, fearing it might cause more illness in the palace. But he didn't dare say that and only agreed before leaving. Qin Zhao sighed, continued eating, but felt bland and tasteless. After a while, he put down his chopsticks and picked up the memorial again. Lu Qingjin struggled to open her eyes. A shadow covered her vision, and she was startled. She quickly looked around. Xiao Ling, who didn't know when, was standing at the bedside with tears in her eyes. She helplessly rubbed her forehead. "What are you doing here? Did something happen in the palace again?" Xiao Ling saw her wake up and quickly wiped her tears. "This time, Your Majesty, you have finally succeeded. The Emperor has just ordered that half of the Lu family be given to you. From now on, the Lu family has nothing to do with you." Lu Qingjing nodded secretly. She didn't care much about the Lu family, but she still had an aunt concubine. Now, no matter what, those people couldn't bully her anymore. She looked up and saw Xiao Ling still staring at her eagerly. She smiled and said, "This is a great thing. But right now, the Emperor is still upset. We can thank him later, when we have more time." Xiao Ling was just a young palace maid. She only offered some advice about these matters. She naturally had no objections to Lu Qingjing's decisions. While helping Lu Qingjing get dressed, she said, "The box of potatoes you brought back. I looked at it. I don't know when they started sprouting. Should you plant them soon?" Lu Qingjing happily took the box. "There's no time to waste. Let's go now. If we wait too long, the potatoes won't grow well." Xiaoling didn't expect her to be so impulsive. She hurried to follow her and said, "Your Majesty, you haven't recovered from your illness, and you haven't eaten since last night." Perhaps because the medicine wasn't nourishing enough, Lu Qingjing didn't feel hungry at all. She waved her hand dismissively. "It's better to eat lunch when we get back.
Come with me."
There aren't many potatoes. Planting them is quick." Xiaoling didn't have time to stop her and could only follow. Along the way, they saw only nervous palace servants. Lu Qingjing felt a bit helpless. The Emperor is really too reckless. He's causing all this just for his own desires. Once I plant the potatoes, it'll be fine. When he has some to eat, he won't be so upset." Xiaoling bit her lip, but dared not say more. A young quietly walked out from behind them and headed toward the imperial study. Qin Zhao looked up and saw Zhang Dequan standing nearby. He nodded in understanding. "The servant knows. We've already sent someone to the Empress. She'll be back soon." Just then, they heard the faint sound of footsteps. Qin Zhao lowered his brush and looked at the bowing young coldly. "All right, get up quickly. Tell me what the Empress has done." The young lowered his head carefully and said, "After the Empress woke up, She went to the vegetable garden. I heard her say she wanted to plant potatoes for you. That's all. Emperor Zhao nodded proudly, thinking that the woman had already realized he had given half of the Lu family to her. Feeling pleased, his mood improved, and he happily said, I haven't checked the vegetable garden in several days. Let's go now. Zhang Dequan nodded in agreement and followed Emperor Zhao out. Meanwhile, Lu Qingjing didn't know that she was about to meet Emperor Zhao. She was carefully examining the potatoes. Little Ling anxiously urged, Your Majesty said you wanted to plant them, but why aren't you moving them now? Is something wrong? Lu Qingjing shook her head to signal her to squat down. Little Ling looked around to make sure no one was watching, then crouched down. Lu Qingjing pointed to the sprouts on the potatoes and said, These potatoes are different from usual. Look at all these sprouts on top. If we plant them all at once, it would be wasteful. We need to find a way to separate them and plant several stalks. While she was thinking, Lu Qingjing suddenly picked up a small knife and cut the potato in half. The potato was full of water, and now it was split into two. Little Ling gasped, Madam, what are you doing? Can these potatoes still live after being cut like this? It might be hard to explain to the emperor. Lu Qingjing frowned and stood up. How would the emperor know? Why should I explain anything to him? Little Ling knew she had said too much and knelt down, saying nervously, Please forgive me, Your Majesty. I know the emperor sent people to gather information, but I didn't tell you. Lu Qingjing waved her hand, not wanting to argue, and kept cutting the potatoes into halves, saying to Little Ling, Forget it. You can go plant the potatoes now. It looks like we might need to plant for a long time. Little Ling obediently stood up. Before she could speak, Emperor Zhao arrived. Seeing Lu Qingjing's pale face, he felt a little worried and awkwardly said, You're the Empress now, so why are you doing this yourself? Aren't there enough servants to do it? Lu Qingjing didn't bow or greet him. She sat and smiled, saying, Servants are often clumsy. It's not much work. We'll finish planting soon. Would you like to try? Emperor Zhao was actually less angry now. He was used to farm work and rolled up his sleeves to help. Because she was ill and weak, Lu Qingjing didn't say much. The two of them worked quietly. After a while, Yunfei's voice came from afar, saying, Playing mahjong all the time is really tiring. Let's take a walk in the Imperial Garden. I think the Emperor probably isn't here at this moment. Queen Zhao's face darkened as she loudly called out outside the vegetable garden, Since you all have come in. My attitude is different from what you expected. I will stay here today. Lu Qingjing, who had often heard Xiao Ling mention that the emperor had recently been acting strangely and confrontational, finally saw this herself. She thought, is he a troublemaker? Why won't he come in? She didn't say anything and just watched quietly. Four concubines hesitantly entered. Queen Zhao sneered coldly, showing no mercy, and threw a shovel in front of one of them. Since you're so free, help me with this. Li Fei forced an awkward smile and said, Your Majesty, what are you saying? It's right for us to help you, but we're not very skilled at this. I'm afraid the Empress has worked hard to find these potatoes, but we might have spoiled them. She was clever, knowing that strange-shaped potatoes must be valuable. Her words made Lu Qingjing hesitate. Queen Zhao was unfazed and coldly said, It's okay. I can teach you. Surely you wouldn't be more delicate than I am. They didn't dare to speak. Though reluctant, they started working. Queen Zhao kept criticizing and nitpicking. Lu Qingjing clenched her jaw and hurriedly sped up. After planting the potatoes, a few concubines were exhausted and had to be supported. When Queen Zhao finally said they could leave, they quickly hurried away. Lu Qingjing had just recovered from a serious illness and had been working in the fields all morning. Her face looked worse. Queen Zhao wanted to scold her, but saw her condition and held back. After a moment, she said, Go back and rest early. I've already sent someone to the Lu family. When they return, they will come to your palace naturally. Lu Qingjing nodded in agreement and was helped back to her palace. Xiao Ling, walking alongside, complained, Mistress, you can't do this again. Your body is delicate. How can you do such hard work? Lu Qingjing thought about the Lu family's matters and didn't speak. Xiaoling, feeling embarrassed, kept quiet. They walked quietly for a while until the officials from the Ministry of Internal Affairs hurried over. Your ladyship, the steward said to give this to you. Lu Qingjing thought the officials had no more urgent matters and took the letter from them with some suspicion. Xiaoling looked at the hurried and frowned. I should report this to the emperor. It's not a good time and I don't know what plans these people have. Your ladyship, be very careful. Li Qingjing smiled as she opened the envelope and looked inside. Xiaoling dared not rush her and could only wait anxiously. After a long while, Li Qingjing sneered and said, I thought Lu Qi was a notable person, but it turns out he's no good either. Xiaoling didn't understand and said helplessly, he is your father after all. The rules and morals of Daegu are very clear. You shouldn't speak like that in the future. Li Qingjing sighed and shook the letter in her hand. Look at this letter. Do you think he has such a father? Xiaoling lowered her head and said nothing. Li Qingjing had no choice but to say, all right. I'll be more careful from now on. Please take this letter to the emperor. Xiaoling looked at the letter suspiciously. After a moment, her face turned red as she raised her head angrily. The Lu family is too overbearing. Rest assured, your majesty won't believe these false accusations. Li Qingjing smiled, finding it interesting. The wife of the Lu family sent her a letter that was actually threatening her, claiming she was secretly promised to someone before. Lu Qi also told her in the letter to appeal to the emperor for the sake of her father and daughter. This family, after causing harm, still wants benefits. When Li Qingjing reached the palace gate, she suddenly changed her mind. She said to Xiaoling, who was about to leave, no need. Keep this letter here. I want to see what really makes them so afraid that they resort to threats. Xiaoling's face turned pale. What if they trick the emperor into believing it? Madam, you should think carefully. Li Qingjing didn't answer. She took the letter and went inside. Xiaoling sighed and said nothing more. Meanwhile, Lu Qi was restless, wandering around the house. Lu Yurua was crying loudly and mournfully. Madame Lu couldn't bear it anymore and said, what is going on? How could the emperor give our family's estate to that useless girl? Since ancient times, daughters who haven't married don't split the family property. Lu Qi sighed and scolded. What do you know? Do you think the emperor did this for the empress? No, he's testing us. If someone comes to investigate, our family's wealth won't escape notice. We might end up with a charge of corruption. Madame Lu was worried and quietly said to Lu Qi, but we didn't embezzle anything. Wasn't it given by King Wei? Can't we just tell the truth? Lu Qi was so angry he could hardly speak. After a while, he said fiercely, women's opinions. What do you know? The prince was at a critical moment. If the emperor found out, do you think the first person to attack us would be? The two people spoke very quietly, and Lu Yurua couldn't hear clearly. She hurriedly interrupted, saying, Father, mother, what are you still hesitating for? I am about to get married. You should go find the King Wei. He can definitely help us. Madame Lu was frightened by Lu Qi's earlier words. Hearing Lu Yurua's words, she quickly said, No, we can't go to find the King Wei now. The only person who can save us is Lu Qingjing. I already sent the letter into the palace just now. We have to wait and see. Lu Qi looked worried and asked, Did you send the letter openly? Madame Lu proudly replied, Of course not. I know the emperor wouldn't accept what we sent openly. We had the officials from the Ministry of Internal Affairs send it in secretly. Lu Qi's vision blurred, and he almost fainted. He knew what was written in that letter. He didn't think he had told the emperor that Lu Qingjing had promised something to someone. It was all just to make Lu Qingjing back down and give the Lu family a chance to survive. Now, the letter was sent through the Ministry of Internal Affairs. No matter what happened to Lu Qingjing, even if she backed down and pleaded with the emperor, the officials from the ministry couldn't escape blame. The Lu family would be dragged into it too. Lu Yurua, spoiled and pampered, saw that her beloved father was silent. She snorted coldly and left. Lu Qi, finally catching his breath, quickly said, Watch the young lady closely. She must not contact anyone outside. Before he finished speaking, a group of people hurried in. The leading guard smiled without saluting and said, "Lord Lu, we are glad to see you safe. We've been rushing here and finally arrived. We assume Lord Lu has been waiting for a long time. Let's get started now." Madame Lu asked cautiously, "Start what?" The behind-the-guard said sarcastically, "Madam, you are so forgetful. The Emperor just issued an edict this morning. What could it be?" "Of course, it's to check the property. The servants still need to take half of it back." Lu Qi closed his eyes and thought to himself, this time he couldn't escape. He forced a smile and asked, "Has the Empress Dowager said anything?" As he expected, the guard shook his head with a smile. "The Empress Dowager is ill. What can she say at a time like this? Once this matter is over, she will be out of the palace. She's probably upset inside." Madame Lu didn't expect Lu Qingjing to be so indifferent. She clenched her teeth, watching these guards and eunuchs act recklessly in her house. The leading looked at her and smiled. "Madame Lu, you seem quite reluctant. I should remind you that if it weren't for Her Majesty the Queen, your Lu family might have been destroyed. You should still be grateful for the royal grace." Hearing this, Lady Lu suddenly felt dizzy and fainted. They watched the chaos inside the residence with a cold smile, while the head guard also looked on quietly from behind. Lu Qi sighed and told them, "You may go now. I have something to see the Emperor about. I can't say what the final result will be yet." Little Ling carefully placed the chicken soup on the table. Lu Qingjing paused her eating. "Did you hear any news again?" she asked. Little Ling sighed deeply. "Your Grace is wise. I did hear something. Lord Lu has already gone to the palace. They say the Lu family's property is nearly all checked." Lu Qingjing put down her bowl and looked at the familiar figure leaving the yard with complicated eyes. Little Ling followed her gaze and suddenly knelt down. Lu Qingjing helplessly helped her up. "I don't mean to blame you, but I am not naive. These messages involve many people inside and outside the palace. How could a small palace made like you know all this?" Tears nearly fell from Little Ling's eyes. She looked up anxiously. "Your Grace, I am guilty, but Lord Zhang truly cares for you." Lu Qingjing was unaffected. She had already seen this and didn't want to hear her explanation. She waved her hand to stop her. "I understand what you mean, but Zhang Dequan is a person of the Emperor. Even if he is doing this for my sake, he shouldn't. From now on, you are not allowed to contact him. Let's forget today's matter." Little Ling clenched her teeth and hesitated. After a moment, she shook her head firmly. "Please, Your Grace, punish me. I have been grateful to Lord Zhang since I was young. I truly cannot do something ungrateful." Lu Qingjing sighed inwardly. She had long suspected this little palace maid was unusual. Despite her young age, she acted confidently, clearly trained carefully. But she didn't expect this person to now reveal her true colors. Thinking of this, she felt a bit frightened. She looked down at Little Ling on the ground and coldly said, "Did you forget that I am also your master when you say you cannot be ungrateful? Or do you think that I and the Emperor together are not as important as Zhang Dequan?" Little Ling quickly bowed twice, quietly sobbing but not speaking. Since she had been nearby for so long and was still young, Lu Qingjing gently rubbed her forehead and said reluctantly, "Forget it. He hasn't done anything bad. If it's just to deliver a message, I will forgive you. But remember one thing. No matter what, you cannot share the Emperor's affairs outside." Little Ling finally stopped being silent. She hurriedly spoke. "Servant will not do that. Lady Zhang sent me here only to ensure your ladyship's safety." Lu Qingjing sipped her tea silently, her eyes still shining with scheming thoughts. If Zhang Dequan wanted to help her, but not with the Emperor's approval, then which side was he truly on? Zhang Dequan had just arrived at the Empress's palace gate. He looked behind him with a thoughtful expression. From today, Lu Qingjing would probably start to suspect him. A young quietly approached Zhang Dequan and whispered, "His Majesty has already met Lu Qi in the imperial study. You need to hurry back." Zhang Dequan frowned and hurried away. The young behind him looked around and also left, each heading in different directions. If one wasn't paying attention, They wouldn't even realize they had spoken earlier. Qin Zhao watched Lu Qi kneeling on the ground with a cold voice. Lord Lu, why are you here at this time instead of watching over your property at home? I suppose you're not unhappy with my decision? Lu Qi lowered his head, his expression unclear. His tone was respectful. Your servant dares not. But now, I cannot lie to the emperor. My young daughter truly cannot inherit my estate. Qin Zhao threw his brush heavily onto Lu Qi's face. Fine. You dare say you're not unhappy with me? Tell me, what reason do you have to ask me to change my mind? Lu Qi remained kneeling, unshaken, and answered loudly. Because she is not my biological daughter. She was originally a stillborn child, and her status is truly unworthy. I am willing to take responsibility. I only hope your majesty will revoke her status. Please think carefully. Qin Zhao had not yet stood up and sat back down heavily. That stillborn child was the baby born from a deceased pregnant woman. Such children were always considered unlucky. If the common people found out that the royal family was involved, it would become a joke. More importantly, Lu Qingjing's life might not be safe anymore. Thinking of this, Qin Zhao's gaze on Lu Qi became dark and terrifying. Lu Qi forced himself to stay calm, kneeling below. In reality, he was already sweating profusely. He knew his gamble was risky. The gamble was that the emperor cared about Lu Qingjing and would spare the Lu family to protect her life. I must say, he was right. Spreading rumors that Lu Qingjing had once been promised to someone had a much bigger impact on Qin Zhao. After a while, Qin Zhao spoke calmly. I don't want to know the details of this matter. Just remember that Lu Qingjing is an ordinary woman of the Lu family. She cannot have any other status. As for half of the property, you can just send it to the palace. The people I sent will be called back soon. I trust you won't dare to deceive the emperor. Lu Qi agreed and left the imperial study. At the door, Zhang Dequan hurried back, saw Lu Qi come out safely with a hint of pride on his face. He frowned, gave a signal to a young nearby, and went inside. Lu Qi didn't notice Zhang Dequan's expression. He was still relieved to have escaped danger and was thinking about how to explain this to King Wei. Little did he know, this scene would bring him a great disaster later. Qin Zhao sat in a chair, looking a bit tired. Zhang Dequan's brow furrowed more deeply as he carefully approached and whispered, I just went to the vegetable garden. The potatoes planted by the emperor and empress are already sprouting. Hearing this, Qin Zhao's expression softened a little. He beckoned Zhang Dequan over. Let's go take a look. I and the empress are different. I'm very interested in the vegetable garden, unlike her, who hardly ever looks at it. Zhang Dequan knew the emperor still hadn't forgotten about the musician. Now he was just trying to tease him, so he said nothing and led a group of people to follow Qin Zhao. Qin Zhao didn't really believe that the potatoes would sprout so quickly. He was just anxious from what he had just heard and hurried to do something else to distract himself. Meanwhile, Lu Qingjing was also puzzled by Zhang Dequan's intentions. As they walked, they reached the vegetable garden. Less than a day had passed, and the two met again there. But unlike earlier in the morning, both of them felt guilty and awkward at the same time. Lu Qingjing looked at the group behind him, sighed, and spoke first. Since the emperor is here, let's go in and take a look together. Lu Qingjing sat by the window with her eyes half closed, the gentle breeze softly brushing her face. The garden, full of blooming flowers and green willows, made her feel very comfortable. Not far away, a rack hung with strings of red chili peppers, their fresh aroma adding a special charm to the yard. Since the last time she spoke openly, Little Spirit has become closer to Lu Qingjing. She looked at her relaxed expression and smiled. Your Majesty, are you tired? Would you like to rest for a while? Lu Qingjing shook her head and looked at the strange object in her hand, frowning. What are you holding? It looks familiar. Little Spirit picked up the item and shook it. The green jade stone shimmered brightly in the sunlight. She said something that made Lu Qingjing feel less happy. This was sent by the emperor a few days ago. It's a fine jade pillow. I am bringing it to your Majesty's sleeping quarters. Lu Qingjing thought to herself, if I sleep on this pillow for one night, my neck might break. But then she remembered her soft cotton pillow in her own palace and felt a bit conflicted, shaking her head. Seeing her shake her head, Little Spirit was startled and hurriedly asked, "Does your majesty not like this jade pillow? But this is already the best pillow available." Since their last meeting in the vegetable garden, Qin Zhao has been eager to give the Empress all kinds of gifts. However, she still hesitated and refused to come over. Lu Qingjin couldn't stand it after staying for a while. In this era, there aren't many good things, especially in the palace. These rewards are more like decorations than useful items. The storerooms in Lu Qingjin's palace are almost full. Grain and vegetables have no place to be stored, which is very frustrating. She looked at Little Spirit, who was still carefully watching her, and sighed helplessly. "I don't need this."
Take it to the storeroom.
"Find a small corner to store it. No need for a box or anything." Little Spirit pouted and looked worriedly at the precious jade pillow, which didn't even have a box. She obediently went to the storeroom. Outside, a young coughed as he ran in. "Madam, the wheat has been harvested. There's quite a bit of bran left. The Ministry of Internal Affairs says they're too busy and might not be able to clean it up until tomorrow." Lu Qingjin's eyes lit up suddenly. She remembered how the original pillows were made and quickly said to the young, "Don't we have enough people in the palace? We can't always rely on the Ministry of Internal Affairs. Take 2 people and gather all the bran." The young paused, looking a bit wronged and sad. "Madam, it's not that we're lazy. The bran needs to be transported outside the palace by the Internal Affairs. Even if we gather it all, it's not useful. Plus, our storerooms are already full." Lu Qingjin came out of the room and looked toward the storage room, unable to resist urging, "I have my uses. Just bring the people back as I instructed. You don't need to worry about anything else." The young thought for a moment and agreed before leaving. Lu Qingjin then headed toward the storage room. At this moment, Xiaoling was arranging various miscellaneous items inside the storage room, trying to find a safe place for the jade pillow in her hand. Behind her, Lu Qingjin's soft voice sounded. "What is this?"
Just set it down, anywhere.
No need to rearrange everything. Startled, Xiaoling nearly dropped what she was holding. She turned around and looked at Lu Qingjin with some annoyance, saying, "Why has the lady come here?" I was startled. "This jade pillow is very precious. I am being cautious, especially since it was a gift from the emperor." Lu Qingjin glanced at the full storage room and nonchalantly said to Xiaoling, "Just look at what's here. Everything was sent by the emperor. Don't fuss over it. Find a place to put down what you're holding. I also need some silk. See if you can find any." Xiaoling nodded and put down the jade pillow, muttering as she looked around, "I remember there's some here. What is the lady planning to do?" Lu Qingjin spotted a small corner of fabric in a distant part of the room and pulled it out. As she pulled, she replied, "Isn't this pillow not suitable? I just remembered a good idea. Today, you and I will make a new pillow together." Xiaoling looked back in surprise, seeing the box on Lu Qingjin's head teetering dangerously. She was still holding the fabric. She hurried over to support the mountain of boxes, saying, "Your ladyship, please be careful." After finally finding the fabric, Lu Qingjin stood up and took a deep breath, relieved. "This storage room is too small. Tomorrow, I will see if there are other empty rooms and set them up as storage." Xiaoling supported her as they walked back, somewhat helpless, saying, "Your ladyship, you don't know this, but this is already the largest storage room in the palace besides the emperor's. It's because the emperor has sent so many things recently. You should try to soothe the emperor. This situation can't go on." Lu Qingjin was truly confused by Qin Zhao's behavior. She couldn't argue with this statement and silently walked back. The young eunuchs returned carrying a large bag. The leading bowed and said, "The items you requested, your ladyship, are all here. Please see where to put them." Lu Qingjin looked around and pointed to a nearby chair, saying, "Just put them there. Then you can go ahead and do your work. You don't need to worry about anything else." Xiaoling looked confused as the young eunuchs walked away. She sat nearby, watching Lu Qingjin cut fabric with curiosity. "Your Majesty, are you making pillows? I've never seen this shape before." Lu Qingjing wasn't very skilled at sewing, but since her original self was good at needlework, she managed to do it quite well. She pointed at the freshly made pillow cover and smiled. This kind of pillow is much better than the ones we use now. When it's finished, I will give you one. Xiaoling quickly refused, sewing the pillow core carefully while saying, I'm rough-skinned and thick-skinned, so I can't use these delicate pillows. Your Majesty, just send one to the Emperor after it's done. If the Emperor is in a good mood, it will make us all feel better. Unintentionally, her words made Lu Qingjing pause and think. Recently, because of Qin Zhao, the palace maids and eunuchs had been very tired. She felt a bit guilty and thought it was better to fix this problem soon. Xiaoling didn't realize her thoughts and looked worried as she held the pillow core. This pillow is good everywhere, but if it's filled with cotton, it might be too soft. If it's a jade pillow, the shape might not fit, she said. Lu Qingjing sighed and began to teach her step-by-step how to make a bran-filled pillow. Dust and debris filled the yard for a while. After they finished making 3 bran pillows, the yard was a mess. Thanks to Qin Zhao's recent fuss, everyone in the queen's palace was busy, and no one saw how messy they looked. Xiaoling patted the pillow heavily and sighed, Your Majesty, I think I should wash this pillow before sending it to the Emperor. If I send it now, he might get angry. Lu Qingjing covered her mouth and nose, sighing, Let's not talk about this. Let's go back and change our clothes. These clothes are no longer usable. Xiaoling agreed and helped her into the sleeping quarters. Lu Qingjing looked at her, covered in dirt and dust, and felt sorry. Go outside and call someone to serve me. You should also tidy yourself up, she said. A young palace maid came in at her call. Xiaoling bowed and left. Now only the 2 of them were in the empty bedroom. The young maid looked around, curious, and said, Your Majesty, what are you doing? These clothes are no longer fit to wear. Let me throw them away for you. Lu Qingjing smiled shyly, feeling a bit embarrassed. Just throw it away. These are just small toys I made in my free time. I didn't expect them to waste so much fabric, said the young palace maid casually while changing clothes. Your Majesty is truly talented. Besides the heir of the King of Wei, I've never heard of anyone else with so many interesting things. The wheat husk stuck to her body, made her uncomfortable. Lu Qingjing didn't pay much attention to the maid's words and simply asked, Oh, you know about the heir of the King of Wei? The maid's tone suddenly became very infatuated. I didn't know before, but recently the heir has returned to the capital. I saw him from afar once, and he was so graceful and charming. Lu Qingjing frowned slightly, but didn't speak. Just then, Xiaoling entered. Seeing this, the maid bowed and left. Xiaoling took the belt from her and continued dressing Lu Qingjing. Noticing her expression, Xiaoling asked softly, What's wrong, Your Majesty? Did I do something wrong? Lu Qingjing shook her head, thinking she might be overthinking. It's nothing. I just heard that the heir of the King of Wei has returned to the capital. Xiaoling waved her hand dismissively. Don't worry about that, Your Majesty. It's just a small matter. If the Emperor finds out you're paying attention to another man, you'll be in trouble again. Lu Qingjing sighed helplessly and shook her head. She remembered she hadn't checked on Qin Zhao lately and asked, What has the Emperor been busy with recently? I haven't heard any news. Xiaoling hesitated but replied, Recently, Gong Zhang hasn't sent any news either. I only vaguely know it's about the heir of the King of Wei. Lu Qingjing shook her sleeves, which were already on, and stepped outside. Although the King of Wei is a prince, he's from a different family. His heir can only come to the capital once a year. It will be fine after a while. Xiaoling shook her head. The 2 of them left the palace and headed toward the vegetable garden. Xiaoling looked around carefully and whispered, I heard that this time the heir of the King of Wei isn't leaving the capital. Several officials outside have argued about it. The heir even said he admires the skills Your Majesty has in farming. Lu Qingjing's heart trembled. If ordinary people heard this, they might think it was just politeness, but for her, who carries the blood of the Flame Emperor, it was different. The crops she grew always matured faster than others, and that was no secret. In the chaotic situation in Dayu now, It's hard to say that the crown prince's son's words had no other meaning. Xiaoling seemed to notice her worries and comfort her, saying, "Your Majesty, don't worry." When the crown prince's son said that, he was scolded by the emperor for a long time. The officials also received many scoldings. Now, no one in the court dares to mention Your Majesty. Lu Qingjing's mouth twitched as she thought of Qin Zhao's awkward expression and couldn't help but laugh. The master and servant both laughed as they entered the vegetable garden. Outside the palace, the atmosphere at the Lu residence was far from harmonious. Lu Qi sat in the main seat but seemed less imposing than the man beside him. The man had sharp eyebrows and bright eyes, handsome and dignified, but the cruelty and scheming in his eyes lowered his appearance somewhat. However, his commanding presence made it clear at a glance that he was of noble status. Lu Yorua, standing nearby, seemed unable to hold back any longer. She pouted playfully and said, "Crown Prince's son, please say something. Our marriage is about to be disrupted." Zhao Yunheng glanced at Lu Yorua and thought he was quite foolish, but on the surface, he still considered Lu Qi and gently comforted her, saying, "Miss Lu, don't worry. Currently, the emperor fears my father, so this marriage may not happen easily for a while. But I have my own plans." Lu Qi watched her daughter be easily persuaded into silence by a few words, feeling worried but ultimately relieved. After all, it was embarrassing for any girl to behave like that. Mrs. Lu, standing nearby, didn't speak but understood in her heart. The reason why the crown prince's son was cautious around their family was because the charitable master had said that the daughter of the Lu family was sent by heaven to help the new emperor. That was also why Zhao Yunheng kept insisting on marrying her daughter. But she didn't believe such words. Thinking of this, Mrs. Lu hesitantly said, "The crown prince's son probably came for the matter of the emperor not allowing you to stay in the capital. In that case, we women won't stay either." She was about to leave with Lu Yorua. Zhao Yunheng put down his teacup and smiled, saying, "We are all family, so there's no need to hide anything. Mrs. Lu, you and your daughter can stay. After all, I will be your future son-in-law, and some things can't be avoided." Mrs. Lu's expression hardened, and she said no more. Lu Qi then spoke up, saying, "Let's not discuss the rest. I will follow the crown prince's son's instructions and be loyal." Zhao Yunheng nodded, seeming quite satisfied. "Lord Lu is very understanding. I don't have any good plans now, but I heard the Empress often leaves the palace, so I trouble Lord Lu to gather some news." Lu Qi forced a smile and nodded in reply, bowing slightly to Zhao Yunheng as a sign of agreement. Zhao Yunheng smiled and made a light gesture, then left. Lu Yorua couldn't understand the gesture and looked at her father with some confusion. Lu Qi's face turned pale as he sighed, and after a long pause, he asked, "Do you really want to marry him?" Lu Yorua nodded firmly. "Now, with Prince Wei's power growing stronger, I believe it won't be long before this land will belong to Zhao." Qin Zhao looked at the official document in his hand and sighed. These people only caused trouble every day. As soon as Zhao Yunheng entered the capital, they started saying he was breaking rules, and some people refused to let him leave, causing chaos. Zhang Dequan saw Qin Zhao's unhappy face and hurriedly stepped forward quietly to say, "Your Majesty, I just received news from the Empress's palace. The Empress personally cooked today. She asked if Your Majesty would like to come." Qin Zhao, annoyed by the noise from the document, asked with interest, "That's new. It's been many days since she last visited me. What's going on?" Zhang Dequan smiled and added, "They say the potatoes the Empress planted are ready to eat. She's probably thinking of you, Your Majesty." Qin Zhao put down his things and stood up. "Is she in the vegetable garden now?" Zhang Dequan carefully helped him straighten his clothes. "Your Majesty, you are wise. The Empress is in the garden right now. Would you like to go see her?" Qin Zhao snorted coldly, seeming to find a good excuse. He said as he headed out, "Many of the plants there are personally grown by me. Of course, I want to see. The Empress is so clueless, she didn't even invite me." Zhang Dequan thought to himself, "You just want to see the Empress, and are making up excuses." He kept a gentle appearance and said, "Your Majesty is right. There's a lot of your effort in there. Qin Zhao felt even more proud and led a group toward the vegetable garden. Lu Qingjin was digging potatoes when she saw the group approaching and was startled. When she saw Qin Zhao looking awkward, her anger immediately disappeared. She waved to Qin Zhao and said, "Your Majesty, are you here to see your potatoes? Come on over." It must be said that after spending more time with Qin Zhao, Lu Qingjin's words became very accurate. She quickly satisfied Qin Zhao's vanity, and he happily walked over with a look of disdain, saying, "This is so tiring. You're now the Empress. Let the servants do the work. Otherwise, people might think I am harsh to you." Lu Qingjin, in a good mood, didn't want to embarrass him and agreed, Yes, your Majesty is right. But no one has seen this potato before. I'm just worried the servants won't know how to dig it up. If they do it wrong, your Majesty won't have anything to eat." Qin Zhao crouched down and looked at the soil with some confusion. "I don't see anything in this soil, but the root of this potato seems edible." Lu Qingjin pulled out a loosened potato sprout and smiled. "It is edible, but it doesn't taste as good as this potato. When I cook tonight, you'll see." She then brought out the neighboring potatoes. The large potato, almost piled up, rolled out of the soft soil. Suddenly, the ground was covered with them, creating a spectacular scene. Qin Zhao's eyes widened as he picked up one potato. It still had dirt on it and was larger than his palm. The rough skin revealed the juicy flesh underneath. Lu Qingjin took the potato from his hand, rubbed off the dirt, and threw it into a nearby cloth bag. "What's wrong, Your Majesty?"
This is just one of them.
"There are so many more here. When we dig them all out, I'll send some to the other palaces so they can try." Qin Zhao immediately saw the value of the potatoes. During this difficult time in Great Yu, food was enough, but the variety was scarce, and the common people could barely get enough to eat. He paused, then took the tool from the and dug up the next potato. "Is it hard to grow this?" Lu Qingjin was surprised but happily said, "Of course not. Didn't you see earlier? One potato can be divided into several pieces. The harvest will be more than just a few times, almost 10 times the usual yield." Qin Zhao looked at Lu Qingjin deeply, rarely finding fault. She seemed a bit confused but understood that Qin Zhao now knew the value of the potatoes, so she didn't say anything more. The two of them dug and collected for a while, and the cloth bag was soon full. Lu Qingjin grabbed Qin Zhao's arm. "Forget it. There are so many potatoes, no need to rush. They can stay in the soil for a couple more days. Let's take these back to taste first, and talk about the rest tomorrow." Qin Zhao felt very tired when he was in the study. Digging potatoes all morning made him even more exhausted. He drifted off and followed Lu Qingjin back to the palace. Lu Qingjin looked somewhat helpless as he watched Qin Zhao fall asleep as soon as they arrived. He sighed and explained to Zhang Dequan nearby, "Your Majesty has been worried about the Prince of Wei these days and hasn't rested well. Lady, you should go to the kitchen first." Lu Qingjin glanced at him and left without asking further. Qin Zhao felt like he hadn't rested so well in a long time. He was awakened by a pleasant smell. When he opened his eyes, he saw Lu Qingjin glaring at him. He leaned back in annoyance and asked, "Why are you staring at me? That's not polite." Lu Qingjin, tired of his stubbornness, pointed at the food on the table and said, "I'm thinking that if you don't wake up soon, all this food will get cold. Cold potatoes don't taste good." Qin Zhao looked at the strange-looking, fragrant dishes on the table. He picked up a long piece with his chopsticks and tentatively put it in his mouth. It was warm, with a special aroma, soft and sticky inside. After eating, his mouth watered, feeling very comfortable. He was surprised and said to Lu Qingjin, "This tastes very good, but is it made from potatoes?" Seeing that he had already started eating, Lu Qingjin casually picked up some fried potato strips and ate them, replying vaguely, "Of course. Everything on this table is made from potatoes. Rest assured, Your Majesty, there's plenty." Qin Zhao tasted the mashed potatoes in his bowl and felt even more comfortable. After all, do you still eat coarse rice? He hadn't rested well recently, and his stomach was very uncomfortable. Now, it suited his taste perfectly, and he ate without lifting his head. Lu Qingjin had already eaten quite a bit by noon. When he was in the vegetable garden, he didn't exert much effort, so he only ate a little and couldn't eat more. He carefully enjoyed the mashed potatoes and said, "The yield of these potatoes is amazing. I was thinking if we plant more and promote them to the people, the youth food problem could be solved in just a few years. Why do we still have so many people eating a lot of rice?" Qin Zhao agreed deeply and, ignoring the situation in the capital, said, "I know what you mean. There's an empty royal farm. Some people said the land there is fertile. Tomorrow you should go see if you can plant potatoes there. I'll send someone to protect you." Lu Qingjin was happy because he got the result he wanted. He smiled happily as he helped Qin Zhao serve food. Qin Zhao looked at her and shook his head helplessly. Lu Qingjing woke up early and stood in the courtyard feeling a bit sleepy. Little Spirit was busy packing things, running back and forth. The little looked around and advised, "Your Majesty, you should go first. If nothing unexpected happens, we might stay in the royal estate for a while. There are many things to pack in the palace." Lu Qingjing looked helplessly at Little Spirit, who was still busy, and sighed deeply. "Fine, let them pack first. Let's go ahead." The little carefully helped her and said, "Your Majesty, you should go to the carriage first. His Majesty has been waiting for a while." Lu Qingjing quickened her pace, feeling a bit confused. "Didn't the Emperor say yesterday he wouldn't go with me? Why is he here now?" Before the little could speak, Qin Zhao's grumpy face appeared from the carriage nearby.
I'm just worried about you.
"I didn't expect you to be so carefree, leaving without even saying goodbye." Lu Qingjing got goosebumps and thought, this feels just like the moment when newlyweds part. Despite that, she forced a smile and said, "Your Majesty, that's not what I meant. I was just worried you'd be tired. Since you're here, why not come out and take a walk with me?" Zhang Dequan smiled warmly and stepped forward. Exactly what the Empress said. His Majesty even stopped the morning court to go out with her. Now you can rest assured. Lu Qingjing thought to herself, what is there to be assured about? Still, she went ahead and got into the carriage. The carriage slowly started moving. She looked at the Queen's palace still busy packing and felt a bit helpless. How many things do they need to bring? It's like moving house. Do they think I won't come back? Qin Zhao's heart tightened. He reached out and lowered the curtain in front of Lu Qingjing. What nonsense are you talking? You're the Empress. If you're not coming back here, where else would you go? Lu Qingjing awkwardly smiled and said, trying to please him, I was just speaking casually, no other meaning. But you didn't even go to the morning court. Is that okay? Qin Zhao snorted dismissively. Right now, the court is only dealing with the matter of Prince Wei's heir. There's nothing else. I'm so tired of it all. Without your affairs, I don't plan to attend court for a while. Lu Qingjing knew that in this dynasty, there was a rule that the harem could not interfere in politics. Because of this, she usually paid no attention to many matters. After hearing this, she hesitated for a moment, but still reminded him, I understand that you don't care much about this, but if these people don't achieve their goals, they might take other actions. It could become very troublesome later. Qin Zhao looked at her with a deep gaze and suddenly smiled. I understand what you mean. Just watch and see. Those people will only bring shame upon themselves. Lu Qingjing's heart relaxed. As her sleepiness was gradually disturbed by the bumpy carriage ride, Qin Zhao looked at her, silently smiling as she stubbornly refused to lower her head. Carefully, he moved his shoulder closer to her. Sure enough, as soon as Lu Qingjing's had leaned toward Qin Zhao's shoulder, she couldn't help but cling to it. The two sat peacefully in the carriage, while outside, a pair of eyes watched them closely. Wei Jinji was drinking tea at Jingqi Pavilion. Although his last attempt to enter the palace failed, the glass factory had made significant progress. After balancing the efforts, he felt he hadn't gained nothing during this time. The shopkeeper respectfully entered and said, Young master, just now we received news that the Empress has left the palace again. It seems she plans to stay longer in the royal estate this time. Wei Jinji put down his ledger and smiled with satisfaction. It seems the rumors about the Emperor and Empress being close recently were just lies. The Qin family really doesn't recognize their own worth. Even the king of Wei knows to value the Empress, but he doesn't care at all. The shopkeeper responded happily, "It's all thanks to your careful planning. Now, our hope of restoring the country is real." Wei Jinji suddenly frowned, thinking of something, and asked, "Did we find out who was behind the last incident?" The shopkeeper gathered his smile and said with frustration, "I'm useless. After so long, we haven't found any clues. Last time, it was just our people scaring the Empress. We didn't expect them to really act, but the ones who did are already dead. Besides their families receiving a lot of silver, we can't find out anything." Wei Jinji squinted at the bustling scene outside and said meaningfully, "That's enough. It seems we don't need to try hard. The water in this city is already muddied." The shopkeeper looked worriedly toward the direction of the palace and asked, "Should we investigate quickly? Hidden forces are too dangerous for us." Wei Jinji took a slow sip of tea and said casually, "No need to interfere. Let the muddy waters be. As for that force, it's more dangerous to the royal family than to us." The shopkeeper obediently lowered his head and then put on a cheerful smile. He didn't say anything else and went out to greet the guests. At this moment, the royal carriage had just stopped at the gate of the royal estate. Zhang Dequan carefully spoke through the window, "Your Majesty, we have arrived. The food in the estate is ready." Qin Zhao's cold voice responded, "Deal with the nearby troublemakers before we go inside." The guards near the carriage nodded and turned to leave. The small beggars who had been following all the way from the streets hadn't had time to react and lost consciousness. The guards checked carefully and then returned. "Your Majesty, it's done. There are 13 in total. I've ordered them to be thrown into the mass grave." Qin Zhao heard this and gently patted Lu Qingjing. "Wake up now. We're here. Why are you sleeping so soundly?" Lu Qingjing opened her eyes and moved her stiff neck. "Last night there was so much noise in the palace for some reason. Today I got up early again. I am exhausted." Qin Zhao noticed her eyes flickering strangely when she mentioned last night. He just patted her shoulder and turned to leave. Lu Qingjing looked at his back with complicated eyes. She wasn't actually that sleepy. She was just testing to see what had happened in the palace last night. As for Qin Zhao's words about not going to court out of boredom, she didn't believe a single word. She didn't expect that he would still keep silent now. Zhang Dequan, who was very close, had already pulled up the curtain. He definitely couldn't have missed anything. When he saw Qin Zhao's gaze, he lowered his head and didn't dare speak. Instead, Lu Qingjing's voice came from behind. "The air outside is nice, but this estate looks quite grand. Still, isn't it a bit old? Look at the signboard outside. It's fallen apart." Zhang Dequan helped Qin Zhao down from the carriage and smiled upon hearing this. Your Majesty, you have a keen eye. This estate is indeed quite old. It's said to have been the residence of the crown prince of the previous dynasty. Later, the former emperor thought it was too unlucky and sealed it off. This is my first time here as well." Qin Zhao seemed to forget what had just happened. He turned around and looked at the estate, speaking, "Although this estate is a bit old, since it was the crown prince's residence, it's not bad to stay here for a while. The soil is very fertile, and the people below have mentioned more than once that it's a pity to leave it abandoned." Lu Qingjing got out of the carriage and clearly saw this royal estate. The somewhat dull, grayish walls still showed signs of their former elegance. The main gate was still intact, made of sturdy ironwood that seemed able to resist outside enemies. She gently kicked the dirt on the ground and nodded, saying, "It's really a pity this place has been abandoned." Qin Zhao looked down and examined it, not quite understanding. In the capital, the soil is generally black, and here it was just a bit sticky. Seeing his expression, Lu Qingjing shook her head and said, "You really don't know much. This is clearly the best land in the city. The stickiness shows the soil is tight, so anything planted here will usually grow well." Qin Zhao shrugged and didn't argue. He turned and went inside. Lu Qingjing followed. As soon as they entered, both of them were stunned. From outside, it still looked like an impressive old estate, but inside, it was completely ruined. Tall weeds grew everywhere, and the houses were covered with thick dust. Even the decorations in the yard had turned into broken walls and debris. Lu Qingjing looked at the weeds reaching her chest and twitched her mouth. Is His Majesty sending me here to the garden? Qin Zhao didn't expect it would become like this in just a few years. He awkwardly cleared his throat and said, I didn't expect it either. But you're right. The soil here is indeed good. Lu Qingjing rolled her eyes and kept walking inside. The narrow path through the weeds was hard to see, and people had to walk sideways. Zhang Dequan, clearing the way, said, Madam, don't look down on these weeds. They are top-quality chrysanthemums. In autumn, this place will be very beautiful. Lu Qingjing paused, looked carefully, and confirmed it wasn't a flower she knew. She asked, I've never seen this kind of chrysanthemum. Is there a story behind it? Zhang Dequan's steps slightly hesitated, almost imperceptibly. Servant only heard about it. It's said that the original owner of this place loved chrysanthemums. Her husband wanted to please her, so he studied them every day. Eventually, he developed a very beautiful kind of chrysanthemum. Sadly, before the flowers bloomed, the two of them passed away. He spoke gently, but they understood what he meant. Qin Zhao showed no reaction, as if he hadn't heard. Lu Qingjing looked regretful and said, You mean the former crown prince? That's really a pity. But since that's the case, let's have someone take good care of the flowers here. Qin Zhao sneered and said, You're really taking charge now. This place is full of wild grass that's half-grown, and you're still trying to grow potatoes? One story is enough to fool you so easily. You really don't look like a queen at all. Lu Qingjing, who had been lost in her story just moments before, was caught off guard by this reminder and felt a bit embarrassed. At least leave some. After all, it took them years to research this. Besides, I've never seen this kind of flower before. Qin Zhao finally reached the hall, patted his clothes, and teased, Can you really leave all the plants you haven't seen? Besides, the person is already gone, and no matter how many flowers there are, they're useless now. You can plant potatoes in the backyard. The front yard is up to you. Lu Qingjing looked at the dusty benches in the hall and couldn't bother to argue anymore. Zhang Dequan saw her impatience and stepped forward to explain, This place hasn't been tidied up yet, but the backyard is almost done. Lady, you should go take a look first. Lu Qingjing nodded, glanced at Qin Zhao, who frowned helplessly and said, You can go by yourself. From today, this estate is yours. I have some matters to attend to and will return soon. Lu Qingjing didn't expect him to just come to see the place, but she didn't say anything. She nodded and left. Qin Zhao watched her back and quietly asked, Did you find out who was here yesterday? Zhang Dequan hurriedly knelt and said anxiously, I'm sorry, Your Majesty. I have no clues. It's probably someone from the Ministry of Internal Affairs causing trouble. It might take a long time to find out. Qin Zhao's expression darkened as he looked at the nearby palace servants and said sharply, I can't wait that long. Tell the Grand General to have Lady Li assist you. Make sure to find out before the Empress returns. If the Ministry of Internal Affairs is too useless, replace them all. Zhang Dequan's heart tightened, and he quickly agreed before retreating. A guard nearby saw him leave and stepped forward, saying, Your Majesty, I've found out about last night. Lord Zhang was not in his resting room. He went to see a monk. Qin Zhao sneered coldly, Continue your investigation in secret. I want to see how muddy the waters in this city really are. Lu Qingjing had just arrived in the backyard and was stunned. Now she finally believed that this place was truly the prince's residence. She saw an open space surrounded by jade stones, and inside, there was enough land to grow not only potatoes but even rice. A young ran over happily and said, Your Majesty, this is the place the servants cleared out. It is specifically for planting potatoes for you. The bedroom in the backyard is also ready, but since it's old and not well maintained, it's a bit simple. I hope Your Majesty doesn't mind. Lu Qingjing looked around and saw that, apart from this area, everything else was old and broken. However, she didn't care much about external things. Seeing the fertile land made her happy. She waved her hand and said, This place is good enough. Go see if there's anything to eat. I haven't had breakfast yet. The young was even happier to see her so agreeable. He promised and ran to the back. A maid nearby stepped forward and bowed, saying, "This servant was assigned from the palace to serve your majesty. Now, please change your clothes." Lu Qingjing didn't quite understand the rules, but she obediently went over. A young maid explained, "It's a palace rule. Since your majesty is no longer in the palace, you can't wear palace clothes. There are special everyday clothes for the royal estate." Lu Qingjing slightly curled her lips, thinking, no wonder it's the royal family. Even dressing has so many rules. She nodded to the maid, indicating she could change. The maids then hurriedly started to help her. Just after Lu Qingjing finished changing, she heard hurried footsteps outside the door. Curious, she opened it. Xiao Ling, panting, stopped in front of her. "Your Majesty, why did you leave so quickly?" "I just finished tidying up and couldn't find you." Lu Qingjing smiled and said, "When did you become so clingy?" "I only took a few steps ahead, and there's no danger. Rest for a bit. Later, we'll go eat together." Xiaoling seemed to want to say something but looked at the other maids and closed her mouth. Lu Qingjing saw her expression, paused, and said nothing. The group silently headed toward the dining hall, which was almost ready. Lu Qingjing looked around and asked a nearby guard, "Where is the emperor?" The guard stepped forward carefully and said, "The emperor had urgent matters and left just now. Do you have any instructions, your majesty?" Lu Qingjing nodded to show she understood and continued walking silently. The maids looked at each other but said nothing. When they reached the dining hall and saw the table full of dishes, Lu Qingjing finally spoke to the people behind her. "Everyone, you can go out now. I prefer to dine alone with Xiaoling." Others obediently bowed and stepped back. Xiaoling watched their figures disappear and finally let out a sigh. Lu Qingjing looked at her with a smile and patted the seat beside her. "Hurry up and eat. I saw you busy in the morning. Now here, even a few little maids are afraid." Xiaoling had been with her for a while and was used to such things. She sat down without hesitation, eating and vaguely explaining, "Your Majesty doesn't know.
Those are not ordinary maids.
I once had the chance to see them. They were already the emperor's secret guards at that time." Lu Qingjing's heart moved. She took a sip of porridge and asked, "Do you mean the palace is not safe lately?" Xiaoling looked around before replying, "Yes, it's because of what happened last night that the emperor personally sent you out of the palace. Luckily you left. The other princesses in the palace were so scared that they are still in the Buddhist hall now." Lu Qingjing only knew that something had happened in the palace, but didn't realize how serious it was. She asked with some doubt, "But no one has reported this to me yet. Shouldn't the inner court officials have come to complain already?" Xiaoling didn't hide anything and told her everything. It was the emperor's order. He said this matter should not be told to you, and no one in the palace should involve you. I think it's quite strange. This matter has nothing to do with you. The talk of ghosts and gods is just empty and vague. Lu Qingjing thought of the paper Lu Qi handed her and also of Qin Zhao's expression today. She had some guesses. She tapped her bowl and said to Xiaoling, "Eat quickly. After you're done, come with me to take a walk around the estate." Xiaoling agreed and chewed faster. Soon, the two of them strolled leisurely into the front yard. Xiaoling entered through the side door and was seeing the front yard for the first time. She gasped and exclaimed, "I don't know what this yard was originally used for. I've never seen such tall weeds before." Lu Qingjing smiled silently. She didn't know where the young servant came from, but he approached and explained, "This is chrysanthemums. The servants have cleared a path according to Madam's orders. The rest have been left behind." Lu Qingjing nodded and looked at him, seeming hesitant. She frowned and asked, "Is there something else? I feel like you have something you're not telling me." The young servant cupped his hands and looked a bit embarrassed. "There is indeed something else, but I don't know if I should say it." Little Ling stepped forward and scolded, "Now that the emperor is not here, the entire estate is under the lady's control. If you have something to say, say it. Do you want to make decisions without the lady's permission?" The young servant quickly replied, "I dare not. but a young master came outside claiming to be a friend of a lady. We really didn't know what to do. Lu Qingjing nodded in understanding. As the emperor's wife, she was still a woman. An unrelated man was not easy to meet, especially when alone with a man and a woman. She could only say, "Go tell that young master, I am not available. Tell him to go where he came from." The servant agreed and left. Little Ling and Lu Qingjing continued to watch the strange chrysanthemums in the yard. Soon, the servant returned, looking much more frightened than before. Before he could bow, he said, "I followed the lady's instructions. That young master is quite understanding." But he had just gone a short distance when he encountered some bandits. The guards already drove the bandits away, but the young master was injured and unconscious.
You see.
Lu Qingjing rubbed her forehead helplessly. "Go call the doctor from the estate and have that young master taken to the guardroom in the front yard." The servant nodded and ran off. Little Ling, worried, said, "Could he be up to no good? Leaving him here might be dangerous." Lu Qingjing smiled helplessly. "I can guess who he is. I don't think there's any real danger, but our emperor is bound to cause trouble again." Little Ling shivered at her words. Could it be that young guard again? He's so persistent. I can't stand the emperor losing his temper again. They chatted and laughed as they arrived at the front yard. The guard saluted and led them into a room. Wei Jinji was lying on the bed, pale but awake. Seeing Lu Qingjing, he looked helpless. "Sorry to bother you again, madam. I feel really guilty." Lu Qingjing smiled and looked at Wei Jinji's many wounds, some deep and some shallow, which made her a little worried. "I wonder what kind of trouble young Master Wei got into. The wounds are so heavy. Since we are partners, there's no need to be so polite. I plan to stay here for a while, so you can rest assured and focus on healing." Wei Jinji sighed with some shame. "Thank you very much. I will remember this kindness forever." Lu Qingjing waved her hand to signal him to rest well before leaving. The guard quickly approached and said, "Madam, the people inside are indeed being chased. It seems they are remnants of the former dynasty." Lu Qingjing looked cold and replied, "Tell the emperor about this. These are my partners, and he shouldn't go outside. He has been staying at the residence recently." The guard nodded and left. Lu Qingjing looked at Xiaoling, who seemed worried, and said with a smile, "What face is that?" "Don't worry, I know he's not ordinary. It will be fine after a while." Xiaoling didn't understand, but she didn't ask further. The soil in this residence was very fertile. Lu Qingjing wiped her sweat while watching other guards turn the earth. Xiaoling handed her a cup of tea, feeling a bit helpless, and said, "Your Majesty, why do you have to personally oversee the soil turning? It's so hot today. How can you stand it?" Lu Qingjing took the tea and took a sip before replying, "Remember to call me madam in the future. It's not that I can't handle it. It's not even the hottest part of summer yet. You don't know what's suitable. Once you learn, it'll be easier for me." Xiaoling nodded, "I understand. But Your Majesty, you are too harsh. You know she always does everything herself, yet you don't send more people to help." Lu Qingjing shook her head, not wanting to argue, and changed the subject. "Recently, I haven't heard anything about the young man in the front yard. The other day, his injury looked quite serious." Wei Jinji appeared behind her unexpectedly and smiled. "Madam, don't worry. I've recovered quite well. The enemies haven't been completely driven away, so they might bother us for a few more days." Lu Qingjing led him to a cool pavilion nearby. Once there, she finally relaxed. Although it wasn't yet the hottest part of summer, it was summer and Lu Qingjing's health wasn't very good. Being under the blazing sun all day was very uncomfortable. Seeing this, Wei Jinji took out a handkerchief from his sleeve and handed it to her. "Madam, you shouldn't work so hard. I feel uneasy seeing you like this. Your husband is quite heartless." Lu Qingjing, feeling dizzy from the sun, didn't bother to think too much. She took the handkerchief and wiped her sweat. "I came here myself. The young master's injuries probably aren't fully healed yet. You should go back and rest quickly. I won't trouble you anymore." Wei Jinji's expression darkened slightly, but he still smiled and said, "In that case, I won't disturb you. I hope madam has a good rest. Li Qingjin smiled softly and, with Xiaoling's help, returned to her room. She was truly exhausted. Qin Zhao was sitting on the throne, reviewing documents, when a guard hurriedly entered. Your Majesty, the Prime Minister and the General request an audience. Qin Zhao raised an eyebrow. Let them in. Ji Qin supported the elderly Prime Minister as they entered. Both bowed respectfully, but were reluctant to speak first. Zhang Dequan looked at Qin Zhao's expression and coughed loudly. The Prime Minister then cupped his hands and said, Your Majesty, I have heard that you wished to remove someone recently. I came to stop you, but the reasons are complicated. Please, General, explain to your Majesty. Ji Qin thought to himself that they were both clever foxes. He stepped forward, despite Qin Zhao's stern gaze. And the Prime Minister found out that the musician at the royal estate and remnants of the previous dynasty might be connected. We hope your Majesty won't cause a fuss and scare the person away. Qin Zhao was surprised and a little annoyed. He narrowed his eyes at the two in the hall. Are you saying I shouldn't kill that young man and that I should keep him close to the Empress? The Prime Minister coughed awkwardly. I did not mean that, but we have no other options. Perhaps His Majesty should call the Empress back to avoid further contact between them. Qin Zhao hesitated, thinking about the palace situation, then sighed deeply. You two should know that the palace is in chaos now. It's better not to bother the Empress at this time. Ji Qin wondered why, despite the disorder in the palace, the Empress was not allowed to return. The Prime Minister seemed to want to speak, but he signaled him with a quick look. Ji Qin understood that although the Prime Minister was clever and experienced, he was trustworthy. He kept silent. Qin Zhao closed his eyes and thought for a long time before speaking. Go tell Zhao Yunheng that I miss him and invite him to stay at the palace for a while. They exchanged glances, bowed obediently, and left. Li Qingjin in the royal estate had no idea that her partner outside had already faced danger. She was peacefully sleeping under her quilt. Xiaoling was dozing at the bedside. Because Li Qingjin was kind to her servants, she had an extra blanket tucked under her. The night was thick, and the oil lamp on the table had dimmed. Outside, a soft footstep passed by the guards and slowly approached. Xiaoling was about to fall asleep when she suddenly shivered. Someone trained like her must have a special sense for danger. She immediately turned to the window. The oil lamp on the table was flickering and about to go out. In the darkness, footsteps became more noticeable. Xiaoling stayed still by the window, not moving for a long time. Finally, the window was opened. A man holding a long knife slowly entered. Under the moonlight, Xiaoling's face showed no emotion. She clenched her sword and stabbed fiercely, without a word. The assassin didn't have time to make a sound, and fell to the ground. Seeing this, Xiaoling drew her sword from the assassin's throat and shouted loudly, Help! There's an assassin here. Protect the lady. Lu Qingjing heard the noise and quickly got up. Xiaoling rushed over and tremblingly covered her eyes. Madam, don't look. It's no longer dangerous. Just wait here for a while. It was not the guards who arrived first, but 3 palace maids. They held short swords and rushed into the room. Seeing the body on the floor, they looked surprised but didn't say anything. They simply dragged the body away. When the sounds gradually faded, Lu Qingjing finally released Xiaoling's hand. Go tell the people outside to be careful. Also, send the news to the palace tomorrow morning. As for the assassin's body, we'll wait until the palace gives instructions. Xiaoling nodded quickly and hurried out. Lu Qingjing, exhausted, sighed and lay back down. Meanwhile, inside the palace, the lights were bright. Zhao Yunheng was bandaging his hand while saying, Forgive me for speaking frankly. The capital is not very safe now. I request to stay here for a while to protect His Majesty. Qin Zhao's eyes flickered with relief as he said, I appreciate your loyalty. Although a foreign prince cannot stay long in the capital, these are troubled times. I'll grant you permission to stay until the new year. Zhao Yunheng was deeply touched. Without caring about his injured hand, he knelt and said, I will not disappoint your Majesty. The identity of the assassin will be revealed soon. Just as he finished speaking, Zhang Dequan hurried in. Your Majesty, an assassin has appeared at the Queen's estate. Qin Zhao's face finally changed. He asked urgently, Is the Queen safe? Zhao Yunheng, kneeling on the ground, showed a sinister smile. But Zhang Dequan's next words made him lose his smile. He bowed and replied, The assassin is dead. Fortunately, the Queen is safe.